18-year-old Lin Xiang was transported to this new world, believing he could make a name for himself with his exceptional comprehension abilities. However, a month later, he found himself captured by a mysterious force and taken to the Sword Demon Sect. In the outer courtyard of the Sword Demon Sect in the Eastern Domain, a dense crowd was filled with fear and despair. Some wept bitterly, others shouted loudly, and many questioned why they had been brought here. The scene was chaotic, with a cacophony of voices filling the air. Amidst the turmoil, a cold snort resounded across the courtyard. A formidable pressure enveloped the area, making it difficult for anyone to breathe. A middle-aged man in a blue robe strode onto a high platform, looking down at the crowd like ants, his gaze so sharp that no one dared to meet his eyes. "This is the Sword Demon Sect. If you want to live, you'd better behave," the blue-robed man declared coldly. At his words, nearly 10,000 people in the courtyard were struck with terror. The name Sword Demon Sect shattered all their hopes like a heavy hammer. Some collapsed in despair, while others turned to flee. The man's expression remained indifferent as he casually raised his left hand, sending out dozens of sword energies. Those who attempted to escape fell lifeless before they could even scream. Silence descended instantly, and everyone was frozen with fear. The middle-aged man smirked and said, "It seems you've learned your lesson." He then announced a test of aptitude and waved his hand, releasing nearly 10,000 beams of white light. These lights transformed into jade talismans that adhered to each person, changing colors. Some turned pale red, others deep red, and some light yellow or brown. Amid the panic-stricken crowd, Lin Xiang stood out with his distinct gaze. This fair-skinned, handsome young man watched the talisman on him and the man on the platform with intense focus. Just a month ago, Lin Xiang was swallowed by a golden light and transported here. He hadn't received any other special abilities, only awakening his talent for exceptional comprehension. In the past month, he had searched for cultivation sects but faced rejection repeatedly. Elder Chen, the middle-aged man, soon began assigning people. 2 individuals with 6th grade aptitude were accepted as official outer disciples. Nearly 1,000 with yellow light were sent to work as servant disciples on other peaks, and more than 4,000 with red light remained in the outer sect as servants. About 5,000 people, including Lin Xiang, were left, their talismans still white. Lin Xiao's heart sank, realizing this might mean he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. As Lin Xiang grappled with whether to reveal his exceptional comprehension, Elder Chen glanced at the remaining crowd, a strange smile playing on his lips. "The rest of you, come with me." After a while, the remaining 5,000 people followed Elder Chen to a secluded spot in the mountains behind the Sword Demon Sect. The path was rugged, dense with trees, and the air was filled with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. The group moved with heavy hearts and slow steps, fully aware they had no other choice. Along the way, a few daring individuals attempted to sneak away but were immediately caught by Elder Chen's eagle-like gaze. With a swift motion, he dispatched them before they could even scream, leaving their bodies in pools of blood. This gruesome sight heightened the fear among the others, who lowered their heads, not daring to make a move. "We've arrived," Elder Chen announced coldly, suddenly stopping in his tracks. The group looked around, seeing only trees and rocks, nothing out of the ordinary. Confusion and fear spread among them, with whispers of doubt. "Arrived? There's nothing here." Some even feared the worst. Could Elder Chen be planning to kill us all? Amidst their anxiety, Elder Chen ignored their reactions. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and performed a complex spell towards what seemed like an empty space. Suddenly, a transparent barrier appeared, rippling like water. "Elder Gong, I've brought this group to you," Elder Chen said respectfully. An aged voice came from within the barrier. "I understand." 2 crystalline stones then flew out from the barrier, landing in Elder Chen's hand. Gratefully accepting the stones, Elder Chen replied, "Thank you, Elder Gong. I won't disturb you any further." The old voice responded curtly. In the next moment, Elder Chen vanished, leaving the 5,000 bewildered cultivators alone. Before they could react, an invisible force pulled them into the mysterious barrier. The scene changed abruptly. They found themselves in a dim, boundless space, surrounded by simple graves, each marked with a sword emanating a chilling glow. A howling wind swept through, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Though it was only early autumn outside, here it was filled with a deadly aura. Taking a deep breath, the group felt a stabbing pain in their chests and abdomens, as if countless tiny blades were wreaking havoc inside them. Someone cried out in shock, "Where are we? Why are there sword graves everywhere?" Others groaned in agony, "It hurts. There must be poison here. The Sword Demon Sect wants us dead." Despair spread quickly, with some even crying out, "I don't want to die." Just then, an elderly voice echoed in their ears. Though gentle, it was clear to everyone. "This is the burning heaven sword tomb of the Sword Demon Sect. I will now teach you a breathing technique." Only those who can successfully circulate it 3 times will become the tomb guardians. As the voice began to recite the breathing technique, it offered a glimmer of hope to the desperate cultivators. Enduring the pain, they focused intently on each word. Lin Xiang was no exception. He had expected this journey to end in disaster, but now saw a glimmer of hope. Tomb guardian? What kind of position is that? Doesn't sound great, he thought, but living is better than dying. And finally, I'm getting to learn the techniques of this world. Ignoring the pain, Lin Xiang sat cross-legged, calming his mind. What was incomprehensible to others sounded like divine music to him. Gradually, he entered a state of deep concentration, feeling the chaotic energy within him begin to follow a set path. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Those who complete 3 cycles today may go to the Southern Sword Pavilion to receive their Tomb Guardian status, the elderly voice announced before disappearing. Unbeknownst to the mysterious elder, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a young man among the 5,000 opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a faint light, and his body was enveloped in an almost invisible golden sheen. Is this spiritual energy inside me? Is this the breathing technique? It feels so simple, Lin Xiang thought in surprise. He felt invigorated, his body brimming with strength, and the earlier excruciating pain had vanished. With each breath, the breathing technique automatically circulated within him. Though the automatic speed was slow, he found that actively controlling it increased the speed significantly. In that short time, he had completed 10 cycles. With this technique circulating my energy, are my aura and meridian stable? Is this the entry into the chi refining stage? Lin Xiang wondered uncertainly. Recalling the elder's words about completing 3 cycles to claim the Tomb Guardian status, Lin Xiang felt he had already exceeded the requirement. He was about to get up when he noticed something chilling. More than half of the original 5,000 were now lying lifeless in pools of blood. A rough count showed the death toll was indeed over half. What's going on? Lin Xiang was shocked, having been so focused on the breathing technique that he hadn't noticed the changes around him. Suddenly, several piercing screams erupted nearby. Turning quickly, Lin Xiang saw streams of energy piercing through people, creating blood holes that gushed with blood. Within moments, these individuals were dead. Holy! Lin Xiang was stunned, realizing that this energy was more lethal than sword energy. Seeing that others were still not getting up, Lin Xiang decided to bide his time. He understood the wisdom of not sticking out. So, he closed his eyes again, pretending to continue meditating, while secretly observing his surroundings, waiting for the right moment to head to the Sword Pavilion to claim his status. Until you have absolute strength and a solid backup plan, standing out too much is not advisable. Especially in a place like Unmatched sect. Lin Xiang had been here for just over 2 hours, but he had already experienced the brutality and harshness firsthand. He took a deep breath, returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and continued practicing the chi-nourishing technique. With each complete cycle, Lin Xiang felt the spiritual energy within him becoming more solidified. However, as he reached the 10th cycle, he couldn't help but frown. He noticed that the path of energy flow within him seemed off, as if taking a detour. Moreover, there seemed to be similar issues with the technique's mantra. Lin Xiang decided to attempt an improvement. Trusting his instincts, he began adjusting the path of the energy flow and refining the mantra. With these minor adjustments, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy began to increase exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, a vortex of energy slowly formed around him. Meanwhile, the cultivators around Lin Xiang faced a disaster. The already restless spiritual energy became even more violent, and cries of pain echoed one after another. The number of those who fell was too rapid to count. 5,000 quickly dwindled to 2,000, then 1,500, 1,000, 600, 300. Only when the number dropped to around 150 did the cries gradually cease. Lin Xiang opened his eyes and looked around. The surviving cultivators stood up trembling, their faces filled with fear and relief at having survived. It wasn't that they hadn't wanted to move earlier, they had been held in place by a mysterious force. Fortunately, they managed to endure and successfully completed 3 cycles of the chi-nourishing technique. What kind of hellish place is this? Out of 5,000, only a little over 100 of us are left, one cultivator said with a trembling voice. I've heard before how ruthless the Jianma sect is, but we still underestimated it, another agreed. What do we do now? Someone asked anxiously. After a brief discussion, they realized they had no choice but to follow the previous instructions and head south to the Sword Pavilion to receive the identity of a tomb keeper. Although they wished to escape this dreadful place, they couldn't find a way back. Left with no other options, the survivors set out together towards the distant Sword Pavilion. When they arrived, they found someone waiting for them. It was a tall, slender, middle-aged man who scanned the group of over 100 with a look of surprise. How many of you came in this batch? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. How many people came in? The thin, middle-aged man asked with a furrowed brow. his voice tinged with disbelief. A chubby man quickly forced a smile, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Reporting, sir. We brought in 5,000 people. What? And there are still so many left? Are you sure? The middle-aged man stared at the chubby man, his gaze sharp as a knife. The chubby man, sweating profusely under the scrutiny, nodded firmly. Sir, it really was 5,000. The thin middle-aged man fell silent. He stepped forward, pressed the chubby man's arm, and randomly touched a few others. Strange, how could so many be qualified this time? He muttered to himself, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Everyone shivered at his words. Was he implying that not enough people had died? Standing in the middle of the crowd, Lin Xiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Something unusual must be at play. Could it be because of him? He recalled that when he modified the qi nourishing technique, it seemed to have affected the surroundings. Fortunately, the thin middle-aged man did not inspect everyone individually. After a few random checks, he distributed the gravekeeper identity tokens. He briefly explained the duties of a gravekeeper to the crowd. Lin Xiang then understood that the job was seemingly simple. Tending to the sword graves, cleaning the swords, and removing weeds. This place, known as the Brahma sword graves, was a forbidden area of the sword demon sect. They were only on the outskirts, where the graves belonged to deceased disciples of the sect. The middle-aged man did not disclose what lay further inside. The sword demon sect offered them a monthly reward of 2 low-grade spirit stones and a chance to go outside. The middle-aged man warned that escaping during the outing would result in being hunted by the sect. No one would risk their lives. Lin Xiang also learned that there would be an outer sect test in 6 months. Manager Wei, the thin middle-aged man, gave them a peculiar smile. If you can survive until the outer sect test in 6 months, you'll have a chance to become an official outer sect disciple of the sword demon sect. This news excited everyone. Who would want to remain a gravekeeper if they could become an outer sect disciple? Only Lin Xiang sensed something amiss. Why did he say, survive until 6 months later? Was there something dangerous about tending the sword graves? Manager Wei also explained another function of the gravekeeper token, recording the number of times they tended the graves. After tending to a grave, the token would display a number. To be qualified, they had to tend to at least 10 graves in a month, averaging once every 3 days. At first, everyone was delighted by the rule. Tending to a grave every 3 days seemed incredibly easy. But was it really that simple? Their doubts were brutally answered just an hour later. They all witnessed someone eagerly going to tend a grave, only to explode and turn to ashes the moment he touched the sword on the grave. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Oh, I forgot to remind you, Manager Wei said leisurely. Each grave contains a significant amount of sword energy, especially when cleaning the sword. You must use the qi nourishing technique carefully, or else, heh. With that, he turned and left, ignoring the crowd. It was then that everyone realized they were forced to learn the qi nourishing technique for this very moment. After a long silence, a brave person finally stepped forward. He fully utilized the qi nourishing technique and quickly tended to a small-looking grave. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. However, he managed only 10 breaths before retreating, collapsing to the ground, his face filled with lingering fear. The strand of spiritual energy I nurtured within me has been drained by the sword energy. If I hadn't retreated, I might have ended up like that person, exploding, he gasped. Hearing this, the others were stunned and dared not attempt it lightly. This meant they had to train diligently to increase their spiritual energy and safely tend to the graves. Understanding this, everyone sat down and began to focus on their cultivation, except for Lin Xiang. Seeing everyone with their eyes closed, Lin Xiang quietly walked away. Once he was out of sight, he casually chose a grave. If it was just about spiritual energy strength, he should be fine. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiang activated the qi nourishing technique and stepped into the grave's vicinity. As soon as he entered, a wisp of sword energy penetrated his body. It felt icy and somewhat desolate. But once his spiritual energy enveloped it, the sensation disappeared. Without hesitation, Lin Xiang grasped the sword on the grave. He sensed that the most challenging part of tending the grave was in cleaning the sword. There had to be something more to it. Sure enough, when Lin Xiao's fingers touched the hilt, a surge of powerful sword energy shot up his arm and into his body. Boom! Lin Xiao's eyes shimmered with a light that seemed to swirl, as vivid scenes flooded into his mind like a tide. He saw a boy named Chen Fan, whose life was marked by hardship. Orphaned at a young age, he wandered the streets alone. Just as he was on the brink of starvation, a steward from the sword demon sect found him and took him into the sect. From that moment, Chen Fan embarked on a challenging path of cultivation. The scenes flashed by rapidly, and Lin Xiang felt as though he had lived through decades of Chen Fan's life. He witnessed Chen Fan diligently practicing the falling leaf sword technique, enduring countless life and death trials, only to be ultimately slain by those who claimed to be righteous. Among these complex images, what struck Lin Xiang the most was Chen Fan's unique falling leaf sword technique. Lin Xiao's consciousness seemed to merge with Chen Fan's, feeling the long sword in his hand transform into the autumn wind. Every strike carried an indescribable sense of melancholy. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao's body began to move, his long sword dancing as he executed Chun Fan's falling leaf sword technique from his mind. Suddenly, the images vanished from his mind. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, looking down at the long sword in his hand with sheer astonishment. He muttered in disbelief. Is this the power of max-level comprehension? Have I truly mastered this high-grade falling leaf sword technique so effortlessly? He sensed that, in addition to the spiritual energy he had just cultivated, there was now a thread of formidable sword energy within him. This sword energy bore no malice. Instead, it seemed to convey a sense of kinship. Even the long sword in his hand showed no signs of rejection. The sword is named Autumn Wind, is it? Lin Xiao spoke softly. As his words fell, the Autumn Wind sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to him. Thoughtfully, Lin Xiao glanced at the Tomb Keeper's token at his waist, where the number remained at 0. He quickly tidied up the sword tomb, carefully polishing each sword. Only after completing this task did the number on the token change to 1. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. The anti-heat mechanism on this token is quite thorough. His gaze shifted back and forth between the Autumn Wind sword and the token, lost in thought. This extraordinary experience not only granted him a powerful sword technique, but also deepened his understanding of the mysteries of this world. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Xiao led over 100 people who were deeply immersed in cultivation. They attempted to manage the sword tomb, but due to insufficient spiritual power, their efforts were in vain. During this time, Lin Xiao explored over 20 swords, mastering nearly 10 sword techniques and accumulating more than 20 powerful sword energies within himself. His greatest achievement, however, was gaining experience in swordsmanship and understanding the world around him. Lin Xiao gradually comprehended the cultivation system of this mystical world. The stages of qi refinement, spirit gathering, sea of wheels, and core rotation, each divided into 9 levels. The highest cultivation level within the sword demon sect was a core rotation expert. To his astonishment, Lin Xiao reached the first level of qi refinement in just 1 day, a speed that could only be described as prodigious. Even more astonishing was that he had actually reached this level in less than an hour of practice. This remarkable talent was in stark contrast to his previous assessment results, which labeled him as a failure, leaving Lin Xiao puzzled. He speculated that it might be related to his physical transmigration. To avoid unnecessary attention, Lin Xiao decided to hold off on further cultivation and maintain a low profile. One day, Lin Xiao visited the sword pavilion to inquire about the requirements for applying to go outside. He learned that he must complete the monthly task of managing the sword tomb to be allowed out, which put him in a dilemma. While he had the ability to easily complete the task, performing too well might attract unwanted attention. After careful consideration, Lin Xiao chose to focus on absorbing sword energy and comprehending sword techniques for the time being. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao spent his time touching swords, gaining insights, and practicing swordsmanship. The sword energy within him accumulated, and his understanding of the sword deepened. It wasn't until he had accumulated 100 strands of sword energy that Lin Xiao realized he had reached the limit of the first level of qi refinement. At this moment, a piece of good news spread. A disciple successfully reached a new level and completed the task of cleaning a sword tomb, drawing envy and jealousy from others. However, by noon the next day, an even more shocking news broke out. Lin Xiao had completed the entire month's sword tomb task in the morning. This news caused an uproar among the disciples. Some were surprised by Lin Xiao's identity, others speculated whether he had reached a new level earlier than others, and some worried he might want to escape from the sword demon sect. While everyone was busy speculating, Lin Xiao quietly left the blazing sword tomb and headed straight for the outskirts of the nearby monster beast forest. He found a secluded large tree, sat cross-legged, and began to fully operate his exclusive qi nourishing technique. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Lin Xiao like a tide. It was as if he could see countless star-like specks of spiritual energy swirling around him, which he then absorbed into his body. A massive spiral of spiritual energy quickly formed and continued to expand. In just half an hour, Lin Xiao broke through to the second level of qi refinement. An hour later, he reached the third level. With his exceptional comprehension, Lin Xiao easily overcame the bottlenecks between each minor stage. However, Lin Xiao was unaware that the lingering spiral of spiritual energy above him appeared to outsiders much like the phenomenon associated with the emergence of rare treasures. Such an unusual sight was sure to attract the attention of numerous covetous onlookers. After Lin Xiao had been cultivating for over an hour, a massive green python-like beast silently approached him. Its cold eyes glimmered with greed and confusion, as if pondering. Why is there a human here? Wasn't it supposed to be a treasure? Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Xiao abruptly opened his eyes and turned his head, his pupils contracting instantly. It was a green demon python, a mid-ear beast with power comparable to a mid-stage spirit-gathering cultivator. Not only was it venomous, but its attack was also incredibly fierce. Such a beast could easily defeat several human cultivators of the same level, let alone a cultivator in the chi refining stage. The green demon python flicked its dark tongue, its gaze fixed on Lin Xiang. It thought, whether it's a human or a treasure, it ends up in my stomach anyway. However, what puzzled the python was that this human, appearing to be only at the mid-stage of chi refining, initially showed a trace of fear but quickly regained composure, even showing a look of eagerness. The python paused, thinking, is this human so scared he's gone mad? No matter, time to eat. With a deafening roar, the green demon python lunged at Lin Xiang, mouth wide open. As the distance between them closed to just 2 meters, Lin Xiang let out a cold snort, and his right hand moved with 2 fingers extended. Slash. Swish. A tiny sword aura burst forth, only 3 inches long, yet it terrified the python. Its instinct screamed, this sword aura is unbeatable. The python immediately tried to retreat, but the aura was too swift. Just as it considered fleeing, the sword aura reached it. Bang! The python's body froze instantly. A line of blood stretched from head to tail, and its life force vanished in an instant. With a crash, its body split in 2 and fell heavily to the ground. Not bad at all, Lin Xiang remarked with a satisfied smile. He had casually summoned a single sword aura from within, and its power was astonishing. Originally, he had 100 such auras in his body, leaving him with 99 now. However, Lin Xiang felt no regret. The sword tomb harbored an almost endless supply of sword auras, as many as he wanted. A single aura was nothing. Even if he used all 100, he could easily replenish them upon his return. After swiftly dealing with the python's remains, Lin Xiang sat back down and resumed his cultivation. After a long day of intense cultivation, Lin Xiang had elevated his power to the 7th level of the chi refining stage, officially stepping into the latter phase of this realm. He could feel that as his level increased, the pace of his cultivation noticeably slowed. Lin Xiang pondered privately, suspecting that this might be a limitation of the Yang Qi Ju technique itself. If he could find a higher level technique, he might be able to break through this bottleneck. Stretching his muscles, Lin Xiang felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He targeted a massive tree with a trunk so thick it would take 5 people to encircle it and threw a powerful punch. Bang! The trunk shook violently, leaves scattered in all directions, and a fist imprint appeared prominently on the sturdy tree. Lin Xiang estimated that the force of this punch was at least 2,000 pounds. In this mystical world, 2,000 pounds of force was considered trivial, but Lin Xiang was still delighted. He was well aware that on Earth, he would already be a small superhero. As dusk approached, Lin Xiang decided to return to his sect. He quickly dealt with the carcasses of several beasts nearby, salvaging the valuable parts. Reflecting on his day's experiences, besides the initial encounter with the Azure Demon Python, he had also easily dispatched several other formidable beasts with his sword aura. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Xiang sold the beast materials he had collected, earning more than 20 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to a year's income for an average gravekeeper. Although the Sword Demon sect had a library pavilion filled with countless martial arts texts, Lin Xiao's current status did not grant him access. He could only wait for the outer sect test in 6 months, hoping to secure a position in the sword pavilion within the Brahma sword tomb, which would grant him the status equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple. After storing the spirit stones, Lin Xiang returned to the Brahma sword tomb. Using his gravekeeper token, he easily passed through the forbidden barrier. Other gravekeepers saw his return and whispered among themselves, both envious and curious about his experiences. However, Lin Xiang paid them no mind, as he had more important matters to attend to. Having expended nearly 20 sword auras during his outing, Lin Xiang decided to replenish them immediately. More importantly, he wanted to test how many sword auras his 7th level chi refining stage could contain. Thus, he began to wander the outskirts of the Brahma sword tomb, where each tomb held an inexhaustible supply of sword aura. Each time he touched a sword, fragments of the tomb owner's memories flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. Some memories were fragmented and incomprehensible, while others painted complete stories. Simultaneously, Lin Xiang continuously grasped various levels of sword techniques. Over the course of more than 20 days, Lin Xiang absorbed over 900 sword auras and mastered more than 40 different levels of sword techniques, the highest being a mid-level Earth-grade Tianming sword technique. During this period, he also advanced his cultivation to the 9th level of the chi refining stage, far surpassing the progress of other gravekeepers. One day, Lin Xiang approached another sword tomb. He lightly touched the sword, feeling the memories, comprehending the sword technique, and absorbing the sword aura. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he sensed he was nearing his limit. After several breaths, he successfully absorbed the 998th sword aura into his body. Without pausing, Lin Xiang moved to the nearest sword tomb. As soon as his fingers touched the sword, a powerful sword aura surged into his body. All the sword energy within Lin Xiao's body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of his will to control this surging force. The span of 20 breaths seemed to stretch into eternity as sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Finally, he managed to barely subdue the 999th strand of sword energy. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an indescribable sensation welled up within him. It was as if a voice from the void was telling him, "One more to go." This thought made Lin Xiao furrow his brows. He didn't immediately attempt to absorb the final strand of sword energy, but instead carefully assessed his physical condition. He could clearly feel that his body was already crammed full of sword energy, with the last strand barely accommodated. What if I explode if I take in one more? Alarm bells rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Yet, the thought of not absorbing the final strand left him inexplicably unsatisfied. After pondering for a while, a look of determination flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Fortune favors the bold. High risk comes with high reward, he reminded himself, deciding to take the gamble. Relying on his intuition, Lin Xiao randomly chose a sword tomb. His actions were smooth and fluid, as if he had performed them countless times. Touch the long sword? Check. Observe the memories? Check. Comprehend the sword technique? Check. Finally, extract the sword energy. As the 1,000th strand of sword energy entered his body, Lin Xiao felt the world spinning around him. Boom! The 1,000 strands of sword energy vibrated in unison, like a pack of dormant beasts suddenly awakened. They rotated, intertwined, and merged at an unimaginable speed, threatening to unleash a storm within him. Thump thump. At this critical moment, his improved chi cultivation technique activated automatically, channeling an incredibly pure energy like a waterfall cascading downwards, circulating through his meridians and continuously breaking through clogged acupoints. Lin Xiao's face was contorted with pain, but he bit down hard, not uttering a single sound. Suddenly, his body jolted as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. In that instant, he felt his dantian transform into an expansive realm, with countless strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surging into it like a tidal wave. Yet, the astonishing scene wasn't confined to Lin Xiao's body. From his position, for miles around, every sword tomb began to tremble slightly. The swords resting upon them emitted a crisp ringing sound, as if responding to some kind of summons. Even more spectacular was the massive vortex visible to the naked eye that formed 100 meters above Lin Xiao's head. The wind howled, clouds churned, and the entire night sky rippled and vibrated, as if the heavens and earth themselves were shaken by the phenomenon. Because the phenomenon occurred within the restricted area of the Brahma sword tomb, it went unnoticed by the rest of the sword demon sect. Around Lin Xiao, the swords atop the tombs began to tremble and emit a low hum. He watched in astonishment, wondering what could be happening. The new caretakers of the tombs stood frozen in fear at this unprecedented sight, not daring to act rashly. After all, this was the Brahma sword tomb, where the slightest misstep could be fatal. At that moment, a figure darted out from the sword pavilion. It was Manager Wei, one of the overseers. His eyes flashed with alarm as he sped toward the source of the phenomenon. Although he was still far away and couldn't determine exactly what had happened, anything that could cause thousands of sword tombs to tremble was certainly significant. Manager Wei felt a thrill of excitement. Discovering some rare opportunity could be a major accomplishment, even if he couldn't claim it for himself. However, upon reaching the site of the phenomenon, Manager Wei frowned deeply. The phenomenon had vanished, leaving no trace behind. He approached a nearby sword tomb and began to sense carefully, suddenly detecting a faint remnant of sword intent. Gasp! Someone actually condensed sword intent here, he exclaimed in disbelief. Sword intent was the hallmark of the great masters at the Xiandan realm, and even those with exceptional talent typically only comprehended it in the mid to late stages of the Wheel C realm. Another overseer arrived at the scene, inquiring whether an opportunity had emerged. Manager Wei explained that a predecessor had condensed sword intent there, and the two immediately began to cultivate on the spot, hoping to benefit from the residual sword intent. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was sprinting through the Brahma sword tomb, taking a wide detour before returning to his quarters. He could hardly believe he had managed to condense sword intent and, in doing so, break through to the first level of the spirit-gathering realm. This sharp yet familiar sword intent had become his true ace. Upon returning to his modest 10-square-meter room, a strong sense of danger washed over him. Inside stood an elderly man with gray hair dressed in a white robe. Just as Lin Xiao was about to flee, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. "No need to run. I mean no harm," the old man said, his voice weathered. Lin Xiao instantly recognized the voice as the one that had welcomed them to the Brahma sword tomb and taught them the chi cultivation technique. He recalled Elder Chun, referring to this person as Elder Geng. Lin Xiao was filled with questions. Who was this person? Why was he here? What did he want? A deep sense of helplessness welled up in Lin Xiao's heart. In the face of a true powerhouse, he felt as insignificant as an ant, completely at the mercy of others, without any ability to resist. Elder Gung casually took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Lin Xiao. His wrinkled hand rested on Lin Xiao's shoulder, and a silent stream of spiritual energy seeped in. Elder Gung furrowed his brow. No traces of sword energy erosion on the body, and with only a first-level gathering spirit realm cultivation, he actually managed to condense a sword intent. Although the sword intent has some flaws, such talent is truly rare. A look of surprise crossed Elder Gung's aged face. After studying Lin Xiao closely for a few moments, he slowly withdrew his hand. The pressure vanished abruptly, and Lin Xiao felt his body regain its freedom. However, having witnessed the elder's formidable strength firsthand, he didn't dare to act recklessly. "Greetings, Elder Gung." Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. It wasn't just because of the elder's profound and unfathomable power, but also because Elder Gung had taught him the art of nurturing qi, officially guiding him into the sect. This bow was well-deserved. Elder Gung said nothing more and simply took out 3 items from his sleeve to hand to Lin Xiao. This is a Huiyuan pill, which you can use to stabilize your realm. These 2 tokens will allow you to choose 2 martial techniques from the Gong library. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. Lin Xiao stood there, bewildered, staring at the pill and tokens in his hand. The Huiyuan pill was an excellent elixir only usable by those at the Gathering Spirit Realm, with just one costing 200 low-grade spirit stones. The selection tokens for the Gong library were something only outer disciples and above could exchange for with sect points. For Lin Xiao, who had just broken through to the Gathering Spirit Realm, these items were undoubtedly a godsend. "Elder Gung, why are you?" Lin Xiao snapped out of his daze, turning to ask for clarification. But Elder Gung was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a single sentence echoing in his ears. "After the outer sect test, come find me at the Sword Pavilion. And, young one, in our Sword Demon sect, you should freely display your talent without concealment." Lin Xiao stood in the room for a moment, his mind echoing with Elder Gung's words. He realized that his talent and the refined sword intent he had developed had piqued the elder's interest. As a modern individual, Lin Xiao quickly saw through the nature of this special treatment it was Elder Gung's investment in him. Nodding slightly, he decided to accept the much-needed resources. He also felt a growing fondness for Elder Gung. In fact, after absorbing thousands of strands of sword energy and witnessing countless memories of the Sword Demon sect disciples, he had developed an inexplicable sense of closeness to the sect. Although the Sword Demon sect was considered a demonic sect, and their acts of plundering countless ordinary people were indeed reprehensible, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, becoming powerful seemed to necessitate such a path. Lin Xiao pondered. Sometimes the actions of so-called righteous individuals could be even more appalling. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao swallowed the Huiyuan pill. Instantly, a pure and vast energy surged through his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. He immediately sat cross-legged to stabilize his cultivation. In just one night, Lin Xiao had firmly established himself at the first level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, a level of efficiency that was truly enviable. At dawn, Lin Xiao had already stepped outside, with a lingering doubt in his mind. What did Elder Gung mean when he said his sword intent had some flaws? Could the sword intent refined from 1,000 strands of sword energy be considered flawed? What constitutes a flaw? What is perfection? Despite having observed thousands of memories, those were all from ordinary disciples of the Sword Demon sect, none of whom had reached the realm of comprehending sword intent. Lin Xiao was completely in the dark about the mysteries of sword intent. It seemed he would have to wait until after the outer sect test to seek Elder Gung's guidance. Lin Xiao stretched his body and began to run swiftly. The speed of covering several hundred meters in a single breath gave him immense satisfaction, especially considering he hadn't practiced any speed-enhancing techniques. He thought to himself that if he could find a suitable speed technique, his speed could increase several times over. Avoiding the crowd, Lin Xiao arrived at the first sword tomb after his breakthrough. He skillfully touched the long sword, observed memories, comprehended sword techniques, and absorbed sword energy. After reaching the Gathering Spirit Realm, the speed of these actions noticeably increased. However, the next moment, Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly. He noticed something unusual. The sword energy that entered his body was being dominantly absorbed by his sword intent. Lin Xiao frowned, puzzled. What exactly does this sword intent want? It seemed to have a strong craving for sword energy. With this question in mind, he moved to the next sword tomb. As expected, the sword energy was once again absorbed by his sword intent. Lin Xiao squinted, sensing that the sword intent had slightly strengthened. If that's the case, let it absorb to its heart's content. Lin Xiao wanted to see how much sword energy this intent could swallow. For several days, Lin Xiao continued to extract sword energy from the outskirts of the sword tombs. 10 strands, 50 strands, 100 strands, 200 strands. The sword in tint absorbed a total of 500 strands before nearing saturation. The reason for this saturation was not that the sword in tint itself couldn't absorb more, but rather that Lin Xiao's understanding of sword techniques was too limited, preventing the sword in tint from further improving. Continuing to absorb sword energy here would only increase the quantity of sword energy, not the quality of the sword in tint. After all, the surrounding sword tombs were left by ordinary inner and outer sect disciples of the sword demon sect, with limited insights. The tombs of true masters were not in the outer areas of the Brahma sword tomb, and he couldn't access the deeper regions yet. Lin Xiao realized that from now on, he would have to rely on his own efforts. He continued to roam among the sword tombs, clearing each tomb. The numbers on his tomb keeper token began to increase steadily. After cleaning over a dozen sword tombs, he completed his monthly tomb keeping task. In the following days, Lin Xiao focused on replenishing the sword energy within him. After 5 days, his body contained a sword in tint and 900 strands of sword energy, unable to accommodate any more. The sword in tint alone took up the space of nearly 100 strands of sword energy. With an exit token in hand, Lin Xiao left the Brahma sword tomb once more, causing envy among the other new tomb keepers. Last month, many of them failed their tomb keeping tasks, reducing their income from 2 low-grade spirit stones to just 1. Yet, just 2 days into this month, this lone wolf had already completed the month's task, making the gap between them seem insurmountable. Instead of heading directly to the beast forest for training, Lin Xiao first went to the Tsonggong Pavilion. He intended to convert Elder Gung's investment into reality by finding 2 suitable cultivation techniques and martial skills. After all, he only knew a basic breathing technique, and his other skills were severely lacking. Arriving at the entrance of the Tsonggong Pavilion, an old man with white hair was leaning against the door, dozing off, looking utterly unspirited. Lin Xiao approached him, respectfully greeted and said, "Senior, I would like to enter and select some techniques and skills." He dared not underestimate such a figure. A place like the Tsonggong Pavilion couldn't possibly be guarded by an ordinary old man. This white-haired elder might be akin to a legendary hidden master. The white-haired old man glanced at Lin Xiao, smiling. A gathering spirit realm first-level servant disciple. Haha, young man, you're quite interesting. Hand me your tokens." Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback, but then handed over the 2 tokens Elder Gung had given him. The old man saw through his cultivation level at a glance, undoubtedly a master. "Go ahead, but remember, you can only choose from the first floor. Don't go up." "Wait a minute, a sword pavilion token? Who gave this to you?" Upon seeing the token's design, the old man's eyes flashed with a chilling glow, and he suddenly became alert. "It was given by Elder Gung," Lin Xiao replied honestly. TSK. What's that old rascal up to again?" I see. Well, you can go directly to the 3rd floor of the Tsonggong Pavilion to choose," the white-haired old man said, then leaned back against the door, pretending to sleep again. "The 3rd floor? All right, thank you, senior." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude and entered the Tsonggong Pavilion. The Sword Demon Sect's Tsonggong Pavilion had 4 floors. The first floor housed ordinary human-level techniques and skills, the second floor contained common Earth-level techniques, and the third floor held some important human and Earth-level techniques. As for what was on the 4th floor, Lin Xiao had no idea. In the vast memories within his mind, no one had ever reached the 4th floor. As Lin Xiao entered the pavilion and ascended the stairs, the white-haired old man at the entrance slightly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Nameless sword body? Huh? It's a pity the aptitude is so mediocre." Lin Xiao ascended the steps of the Tsonggong Pavilion, a wave of surprise washing over him. He had initially thought he could only select 2 human-level techniques from the 1st floor, but Elder Gung had bestowed upon him a generous gift. The 3rd floor of the Tsonggong Pavilion was not a place ordinary disciples could access. It required either significant achievements or deep connections. Mere sect points were insufficient to reach this level. As he pushed open the doors to the 3rd floor, Lin Xiao's gaze was immediately captured by the dazzling array of martial techniques and skills. His eyes swept over the rows of bookshelves and quickly locked onto 2 familiar Earth-level sword techniques, exactly what he had comprehended while absorbing sword energy at the Pantheon Sword Tomb. Xianqing True Technique, Earth-level lower-grade cultivation method, difficult to master, high growth potential, capable of purifying spiritual energy by an additional 10% compared to others of the same level. Lin Xiao murmured, his fingers lightly tracing the spine of the book. Ashura Palm, Earth-level mid-grade martial skill, capable of destroying mountains and lands when mastered. Lin Xiao meticulously browsed through each martial technique. The collection on the 3rd floor was indeed extraordinary, with names and descriptions that were utterly captivating. Relying on his exceptional comprehension abilities, Lin Xiao planned to choose 1 movement technique and 1 body refining method this time. His current Qi nourishing technique was barely adequate, but what he urgently needed to improve was his speed and physique. "If I can't win, I should at least be able to run. If I can't run, I should at least withstand a beating," Lin Xiao mused to himself. After careful comparison, Lin Xiao finally selected two techniques: the Earth-level lower-grade movement skill, Shifting Shadows, and the human-level consummate body refining technique, Mountain Embrace Seal. Shifting Shadows was considered top-tier among the movement skills on the third floor, while Mountain Embrace Seal was chosen after much deliberation. Although there were Earth-level lower-grade body refining techniques, they were more focused on auxiliary cultivation, whereas Mountain Embrace Seal was dedicated to enhancing physical strength. With his newly acquired techniques in hand, Lin Xiao left the Tsonggong Pavilion and headed straight for the Beast Forest. He planned to stay out for a few extra days this time. Having completed the tomb guarding task, returning to absorb sword energy would not rapidly enhance his strength. It was better to train in the Beast Forest in preparation for the upcoming Outer Sect test. The Sword Demon Sect had over 10,000 Outer Sect disciples, with talents and prodigies aplenty. Lin Xiao knew that despite his exceptional comprehension, he had to work twice as hard. Moreover, the Sword Demon Sect was only ranked in the top 10 of the Wei Dynasty, with many stronger forces and countless young geniuses beyond its walls. Lin Xiao traveled swiftly, heading deep into the Beast Forest. The beasts on the outskirts were relatively weak, mostly at the early to mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm, posing no challenge to him. He pushed deeper by several miles until the surrounding beasts were comparable to those at the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm, and then he stopped. This is it. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Without using sword intent, this level of difficulty is just right. He drew an ordinary steel longsword from his back. It was something he had bought for 2 spirit stones at the sect. Though not a great sword, it was the best he could afford with his current 30 or so spirit stones. Suddenly, a wolf-like fierce beast leapt out from the underbrush, its sharp claws aiming for Lin Xiao's vital points. However, the claws only tore through an afterimage. The real Lin Xiao had already moved behind the beast. Did you really think I didn't notice you? Lin Xiao sneered. Heavenly underworld sword technique. The sword pierced through the air, striking the beast's vital point. The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed as the wolf-like beast was sent flying by the strike. Just as it struggled to get up, Lin Xiao's second attack arrived. Dark Moon. A crescent-shaped black sword energy howled through the air, instantly slicing the beast in half. The battle ended even quicker than it began. Standing beside the beast's corpse, Lin Xiao began to reflect on his experience. The angle of the first strike was off, and the spiritual energy transfer was inadequate. Although it was a killing move, its effectiveness was mediocre. 2 minutes later, Lin Xiao gathered the valuable beast materials and used his Shifting Shadows movement technique to leave. From the time he left the Sword Demon Sect to the battle just now, he had already practiced this movement technique to the small accomplishment level, allowing him to create an afterimage during high-speed movement. When he could create 3 afterimages, it would be considered a great accomplishment, and 10 afterimages would signify perfection. Lin Xiao's exceptional comprehension was truly impressive. After Lin Xiao had mastered the new movement technique to a satisfactory level, he felt the surging spiritual energy within him. With a sudden swift motion, his figure blurred, leaving afterimages in the air. No wonder it's an Earth-level technique. My speed has at least doubled, he marveled to himself. For the rest of the day, Lin Xiao wove through the forest, his sword flashing and his movements elusive. By nightfall, he had honed the technique to a high degree of proficiency. He understood that reaching perfection would require more time and practice. The following day, Lin Xiao began training in the body-strengthening technique known as the Mountain Embrace Seal. Sitting cross-legged on a massive boulder, he formed seals with his hands, his muscles taut. After a full day of rigorous practice, he finally reached the first level of the Mountain Embrace Seal. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Xiao was secretly delighted. My physical strength and defense have doubled, and I've gained a spiritual energy shield that can withstand attacks from someone a level higher. Considering the Mountain Embrace Seal had 9 levels, with each level granting such significant benefits, Lin Xiao felt a bit impatient. This progress feels slow. Little did he know, if others practicing the Mountain Embrace Seal heard this, they would be furious. For most, even getting started in a week was unlikely, and reaching the first level usually took at least a month. In the following days, Lin Xiao diligently trained on the outskirts of the Beast Forest. By day, he focused on the Mountain Embrace Seal and the movement technique, while by night, he found a safe spot to practice his Qi cultivation method. Under this intense training regimen, his strength rapidly increased. On the 10th day, Lin Xiao returned from the depths of the Beast Forest in a sorry state. He held a broken sword, his clothes tattered, and his body bore several fresh wounds. Damn it! The defense of a Sea of Wheels realm beast is insane. Lin Xiao muttered through gritted teeth. To challenge himself, he adventured into the forest's depths, battling fierce beasts without using his sword intent. While his movement and sword techniques improved rapidly, his regular iron sword couldn't withstand the strain and snapped in two. I should head back to the sect and sell these beast materials, then buy a decent sword, Lin Xiao planned. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly tensed. Intense sounds of battle were approaching rapidly from afar. Should I go check it out? Maybe I can score some loot. This thought crossed his mind, and Lin Xiao wasn't sure if it was the influence of the memories from the Sword Demon Sect disciple or just his nature. In a fantasy world, seizing resources and opportunities was commonplace. Soon, two figures came into view. A girl in blue was fleeing for her life, bloodied and pale with anger. Her pursuer was a 2-meter tall brute wielding a long knife, his face twisted in a snarl. With a quick assessment, Lin Xiao discerned their cultivation levels. The girl was at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, while the brute was at least in the Sea of Wheels realm. Better stay out of this. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Xiao quickly decided, silently retreating to the side. The wretched girl from the demon sect, do you really think you can escape back to the sword demon sect? Just stay and make elixirs for me, and I'll treat you well. Isn't that a better option, huh? Two burly men sneered, their eyes fixed on the fleeing woman. Their voices echoed through the forest, filled with menace and malice. The woman in blue didn't look back, her feet moving swiftly as she ran for her life. Her heart pounded like a drum, her breath quick and shallow, but she dared not pause for even a moment. The outline of the sword demon sect was visible at the horizon, and she knew she had to give it her all. If she couldn't escape, she was determined to fight to the end. She would rather perish than submit to others. In this critical moment, she suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. Hope flickered in her heart, and she opened her mouth to call out, "Friend. I am a disciple of Elder Qiao from Danqing Peak of the Sword Demon Sect. Please." Before she could finish, she realized the person's cultivation level, and her heart sank. A mere 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm. What was someone with such meager strength doing on the outskirts of the monster forest? The beasts here were at least in the late stages of the spirit gathering realm, if not at full power. For someone at the 3rd level to be here was akin to seeking death. But there was no time for her to ponder this. The woman slightly altered her course to avoid the person, simultaneously gathering all her spiritual energy. If she couldn't flee, she would make her pursuers pay. "Nether slash!" she shouted, swinging her sword to unleash a black arc of energy behind her. "Oh, resisting again, are we? Well, I won't hold back then. Let's end this here." The towering man smirked, casually striking with his palm. Flip the hand for clouds, turn the hand for rain. A massive black palm formed from the powerful spiritual energy of the Wheel Sea realm, descending with the force of a collapsing sky. In the next instant, the sword light collided violently with the black palm. A resounding crack echoed as the woman's sword light shattered instantly, offering no resistance. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, and the outcome was inevitable. The woman watched as the black palm continued towards her, her grip tightening on her sword, eyes filled with despair and resolve. She was ready to die rather than fall into enemy hands. Just then, a blur of motion caught her eye. Whoosh, 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 dozens of sword beams swept past her, heading straight for the black palm. The dazzling brilliance of the sword energy resembled dancing threads of silver, forming a river of sword energy that surged forward. With a thunderous boom, the once indomitable black palm was obliterated by the wave of sword energy. The towering man was momentarily stunned, as was the woman in blue. Who was this powerful ally? A young man calmly approached the woman from behind, softly asking, "The nether sword technique? What's your relationship with senior brother Lu Wanyuan?" The woman spun around, shock written all over her face. The person behind her was the young man with the 3rd level spirit gathering realm cultivation. He had unleashed those dozens of sword beams? What shocked her even more was what he had just said. You know my brother?" Lu Mingyue asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "So, you're his sister. I knew your brother. He once guided me," Lin Xiao replied casually. This was not entirely true. The fact was, Lin Xiao had recognized the move she had used from the nether sword technique because he had absorbed the sword energy and comprehended the technique from Lu Wenyuan's sword tomb. Lu Wenyuan, a sword genius ranking in the top 10 within the inner sect, had unfortunately perished during a secret realm exploration, leaving behind only a sword. Having seen his memories, Lin Xiao had recognized the technique when Lu Mingyue used it. "Huh, kid, you're only at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm and you dare to play the hero? Are you out of your mind?" The towering man sneered at Lin Xiao. He wasn't surprised that Lin Xiao had blocked his casual strike. Everyone had some life-saving tricks up their sleeve. But, you blocked 1 strike, can you block 2 or 3? Lin Xiao ignored the man and turned to Lu Mingyue, asking, "May I borrow your sword?" You. He's a Wheel Sea realm expert. You're no match for him. Run while you can," Lu Mingyue urged urgently. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. She didn't want to drag someone else down with her. "It's too late for that. Do you think he'll let me go?" Lin Xiao smiled, taking the sword from Lu Mingyue's hands. A familiar sensation washed over him. A memory transferred from the sword into his mind as Lu Mingyue's cultivation flashed before him. His understanding of the nether sword technique deepened. Is this even possible? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had thought his perfect comprehension ability only applied to the sword tombs of the deceased, but apparently, it worked on the swords of the living too. Kid, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck? Heh. The towering man, standing at 2 meters, sneered, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Xiang remained unmoved, he wasted no more words and swiftly struck with both hands. 2 colossal black palms, even more formidable than before, materialized out of thin air, bearing down on Lin Xiang with overwhelming force. The air seemed to whistle sharply under their power. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed as he raised his spirit sword in an instant. With a flicker of sword light, nearly 100 sword energies surged forth like a cascading galaxy. Amplified by the spirit sword, their power was greater than ever. The black palms collided with the sword energies, producing a deafening roar. Though powerful, the palms were ultimately consumed by the remaining sword energies after destroying nearly half of them. The smile on the giant man's face froze, replaced by a look of incredulous shock. Impossible, he exclaimed. This guy is only at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. How can he repeatedly withstand my attacks? Standing behind Lin Xiang, Lu Mingyue was equally stunned. She had assumed her junior brother had used some hidden trump card to block the previous attack. But witnessing it firsthand, she realized it was no hidden technique. It was the sheer power of a casual sword strike. Even more astonishing was that each sword energy Lin Xiang unleashed matched the full strength of her own attacks. Is this all the power a Wheel-C realm expert has? Seems I overestimated it, Lin Xiang remarked with a frown, his tone carrying a hint of genuine curiosity rather than mockery. After all, the Wheel-C realm beast he faced earlier was far more formidable than this man. You wretch, die. The giant man roared in fury. Being belittled by a mere ant at the early spirit-gathering realm was intolerable for him. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, quickly coalescing in the air. This time, it wasn't a giant palm but a massive spiritual blade. With a furious shout, he swung the blade at Lin Xiang with devastating force. The surrounding air seemed to compress with the blow, emitting a sharp screech. Lu Mingyue's face turned pale. It's over, she thought in despair. There's no way to block this. Against such a disparity in power, Lin Xiao's sword energies seemed futile despite their number. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious. He knew he couldn't hold back in the face of this attack. Then let's cut it down, Lin Xiang murmured softly, slowly raising his spirit sword. In an instant, an aura of immense dread burst forth from the sword. Both the giant man and Lu Mingyue felt a chill, as if an invisible blade pressed against their throats. Slash. With Lin Xiao's calm command, a brilliant white sword light, akin to a descending galaxy, erupted. Wherever it passed, the air itself seemed to tear apart. With a crisp crack, the powerful sword light struck the massive spiritual blade without mercy. The blade shattered instantly like a brittle twig. The giant man's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to even scream before the white sword light split him in two, extinguishing his life in an instant. Silence fell over the scene. Lu Mingyue stood there, dumbfounded, her mind blank. What had she just witnessed? A junior brother at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm had just slain a Wheel-C realm expert with a single strike. It defied everything she thought she knew, making her question if she was dreaming. Senior sister, this sword is quite nice. Lin Xiao's voice broke the silence. He returned the sword to Lu Mingyue and casually walked over to the giant man's corpse to search for loot. For Lin Xiao, this wasn't his first encounter with a corpse. He had seen many during his time in the Brahma sword tomb. Moreover, he had acted in self-defense this time, so he felt no guilt about scavenging the body. After a thorough search, Lin Xiao found only a ring and nothing else. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he examined the small ring. If his guess was correct, it was a legendary spatial storage ring, a rare treasure indeed. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pocketed the ring, planning to study it later. Well, senior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll be off. Goodbye, Lin Xiao said, turning away without looking back. He had intervened only because he felt indebted to the Brahma sword tomb for its gifts. Otherwise, he would have avoided any confrontation with the Wheel-C realm expert. Wait a moment, junior brother. What's your name? Lu Mingyue called out, finally coming to her senses. But she received no reply. The speed of Lin Xiao's departure was beyond her ability to catch up. Who exactly is this junior brother? Lu Mingyue wondered aloud, standing there in astonishment, unable to calm her racing thoughts. Lu Mingyue stared blankly in that direction, her mind in a fog. The person had called her senior sister, clearly indicating he was a disciple of the Jinma sect. But when did the inner sect produce such a prodigious sword cultivator? Recalling that stunning sword strike, the power it contained left her in awe. She secretly concluded that even if her brother were still alive, he would likely be no match for this person's strength. Shaking her head, she decided to return to the sect to investigate. A master of this caliber would not remain unnoticed. She quickened her pace, heading swiftly toward the sect. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already left the beast forest and returned to the Jinma sect in less than an incense stick's time. Along the way, he familiarized himself with the use of the storage ring. After rummaging through the ring, Lin Xiao felt somewhat disappointed. Apart from nearly 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones and some miscellaneous materials, it contained only a human-grade superior martial skill, Shadow Palm, and a top-tier human-grade martial skill, Shadow Blade. These skills were of little use to him, as he preferred to focus on his sword techniques and insights into sword intent. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, "My first time robbing someone, and I run into a pauper." The biggest gain, however, was the storage ring itself. As far as he knew, even for those at the Wheel Sea realm, storage rings were rare and priceless. This smallest type of storage ring could sell for at least 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a considerable fortune. Upon returning to the sect, Lin Xiao sold the beast materials to the procurement department. Although selling them himself could fetch a higher price, it was too time-consuming. The materials from beasts at the latest stage gathering spirit realm and above left the disciples in the department astonished, unable to fathom how a young disciple at only the third level of the gathering spirit realm could acquire them. Ultimately, Lin Xiao sold them for over 400 lower-grade spirit stones. While not bad, he still felt a bit dissatisfied after all. 10 days of hard work had only earned him a little over 400 spirit stones, whereas killing a Wheel Sea realm opponent had netted him 3,000 spirit stones, not to mention the martial skills and the ring. Clearly, robbery was a quicker way to earn money. Next, Lin Xiao headed to the trading plaza. This was a marketplace set up by the Jinma sect for disciples to sell opportunities and items that didn't suit them. Lin Xiao quickly spotted many stalls selling martial skills and techniques, as well as notices for buying and selling. After some comparison, he sold the 2 martial skills for 500 and 1,200 lower-grade spirit stones, respectively. He then began searching for a suitable longsword. Although he could unleash sword energy and intent without a sword, the power would be reduced by at least 30%. This difference could determine the outcome in a duel between experts. However, after browsing around, he didn't find any longsword that caught his eye. Instead, some disciples' purchase notices piqued his interest: 200 lower-grade spirit stones for a demonstration of the mastery level of the falling rain sword technique, 450 for insights into the thunderstorm movement technique, and 1,200 for the secret of the 4th layer of the diamond body technique. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, as if he saw a lucrative opportunity. With his mastery of over 100 sword techniques and his condensed sword intent, teaching swordsmanship would be no problem for him. He quickly chose a notice: 500 lower-grade spirit stones for a detailed demonstration of the essence of the blazing fire sword technique. After taking down the notice, an inner sect disciple in a blue robe, likely at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm, approached him. Seeing Lin Xiao's youthful appearance and 3rd-level gathering spirit realm cultivation, the disciple looked surprised and puzzled. Lin Xiao calmly asked, "Does the depth of sword technique comprehension have a direct correlation with cultivation level?" The disciple nodded apologetically and led Lin Xiao to a quiet room equipped with defensive formations. Although still somewhat skeptical, he figured that since this junior dared to take the notice, he must have some confidence. Lin Xiao got straight to the point. "Hand me the sword." After a moment's hesitation, the inner sect disciple handed over the sword. Grasping the hilt, Lin Xiao drew the sword from its sheath. Instantly, memories surged into his mind, deepening his understanding of the blazing fire sword technique. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, visualizing the inner sect disciple executing the technique in various scenarios. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Xiao had a good grasp of the disciple's swordsmanship. "Like many others, you've been practicing in the wrong direction," Lin Xiao stated. "Practicing the wrong techniques?" The inner sect senior brother frowned deeply, feeling a wave of displeasure. The blazing sword technique was personally taught by his master, a dignified and righteous method. How could it possibly be practiced incorrectly? His master was an inner sect elder, a latest-stage powerhouse in the Wheel Sea realm. Even if he had made a mistake, his master certainly would not have. Just as this inner sect disciple was about to politely decline, Lin Xiao moved. His long sword emitted a dazzling red light, and in an instant, the temperature in the quiet room soared. Lin Xiao executed the blazing sword technique with fluidity and grace, each movement brimming with vitality. Gathering energy into flames, the sword's aura blazed fiercely. After just a few moves, the inner sect disciple was astonished to find that this junior brother seemed to merge with the flames. The entire sword technique appeared alive, something he had never witnessed before. A perfect harmony with the blazing sword technique. This was beyond mastery. It was nearing the realm of perfection. The inner sect disciple was visibly shaken, realizing that in terms of understanding the sword technique, this junior brother was not inferior to their master. "Fire is often seen as fierce and relentless," Lin Xiao said after completing a sword form. "But that's just the most common interpretation and level of understanding. The inner sect disciple was about to nod in agreement with the first part of the statement, but the latter half left him stunned. Could there be another interpretation of fire? Watch closely, Lin Xiang said calmly, swinging his sword again. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out, leaving only a faint red glow emanating from Lin Xiao's sword. A sharp sound of the sword echoed, and the spiritual energy in the room visibly distorted, rippling outward like waves. The inner sect disciple felt an impending sense of danger, retreating quickly until he hit the edge of the room, staring in shock. The lights came back on, and Lin Xiao held the sword out to him. A single spark can set the whole prairie ablaze. The inner sect disciple swallowed hard, still shaken. He hurriedly accepted the sword, bowing deeply to Lin Xiao. I apologize again for my earlier doubts. Your understanding of the blazing sword technique is unparalleled. Even our master cannot compare. Wu Zongqing from the inner sect's Qiyin Peak thanks you for your guidance. It's nothing, just a fair exchange, Lin Xiao gestured, clearly indicating that the demonstration was complete and it was time to pay up. Oh, right here. Wu Zongqing quickly handed over 10 medium-grade spirit stones. One medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, amounting to 1,000 in total. Wasn't it supposed to be just 500 low-grade spirit stones? Lin Xiao asked. Your demonstration of a deeper level of the blazing sword technique was enlightening. The additional spirit stones are well-deserved, Wu Zongqing explained respectfully. Lin Xiao accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. He indeed needed them for his cultivation. The conversion rate for absorbing low-grade spirit stones with ordinary techniques was less than 50%, but Lin Xiao's modified qi nourishing technique could achieve over 70% efficiency, which was quite impressive. By the way, if you feel stuck in your swordsmanship, you might consider learning water-based sword techniques. It could help you break through, Lin Xiao suggested before leaving the room. This extra advice was a gesture of goodwill for the additional spirit stones received. Wu Zongqing pondered over the suggestion. Why learn water-based sword techniques? His cultivation and sword techniques were fire-based. Learning water-based techniques seemed counterproductive. The principle of water and fire being incompatible was common knowledge. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, frustrated that he forgot to ask this junior brother's name. He hadn't seen him in the inner sect before. Could he be an outer sect disciple? With a cultivation level of the third tier of the spirit-gathering realm, he was already outstanding among the outer sect. The upcoming outer sect test would likely see him rise to the inner sect. It seemed the inner sect rankings were about to undergo significant changes. After leaving the quiet room, Lin Xiao didn't continue taking missions. He wandered around the trading plaza and spent 4,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase a medium-grade spiritual sword. Unlike ordinary swords, spiritual swords could nurture themselves and enhance sword technique's power. It's said that top-tier spiritual swords could even develop a sword spirit, making them quite expensive. Lin Xiao managed to secure it after much bargaining. As soon as he acquired the spiritual sword, fragments of memories flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. This sword had two previous owners. One died in battle, and the other sold it due to misfortune. Lin Xiao had mastered 2 sets of low-tier sword techniques and couldn't help but feel that this was a deal that guaranteed profit without loss. His life became extremely routine in the days that followed. Every day at the Brahma sword tomb, he was focused on touching swords, practicing sword techniques, and delving into the mysteries of sword intent. Whenever he had the chance to venture outside, he would head straight into the depths of the monster beast forest, challenging various formidable sea realm beasts to hone his skills. However, during this seemingly peaceful period of training, Lin Xiao discovered a perplexing issue. His modified qi cultivation technique, upon reaching the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm, began to show a tendency for lateral development. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, most of it was used to increase the amount of spiritual power rather than advancing him to a higher realm. In the long run, this development model might have its advantages, but Lin Xiao was at a loss to understand the specific reasons. After all, almost no practitioner would cultivate such a basic technique to such an advanced level. Most would eagerly seek higher-level techniques after reaching the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Xiao had also considered replacing the qi cultivation technique and even purchased 2 top-tier human-level techniques. To his surprise, the cultivation speed of these techniques was far inferior to his modified qi cultivation technique. Even with his comprehension, modifying these techniques did not improve the speed to match. After weighing his options, Lin Xiao decided to temporarily retain the qi cultivation technique and consider alternatives when he encountered a more suitable technique in the future. Time flew by, and soon, it was a sunny day. The outer sect of the Sword Demon sect was unusually lively. Even the usually busy servant disciples had a rare day off. A group of new tomb guards who had just emerged from the Brahma sword tomb enthusiastically discussed. Finally, we're out of that dreadful place. Exactly, you guys have completed the monthly tasks before, but it's my first time leaving the Brahma sword tomb. I wonder when we can become outer sect disciples. How about today? The outer sect test allows servant disciples to participate. So we tomb guards are definitely eligible. Nearly 100 new tomb guards eagerly headed towards the outer sect test square. For many of them, it was their first time leaving the Brahma sword tomb. The monthly task of cleaning tin sword tombs was incredibly demanding, and over the past few months, only a handful out of over 100 managed to complete it on time. Lin Xiang wasn't particularly concerned about the outer sect test. He was more interested in what would happen when he met with Elder Gung after the test. His heart was filled with anticipation and a touch of apprehension, wondering what surprises or challenges this meeting might bring. The square was buzzing with excitement as numerous outer sect disciples gathered, discussing animatedly. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd, and a path automatically opened up. A handsome young man walked slowly towards them. It was none other than the top outer sect disciple, Shun Gao. That's senior brother Shen Gao. I heard he broke through to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm a few days ago. With such cultivation, he could easily excel in the inner sect. Of course, senior brother Shen's talent is exceptional. He missed the chance to enter the inner sect last time because he was occupied. This batch of top outer sect disciples is really something. The crowd's attention was focused on the top outer sect disciples, eagerly anticipating their performance in the upcoming test. Once enough people had gathered, a calm voice reached everyone's ears. Quiet. All the outer sect disciples immediately fell silent, their eyes fixed on the figure on the high platform. Lin Xiao and the other gravekeepers beside him also looked up. It's Elder Chun, someone whispered. A few months ago, nearly 10,000 people were brought here, and it was Elder Chun who assigned them to the Brahma sword tomb. Meeting him again stirred complex emotions in everyone. Lin Xiao was no exception. He had fully integrated into this fantasy world. In some ways, he even felt grateful to Elder Chun for bringing him to the Brahma sword tomb. Elder Chun began announcing the rules. This year's rules for the outer sect test are the same as before. Only those at or above the 5th level of the Qi refining realm can participate. The top 10 in the final test will each receive 5 mid-grade spirit stones and a token to select from the first floor of the Hidden Skills Pavilion. The top 3 will receive a bottle of superior grade rejuvenation pills. Most outer sect disciples were already familiar with these rules. Only the newer disciples and servant disciples were surprised upon hearing them. What? You need to be at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm to participate? That's disappointing. I'm only at the 4th level. I'll have to wait until next year. Same here, just missed it by a bit. I'm at the 5th level, but I won't participate to avoid embarrassment. The other gravekeepers around Lin Xiao shook their heads helplessly. The highest among them was only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm, far from the starting point for the outer sect test. However, there was one exception. The other gravekeepers glanced at Lin Xiao. This lone wolf seldom spoke to them, always busy with his own affairs. His aptitude was remarkably good, being the first to complete tasks each month and apply for leave. They couldn't fathom his cultivation level. He might have already met the requirements for the outer sect test. Despite their lack of fondness for Lin Xiao, they hoped that someone from the gravekeepers could participate in the test. Whether or not he succeeded, it would at least earn them some respect. A friendly gravekeeper approached Lin Xiao and asked, "Brother Lin Xiao, are you joining the outer sect test?" The other gravekeepers perked up their ears. Yes, Lin Xiao replied simply. The other gravekeepers nodded, thinking that this lone wolf must have reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. They couldn't help but wonder why someone with such talent was assigned to the Brahma sword tomb in the first place. Lin Xiao noticed their looks but didn't bother to explain. After extensive comprehension and application of sword intent, he could conceal his cultivation level so well that even a powerhouse at the Wheel C realm wouldn't be able to discern it if he didn't want them to. Soon, registration for the outer sect test began. Lin Xiao stepped forward to line up. However, his servant disciple attire made him stand out, drawing disdainful looks from the surrounding outer sect disciples. A servant disciple is actually signing up for the outer sect test? What audacity! Does he really think just reaching the 5th level of the Qi refining realm will earn him rewards? The registration disciples asked each candidate, name, age, cultivation level. Chen Quan, 26, 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Wang Pingda, 32, 7th level of the Qi refining realm. When it was Lin Zhao's turn, the registrar asked in surprise, a servant disciple? Which main peak are you from? He had registered 2 servant disciples earlier that day, both of whom were older and had taken 7 to 8 years to reach the outer sect test threshold. This young man didn't seem very old. If he had also reached the threshold, it would imply he had decent potential. But if he had such potential, why was he assigned as a servant disciple? I'm a gravekeeper from the Brahma sword tomb, Lin Xiao replied. What? A gravekeeper? You're a gravekeeper? The registrar exclaimed. Gravekeepers were usually frail and weak. Though he couldn't perceive the cultivation level of the person in front of him, he could feel the strong life force emanating from him. This was unlike any gravekeeper he had seen before. All right then, name, age, cultivation level, the registrar asked again. Reporting false information during the Outer Sect test was severely punished. There was no reason to lie. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and decided not to reveal his true level. Lin Xiao, 20, first level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Elder Gung had told him that exceptional talent needed no concealment in the Sword Demon sect. Yet, Lin Xiao felt that his talent might be more extraordinary than Elder Gung realized. It was better to keep things under wraps. However, when the registrar heard Lin Xiao's words, his eyes widened. What did you say? You've already broken through to the Spirit Gathering Realm? He couldn't believe it. A servant disciple claiming to have reached the Spirit Gathering Realm at just 20? It seemed utterly implausible. The Outer Sect disciples nearby shared the same disbelief. Before any of them could voice their doubts, Lin Xiao released a trace of his energy, controlled at the first level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. The people around were stunned. In the Outer Sect, reaching the Spirit Gathering Realm was considered a sign of good talent. Yet here was a servant disciple who had achieved it. Suddenly, a single thought crossed everyone's minds. Opportunity. This servant disciple must have stumbled upon some rare opportunity, allowing him to soar to the Spirit Gathering Realm. Realizing this, their skepticism turned to envy and jealousy. Ah, such an opportunity. Why did it have to go to a servant disciple? It would have been much better if one of us had received it. Just then, Elder Qin's voice rang out once more. All right, the Outer Sect test begins now. The entrance test is divided into 2 phases. In the first phase, each participating disciple must leave a mark on the sword testing stone, which can be in the form of sword energy, blade energy, or a palm imprint. The stone will display a numerical value based on the strength of the attack, and the top 100 will advance to the second phase. Lin Xiao had no strong impression of the sword testing stone until a few disciples brought out a nearly 2-meter-long black stone tablet. The stone emitted an aura of ancient mystery, with a deep sword mark at its center that commanded respect. Upon seeing the stone, Lin Xiao's inner sword intent became restless, as excited as a cat spotting a mouse. Excuse me, senior brother, may I ask you a question? Lin Xiao turned to a nearby Outer Sect disciple. The disciple was flattered and quickly explained that he was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, unworthy of being addressed as senior brother by Lin Xiao, who was at the 1st level of Spirit Gathering. Lin Xiao graciously dismissed the disciple's modesty and directly inquired, "Do you know the origin of that sword testing stone? It seems extraordinary." The disciple answered knowledgeably, "This is a treasure that the sect master found in an ancient ruin 100 years ago. The sword mark on the stone is said to have been left by an ancient sword cultivator during an epiphany, containing immense power. Comprehending it can bring great benefits. However, for the past century, even powerful members of the Outer Sect have failed to gain anything from it. So now it's just used as a testing tool." Lin Xiao nodded in thanks, his gaze fixed on the sword testing stone. The words, ancient sword cultivator, stirred waves in his heart. The test commenced. Disciples stepped forward one by one, launching their attacks on the sword testing stone. The recording disciple loudly announced each participant's number and score. Lin Xiao observed that the power level for the 9th level of Qi refinement ranged between 600 and 800. The peak of Qi refinement was around 1000, and breaking 1000 indicated reaching the 1st level of Spirit Gathering. Suddenly, murmurs erupted in the crowd. It was because Gu Shi, acknowledged as the 2nd strongest in the Outer Sect, was about to take the stage. With an impassive expression, he approached the sword testing stone and casually unleashed a blue sword energy. Disciple number 242, score 3489. The recording disciple's voice was filled with astonishment. This strike was nearly 3 times the previous highest record. Before the audience could recover from their shock, Shen Gao, the number 1 in the Outer Sect, leisurely made his way forward. He smiled and nodded at the crowd, exuding confidence. Shen Gao stood before the sword testing stone, waved his right hand, and a sword energy whistled out. The recording disciple glanced at the stone, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Disciple number 243, score 3490. The entire arena fell silent, leaving everyone stunned. As Gu Shi's score had just been finalized, Shen Gao's results followed closely. The numbers flickered and settled at 1991, just a notch above Gu Shi's score. The crowd erupted in excitement, amazed at Shen Gao's near-perfect control. What was even more astounding was that Shen Gao hadn't even drawn his sword. He achieved such an impressive score with just his sword aura. Gu Shi's face darkened, and with a cold snort, he turned and left, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Shen Gao shrugged with a smile and casually stepped off the platform. The subsequent tests became rather unremarkable. Over 100 more participants attempted, with the highest score barely reaching 1750, far from the performances of the previous focal figures. Finally, it was Lin Xiao's turn. Disciple number 409, score 810, next, announced the recording disciple. Lin Xiao stretched his limbs and slowly approached the testing stone. His appearance caused quite a stir, as it was rare for a servant disciple to possess a spiritual gathering realm cultivation in the Sword Demon sect. The guardians of the Brahma Sword Tomb turned their attention towards him, with several even voicing their support. On the high platform, Elder Chin's eyes widened with curiosity. A guardian? First level of the spiritual gathering realm? From no cultivation to the first level of the spiritual gathering realm in half a year. What kind of opportunity did this boy encounter? He muttered to himself. Standing before the testing stone, Lin Xiang did not draw his sword, but extended his right hand instead. This action puzzled the onlookers. Some speculated that he intended to emulate Sheng Gao by directly unleashing sword aura, but given his first-level spiritual gathering realm cultivation, such an attempt seemed suicidal. However, Lin Xiao's next move was even more unexpected. He neither released sword intent nor executed a martial art. Instead, he gently placed his palm on the testing stone. For a moment, the crowd was at a loss, with some growing impatient and urging him on. Just then, an astonishingly sharp momentum erupted from Lin Xiang, as if it could tear through the void. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in this formidable power. On the high platform, Elder Chin abruptly stood up, eyes wide in shock, exclaiming, "Enlightenment, enlightenment! Epiphany, the ultimate state that every practitioner dreams of achieving in their lifetime. It has the power to shatter constraints and break through bottlenecks, allowing one to instantly grasp profound truths and significantly enhance their cultivation and strength. Those with high comprehension may experience several opportunities for epiphany throughout their lives, while those with lower comprehension may never encounter even one in their lifetime." At this moment, all eyes in the outer sect square were fixed on Lin Xiang. Elder Chin's eyes widened in shock and envy. He had been diligently cultivating for decades, but had never experienced an epiphany. Yet this young novice, who had only been practicing for 6 months, had so effortlessly entered a state of epiphany. The other outer sect disciples stared at Lin Xiang in astonishment, especially Xin Gao and Gu Shi. They clenched their fists, feeling a silent dissatisfaction. They had touched the sword testing stone countless times, yet never gleaned anything useful. Yet Lin Xiang had achieved in just 6 months what they had longed for. This guy, he's a formidable opponent. The two exchanged glances, reading the same caution in each other's eyes. However, they were still somewhat relieved that Lin Xiao's cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit gathering realm. In their view, with such a low cultivation level, even an epiphany wouldn't yield anything astonishing. However, in the next moment, the long swords across the entire outer sect square began to tremble. Centered around Lin Xiang, countless sword auras appeared out of thin air, crisscrossing and sweeping across the square. A tremendous momentum surged to its peak, even splitting the clouds in the sky with a faint white light, causing the sea of clouds to churn. The outer sect disciples were dumbfounded by this celestial phenomenon. They didn't understand what was happening or what it signified. Only Elder Chen, whose already wide eyes seemed on the verge of popping out. This is the embryonic form of sword intent. He actually comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent? Elder Chen was completely stunned. Comprehending the embryonic form of sword intent at the first level of the spirit gathering realm was unheard of. Some clueless outer sect disciples instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiang, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force emanating from him. Elder Chen was about to stop them. Disturbing someone in epiphany is highly taboo, and if the higher-ups of the sect learned that this boy's epiphany was interrupted, he would be hard-pressed to escape blame. But just as he was about to speak, an elderly figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiang. It was a white-haired elder, and as soon as Elder Chen saw him, he straightened up, a look of respect in his eyes. "Greetings, Elder Mu," he said respectfully. The outer sect disciples were stunned to see this elder appear out of nowhere. Isn't this the caretaker of the Hidden Arts Pavilion? Why is he here? And why is Elder Chen so respectful to him? They speculated that this elder's identity might be extraordinary. After all, Elder Chen was the chief elder of the outer sect, a significant position within the Sword Demon sect, and few could command such respect from him. The elder, referred to as Elder Mu, glanced at Elder Chen before focusing all his attention on Lin Xiang. His eyes also flashed with shock and disbelief. Then, he formed a complex seal with his hands towards the sky, and the celestial phenomenon vanished instantly. Yet Lin Xiang remained with his eyes closed, immersed in some deep realization, seemingly unaffected. Elder Chen approached Elder Mu and said respectfully, "Elder Mu, this disciple has comprehended the embryonic form of sword intent at the first level of the spirit gathering realm. It seems another genius is about to emerge in our sect." "Genius?" Elder Mu said lightly, "You're underestimating this young fellow." Elder Chen was taken aback by this remark. It seemed Elder Mu held this disciple in even higher regard. Could there be something about this boy that he hadn't noticed? Elder Chen scrutinized Lin Xiang again but found nothing particularly special. Elder Mu, seeing Elder Chen's puzzled expression, smiled slightly but did not explain. However, his gaze on Lin Xiang, who was still in epiphany, grew increasingly bright. Old Gung, that old fox, still has such sharp eyes, Elder Mu thought to himself. He was fooled by this young fellow. I thought it was just a genius with an unnamed sword body, but in just 3 or 4 months, this young fellow has grown to this extent. With the cultivation at the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm, what he's condensing during this epiphany isn't the embryonic form of sword intent, but true sword intent. This level is already 20% sword intent. What does 20% sword intent mean? It means he could already hold his own in discussions with experts at the core formation realm. Such astonishing comprehension Elder Mu had neither seen nor heard of it before. This was no ordinary genius. This was a true prodigy. With Elder Chun and Elder Mu present, no one else dared to make any rash moves. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Xiang to awaken from his epiphany. After about the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense, Lin Xiang finally opened his eyes. Although he had been immersed in his epiphany, he was aware of his surroundings. The gains from this experience exceeded his expectations. He had absorbed an incredible ownerless sword intent from within the sword testing stone. Although his cultivation level hadn't changed, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. After Lin Xiang refined the sword intent, he immediately felt a significant enhancement in his understanding of swordsmanship, and his own sword intent advanced considerably. He calculated that if he could fully absorb the sword intent from the trial sword stone, the effects would be even more remarkable. This improvement alone had already doubled his combat power. Lin Xiang couldn't help but daydream. If he could acquire more trial sword stones, he might comprehend the complete path of sword intent, and the power would be unimaginable. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of reverence for the sword mark on the trial sword stone. What level of mastery in swordsmanship must one possess to leave such a mark? Could such a powerful individual still exist in the world? Lin Xiang found himself lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, he turned to thank Elder Chun and the senior beside him. These two had stayed by his side, shielding him from interruptions, and deserved his gratitude. You've been hiding your skills quite well, young man, Elder Mu remarked with a meaningful look, his tone filled with admiration. Lin Xiang humbly replied, You're joking, senior. I'm sure you've already seen through me. With the enhancement in sword intent, he could vaguely sense the strength of this guardian of the hidden skills pavilion, which had to be above the Shindan realm. In the entire sword demon sect, experts at the Shindan realm were rare, indicating the old man's extraordinary status. Elder Mu smiled warmly and said, How about becoming my apprentice, young man? I can speak to old Gung for you. Lin Xiang was momentarily stunned, not expecting the elder to directly propose taking him as a disciple. Elder Chun, standing nearby, was equally shocked. Elder Mu wanting to take on a disciple? This was sensational news. But mentioning old Gung made Elder Chun entertain an unbelievable thought. Could it be that this boy had already caught old Gung's eye? If true, the news would be even more astonishing, almost beyond belief. Elder Chen shuddered at the thought of Elder Gung. If Elder Mu was already intimidating, then Elder Gung was a near-mythical figure within the Sword Demon sect. Apart from him and the higher-ups, no one knew Elder Gung's true identity. Elder Chun marveled at Lin Xiao's luck, but felt it was best not to comment further. Enough, Elder Mu softened his tone. Young one, don't overthink it. After you finish the outer sect test, I'll take you to see that old geezer. Seeing Lin Xiao's hesitation, Elder Mu decided not to press him further. After all, it was a Spiro-Themet suggestion. If he rashly took Lin Xiao as a disciple, who knows how that old geezer would react? All right, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In this mystical world, choosing a master was a significant decision, and with no knowledge of the other party, he couldn't commit lightly. Elder Mu nodded slightly and, with a few steps, appeared on the high platform of the square. Elder Chun turned to Lin Xiao and politely said, Lin Xiao, you may continue with the test. Lin Xiao focused on the test stone before him and casually threw a punch. A number appeared. The test stone, which he had absorbed sword intent from, still functioned but seemed soulless, lacking its former sharp aura. The recorder next to him announced, Disciple number 410, score 2000, next. This score was quite impressive, second only to Shang Gao and Gu Shi. However, the crowd, expecting Lin Xiao to once again amaze everyone, was surprised by the mere 2,000 points. Discussion erupted. Some were astonished that Lin Xiao scored only 2,000, while others pointed out that he had casually thrown a punch. If he had used sword energy, he might have contended with Shang Gao and Gu Shi. Others believed that with Lin Xiao's cultivation at Spirit Gathering Stage 1, it was premature to compare him to his seniors at Stage 6. At this moment, Shang Gao approached Gu Shi and asked with a smile, What do you think of him? Gu Shi glanced coldly at Shang Gao and replied, He's strong. He must be concealing his true power. Shang Gao sighed, So, you noticed too. From what I know, he only started as a tombkeeper in the Brahma sword tomb 6 months ago, and to achieve this in such a short time, give him another 6 months, and he might far surpass us. Tombkeeper? A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Shi's otherwise expressionless face, and a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. It seems he possesses a rare physique. Shun Gao chuckled. When he truly rises, our sword demon sect will surely be lively. Gu Shi sneered. He might just defeat you this time. Shin Gao was momentarily at a loss for words. An hour later, the first stage of the outer sect test concluded. Shun Gao ranked first, Gu Shi second, and Lin Xiang third. A total of 100 outer sect disciples advanced to the second stage. The second stage involved direct combat. The top 100 were grouped based on their ranking, competing against one another to determine the top 10. Once the groups were formed, the second stage commenced immediately. Disciples took turns on stage, showcasing their skills, each eager to make a name for themselves. As the matches progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated, with cheers echoing throughout the venue. Among the top-ranked participants, Lin Xiang was the first to take the stage. His opponent was a disciple at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, ranked 10th in the first stage. The disciple stepped onto the platform, his face bitter and on the verge of tears. He lamented his poor luck, having to face one of the three he least wanted to encounter. He would rather face Brother Gu than this mysterious newcomer. Please, guide me, senior brother, the disciple said, trying to remain composed and polite. In the sect, those with higher cultivation were addressed as senior brothers. Please, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Before Lin Xiao's words had even faded, the disciple charged forward, sword in hand. He planned to end the fight quickly, knowing his cultivation was inferior. Hesitation would only lead to a more embarrassing defeat. Swish. His sword technique unleashed 3 yellow sword energies from different directions toward Lin Xiao. The disciple was fully focused, using his best move right from the start, eager to see how Lin Xiao would respond to plan his next attack. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao simply stood there, watching him, showing no intention of defending. Thud. In the next moment, the 3 sword energies struck Lin Xiao directly. The disciple was stunned, and the crowd erupted in shock. No one expected Lin Xiao to be hit so easily. You were distracted in battle. You lost. A calm voice suddenly spoke behind the disciple. Startled, the disciple barely had time to turn before a powerful force sent him flying off the platform. Lin Xiao withdrew his palm and walked off the stage with composure. What just happened? I didn't even see how he appeared there. It looked like he used a displacement technique. The murmurs around were unending, everyone astounded by the strength Lin Xiao displayed. No way, that afterimage is so realistic. I thought it was the real thing. With that speed, I wouldn't be able to react either, exclaimed an outer disciple, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples nodded in agreement, their faces filled with shock and awe. Are you telling me someone like that is a servant disciple? Another disciple couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his tone a mix of confusion and a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, all the outer disciples fell silent, their expressions reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The competition continued, and the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Soon, it was senior brother Gu Shi's turn to take the stage. His opponent was ranked 4th among the disciples. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked, as if sparks were flying in the air. After 3 rounds, Gu Shi's opponent took a deep breath and cupped his fists, saying, I am not your match, I concede. Though there was a trace of regret on his face, there was also a hint of relief, as lasting 3 rounds against senior brother Gu was already a comfort to him. Next up was Shun Gao's match. Unlike Gu Shi's fierce approach, Shun Gao displayed a rather amiable demeanor. He exchanged blows with his opponent for over a dozen rounds, executing his moves with precision yet maintaining a gentlemanly manner. In the end, Shun Gao concluded the match with a graceful move, sending his opponent off the stage. His gentlemanly demeanor drew cheers from the outer disciples, with applause thundering through the crowd. As the competition progressed, everyone began to notice a fact. Shun Gao, Gu Shi, and the mysterious Lin Xiao were far superior to their peers. Whispered conversations erupted among the spectators, with everyone speculating about which of the 3 was the strongest. Particularly intriguing was Lin Xiao, who hadn't even drawn his sword in several matches, relying solely on his speed and fists to overpower his opponents. Such a disparity in skill left everyone curious. Just how strong was he? Finally, after a few more matches, Lin Xiao faced off against Gu Shi. At that moment, all eyes of the outer disciples were fixed on the center of the arena, the air seemingly frozen. The two stepped onto the stage, locking eyes. Gu Shi spoke coolly, Junior brother Lin, let's learn from each other. Lin Xiao responded calmly, Senior brother Gu likewise. Meanwhile, in the outer stands, Elder Mu leisurely asked, Xiao Chun, who do you think will win? Elder Chen pondered briefly before replying, Elder Mu, you're teasing? Although Gu Shi is quite strong, he can't match Lin Xiao, who has grasped the rudiments of sword intent. Elder Mu's eyes twinkled with mischief as he asked, and what if the boy doesn't use sword intent? What? Not use sword intent? Elder Chun was momentarily taken aback, then continued his analysis. If Lin Xiao doesn't utilize sword intent, given the difference in their cultivation levels, it would be tough for him to withstand several of Gu Shi's attacks. After all, Gu Shi practices the fiery sword technique, which is particularly effective against fast opponents. Elder Mu listened, smiling without a word. His gaze revealed a certain certainty, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the match. In his heart, he was sure that Gu Shi wouldn't last more than 3 rounds against this young man. On the dueling platform, Lin Xiao and Gu Shi stood facing each other. After exchanging greetings, neither made a move. Lin Xiao stood still, waiting for his opponent to strike first. Gu Shi frowned as he sized up Lin Xiao, noticing that the long sword on his back remained sheathed. Junior brother, aren't you going to draw your sword? Gu Shi's tone carried a hint of chill. Lin Xiao responded with a stoic expression. If I can win, why would I need to draw my sword? This statement made Gu Shi's face darken. You're even more annoying than Shun Gao, he snorted, drawing his sword. In an instant, the temperature on the platform soared. A wave of intense heat surged like a tide, enveloping Gu Shi. Hunt! Gu Shi swung his sword, and a fiery serpent split from the wave, hurtling towards Lin Xiao at incredible speed. The extreme heat distorted its trajectory in the air. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately employed the shadow step technique. His figure left behind an afterimage as he dodged. However, this maneuver proved ineffective. The fiery serpent seemed to have eyes, instantly changing direction to pursue Lin Xiao. It can track me? Lin Xiao moved again, leaving multiple afterimages on the platform, making it seem as if several Lin Xiaos had appeared. By the time the third afterimage appeared, the fiery serpent had lost its target. Catch him! Gu Shi snorted again, conjuring several more fiery serpents with a wave of his sword. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, continuing to use his technique. The number of afterimages increased 7, 8, 9, indistinguishable from the real Lin Xiao, leaving the disciples below unable to tell which was the true one. The crowd marveled at Lin Xiao's mastery of the shadow step technique. This level of skill required significant merit points to exchange for in the Hidden Techniques Pavilion, where most would opt for top-tier sword techniques or skills. But witnessing Lin Xiao's flawless execution, many disciples secretly resolved to acquire this technique themselves. On the viewing platform, Elder Chun was dumbfounded. 9 afterimages. This is nearly the perfected state of the shadow step. He had practiced this technique for 10 years, only achieving 8 afterimages, and each was less substantial than Lin Xiao's. Is Lin Xiao some kind of prodigy? How could he master it so quickly? Elder Chin's face turned grim, feeling as though his 10 years of effort were wasted. Even Elder Mu beside him showed astonishment and curiosity. To nearly perfect an earth-level technique in less than half a year, this boy's talent is terrifying. On the dueling platform, Gu Shi's brows furrowed deeper. He had pushed the hunt technique to its limits, yet he couldn't even graze Lin Xiao. This speed was beyond the level of the spirit-gathering realm. However, Gu Shi had another strategy to counter Lin Xiao. According to the duel rules, stepping off the platform meant losing. So, scorched earth! Gu Shi shouted, swinging his sword. In an instant, the entire platform was engulfed in flames. If his opponent was fast, then he would cover the whole platform, leaving no place to escape. Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks, swallowed by the flames. Gu Shi dispelled the fiery serpents, as his goal was victory, not harming his opponent. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Shi's expression changed, sensing something amiss. A muffled sound followed, and the flames consuming Lin Xiao were extinguished by a mysterious force. Lin Xiao stood enveloped in a green mountain seal, which had suppressed the flames. That's the mountain embrace seal, Gu Shi exclaimed. A top-tier body refinement technique. No wonder Lin Xiao's strength was formidable, capable of striking a 2000 score on the sword-testing stone with a mere punch. It turned out he had cultivated this technique to a high level. But Gu Shi was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Xiao a sword cultivator? Why would he also focus on body refinement? Elder Mu watched Lin Xiao, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, this boy is interesting. Truly interesting. He recalled the 2 techniques Lin Xiao had chosen from the Hidden Techniques Pavilion, which he hadn't paid much attention to at the time. Body refinement techniques were far more challenging to cultivate than techniques of the same level. Yet Lin Xiao not only succeeded, but had reached the 4th level. Each level of the Mountain Embrace seal could withstand attacks from an opponent a minor realm higher. This meant Lin Xiao's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the Spirit Gathering realm. With the seal's defensive capabilities, it was as if no one below the perfected Spirit Gathering realm could break his defense. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy, Elder Mu marveled. In half a year, he's reached the 4th level of the Spirit Gathering realm, perfected his movement technique, achieved minor success in body refinement, and comprehended 2 levels of sword intent. Any one of these achievements would mark him as a genius. All 4 together, if he continues to grow, he could be the hope of the Sword Demon sect. Although the Sword Demon sect ranked in the top 10 within the Wei Dynasty, as a sect of the demonic path, its position was precarious. Many of its rules and practices were starkly different from those of the so-called righteous path, emphasizing the supremacy of strength. On the platform, seeing the mountain embrace seal envelop Lin Xiang, Gu Shi launched several fiery serpents once more. This time, Lin Xiang didn't dodge, allowing them to approach. Yet as they neared, the seal instantly suppressed and extinguished them without a spark. I concede, Gu Shi said bitterly, filled with reluctance. His greatest frustration wasn't failing to break Lin Xiao's defense, but never forcing him to draw his sword. Thank you for the match, Lin Xiao replied calmly, retracting the mountain embrace seal. The disciples below turned their attention to Lin Xiao, the dark horse of the outer sect trials, whose strength far exceeded their expectations. In subsequent matches, Gu Shi faced Shen Gao. After a fierce battle spanning several rounds, Gu Shi's unstable mindset led to his defeat. Otherwise, with his strength, he shouldn't have lost so quickly. After several more matches, the outer sect trials reached their final showdown, the top outer disciple, Shen Gao, against the biggest dark horse, Lin Xiao. This ultimate battle of the outer sect became the focal point of the entire event. Amidst the anticipation of everyone gathered, Lin Xiao and Shen Gao stepped onto the competition stage. Shen Gao maintained his usual graceful and confident demeanor, which excited the outer sect disciples below, who cheered him on enthusiastically. After all, Shen Gao was the acknowledged top of the outer sect, and everyone hoped he would secure the first place in the test. Lin Xiao watched his opponent with a cold gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips, hinting at his eagerness. Ever since his sword intent had improved, he had been looking for someone to test its power against, though he didn't believe Shen Gao was worthy of the challenge. At that moment, Shen Gao spoke up, his tone gentle. Junior brother Lin, could we discuss something? Lin Xiao frowned, puzzled. Please, senior brother, go ahead. He wasn't sure what Shen Gao intended. With a generous smile, Shen Gao said, I know I can't defeat you, so I concede this match. Lin Xiao was taken aback, and the outer sect disciples below were equally stunned. They murmured among themselves, why? Why would senior brother Shen concede without even a fight? Even though Lin Xiao is strong, conceding without a battle feels disappointing. Not far away, Gu Shi glared at Shen Gao, his mouth twitching as he muttered under his breath, this guy just loves being in the spotlight. Shen Gao seemed to have anticipated the crowd's reaction. In fact, after witnessing Lin Xiao's match against Gu Shi, he had already foreseen his own outcome. The most crucial realization was that Lin Xiao had comprehended sword intent as standard for those at the Xiandan realm. Although he was the top of the outer sect, he was far from reaching the realm of sword intent. Shen Gao continued to address Lin Xiao, but before conceding, could I experience your swordsmanship level? Lin Xiao understood his intent and nodded. Sure. By the way, may I ask what sword technique senior brother practices? Me? The rainbow sword technique, Shen Gao replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao's sword automatically leapt from its sheath into his hand. In an instant, a massive surge of sword energy erupted, akin to a galaxy stretching across the sky, with the brilliance of a rainbow illuminating the sun. The scorching sun seemed to retreat, as the blinding light and aura momentarily pained everyone's eyes. When the crowd regained their senses, Shen Gao had already been knocked dozens of meters off the stage, seemingly with minor injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had sheathed his sword and was casually walking off the platform. This is too powerful. Senior brother Shen didn't even have a chance to counter. The outer sect disciples were left speechless with shock. The might of that single strike, if it had been them, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it, likely ending up severely injured or worse. At this moment, Shen Gao stood up, his eyes filled with respect and awe. He bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, sincerely saying, thank you for your guidance, junior brother. The other disciples were once again taken aback. Someone quietly asked, Senior brother Gu, why is senior brother Shen thanking Lin Xiao? Gu Shi left with a stern expression, offering no response. He knew full well that what Lin Xiao had just demonstrated was the essence of the rainbow sword technique, a move that couldn't be executed without mastering the technique. Even someone as skilled as Shen Gao couldn't reach that level. And so, this year's outer sect test concluded. Lin Xiao took first place, Shen Gao second, and Gu Shi third. The rewards were distributed accordingly. Lin Xiao was quite pleased as he held the bottle of top-grade rejuvenation pills given by Elder Chun. The bottle contained 10 pills, each worth 200 lower-grade spirit stones, totaling 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. For Lin Xiao, who had only a little over 300 spirit stones left after purchasing a spiritual sword, this reward was indeed generous. Old Mu, with his white beard, had grown impatient. Seeing the test concluded, he immediately grabbed Lin Xiao's shoulder, and the two vanished from the outer sect square. Yet, the discussions about Lin Xiao continued in the square. Meanwhile, on the Qian peak of the Sword Demon sect, an inner sect disciple, looking fatigued, approached a main pavilion. The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, That's Senior Brother Wu. Isn't this his last chance? Becoming the master's personal disciple is so difficult. If he fails again this time, he'll lose the opportunity to become a core disciple. Indeed, it's a pity. Even the head couldn't pass the master's test. How can an ordinary person succeed? Listening to the murmurs around him, Wu Zongqing maintained a stoic expression as he knelt before the pavilion, calling out loudly, "Master, your disciple is here for the trial." A commanding voice echoed from within the pavilion. "Zongqing, are you sure? This test will challenge both your comprehension and your character." "I am sure," Wu Zongqing replied firmly. "Then in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, you may begin," the authoritative voice replied with a hint of resignation. "Yes," Wu Zongqing responded. The other disciples looked on, puzzled. Just last month, Senior Brother Wu seemed to have no clue about the fiery sword technique. How could he have made a breakthrough in just a few days? It seemed impossible. The fiery sword technique was easy to understand but hard to master. Achieving the realm of perfection was something only a handful in the entire sword demon sect could accomplish. Wu Zongqing closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. In his mind, he replayed the scenes from a few days ago in the quiet chamber of the trading market, where a mysterious junior brother had demonstrated the technique to him. He resolved that this final chance must not slip away. To gain the master's true inheritance and favor, he had to give it his all. "Master, I am ready," Wu Zongqing said, opening his eyes and speaking with determination. The main pavilion echoed with a resonant hum. Wu Zongqing unsheathed his long sword, which shimmered with a fiery glow, encircling him. He began demonstrating the blazing sword technique with practiced ease. Each move was skillful and familiar, as his sword energy transformed into fire, moving like a nimble serpent. The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, "Senior Brother Wu's blazing sword technique has improved since a few days ago, but it's still not enough. To meet the master's expectations, he needs to at least master the technique to near perfection." At that moment, a young man emerged from the main pavilion, glaring at them and sternly admonished, "Do not whisper while others are being assessed." The group quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Senior Brother Yuan." Senior Brother Yuan turned his attention back to Wu Zongqing, who was executing the blazing sword technique. He thought to himself, with Junior Brother Wu's aptitude, it'll take at least another year for him to fully comprehend it. However, as he continued to watch, his brow furrowed with concern. Wu Zongqing's execution of the technique seemed unusually different. At that moment, Wu Zongqing's mind was consumed by thoughts of a mysterious junior brother's astonishing sword strike from that day. He realized, fire is not only fierce and relentless, charging forward without hesitation. In its highest form, fire can spread like a spark, igniting a vast field. "Conflagration!" Wu Zongqing shouted. All his sword energy concentrated at the tip of his blade. His inner spiritual power surged wildly. An incredibly intense blaze erupted, rippling outward like tidal waves. The observing disciples' expressions changed dramatically as they exclaimed in shock, "Ah, it's so hot. What kind of power is this? I can't dodge it. Oh no, I feel like I can't withstand this move." Senior Brother Yuan, seeing the other disciples in danger, wanted to intervene. But upon sensing the power of the oncoming blaze, his own expression changed. While he could withstand it, there was no time to assist the others. In that critical moment, a massive red spiritual energy palm burst from the main pavilion, instantly suppressing and extinguishing all the flames. The disciples, still shaken, found it hard to believe that Senior Brother Wu could unleash such power. A voice filled with satisfaction and joy resonated from the main pavilion. "Ha ha ha! Excellent! I now declare that from today, Wu Zongqing will be my direct disciple." Exhausted and sitting on the ground, Wu Zongqing struggled to his feet and respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your recognition. I will continue to work hard." He resolved to seek out information about that mysterious junior brother as soon as he regained his strength, determined to express his gratitude in person. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang was being carried through the air by Mu Lao, the scenery rapidly retreating around them. He realized that not only could a cultivator at the core formation stage fly, but they could do so with incredible speed. Even if he perfected his shadow follower technique, it would pale in comparison. Moreover, Mu Lao was clearly not exerting his full effort. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the sword tomb of Brahma. Mu Lao did not stop. Instead, his right hand formed a seal, revealing a hidden barrier that automatically opened an entrance. The two of them swiftly entered. Lin Xiao noticed that Mu Lao was extremely familiar with the entry process, indicating he was a regular visitor. The sword tomb, a sacred site of the sword demon sect, was off-limits to ordinary individuals, requiring formal notification and permission for entry. Hovering above the sword pavilion, Mu Lao shouted downwards, "Hey, old geezer, stop hiding in the sword pavilion and come out for a chat." Soon, Gung Lao appeared before them, looking at Mu Lao with resignation. When he noticed Lin Xiao, A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. What trouble are you stirring up this time, old man? Mu Lao chuckled. Speak nicely. When have I ever caused trouble? Besides, I'm here on serious business this time. Serious business? Do tell. Gung Lao replied with a skeptical glance. Mu Lao earnestly stated, I want to take this young one as my disciple. What? Gung Lao exclaimed, clearly taken aback. In an instant, he moved beside Lin Xiang, grasping his other shoulder. Moments later, Gung Lao's eyes widened in shock. Sword, 2/10 sword in tint? How is this possible? Last time, you had just formed your sword in tint. Young one, how did you achieve this? Lin Xiang replied honestly. In response to Elder Gung, during the outer sect test, I touched the sword testing stone. I felt something, and when I snapped back, my sword intent had increased. The sword testing stone? Gung Lao fell silent. He had studied that object for a long time without making progress. It seemed this young man's aptitude was even greater than he had imagined, a perfect candidate for a sword cultivator. Gung Lao's gaze at Lin Xiang grew increasingly intense, which displeased Mu Lao. Old geezer, what are you planning? I saw this young one first. You can't snatch him away. Gung Lao released Lin Xiang, feigning nonchalance as he smiled. I've had my eye on this young one for a while. Do you think you can just take him away? Mu Lao's expression changed dramatically. Nonsense. If you had your eye on him, you would have already invited him to the sword pavilion. Gung Lao snorted and asked Lin Xiang. Young one, didn't I tell you to come to the sword pavilion after your outer sect test? Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Xiang quickly replied. Yes, Elder Gung did say that, and I was planning to head to the sword pavilion after the test. Haha, thanks for bringing him here. Old buddy, much appreciated. Gung Lao teased Mu Lao with a mocking tone. Mu Lao's face turned sour. He took a deep breath, then sighed heavily and said, Old geezer, name your terms. What would it take for you to let this young one become my disciple? I'll agree to any condition. His tone was earnest and serious, his words resolute. Elder Gung initially wanted to drive away this uninvited guest, but upon seeing the other's demeanor, a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Although their encounters were always full of verbal sparring and they appeared to be at odds, in reality, they had a deep understanding of each other and shared a strong bond. Elder Mu's unusual behavior at this moment made Elder Gung wary. He had long recognized Lin Xiao's talent, but it hadn't reached the point of taking him as a disciple. The unique nature of the sword pavilion meant Lin Xiao wasn't initially on his radar. He had only asked Lin Xiao to visit him after the outer sect test to offer some guidance. However, this meeting had brought him an incredible surprise. What are you scheming, old man? Elder Gung asked in a deep voice, frowning. He couldn't fathom why Elder Mu was so intent on taking Lin Xiao as a disciple. Elder Mu answered bluntly, if you let this kid inherit the sword pavilion, how long do you think he will survive? Elder Gung fell silent. He sighed deeply and said in a low voice, such a fate is beyond our control. Ignoring Elder Gung's sentiment, Elder Mu turned to Lin Xiao and said, young one, show us your mountain embrace seal without holding back. Elder Gung was taken aback. Mountain embrace seal? Did this kid choose that technique from the Hidden Skills Pavilion? Listening to the cryptic conversation between the two elders, Lin Xiao was puzzled. Nevertheless, he followed Elder Mu's instructions and circulated his internal spiritual energy. In an instant, a faint blue mark enveloped him. 6th level of the Mountain Embrace Seal? Elder Gung exclaimed again. Elder Mu was also surprised, having assumed it was the 5th level, not the 6th. This kid really knows how to keep a secret. 6 levels in half a year, he marveled genuinely. During the outer sect test, Lin Xiao had only demonstrated the 4th level of the Mountain Embrace Seal, but in the intervening months, he had advanced to the 6th level. Keeping 2 levels hidden was both a habit and a strategic reserve. For a moment, both Elder Mu and Elder Gung fell silent. Elder Mu looked invigorated and excited, while Elder Gung appeared troubled, struggling to make a decision. He finally understood why Elder Mu was willing to go to any lengths to take Lin Xiao as a disciple. If Lin Xiao hadn't displayed the Mountain Embrace Seal, he would never have let him go. But now, what should he do? The silence made Lin Xiao uneasy. After a few minutes of waiting, seeing that they remained silent, he couldn't help but ask, what do you two seniors mean? Elder Mu and Elder Gung exchanged a glance, and finally, Elder Gung spoke. Young one, your strength is still too weak. Telling you certain things now might do more harm than good. If you had to choose between 2 paths, one is to cultivate the strongest sword, which is extremely sharp but requires a great price, even your lifespan. The other is to cultivate the strongest shield, but each breakthrough will be 100 or 1,000 times harder than your peers, and you might get stuck at a certain level forever. What would you choose? After Elder Gung finished, both elders fixed their gaze on Lin Xiao, awaiting his answer. This choice was crucial for them. Lin Xiao pondered deeply. He vaguely guessed that the strongest sword referred to Elder Gung, while the strongest shield referred to Elder Mu. They were giving him the choice. If it were me, Lin Xiao began. Both elders leaned forward, their attention fully on him. If it were me, I'd choose both the sword and the shield. Having the strongest sword and the strongest shield at the same time doesn't seem contradictory, does it? The elders were momentarily stunned. Elder Gung shook his head helplessly, while Elder Mu laughed and chided, "You greedy little one. A person's energy is limited, you can't manage both. The result of greed is mediocrity." Elder Mu continued seriously, "Let me be straightforward. The founder of the Sword Demon sect discovered 2 cultivation techniques in a certain relic. Their ranks are unknown, but certainly above the heavenly level. These techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate. Ordinary people find it hard to even begin. I was fortunate to cultivate one of these body-refining techniques. After practicing this technique, my defense is unrivaled in the same realm, and even in cross-realm battles, it's hard for others to harm me. But the downside is clear. With each level advancement, the difficulty increases exponentially. Each breakthrough requires consuming 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more spiritual energy than others." As Lin Xiang listened to the description of the technique, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Elder Mu's words were filled with resignation. "The Mountain Embrace Seal is actually a simplified version that I created, inspired by this physical cultivation technique." This revelation hit Lin Xiang like a ton of bricks, leaving him momentarily stunned. He recalled the inexplicable sense of discord he felt while cultivating the Mountain Embrace Seal. It was as if a puzzle had finally been solved. Despite being an upper-tier human-level technique, it had always seemed unfathomably profound to him. Now he understood there was more to it. Lin Xiao's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "What about the strongest sword technique?" Elder Mu glanced at Elder Gung, who showed no intention of explaining, so he continued, "The strongest sword technique? That's a unique sword cultivation technique that old Gung has been practicing." He elaborated that this technique differed from the conventional method of absorbing spiritual energy. Instead, it required absorbing sword energy into the body, which then needed to be cultivated alongside spiritual energy and specific techniques. The higher the level, the more stringent the quality of sword energy required. To harm others by 1,000, you harm yourself by 800, Elder Mu said gravely. While this technique can grant a practitioner power far beyond their peers, the damage to oneself and the consumption of one's lifespan are incredibly severe. To help Lin Xiao understand better, Elder Mu provided an example. When Old Gung broke through to the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, he could already slay ordinary cultivators of the Xiandan realm. But if you asked him to go on a killing spree, would he dare? He might not even get far before the technique backfired and took his life. Elder Mu then shifted the tone. However, ever since that old fellow stepped into the Xiandan realm, no one has dared to cause trouble at our Sword Demon sect. That kind of deterrence is truly enviable. He concluded, "Now you understand, don't you? Mastering even one of these techniques is as hard as climbing a mountain, let alone both." Lin Xiao bowed his head in thought, but his eyes shone with determination. A technique that absorbed sword energy seemed tailor-made for him. With his exceptional aptitude, mastering both techniques simultaneously shouldn't be a problem. He raised his head, looking resolutely at the 2 elders. "Elder Gung, Elder Mu, I've made up my mind. I want to cultivate both techniques at the same time. Please, grant me this chance." "Hey, why are you so stubborn, kid?" Mu Lao glared at Lin Xiao with impatience written all over his face. "I've been talking for ages, and it's like I've been saying nothing." Old Gung, standing by, couldn't watch any longer and sternly reminded, "Young man, mastering one technique to its peak surpasses knowing many. If you truly wield the strongest sword, no shield can withstand you. They're as good as non-existent." "Exactly. Old Gung's right." Mu Lao nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing. "Focusing on one is the true path. Don't get distracted. Wield the strongest sword." He suddenly caught himself mid-sentence, angrily interrupting himself. "Bah, old man, you're just flattering yourself again. Try breaking my shield, will you? Stop boasting." Old Gung squinted, glancing at Mu Lao, a fierce fighting spirit instantly surging within him. "Wanna try? Bring it on." Mu Lao retorted without backing down, and the tension between them was palpable, ready to explode. Watching this scene unfold, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Wow, this is like a fantasy version of the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object. He quickly intervened. Esteemed seniors, how about this?" Both old men paused and turned to Lin Xiao, waiting for him to continue. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and suggested a compromise. "How about both of you teach me your techniques, and I'll try them out. Whichever one I master more smoothly and quickly, I'll pursue." "How does that sound?" The 2 elders' eyes lit up at his suggestion. After a moment's thought, they both nodded in agreement. Interestingly, this also sparked a new competition between them. They had been rivals in the Sword Demon sect for decades, always neck and neck. This time, Lin Xiao's eventual mastery would determine who was superior. With this in mind, their gazes at Lin Xiao became intense, eager for him to start his training immediately. Time passed quickly, and the elders each imparted their techniques. Gung Lao's technique was the Tian Kuei sword manual, while Mu Lao's was the 9 nether demon suppressing seal. Lin Xiao sat in a room within the sword pavilion, eyes closed, carefully absorbing the newly learned techniques. Outwardly calm, his heart was filled with joy. These were techniques above the heavenly grade. Although challenging to master, their value was immense. The entire sword demon sect had only one lower heavenly grade technique, reserved for the sect master and young master. Now, he had access to 2 superior techniques, a tremendous opportunity. Grateful to both Mu Lao and Gung Lao, Lin Xiao ensured he memorized both techniques before opening his eyes. Standing up, he bowed deeply to the elders, sincerely saying, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your generous teachings." Gung Lao gave Lin Xiao a meaningful look and said, "You have a month. I hope you can start mastering them soon." It had taken them over a month to begin mastering these techniques. This young man, with his higher aptitude, might succeed within that time. Mu Lao chuckled. "Good luck, kid. I'm looking forward to you becoming my disciple." Gung Lao flicked a token inscribed with Brahma to Lin Xiao. "With this token, you can freely enter the Brahma sword grave, both the outer and inner areas. If you encounter any issues in your training, come find me." "Thank you, Gung Lao." Lin Xiao responded promptly, feeling even more elated. The Brahma sword grave was filled with countless sword energies, making the token valuable even without training in Gung Lao's technique. He then turned his gaze to Mu Lao, silently asking with his eyes, "Gung Lao gave me something, what about you?" Mu Lao looked a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to give anything, but he really had nothing much to offer. Gung Lao seized the opportunity to mock, "Don't look at him, kid. His technique is so resource-intensive that he's the poorest old man in the sword demon sect. You, who says I have nothing to give?" Mu Lao, flustered, hurriedly tossed a slip of paper to Lin Xiao. "Kid, take this IOU to old Xiao at Danqing Peak. You can exchange it for 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills." Lin Xiao instinctively caught the paper and blinked in surprise. An IOU? It seemed Mu Lao was indeed short on resources. As a powerful cultivator, he couldn't produce anything substantial. Exactly how resource draining was the 9 nether demon suppressing seal? Lin Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Gung Lao glanced at Mu Lao and remarked, "Ha, it's rare to see you being generous." Mu Lao chuckled. "After all, in a month, he'll be my disciple. It's only right to be generous with my own disciple." "You're mistaken," Gung Lao retorted. "I should thank you for providing my disciple with 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills. They're quite valuable, you know." The 2 elders began bickering again. Lin Xiao quickly excused himself and slipped away. Looking at the IOU in his hand, he decided to head to Danqing Peak right away to exchange it for the pills. Tingyuan pills were used by cultivators in the Wheel C and Core formation stages, each containing immense spiritual energy. A single lower-grade Tingyuan pill was worth 500 lower-grade spirit stones. Cultivators at the Juling realm usually don't dare or can't afford to take Tingyuan Dan. However, Elder Mu once told Lin Xiao that if he practiced the 9 nether demon suppression seal, he could take one before training. Lin Xiao hurried along and soon, his expression turned quite peculiar. After the outer sect test concluded, he, along with Shan Gao and Gu Shi, was promoted to inner sect disciples. This news caused quite a stir throughout the sect, with both outer and inner sect disciples buzzing with discussions. "Have you heard?" whispered one inner sect disciple. A genius emerged from the outer sect test, grasping the rudimentary form of sword intent at just the first level of the Juling realm, sweeping the competition to take first place. "Incredible!" another exclaimed. "The rudimentary form of sword intent is a level only latestage will see realm geniuses can achieve." Someone dismissed it, saying, "It must have been some stroke of luck, just a chance opportunity." "I don't believe anyone at the Juling realm can comprehend the rudimentary form of sword intent," scoffed another voice. "I heard he didn't even draw his sword throughout the entire trial." What's more exaggerated is that he seems to think the inner sect elite rankings are no match for him. That's arrogant. Does he think being first in the outer sect makes him invincible? Short-sighted. The strength of the inner sect elite rankings is beyond his imagination. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded as he listened, thinking to himself, "When did I ever say such things? I've been with Elder Mu the entire time and just came out." It seems that the saying, 3 people make a tiger, is indeed frustratingly true. A moment later, Lin Xiao arrived at Danqing Peak. This main peak was unique within the Sword Demon sect, with its elders and disciples focusing primarily on alchemy, making it the wealthiest main peak in the sect. "Stop!" a guard barked sharply. "You can't just enter Danqing Peak at will. What business does a servant disciple like you have here?" Lin Xiao calmly replied, "I have business with Elder Qiao." Due to his constant busyness, he was still wearing the servant attire of a grave keeper. The guard sneered disdainfully, "Meeting our peak lord? With you? Ridiculous." At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly rushed to Lin Xiang, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. Wow! She exclaimed in delight. Finally! I finally found you! Lin Xiang gazed at the beautiful woman in front of him with a puzzled look. She wore a blue dress that fluttered gracefully, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars, with teeth as white as pearls, accentuating her delicate and elegant features. She exuded the vibrancy of someone in their 20s, stunningly beautiful. Who are you? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. The disciple guarding the peak quickly bowed and greeted her. Greetings, Senior Sister Lu. The woman waved her hand dismissively. All right, you may leave. This person is my friend, and you shall not be disrespectful to him in the future. Yes, Senior Sister Lu. The disciple retreated, secretly surprised that Senior Sister Lu knew this servant disciple. Once they were alone, the woman's demeanor shifted, her eyes fervently fixed on Lin Xiao. Junior brother, after you saved me last time, you disappeared without a word. I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly. Lin Xiao finally realized, oh, it's you. You're Lu Wenyuan's sister, right? He recalled the scene in the demonic beast forest where he had rescued this disheveled woman. My name is Lu Mingyue. The woman reintroduced herself with a hint of exasperation. May I ask your name, junior brother? I'm Lin Xiao, he replied, then asked. Is Senior Sister Lu from Danqing Peak? Lu Mingyue nodded, then suddenly widened her eyes. Wait, Lin Xiao. You can't be the arrogant and talented sword cultivator who stood out in the recent Outer Sect test, can you? Lin Xiao shrugged. The person you're talking about is probably me. Lu Mingyue exclaimed in admiration. Really? Junior brother Lin Xiao, you're amazing. I bet those on the Inner Sect elite list are no match for you. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and changed the subject. Senior Sister Lu, do you know Elder Qiao from Danqing Peak? I need to speak with him. He's my master, Lu Mingyue replied, growing more curious. Do you have business with my master? Yes, I do. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, Senior Sister. The two of them proceeded towards the peak, with Lu Mingyue leading and Lin Xiao following. People they passed greeted Lu Mingyue and curiously eyed Lin Xiao. Lu Mingyue introduced herself as the direct disciple of Elder Qiao, the master of Danqing Peak, and ranked 96th on the Inner Sect elite list. After hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Sensing his thoughts, Lu Mingyue explained, most of those on the Inner Sect elite list are strong cultivators at the Wheel C stage. There aren't many like me at the peak of the Spirit Gathering stage. But with junior brother Lin Xiao's strength, you'll definitely be among the top. How does one get onto the Inner Sect elite list? Lin Xiao inquired. Lu Mingyue explained the challenge rules in detail, but Lin Xiao seemed disinterested. She continued, junior brother Lin Xiao, being on the elite list not only grants more resources each month than ordinary disciples, but sometimes only the top few can participate in special sect activities. I've heard that next month, the ancient ruins of Wuji will open. Not only our sect will attend, but other sects from the Wei Dynasty will also be there. The primordial ruins of Wuji? Lin Xiao repeated with a hint of confusion, his brow furrowed. He searched through the memories he had absorbed, but found no recollection of such a place. Seeing his reaction, Lu Mingyue quickly added, it's a mysterious place full of opportunities. Due to its unique natural laws, only cultivators below the Xiandan realm with a specific token can enter. She paused, a trace of pride flashing in her eyes. By the way, do you remember the test sword stone used in the Outer Sect assessments? It was something the sect master acquired from those ruins long ago. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up in Lin Xiao's eyes. He eagerly asked, so, as long as you're ranked among the top few, you can enter, right? His voice couldn't conceal his excitement. Yes, that's right. Lu Mingyue looked at Lin Xiao puzzled, unsure why he was suddenly so thrilled. Just moments ago, he seemed disinterested, but now it was as if he had transformed into a different person. 10 minutes later, the two of them stood before a magnificent pavilion at the peak. Inside, an elderly man with gray hair was intently focused by a pill furnace. Master, this is the person who saved me last time. Lu Mingyue introduced respectfully. Lin Xiao stepped forward immediately, bowing respectfully as he said, Disciple Lin Xiao greets Elder Qiao. Elder Qiao turned around, his gaze resting on Lin Xiao for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He nodded approvingly. You have a good character, young man. For saving my disciple, you are now a distinguished guest of Danqing Peak. If you ever need any pills crafted, just provide the materials, and I will personally refine them for you. Lu Mingyue was shocked to hear such a promise from her master. After all, countless powerful figures within a 1,000-mile radius sought her master's alchemy skills, including many Xiandan realm experts. Even if they offered exorbitant prices, whether they received his help depended on his mood. Lin Xiao understood the weight of this promise as well. Remembering the promissory note he held, he tentatively asked, Elder Qiao, I do have a request for pill refinement. Elder Qiao and Lu Mingyue were slightly taken aback upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. A hint of anticipation flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he explained. I've come to Danqing Peak this time to refine some elixirs. Lu Mingyue suddenly understood and said gently, if it's just ordinary pills for someone at the spirit gathering stage, I can refine them for you without needing any materials this time. Elder Qiao waved dismissively. What kind of pills would a small spirit gathering stage cultivator need? Even if we offered them for free every time, Danqing Peak wouldn't mind the loss. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said solemnly, I wish to refine Ting'an pills. The master and apprentice were somewhat surprised by this, but not overly so. Lu Mingyue pondered silently, thinking perhaps Lin Xiao was preparing for the future. Elder Qiao nodded. All right, the materials for Tingyuan pills are indeed precious, but not excessively so. Wait here for a moment. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao suddenly pulled something out from his robe and respectfully handed it over. Elder Qiao, I have something here that I need to give to you. Elder Qiao, puzzled, gestured, and the item flew into his hand. Upon seeing it, he was stunned, his expression becoming extremely complex. How did you get this? What is Mu Old Ghost to you? Lu Mingyue looked at her master's uncharacteristic reaction, secretly wondering what Lin Xiao had handed over. Lin Xiao replied truthfully, Old Mu is like a half-master to me. He told me to bring this, saying it could be exchanged for 3 bottles of Tingyuan pills. Elder Qiao took a few deep breaths, his expression shifting repeatedly before he looked at Lin Xiao with a complicated gaze, muttering to himself, that old guy really has no shame. Asking for 3 bottles at once? Huh. Fine, I'll deal with him later. With that, he pinched his right hand, conjuring a flame from thin air that turned the note to ashes. Then he strode over to the alchemy furnace and cast a spell. Flames erupted within, and the room's temperature rose sharply. Elder Qiao began the refining process, taking out a variety of materials from his storage ring. Lin Xiao stood by, observing every detail intently. Initially, Lu Mingyue didn't pay much attention, but when she noticed several rare ingredients, she couldn't help but frown and ask, Master, why are such precious materials like the wood spirit trineedle flower, snow ancient lotus, and scarlet blood spirit fruit being used for Tingyuan pills? Elder Qiao explained with a hint of frustration, to refine supreme-grade Tingyuan pills, these 3 ingredients are necessary. Supreme-grade Tingyuan pills? Lu Mingyue and Lin Xiao exclaimed simultaneously. They both knew that the higher the grade of the pill, the better its efficacy and the fewer its side effects. Supreme-grade Tingyuan pills were rare treasures. While the two were in shock, Elder Qiao had already begun refining. His movements were fluid and skillful as he controlled the fire, extracted the essence of the materials, fused them, and condensed the pills. Lin Xiao watched in fascination, witnessing the entire process of pill refining for the first time. 2 hours later, the lid of the alchemy furnace slowly opened. A rich, intoxicating fragrance filled the room instantly. 10 pills floated in the air, surrounded by wisps of red flame. 4 of them were charred black, while the remaining 6 were crystal clear and exquisitely refined. Master, 6 top-grade pills have been successfully crafted. Your alchemy skills have improved once again. Lu Mingyue exclaimed with admiration, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Elder Qiao glanced at the freshly crafted pills with satisfaction, swiftly taking out a jade bottle to carefully store them. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of contentment in his eyes. Today seems to be a lucky day. I'll start on the second batch right away. With that, Elder Qiao wasted no time and began preparing the ingredients for the next batch of Tingyuan pills. Seizing this moment, Lin Xiao turned to Lu Mingyue with curiosity and whispered, Senior sister, how skilled is Elder Qiao in alchemy? Lu Mingyue gave a playful smile, leaned in, and whispered back, Hee, my master is a 7th-grade alchemist. In the entire Great Wei Dynasty, there are only 3 7th-grade alchemists. As Lu Mingyue explained, Lin Xiao gradually understood the ranking system of alchemists. From the initial rank to the 9th, each advancement is incredibly challenging. Across the thousands of factions in the Great Wei Dynasty, there are only 3 7th-grade alchemists, and even 6th-grade ones are fewer than 100. This clearly highlights the rarity of high-ranking alchemists. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, refocusing his attention on Elder Qiao's alchemy process. Time flew by, and after another 2 hours, the second batch of Tingyuan pills was completed. This time, 7 top-grade pills were produced, bringing joy to both master and apprentice. Elder Qiao beamed with a broad smile, thinking to himself that if he could maintain such a high success rate, he would have something to boast about the next time he met his 2 old friends. Just as Elder Qiao was about to begin the third batch of Tingyuan pills, a voice suddenly interrupted his actions. Elder Qiao, I have a humble request. Elder Qiao looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression, his brows slightly furrowed. An unusual request, he murmured, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Lu Mingyue was equally perplexed and softly reminded, Junior brother Lin Xiao, now isn't the time to speak. Master is about to start on the third batch. Whatever it is, it can wait until Master is done. It's crucial not to disturb him during alchemy. However, Elder Qiao waved his hand, showing no sign of annoyance. It's all right. Go ahead, young one. What is this unusual request of yours? Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the alchemy furnace for a moment before he spoke. Elder Qiao, could I try my hand at the third batch? The room fell silent immediately. Both master and disciple were stunned, as if they had just heard something unimaginable. Lu Mingyue was anxious, thinking to herself, what is junior brother Lin Xiao saying? He wants to try alchemy? Using top-grade Teng Yuan Dan ingredients? Has he lost his mind? She was about to speak when Elder Qiao stopped her with a raised hand. Elder Qiao turned to Lin Xiao and asked calmly, young one, have you ever studied alchemy? Lin Xiao shook his head honestly. No, I haven't. But after watching you refine 2 batches, Elder Qiao, I feel inspired and would like to give it a try myself. Hearing this, Elder Qiao squinted his eyes, deep in thought. He scrutinized Lin Xiao carefully, pondering. Who is this young man really? If not for Mu Laotu's recommendation, he would have been thrown out for such a request. Could there be more to this? After hesitating for a moment, Elder Qiao finally spoke. All right, give it a try. With that, he stepped back, making room for Lin Xiao. Without further ado, Lin Xiao approached the alchemy furnace. He thought to himself, isn't alchemy just about extracting, fusing, and refining the necessary components from materials to form a pill? This seems somewhat similar to modern pharmaceutical principles. With this in mind, Lin Xiao sprang into action. His spirit sword unsheathed and landed in his hand. With a soft command, starlight blaze, nearly 100 red sword energies shot from the sword, diving into the furnace. The fire inside roared to life, and the temperature soared. This spectacle left Elder Qiao and Lu Mingyue dumbfounded. Sword energy igniting a flame? How could such a raging fire be controlled? However, Lin Xiao was fully focused, his eyes fixed solely on the furnace. Once the fire reached a certain intensity, he unhesitatingly tossed all the ingredients into the furnace. Junior brother Lin Xiao? Lu Mingyue exclaimed. You young one. Elder Qiao couldn't help but speak up. He was about to stop this wasteful behavior when he saw Lin Xiao draw his sword again. A sharp sword energy shot straight into the furnace, freezing Elder Qiao's actions midair. Sword intent? 2 layers of sword intent? He exclaimed. To comprehend 2 layers of sword intent at the 4th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, when did our sword demon sect produce such a prodigy? Coming to his senses, Elder Qiao quickly used his spiritual sense to check the furnace. What he saw shocked him even more. The materials have fused? In just a few minutes? What about the extraction and refinement steps? The impurities? Elder Qiao was so absorbed in watching that he lost track of time. Young one, your alchemy method is truly unconventional. It's the first time I've seen anything like it. But achieving success with this approach would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of attempts. Before he could finish, the furnace suddenly shook, and the flames inside extinguished. A wisp of smoke gently floated from the top. Elder Qiao was about to console Lin Xiao, saying failure was normal, when he caught a familiar scent of pills. Is it complete? He asked in disbelief. Lin Xiao was a bit confused. I'm not sure. This is my first time, so I don't know if it's a success or not. Then open the furnace, Elder Qiao suggested. Lin Xiao stepped forward and opened the furnace, releasing a fresh, rich aroma that filled the room. The 3 of them eagerly peered inside, only to find 10 translucent, jade-like pills lying quietly within. Heavens! Lu Mingyue exclaimed. Master, these are all top-grade Ting Yuan Dan, 10 of them. Lu Mingyue pinched her arm hard, and the sharp pain assured her she wasn't dreaming. She stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Lin Xiao, her junior brother, had just produced 10 top-grade Ting Yuan pills in one batch. This completely overturned her understanding of alchemy, making her question her own eyes. Master, what is happening? Lu Mingyue turned to her master, her voice filled with confusion and shock. However, she received no response. Looking back, Lu Minjiu noticed that her master's expression was even more exaggerated than her own. Elder Qiao's eyes were glazed over as he muttered to himself. Someone actually achieved 100% pill success rate. Why? My path of alchemy is the orthodox one. So why is this happening? What could be the reason? As Elder Qiao's emotions fluctuated, the aura of his Xiandan realm power uncontrollably radiated, causing both Lin Xiao and Lu Mingyue to feel a suffocating pressure. Lin Xiao realized he might have gone overboard with his skills. He had intended to produce just 5 pills, achieving a 50% success rate. However, the combination of his max-level comprehension and modern pharmaceutical principles had yielded such astonishing results. What puzzled him even more was that this was only his first attempt at alchemy, and there were still many areas for improvement. What would the outcome be if he refined those minor issues? Elder Qiao suddenly snapped back to attention, staring intently at Lin Xiao as he asked, Young man, tell me again, was this really your first attempt at alchemy? Lin Xiao answered honestly, yes, Elder Qiao. Before this, I hadn't even touched a pill furnace. Elder Qiao scrutinized Lin Xiao for a full minute before averting his gaze. With his Shindan realm perception, he could tell that Lin Xiao was not lying. This fact left him even more stunned. Lin Xiao's first attempt at alchemy far surpassed his own as a 7th-grade alchemist. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have believed such a prodigy existed. After calming himself, Elder Qiao produced another set of materials. Speaking with a courteous tone, Lin Xiao, would you be willing to try refining another batch? Lin Xiao gladly agreed. He wanted to take this opportunity to address some issues he had noticed earlier. Besides, who wouldn't want to practice with rare materials provided for free? Elder Qiao nodded, stepping aside once more and instructing the other disciples not to disturb them. Lin Xiao prepared himself, wielding his long sword with precision. Swish! Hundreds of red sword energies surged into the pill furnace like a wildfire, marking the start of a new round of alchemy. Elder Qiao's spiritual sense closely followed every detail. He observed the materials being sliced into fine particles by the sword energy in a unique pattern, then being absorbed. This method of extraction and refinement left him greatly impressed. Controlling hundreds of sword energies for such precise operations was beyond the capabilities of ordinary alchemists. When Lin Xiao unleashed his sword intent, the chaotic sword energies instantly became orderly, working together to complete the processes of fusion, pill formation, consolidation, and completion. In just 1 hour, a new batch of pills was done. As the pill furnace opened, the fragrance was even more intense than before. Elder Qiao was speechless with astonishment, knowing this batch also achieved a 100% success rate. Just then, Lu Mingyue exclaimed, Master, it looks like there's something on one of the Tengyuan pills. Elder Qiao leaned in for a closer look and saw a cloud-like mist on the surface of one of the top-grade Tengyuan pills. This sight left him utterly shocked, his eyes wide open as if he'd seen a ghost. A Qi-Dan mist. Elder Qiao lost his composure once more, feeling as if he'd exhausted all his lifetime's worth of surprises today. A Qi-Dan mist? Master, what is that? Lu Mingyue asked curiously. Elder Qiao, still fixated on the Tengyuan pill with the mist, explained in a murmur. The quality of pills is divided into lower, middle, upper, and top grade. Beyond top grade, there is an even higher level. Producing a Qi-Dan mist can enhance the pill's effects by an additional 20% and eliminate all side effects. Master, what about beyond the Qi-Dan mist? Is it the second Qi-Dan mist? Lu Mingyue asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement, clearly intrigued by this unknown realm of alchemy. Elder Qiao furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of displeasure in his voice. You girl, why do you ask so many questions? Achieving the Qi-Dan mist is something only an 8th-grade alchemist can accomplish. Knowing too much right now might not be good for you. He gave his disciple a stern look, trying to deter her from further inquiry. An 8th-grade alchemist? Lu Mingyue exclaimed, her mind going blank. She stood there in a daze, the shocking information echoing in her head. The entire Wei Dynasty didn't have an 8th-grade alchemist. Such a level seemed utterly unattainable for her. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Mingyue. She quickly turned her gaze towards Lin Xiao, who stood nearby. If the Qi-Dan mist required the level of an 8th-grade alchemist, didn't that imply, in some way, that her junior, Lin Xiao, had already reached that level? At that moment, Elder Qiao's attention was also drawn to Lin Xiao. His eyes were sharp, filled with barely concealed eagerness, as he looked directly at Lin Xiao and asked, Your name is Lin Xiao, correct? Lin Xiao, caught off guard by the sudden attention, took a step back instinctively, responding a bit awkwardly, yes, that's right. Elder Qiao wasted no time, making a startling proposal. How about you take me as your direct disciple? Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, he quickly added, Don't be in a rush to refuse. Although your talent in alchemy is the most remarkable I've ever seen, the path of alchemy is incredibly challenging without guidance. Unlike cultivation, alchemy is almost always passed down directly, and it's a flaw among alchemists to be overly protective of their knowledge. Elder Qiao paused, a sly gleam in his eyes, then continued, Anyway, that old Mu hasn't taken you as his disciple. Why don't you stay here for now? We have plenty of materials on Danqing Peak. You focus on your alchemy, and ask me anything you're unsure about. When you decide, just let me know. How about that? Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Elder Qiao's offer was certainly tempting. Most importantly, practicing old Mu's 9 nether demons subduing seal required a vast amount of resources. If he could stay on Danqing Peak, then, Lin Xiao calculated silently, hoping Elder Qiao wouldn't drive him away for consuming too many resources. After weighing his options, Lin Xiao finally spoke. All right, Elder Qiao, I think you're right. I'll stay here for now. Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Elder Qiao's eyes. He and Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing smile, as if everything was understood without words. The old and the young, one seeking a disciple, the other seeking resources, each with their own intentions, yet reaching a temporary agreement. Elder Qiao handed 4 bottles of elixirs to Lin Xiao, a hint of relief in his voice. Take these elixirs, Lin Xiao. Consider them as settling that old debt. Lin Xiao accepted the elixirs and carefully examined them. 2 bottles contained a total of 13 top-grade Tang Yuan pills crafted by Elder Qiao, while the other 2 contained 9 top-grade Tang Yuan pills and 1 rare Ichi Danwu Tang Yuan pill that he had made himself. His spirits lifted immediately. Not only had he successfully refined the pills, but he had also gained such a substantial reward. Just as Lin Xiao was basking in his joy, a question popped into his mind. He looked up at Elder Qiao and asked, Elder Qiao, I have a question. What was the cost of the materials we just used, and how many pills do we need to break even? Elder Qiao thought for a moment before explaining. 4 top-grade Ting Yuan pills. If you refine 3 from one batch of materials, you barely break even. 4 pills would mean no loss. It's the same for other pills. As long as you can produce 4, you won't lose money. As for the Ichi Danwu Tang Yuan pill, a single one is enough to break even. At this point, Elder Qiao's expression became a bit complex. He thought of his decades of experience in pill refining, yet he couldn't match the exceptional talent of the young man before him. It was a feeling of both comfort and slight frustration. Lin Xiao, upon hearing Elder Qiao's explanation, brightened up immediately. He quickly calculated, doesn't that mean I just made a net profit of 9 top-grade Tang Yuan pills from that batch? If I use 3 to buy more materials, I'll still have 6 left in stock. Repeat this cycle. He couldn't help but smack his lips, as if he could already see the spirit stones flowing endlessly into his pockets. Elder Qiao and Lu Mingyue both rolled their eyes at Lin Xiao's words. Elder Qiao said with feigned annoyance, Kid, do you think everyone can achieve a 100 success rate like you? Most alchemists are lucky to break even when making pills of the same grade. If I manage to produce 2 pills from a 7-grade recipe, it's a blessing, and breaking even is a dream. He continued, alchemists at lower grades are essentially losing money. Only after reaching the 5th grade can they start to rise somewhat. It's a path of initial investment with later returns. Elder Qiao was the head of Danqing Peak at the Sword Demon Sect and the only 7th-grade alchemist. Danqing Peak had 3,000 disciples, but fewer than 500 had the talent for alchemy. Of those, only 3 were 6th-grade alchemists under his tutelage, fewer than 30 were 5th grade, and the rest were still in the loss-making phase. Lin Xiao, realizing the difficulty of the path, chuckled awkwardly. I see, it's tougher than I thought. Then Lin Xiao asked, by the way, Elder Qiao, what grade is the Tang Yuan pill recipe? 5th grade, why? Elder Qiao replied. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, surprised. A 7th-grade alchemist only had a 6,070 success rate for a 5th-grade recipe. He continued to ask, when you refine a 6th-grade recipe, what's your usual success rate? Elder Qiao cautiously responded, for a 6th-grade recipe, about 30%. He didn't dare boast in front of Lin Xiao, fearing he might be put to the test and embarrassed. Lin Xiao's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly proposed, Elder Qiao, I have an idea for a collaboration. You provide the 6th-grade recipe and materials, and I'll handle the refining. I'll guarantee at least 5 pills, and anything extra is mine. If we're lucky and produce 2 Ichi Danwu level pills, we each get 1. Lu Mingyue was taken aback by Lin Xiao's bold proposal, and was about to advise against it when she saw her master eagerly agreeing. All right, it's a deal. Wait here, I'll get everything ready, Elder Qiao said, dashing off in a hurry, leaving no room for further discussion. Elder Qiao felt secretly pleased, thinking Lin Xiao was overconfident. He intended to let this novice experience the difficulty of refining 6th-grade pills. After a few failures and accumulating a massive debt of materials and pills, it would be too late to back out. Not even Mu Laotu could rescue him. After Elder Qiao left, Lu Mingyue, concerned, said to Lin Xiao, I think you've walked into my master's trap. You should leave while you can. Lin Xiao, however, seemed confident. No worries, I know what I'm doing. By the way, is there a quiet room around here? I'd like to train for a bit. Seeing that Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving, Lu Mingyue reluctantly led him to a quiet room downstairs. Once the door was closed, Lin Xiao took out a bottle of top-grade Hui Yuan pills, a reward from the Outer Sect test. He decided to start practicing the 9 Nether Demon suppressing seal. After swallowing 1 pill, Lin Xiao began circulating his cultivation technique. However, within minutes, the pill's effect dissipated. Lin Xiao's expression turned peculiar. He finally understood what Mu Lao meant by this technique is hard to cultivate. The more you practice, the poorer you get. Yet he wasn't discouraged, and he swallowed the remaining 9 top-grade Hui Yuan pills at once. A powerful medicinal force surged through his body, causing a faint, throbbing pain in his meridians. Fortunately, he had previously cultivated the mountain-embracing seal to the 6th level, providing a solid foundation to withstand this power. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao continued to practice the 9 Nether Demon suppressing seal. After finishing the Hui Yuan pills, he moved on to the top-grade Tang Yuan pills. He was determined not to leave seclusion until he had exhausted all the pills. And so, 3 days quietly passed. Outside the quiet room, Elder Qiao was growing impatient. He had gathered all the 6th-grade recipes and materials from the Sword Demon sect, planning a major gamble. He calculated that after this, Lin Xiang would beg to be his disciple, and even Mu Laotu would have to admit his mistake. In a quiet chamber on Danqing Peak, Lin Xiang had been sitting motionless for 3 whole days. Apart from occasionally popping a pill into his mouth, he remained as still as a statue. Suddenly, a faint demonic seal appeared behind him. His eyes snapped open, a flash of deep orange light flickering briefly, and a faint aura shimmered over his skin. Lin Xiang wore a bitter expression, feeling quite frustrated. This is ridiculous. Only reaching the 2nd level, he muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Over these 3 days, Lin Xiang had exhausted his entire supply of pills. A single high-grade rejuvenation pill only lasted a few minutes. A supreme-grade ascension pill could sustain him for an hour, while a 1 Qi pill mist ascension pill could keep him going for half a day. Such a terrifying rate of consumption meant he ran out of all his pills by the end of the 1st day. As a result, he had barely managed to cultivate the 9 nether demon suppressing seal to the late stage of the 1st level. Unwilling to end his training on such a disappointing note, Lin Xiang had a sudden idea. Gritting his teeth, he dissipated the energy he had cultivated to the 6th level of the mountain embracing seal and focused entirely on operating the 9 nether demon suppressing seal, attempting to absorb the essence of the mountain embracing seal. Sure enough, the essence of the mountain embracing seal was absorbed seamlessly by the 9 nether demon suppressing seal, with results even better than Lin Xiang had anticipated. However, just as he was eagerly awaiting a breakthrough, reality dealt him another blow. The 9 nether demon suppressing seal did break through, but only to the mid-stage of the 2nd level before halting completely. Damn it! What kind of bottomless pit is this? Give me back my mountain-embracing seal. Lin Xiang couldn't help but shout in frustration. Only then did he understand why Elder Mu always seemed so impoverished. With such an insatiable appetite, who could possibly afford it? Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Xiang cleared his mind of distractions. Since he had started cultivating, he had no intention of giving up. So it's a glutton, is it? Then I'll just have to find a way to feed it, he vowed silently. As he stood up, his entire skeleton emitted a series of cracking sounds, leaving him surprised. He quickly realized that his strength seemed to have increased significantly, his muscles and bones feeling full of energy, as though his blood was boiling. Looking at the walls of the chamber, he even felt an urge to punch through them. Opening the door of the chamber, Lu Mingyue and Elder Qiao were already waiting for him. Elder Qiao jested. You finally came out. If you'd stayed in there any longer, I would have barged in to see if something had happened to you. Lu Mingyue scrutinized Lin Xiang with curiosity. Junior brother Lin, did you make a breakthrough? Although there was no change in the spiritual energy fluctuations around Lin Xiang, she felt as if he had been completely transformed. Elder Qiao then examined Lin Xiang closely, his expression suddenly becoming peculiar. Wait a minute. Could it be? Lin Xiang, you didn't practice that technique Mu taught you, did you? Lin Xiang respectfully replied. Elder Qiao, your insight is impressive. I did indeed practice that technique. Elder Qiao burst into anger. Damn it. That old fool is leading you astray. Such a worthless technique. It's enough for him to suffer alone. How could he drag a talented alchemist like you down with him? Lin Xiao, I advise you to give it up as soon as possible. Lu Mingyue was completely at a loss, not understanding what her master and junior brother Lin were talking about, but she wisely kept silent. Lin Xiao responded nonchalantly, Thank you for your concern, Elder Qiao. I understand. Elder Qiao sighed and led Lin Xiao towards the alchemy room, saying, Enough, let's go. We'll focus on alchemy for now and discuss the rest later. Enthusiastically, he took Lin Xiao into the alchemy room, shooing Lu Mingyue away. What are you doing in here, you silly girl? Watching Lin Xiao's alchemy method too much might lead you astray. Go practice your 4th grade purification pill a few more times. I'll check on them when you're done. Feeling wronged, Lu Mingyue left, muttering to herself, Why do I feel like I've been abandoned? Is this what being replaced feels like? Just a few days ago, I was the obedient disciple, and now I'm just a silly girl? Fine. If it's alchemy you want, then alchemy you'll get. And so, half a month passed. Except for Elder Qiao occasionally emerging with a strange expression, only to rush back in, Lin Xiao remained unseen. Meanwhile, in the Sword Demon Sect's library of techniques, a white-haired elder wore a sullen expression, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Damn old man. We agreed to teach the disciple for half a month each, and it's been nearly 20 days. Where's his precious disciple? Where is he? I knew it. That old rascal never plays by the rules. With a cold snort, the white-haired elder vanished from the entrance of the library, moving so fast that no one could catch a glimpse of him. Outside the Brahma sword tomb, a figure approached swiftly, like a gust of wind. As the figure neared the tomb, he casually cast a spell, causing the barrier to open in response. Gung, you old coot, come out here. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the entire sword pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the disciples looked up in surprise, exchanging puzzled glances. Someone muttered, "Who dares to make such a racket in the Brahma sword tomb?" Before the words were fully spoken, they noticed the newcomer standing in midair. Instantly, everyone fell silent, lowering their heads in fear. A nascent soul stage cultivator, someone thought in shock. He must be from the sect's upper echelons. When he calls Gung, you old coot, could he mean the pavilion master? As the crowd speculated, a figure shot out from within the sword pavilion. It was indeed their pavilion master. Normally expressionless, his brows were now furrowed with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Mu, you old rascal, I was just about to look for you. But here you are," Gung said, his tone unfriendly as he glared at Mu. "Looking for me?" Mu sneered. "All right, where's my disciple? We agreed to each take him for half a month. It's been nearly 20 days now. Are you going back on your word?" This question left Gung momentarily stunned. He retorted angrily, "Nonsense. How dare you turn the tables? Lin Xiang clearly spent 20 days with you, and you still have the nerve to demand him back?" The clash of these two nascent soul stage cultivators created a tense atmosphere, and the disciples below felt as if they were caught in a storm, fearing they might be swept into the conflict at any moment. Suddenly, both elders paused, speaking in unison. "Lin Xiang isn't with you?" The tension dissipated instantly. Knowing each other for nearly a century, they understood that this was no time for jokes. Mu explained earnestly, "After teaching him the techniques, I assumed Lin Xiang was with you for the first half-month. When I hadn't seen him for almost 20 days, I rushed here to find him." Gung replied, "Lin Xiang isn't in the sword tomb. I thought he'd gone to your place." The two exchanged glances, a question forming in both their minds. "Where is Lin Xiang?" Gung said gravely, "Wait here, I'll go ask around." With that, he turned and flew back to the sword pavilion. Minutes later, Gung returned with a dark expression. "Someone said they saw Lin Xiang heading to the Danqing Peak over 2 weeks ago, and hasn't seen him leave since." Danqing Peak? Mu's eyes widened. Could it be about that IOU? Did old Xiao detain him? Gung analyzed. Lin Xiang has exceptional talent in body refining and sword cultivation, so it's not surprising if he also has a knack for alchemy. This is infuriating. Mu fumed. That old Xiao is trying to fish in troubled waters. No way, I'm going to find him right now. Together. Gung agreed, and the two soared into the sky. Meanwhile, within the sword demon sect, the elders noticed something unusual. High-grade pills, once rare, were suddenly abundant, and their quality had improved. Tasks in the mission hall for gathering spiritual herbs and fruits increased, with rewards boosted by 30%. These changes delighted both the disciples and elders. Gung and Mu quickly arrived at Danqing Peak. To avoid misunderstandings, they first used their spiritual senses to search for Lin Xiao's presence. As expected, they found traces of him in the main pavilion atop the peak. Just as they were about to confront someone, they heard cries from the main pavilion. "Lin Xiang, my young friend, please leave. Danqing Peak can't accommodate someone as esteemed as you. Don't touch those materials. They're reserved for our internal competitions." "Not those either. Lin Xiang, please spare me. High-grade materials aren't easy to gather. They take time. I promise to deliver them to you first once collected. Just stop troubling my disciples." Mu and Gung exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Why did old Xiao sound like he was trying to drive someone away? As they landed before the main pavilion, Elder Xiao emerged, looking desperate. "Mu, quickly take your disciple away. If he doesn't leave, Danqing Peak won't be able to function." Seeing Gung beside Mu, Xiao was even more surprised. "Old Gung, why are you here?" Mu chuckled coldly. "Gung is practically half a mentor to Lin Xiang. Why do you think he's here?" "What?" Elder Xiao exclaimed, then quickly understood. Of course, with such a prodigy, it's no wonder old Gung took notice. Gung frowned. "Where is my disciple?" "Inside. He's inside," Elder Xiao replied with relief. "You're just in time. Take him away now, immediately." Mu asked, puzzled. "What exactly is my disciple doing in there?" "Alchemy, of course," Elder Xiao began to explain. But then the entire main pavilion shook violently. Elder Xiao's face turned pale. "Oh no, that kid couldn't have." Elder Xiao didn't have time to explain. In a flash, he darted back to the main pavilion. Elder Mu and Elder Gung followed closely behind. The three of them hurried to the alchemy room, and the scene before them left them utterly astonished. Inside the alchemy room, waves of heat rolled through the air, with temperatures reaching astonishing heights. Flames and steam spewed from the small openings of the alchemy furnace, creating a spectacular display. Lin Xiao stood in front of the furnace, fully focused on controlling the alchemy process. Sweat dripped steadily from his forehead, evaporating instantly as it met the scorching air. The alchemy furnace emitted clanging noises and occasionally shook violently, causing the entire room to tremble. Elder Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Elder Qiao, is this alchemy? As an experienced alchemist, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary alchemy scene. Elder Gung also showed signs of confusion, silently wondering if this could truly result in a successful pill. Before Elder Qiao could respond, he suddenly realized that his treasured herbs were missing. He anxiously scanned the room, his voice filled with urgency. Don't play dumb. You know your disciple. Wait a minute. Where are my night spirit leaves? And the cold heart fruits I left here? A terrifying thought struck him. No way, Lin Xiang. Did you use them all? Elder Qiao's wail echoed through the alchemy room, as if struck by lightning. Lin Xiang remained focused on controlling the furnace, not even noticing Elder Mu and Elder Gung's arrival. Without turning his head, he said, just a moment. The pill is almost ready. Hearing this, Elder Qiao was filled with mixed emotions. He was heartbroken over the precious materials yet eager for the impending pill. The conflicting feelings left him in turmoil. He had wanted to store the materials, but his storage ring was already full, leaving no place to put them. Elder Mu asked in confusion, a pill? Elder Qiao, what exactly is Lin Xiao making? Why all this commotion? Elder Qiao shot Elder Mu a glance and reluctantly said, a 7th grade pill formula. The words hit Elder Mu and Elder Gung like a sledgehammer, leaving them stunned. Elder Mu incredulously said, a 7th grade pill formula? Lin Xiao is making a 7th grade pill? That's absurd. Elder Qiao, who are you trying to fool? Even for you, the success rate is only 50-50. My disciple has never even touched alchemy. How is this possible? Elder Qiao studied Elder Mu curiously, realizing that the other genuinely didn't know about Lin Xiao's extraordinary abilities, which surprised him even more. He pondered silently. Where did this Lin Xiao come from, hiding his skills so well? Elder Qiao explained helplessly. Twice. Lin Xiao has already failed twice. This is his 3rd attempt at crafting a 7th grade pill. And let me tell you, he's nearly exhausted all the medicinal herbs, spiritual plants, and treasures of Danqing Peak. These words completely shocked Elder Mu and Elder Gung, leaving them in disbelief. At that moment, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently and then gradually calmed down. The flames inside were completely withdrawn, and Lin Xiao let out a long breath, feeling as if his entire body was about to collapse. A 7th grade pill formula, the difficulty is on a whole different level. It's too challenging, Lin Xiao muttered to himself. With my current cultivation level, it's really pushing it. If I could reach the We'll See realm, it would be much easier, and I wouldn't have failed twice. Cultivation, I must improve after this. Suddenly, Lin Xiao noticed the 2 elders beside him and asked in surprise, Elder Mu? Elder Gung? What brings you here? Elder Mu replied, not without irritation. How could we not come? If we waited any longer, the deadline I agreed on with Elder Gung would have passed. Elder Qiao, looking heartbroken, said, Lin Xiao, you really waste things. These materials were hard to come by. I've told you, 7th grade pill formulas are too advanced for you right now. Why push yourself? Wait until you reach the later stages of the We'll See realm, and then try again. Lin Xiao interrupted Elder Qiao, smiling as he said, Elder Qiao, this time it worked. Elder Qiao was stunned, as if pulled from despair to ecstasy in an instant, his hair standing on end. What did you say? It worked? What worked? The shimming breakthrough pill. I think I managed to make at least one, Lin Xiao said joyfully. Although the furnace hadn't been opened yet, after hundreds of attempts over half a month, he trusted his intuition. Elder Qiao stood frozen, the immense shift in emotions leaving him momentarily speechless. Elder Mu and Elder Gung were equally shocked upon hearing the name of the pill. A 7th grade pill? The shimming breakthrough pill? No way, no way. Did Lin Xiao really just make that pill? And he said it succeeded? The thought caused a storm of disbelief in Elder Mu and Elder Gung's minds. Ignoring the stunned expressions of the 3 elders, Lin Xiao carefully opened the alchemy furnace, his heart filled with anticipation. After 2 previous failures, he had made some adjustments for this 3rd attempt. Following the standard procedure would likely lead to failure again. Now, the truth was about to be revealed. During his 3rd attempt at alchemy, Lin Xiao decided to take a bold risk. Trusting his instincts, he randomly tossed a variety of similarly potent ingredients into the furnace, determined to succeed or fail spectacularly. To his surprise, his gamble was rewarded by fortune. As the furnace slowly opened, a soft purple glow emerged like a delicate mist, followed by a rich and intoxicating aroma that quickly filled the room. Eagerly, the 3 elders leaned in to inspect the outcome. There, in the center of the furnace, lay 2 pristine, translucent pills, gleaming under the purple light. 2 pills. It really worked, they exclaimed in astonishment. These are the shimming breakthrough pills. The name shimming breakthrough pill is legendary in the cultivation world. It is a top-tier elixir that can help cultivators break through to the Xian Dan realm, a dream for countless practitioners. However, Crafting such a pill is considered the pinnacle of difficulty among 7th-grade alchemical formulas. Even seasoned 7th-grade alchemists cannot guarantee success with every attempt. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and each breakthrough requires overcoming formidable barriers. Advancing from the perfect Wheel C stage to the Xian Dan realm is particularly daunting, a nightmare for all cultivators. So many prodigies throughout history have been stuck at this threshold, unable to cross it despite their lifelong efforts. Breaking through this significant bottleneck requires a perfect alignment of time, place, and people. The shimming breakthrough pill significantly enhances the chances of success. A lower grade version increases the probability by 10%, a middle grade by 20%, and a high grade by 30%. The effects of a supreme grade shimming breakthrough pill remain largely unknown, as few have ever seen one, let alone had the opportunity to consume it. Old Xiao, quickly check the quality of the pills Lin Xiang made. Elder Mu urged excitedly. What quality can you expect from a third attempt? Elder Gung grumbled, not hopeful. Yet Elder Qiao did not answer immediately. He stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with disbelief, as though witnessing something truly extraordinary. One chi pill missed. Elder Qiao finally exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock and excitement. As soon as the words, one chi dan missed, were mentioned, Old Mu and Old Gung joined the ranks of the dumbfounded. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths slightly agape. They had perhaps heard of the supreme shimming breaking mirror pill, but this one chi dan mist level was something entirely unheard of, akin to a legend. Old Mu swallowed hard, his voice hoarse from shock. Qiao, old ghost, how much is a pill of this caliber worth? Elder Qiao also gulped, his face a mask of astonishment. It's impossible to estimate. Even if you combined all the materials from these 3 furnaces, it wouldn't be enough to buy a single pill. Nonsense. Old Mu snorted, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Even if I provided you with materials for 3 furnaces, could you refine a 1 chi dan mist level shimming breaking mirror pill for me? Elder Qiao was left speechless. This request was beyond the capabilities of a 7th grade alchemist like him, and even an 8th grade alchemist wouldn't be able to accomplish it. While the 3 elders were still in a daze, Lin Xiao efficiently placed the shimming breaking mirror pills into 2 jade bottles. Casually, he tossed one to Elder Qiao. Here you go, Elder Qiao. Hey, be careful, young ancestor. Elder Qiao exclaimed, hurriedly catching the bottle. This is a treasure of 1 chi dan mist level. He held the jade bottle with utmost care, as if it were a priceless artifact. A pill of this level, regardless of its effects, was enough to awe anyone. For a high-level alchemist to study, it was priceless. Elder Qiao asked incredulously, Lin Xiao, are you really giving this pill to me? Though they had an agreement, the pill was extraordinarily rare. As a senior figure in the Jinma sect, Elder Qiao understood its significance. It was as if the sect gained another Xian Dan realm expert with this pill. Lin Xiao smiled calmly. Of course, a deal's a deal. He wasn't worried about parting with it. He could always try making more once he gathered the materials. Besides, this was only a 1 chi dan mist pill, with levels beyond it. He valued the relationship with Elder Qiao more. The commotion on Danqing Peak needed some smoothing over, and gifting this pill would do just that. Great. Elder Qiao nodded enthusiastically, his face breaking into a wide grin. I owe you one, Lin Xiao. Ha, you're much more generous than your stingy half-master. He glanced at Old Mu and quickly stashed the pill in his storage ring, which fortunately had just enough space left. Elder Qiao was in high spirits, his earlier distress forgotten. To him, this 1 chi dan mist pill more than made up for the past half-month's losses on Danqing Peak. Old Mu and Old Gung were also surprised by Lin Xiao's gesture. If it were them, they wouldn't have given it away. But they had to admit, giving it to Elder Qiao was the best choice, and on this point, they had no objections. Lin Xiao said with a smile to Elder Qiao, Elder Qiao, let me know when the materials are ready again, and we can continue our collaboration. Absolutely. It's a deal. Elder Qiao agreed immediately. What he thought would be a loss turned into a massive gain. He was already thinking ahead, imagining how Lin Xiao's alchemy skills would improve as his cultivation grew. As for the idea of taking Lin Xiao as a disciple, he had long dismissed it, knowing he wasn't worthy. At this point, Old Mu grew anxious. Lin Xiao, there's no rush with alchemy. We only have 10 days left for our agreement with Old Gung. You've been focused on alchemy. When will you start your training? He knew Lin Xiao had grasped 2 levels of sword intent, which would greatly complement Old Gung's sword cultivation techniques. But he was reluctant to let go of such a talent for body refinement. Seeing Old Mu's anxiety, Old Gung couldn't help but smile. He was determined to have Lin Xiao as his disciple. Lin Xiao explained, Old Mu, who said I've only been focusing on alchemy. I've been diligently practicing that body refining technique. But as for Old Gung's sword cultivation method, I haven't started yet. I plan to dedicate the next 10 days to training in the Brahma sword cemetery. Old Mu nodded repeatedly, a smile breaking across his withered face. Good. This young man is teachable. While Old Mu was pleased, Old Gung became anxious, jumping several feet in the air as he urged, Lin Xiao, you're being biased. Why not practice sword cultivation alongside alchemy? If things went as Lin Xiao planned, he would surely lose, which was unacceptable. Lin Xiao replied helplessly, Old Gung, where on Danqing Peak can I find sword chi to train with? At the time, he had nearly 1,000 strands of sword chi within him, but most were used for alchemy, leaving none for practicing sword techniques. Elder Mu appeared dejected, desperately searching for a reason to argue back, but Lin Xiao spoke first. Elder Mu, I've been practicing the 9 Nether Demon Seal recently and have made some progress. Would you like to test me? Lin Xiao's tone was calm, though his eyes gleamed with confidence. Elder Mu shot Lin Xiao a glance, filled with disdain. Test? The difficulty of the 9 Nether Demon Seal is something I know better than anyone. You're practicing alchemy and cultivation at the same time? You'd be lucky to make any progress. Despite his words, he sighed. All right, go ahead and perform the technique. Let's see. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, then closed his eyes to focus, activating the 9 Nether Demon Seal. In an instant, a 3-meter-tall yellow demon seal slowly emerged behind him. He opened his eyes abruptly, releasing a piercing gaze, as a deep and chilling aura enveloped the surrounding area. What? What? Elder Mu exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. Mid-3rd level? How could you reach this stage? Where did you get the resources? Nearby, Elder Qiao and Elder Gung also watched Lin Xiao intently, astonished by his talent, which seemed almost supernatural. Lin Xiao explained with a wry smile, I've used up almost all the pills I've recently acquired from alchemy, just to barely reach the 3rd level. Indeed, he had gained a substantial amount of high-level pills through his collaboration with Elder Qiao, but the consumption of the 9 Nether Demon Seal was astonishing. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. This is what a true genius looks like. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Old Gung, what do you have to beat me now? I've never lost a bet or in judgment. Seeing Elder Mu's smug expression, Elder Qiao glared at him coldly. Elder Gung, on the other hand, looked sullen and downcast, never expecting such a dramatic turn of events. 10 days, huh? Elder Gung suddenly moved, grabbing Lin Xiao's shoulder and said coldly, Old Mu, the young fellow just agreed to spend the next 10 days with me. Before finishing his sentence, he whisked Lin Xiao away, vanishing instantly. Elder Mu watched them disappear, then smugly turned to Elder Qiao, saying, TSK, look how anxious he is. But what's the rush? Only 10 days left, and I'm definitely taking this disciple. At this moment, Old Mu was filled with an indescribable excitement. Within the Sword Demon sect, he was renowned for his gambling skills, having defeated countless opponents, with Old Gung being the only exception. This was their first direct gambling face-off, not just for the title of God of Gambling, but also for the sake of his extraordinarily talented disciple, Lin Xiao. He was determined to win. Old Xiao, do you think Old Gung can beat me this time? Old Mu asked with a smug grin, only to realize that Old Xiao had quietly slipped away, leaving him talking to himself. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was following the silent Old Gung. After flying for some time, they arrived at the depths of the Brahma sword tomb. The scale of the tomb here was even grander, with the air thick with potent sword energy, creating a more eerie atmosphere than the outer regions. Old Gung finally spoke. This is the inner sanctum of the Brahma sword tomb. These tombs belong to our sect's core disciples and true disciples of the past. There are over 2,300 sword tombs here, each containing powerful sword energy at the Wheel C realm level. Young one, you shall train here from now on. Though he tried to hide it, Old Gung's tone revealed a trace of unavoidable disappointment. The situation, which had seemed so certain, had suddenly taken a turn, leaving anyone in his position struggling to remain calm. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. All right, Old Gung, I will give it my all. He was quite pleased with this environment, filled with strong sword energy and abundant spiritual energy, as he had been searching for a suitable place to train. Old Gung paused, hesitating for a moment before speaking softly. Young one, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on your ability. Remember, if you can't hold on, just call out to me, and I'll save you immediately. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and was about to ask for more details when he saw Old Gung begin to act. The elder made a swift motion towards the sky, releasing a profound and powerful sword intent that soared upwards. This gentle yet domineering sword intent made Lin Xiao shiver involuntarily. At dusk, wield the sword and leave behind the past, as all races fall to mourn the spirits. Tomb, awaken! With Old Gung's low shout, the surrounding sword tombs began to tremble violently. Countless swords flew out from the tombs, enveloped in a dazzling array of sword energy, their tips all pointed at Lin Xiao. Feeling an imminent threat, Lin Xiao barely had time to react before the nearest sword unleashed a wave of sword energy towards him. He quickly utilized his movement skills to evade, but this action seemed to trigger a chain reaction, unleashing a barrage of sword energy upon him. Despite Lin Xiao's impressive agility, his cultivation at only the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm made it impossible to completely dodge the assault. Several waves of sword energy pierced through his defenses, invading his body. The intense pain felt like salt being rubbed into open wounds, contorting his face and halting his movements. This brief pause allowed more sword energy to exploit the opening, multiplying the agony. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao roared, "9 Nether Suppression Seal." A yellow seal emerged from his body, blocking all the incoming sword energy. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, silently praising the power of the celestial technique. Ordinary spirit-gathering realm cultivators would struggle to withstand even a few waves of this sword energy, let alone these attacks at the Wheel C realm level. Just then, Old Gung's voice echoed again, "Young one, blocking is not as effective as channeling, and channeling is not as effective as transforming the sword energy for your own use. Do you think your suppression seal can last indefinitely? Once it fails, you know the consequences." Awakened by these words, Lin Xiao immediately began to circulate the Heavenly Kuei sword manual. The rampant sword energy within him seemed to respond, moving in an orderly fashion. The Heavenly Kuei sword manual used sword energy as its foundation, forming the sword heart, sword bones, sword scriptures, and sword veins, enduring the pain of refining bones, extracting the heart, severing scriptures, and breaking veins, ultimately forming the sword body and nurturing sword intent. With sword intent, one gathers sword momentum. With sword momentum, one condenses a sword C. With the sword C, one forms a sword core, eventually achieving the revolving core realm. Sweat dripped from Lin Xiao's forehead as he gritted his teeth, repeating bitter before sweet in his mind to encourage himself to persevere. 100 meters away, Old Gung stood suspended in the air, intently observing Lin Xiao's condition, ready to intervene at any moment. Seeing Lin Xiao gritting his teeth and holding on, he nodded in approval, silently admiring the young man's talent, comprehension, and determination. It is only in the face of crisis that one can unleash their greatest potential. Old Gung watched Lin Xiao with great anticipation, aware that this was a gamble with everything at stake. Thus, Lin Xiao embarked on a hellish training regimen. Days passed, from the first day to the 2nd, 3rd, and onwards to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th days. Old Gung initially believed that Lin Xiao would reach his limit by the 3rd day and need to rest for 2 days before continuing. However, Lin Xiao exceeded expectations, persevering even at the brink of collapse. Even more astonishing was Lin Xiao's understanding of the Heavenly Kuei sword manual, which far surpassed Old Gung's expectations. Finally, on the 8th day, Lin Xiao paused. It wasn't because he had given up, but because he had completely absorbed all the sword energy in this area. "Mr. Gung, is there another place where I can train?" Lin Xiao asked hesitantly, showcasing his impressive physique to Mr. Gung beside him. Mr. Gung's lips twitched as his gaze swept over the chaotic scene inside the Pantheon sword tomb. Countless swords lay scattered on the ground, like defeated soldiers, devoid of any sword aura. Seeing Mr. Gung remain silent, Lin Xiao glanced towards the periphery of the sword tomb and tentatively suggested, "Mr. Gung, maybe I could make do and continue training on the outskirts?" "Get out!" Mr. Gung shouted, eyes wide. "You brat, get lost. If you keep this up, the Pantheon sword tomb will be destroyed. If you want to continue training, head to the Wuji Ancient Ruins. It's opening soon and would be a great place for you to hone your skills." Wuji Ancient Ruins? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, as this was the 2nd time he had heard of this place. Senior Sister Lu had mentioned it before, saying that the sword testing stone used for the outer sect test was found there by the sect leader. Now, with Mr. Gung's recommendation, it seemed inevitable that he must go. "Mr. Gung, if I go to the Wuji Ruins, what about the agreement I made with you and Mr. Mu?" Lin Xiao asked. "Don't worry about that old coot. Just go," Mr. Gung replied nonchalantly. "Understood. I'll go prepare now." Lin Xiao bowed and quickly departed. Watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, Mr. Gung's eyes were full of admiration. Such a prodigy, he might soon become renowned throughout the entire Wei dynasty. He picked up a long sword from the ground, intending to return it to the sword tomb, but felt the depleted state of the sword's energy. He shook his head and sighed. Monstrous talent. Utterly monstrous. So many swords drained of their energy. It'll take at least 20 years for them to fully recover. Dressed in his inner sect disciple robes, Lin Xiao sped towards a certain location. He didn't conceal his cultivation level, allowing spiritual energy to flow through his body, exuding a faint aura of power. This is the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. The results of his 8 days of intense training were unmistakable. The Tian Kuei sword manual lived up to its reputation. With the right training environment, progress was astonishingly swift. Though the process was extremely painful, the results were extraordinary. Lin Xiao also discovered that combining the Tian Kuei sword manual with the 9 Nether Demon suppression seal not only alleviated much of the pain, but also increased his training speed. This discovery intrigued him, and he had asked Mr. Gung about it. But Mr. Gung had said that no one had ever managed to train in both techniques simultaneously, so he couldn't provide a definitive answer. After 8 days of grueling practice, Lin Xiao had steadily advanced to the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm. He still had over 1,000 strands of sword energy left unrefined within him, but even if he refined them all, he felt he couldn't break through to the Wheel Sea realm. He needed an opportunity, a fortuitous encounter, and the Wuji ancient ruins might just hold the answer. After speeding for 15 minutes, Lin Xiao arrived at the base of the sect's largest main peak, Tianshan Peak. Legend had it that a dragon's spiritual vein lay beneath Tianshan Peak, the source of the sect's fortune. The concentration of spiritual energy and the training environment here were unmatched, even by the combined total of the other 8 main peaks. Only the high-ranking members of the sect, and those on the inner sect elite list were allowed to reside and train here. This was why inner sect disciples were so eager to make it onto the elite list. Senior brother, would you like a copy of the latest inner sect elite list? It's just 1 spirit stone, an outer sect disciple called out to Lin Xiao before he even entered Tianshan Peak. Give me 1. Lin Xiao tossed over a low-grade spirit stone. The outer sect disciple handed over the list, enthusiastically saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm quite familiar with it." Flipping through the list, Lin Xiao casually asked, "If I want to challenge someone on the elite list, do I just go find them?" "Yes, you just need to find the person and issue a challenge. If you succeed, you can take their spot on the list," the outer sect disciple explained. "Do you know where this person lives on Tianshan Peak?" Lin Xiao pointed to a name on the list. The outer sect disciple looked at the name Lin Xiao indicated and was surprised. Senior brother Zhu, ranked 80th on the elite list? He's at the pinnacle of the gathering spirit realm and practices the barbarian bull strength body refining technique. Known for his incredible strength, they say he can exert 3,000 pounds of force with one hand. Senior brother, you don't mean to? Lin Xiao frowned as he scrutinized the unfamiliar senior brother standing before him. This person was clearly not a regular on the elite ranking list, yet he directly challenged senior brother Zhu, who was ranked 80th. Such a move seemed rather reckless. Isn't that too hasty? Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Isn't it allowed to challenge someone within 20 ranks? A nearby outer disciple explained, "Yes, senior brother, you can challenge, but each disciple only has 1 chance per month. If you fail, you'll have to wait until the next month." What? Lin Xiao was startled, his frown deepening. If that were the case, his plans to participate in the Wuji ruins would be ruined. After all, the slots were limited, and without a spot, he couldn't enter. Would he have to fight for a spot on site? Sensing Lin Xiao's concern, the outer disciple added, "However, if you succeed in the challenge, you can continue to issue more challenges." Lin Xiao glared at him in exasperation. "Can you not leave out the important parts?" He then asked, "Could you take me to this person's residence, junior brother?" Senior brother, we outer disciples have a limited number of entries to Tianshan Peak each month. You might want to before the outer disciple could finish." Lin Xiao tossed him a bulging pouch. The outer disciple opened it and was rendered speechless. 100 low-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to half a year's income for him. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, "Junior brother, if you guide me today, this bag of spirit stones will be your reward. How about it?" He calculated in his mind that after spending over half a month refining pills at Danqing Peak, although he consumed most of them himself, he still exchanged quite a few for spirit stones. Now, his storage ring held nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, so a mere 100 as a tip was no problem. "Senior brother, you're too generous. I'll gladly accept," the outer disciple said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I'd be happy to guide you every day this month if you wish." Soon, the two of them headed deeper into Tianshan Peak, with Lin Xiao already formulating plans and preparing for the upcoming challenge. Upon entering the peak of Tianshan, Lin Xiao immediately sensed a change in the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy. As he ventured further, the air became increasingly saturated with spiritual power, almost as if it was nourishing him invisibly. An outer sect disciple noticed Lin Xiao's curious gaze around him and guessed, "Senior brother, is this your first time at Tianshan Peak?" Lin Xiao nodded, admitting, "Yes, I just became an inner sect disciple a few days ago." "What?" The outer sect disciple was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "You just became an inner sect disciple and you're already challenging the elite ranking? Senior brother, you really are fearless." He proceeded to explain, "You must know that becoming an inner sect disciple requires considerable talent, comprehension, and aptitude. There are nearly 30,000 inner sect disciples in the Sword Demon sect, but only the top 100 make it to the elite ranking. The difficulty is evident. This senior brother might be a bit too hasty." The outer sect disciple politely inquired, "By the way, may I know your name, senior brother?" Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao replied succinctly. And you? I'm Zhang Ong. The outer sect disciple said respectfully. Hello, senior brother Lin Xiao. Your name is the same as the top scorer in the outer sect test a few days ago. Zhang Ong laughed, not making the connection between the two. Lin Xiao acknowledged calmly. Oh, the person you're talking about is probably me. What? Really? Zhang Ang's eyes widened. Senior brother Lin Xiao, you were the top scorer in the outer sect test? Who else could it be? Lin Xiao responded calmly. Zhang Ong realized why Lin Xiao was so confident. Although he hadn't witnessed the outer sect test himself, he had heard from others that Lin Xiao's strength far surpassed the other participants. Under Zhang Ang's guidance, the two quickly arrived at a small building halfway up the mountain. The sign on the door displayed the number 80, indicating the residence of the 80th ranked on the elite ranking. Each disciple on the elite ranking had their own building, equipped with a spirit-gathering array, and received resources every month. The higher the rank, the better the benefits. Senior brother Lin, shall I announce your arrival? Zhang Ong offered. No need, Lin Xiao declined calmly. Before Zhang Ong could react, Lin Xiao stepped forward, took a deep breath, and loudly declared, Zhu Jingye, dare you come out and fight? His shout immediately drew the attention of everyone around. There were other disciples from the elite ranking and some passing ordinary disciples. People stopped to watch and whispered among themselves. Wow, who's this guy? He's so arrogant. Senior brother Zhu has a temper. This guy's asking for trouble, challenging Zhu Jingye? This should be interesting. I heard senior brother Zhu recently had some insights and might break through to the Wheel C realm next month, which would definitely boost his ranking. Challenging Zhu Jingye now is really unwise. Amidst the heavy footsteps, a tall figure emerged from the building. Seeing this, Zhang Ong immediately retreated several meters behind Lin Xiao, unwilling to get involved in this confrontation. Are you the one making noise? Zhu Jingye glared at Lin Xiao, his voice low and threatening. Lin Xiao got straight to the point. I'm challenging you. Do you accept? Zhu Jingye sneered. Ha ha ha, with your small frame, do you really think you can take one of my punches? He raised his massive fist, his eyes full of contempt. So, you're accepting? Lin Xiao asked calmly. Kid, you really don't know your limits. Zhu Jingye laughed coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. He sensed that the opponent's cultivation was also at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm but didn't care. To him, disciples on the elite ranking with a spirit-gathering realm cultivation were far superior to ordinary intersect disciples. Even against opponents who had just entered the Wheel C realm, he felt no fear. Then make your move. Lin Xiao said indifferently. You really need a beating. Get down. Zhu Jingye roared, stepping forward and throwing a powerful punch. A phantom of a wild bull formed behind him, its momentum fierce and overwhelming, forcing the surrounding disciples to back away. That's the wild bull fist. Senior brother Zhu's signature martial technique. I've heard that with the wild bull force, this punch has at least 3,500 pounds of force. Really? That's incredibly strong. Why else do you think senior brother Zhu is ranked 80th on the elite ranking? Just from the force of this punch, I know I couldn't take it. This challenger is in trouble. He deserves it for provoking senior brother Zhu. The onlookers sided with senior brother Zhu, as Lin Xiao was an unfamiliar face to them. Every day at Tianshan Peak, there were many challengers, but 90 of them failed. Those on the elite ranking were never easy opponents. Zhu Jingye's entire presence was like a bull, and he attacked with full force, holding nothing back. He aimed to severely injure his opponent with one strike, setting an example for others. His rank had been stuck at 80th on the elite ranking, and he often faced challenges from those who underestimated him. Boom! The force of the punch roared through the air. On the other side, Lin Xiao remained still, seemingly frozen in fear. At least, that was how it appeared to others. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. What? Huh? What's going on? The onlookers widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock. The scene they expected didn't unfold. In a strange turn of events, the challenger merely extended his palm and effortlessly blocked Zhu Jingye's seemingly unstoppable punch. Zhu Jingye was forced back 7 or 8 steps by the recoil. Meanwhile, the challenger stood calmly, his expression unchanged, and his body unmoved. Your strength is lacking, Lin Xiao remarked calmly, thinking to himself that this person's strength was not even close to what he had faced when practicing the mountain embrace technique. Damn it! Again! Zhu Jingye's eyes grew serious. After just one exchange, he realized his opponent's strength likely matched his own. Sorry, I don't have much time, Lin Xiao said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, another Lin Xiao suddenly appeared a meter away from Zhu Jingye. Zhu Jingye's face showed fear. Boom! Zhu Jingye was sent flying dozens of meters away, as if struck by a cannon, and landed unconscious on the ground, motionless. Lin Xiao retracted his leg and called out to Zhang Ong calmly. Let's go to the next one. Wu Zongqing, ranked 60th. The scene was utterly silent. Zhu Jingye, ranked 80th on the elite list, had been defeated with a single blow and knocked unconscious without any resistance. This wasn't just a simple loss. It was a glaring disparity in strength. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this challenger really just at the peak of the gathering spirit realm? Someone whispered. When did the inner sect produce such a formidable figure? Amidst the crowd's shock, the mysterious challenger calmly announced his intention to challenge the 60th rank on the elite list. His words were like a hammer blow, shattering the crowd's understanding once more. A disciple ranked in the 90s couldn't help but shout, "Brother, you need to leave your name after defeating someone on the elite list. What should we call you?" Lin Xiang, he replied without turning his head, as he walked away with Zhang Ong. Lin Xiang? The crowd exchanged glances. Is there someone named Lin Xiao in the inner sect? Wait, wasn't the top scorer in the outer sect test named Lin Xiao? Yeah, I heard he's quite formidable. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Interesting. Let's follow and see what happens. I'm going to. I want to see just how strong this guy is. A large group of people hurried after him, afraid to miss this rare spectacle. Along the way, Zhang Ong eagerly chatted with Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, you're amazing. You defeated Zhu Zhengye in one move. Everyone was shocked by you. Lin Xiao was unfazed. He was too weak. Zhang, tell me about Wu Zongqing, ranked 60th. Zhang Ong immediately began to describe him enthusiastically. Wu Zongqing is the direct disciple of the Crimson Flame Peak Master, and his flaming sword technique is extraordinary. He used to hover around the 90s rank, but suddenly surged last month, defeating several people and shooting up to 60th. A few minutes later, they arrived at the residence of the 60th rank. Lin Xiao stepped forward and shouted, "Wu Zongqing, dare you come out and fight?" As soon as he spoke, a tall figure leaped down from the building, sword in hand, face filled with anger. However, upon seeing the challenger's face, his expression froze. "It's you." Lin Xiao blinked, recognizing the familiar face. "Brother." Wu Zongqing suddenly burst into tears. "I've finally found you." Ignoring the astonished stares of the crowd, he gave Lin Xiao a big bear hug. Lin Xiao awkwardly responded, "No need for that, brother. Please, maintain your composure. Everyone's watching." It turned out Wu Zongqing was the very brother whom Lin Xiao had advised on the flaming sword technique at the trading square. Recognizing each other, Wu Zongqing immediately understood Lin Xiao's purpose for being there. "Brother Lin Xiao, I concede," Wu Zongqing declared, grabbing Lin Xiao to leave. "Let's go challenge the next one right away." The onlooking disciples were dumbfounded. How did this tense atmosphere suddenly turn into a reunion scene? Lin Xiao managed to smile and said, "Brother Wu, how about I spar with you for a few moves?" "No need, Brother Lin Xiao," Wu Zongqing quickly said, a humble smile on his face. "I haven't fully grasped your last lesson yet. I understand the principle of not biting off more than I can chew." Hearing this, Lin Xiao paused his gaze on Wu Zongqing for a moment longer. Although this senior brother wasn't the most perceptive, he certainly knew how to conduct himself. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lin Xiao didn't want to dampen the mood, so he simply nodded slightly. The group continued on their way, setting their sights on Qiyuanliang, who was ranked 40th. With Wu Zongqing leading the way, Zhang Ong, an outer disciple, was happy to be a quiet spectator. On the way, Wu Zongqing enthusiastically analyzed Qiyuanliang's strength. "Brother Lin Xiao, Qiyuanliang is no simple opponent. He's at the first level of the Wheel Sea realm, skilled in the falling rain sword technique, and has excellent aptitude. He's already grasped a fraction of the rain momentum, making his attacks relentless and aggressive. To tackle someone like him, it's best to break through his defenses with precision. Our spark ignition technique is perfect for this." Lin Xiao listened silently, not interrupting. He appreciated the thoughtfulness, though he mused internally that such detailed analysis seemed unnecessary for a first-level We'll See opponent. Why not just fight directly? Soon, they arrived in front of Ku Yuanliang's small building. Wu Zongqing called out loudly, "Ku Yuanliang, come out and face us. After we defeat you, we have others to challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure leaped out. Seeing Wu Zongqing, Ku Yuanliang's eyes filled with disdain. "Brother Wu, have you lost your mind? Do you think you're qualified to challenge me?" Wu Zongqing glanced at Ku Yuanliang with a look of disdain and then turned to Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin Xiao, go for it. I believe he'll be defeated in 5 rounds." Ku Yuanliang, hearing this, looked at Lin Xiao with curiosity, wondering who this unfamiliar challenger was. Lin Xiao, after hearing Wu Zongqing's words, shook his head slightly and replied in a calm tone, "1 round will suffice to deal with him." 1 round? Lin Xiao's bold declaration was like a sledgehammer, shattering the expectations of the surrounding disciples. They looked at him in disbelief, shaking their heads. Even the disciples gathered around Zhu Zhengye showed signs of doubt. In their eyes, the gap in strength between ranks 20 apart on the elite list wasn't something easily bridged. Although Lin Xiao had defeated Zhu Zhengye with a single strike, if Brother Ku faced Zhu Zhengye, it probably wouldn't take more than 2 moves. The difference in power between the Wheel Sea realm and the Gathering Spirit realm was significant. Yuanliang eyed Lin Xiao suspiciously, a hint of disdain in his voice. Kid, are you sure you're qualified to challenge me? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Wu Zongqing interjected. Why wouldn't he be qualified? Junior brother Lin Xiao just defeated me, so he's now ranked 60th on the elite list. These words caught Yuanliang's attention. Lin Xiao? Wu Zongqing's junior brother? He thought to himself. Could Qi and Peak have produced another formidable figure? As an inner disciple, he paid little attention to the outer sect tests, so it was understandable he hadn't heard of Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Wu Zongqing continued to provoke. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? Yuanliang glanced around and realized there was no way out. Refusing the challenge might ruin his reputation. Moreover, he was eager to teach this arrogant opponent a lesson. Fight it is, Yuanliang said coldly, drawing his sword as spiritual power surged within him. I want to see what makes you think you can defeat me in one move. The surrounding disciples stepped back, giving the two a wide berth. Yuanliang noticed Lin Xiao still standing in place and frowned. Aren't you going to draw your sword? Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, no need. This response infuriated Yuanliang. Arrogant, truly arrogant, he shouted. Slash of the falling rain. Yuanliang unleashed a technique from the falling rain sword style, his sword dancing as it transformed into 100 sword shadows mingled with sword energy, all aimed directly at Lin Xiao. The onlookers gasped in awe at the power of Yuanliang's move. In their place, they might only have been able to block a few strikes before succumbing. Yet, Lin Xiao remained motionless. As the sword energy neared him, those who had seen his previous match expected him to use that ghostly footwork again. They watched with wide eyes, eager to see how Lin Xiao would maneuver this time. But once again, they were left disappointed. Lin Xiao didn't dodge, allowing the sword energy to strike him. Junior brother Lin Xiao. Move. Wu Zongqing shouted anxiously. Though he had faith in Lin Xiao, he hadn't expected him to be so audacious. Yuanliang was equally stunned. Huh? He didn't dodge? He wondered if his opponent couldn't evade. However, the scene that unfolded next defied all expectations. The sword energy vanished without a trace as it struck Lin Xiao, as if it had never existed. What? Yuanliang's eyes widened. Where did my sword energy go? It hit him. So how? Lin Xiao chuckled. Looking for something? Keep going. Yuanliang gritted his teeth. Abandoning the sword energy, he charged directly at Lin Xiao with his sword. Clang! A dull sound echoed as Yuanliang's sword was caught by Lin Xiao's hand. Impossible! The onlookers exclaimed in shock. Lin Xiao effortlessly held Yuanliang's blade, insights about the falling rain sword style flooding his mind. His confidence stemmed from countless trials in the 8-day hell training at the Brahma sword tomb. Thanks to advancing the 9 nether demon suppression seal to the 3rd level, his physical strength matched that of body cultivators at the same level. Now it's my turn, Lin Xiao said with a slight smile, grabbing Yuanliang's shoulder and preparing to slam him to the ground. Yuanliang's face was a picture of shock. He wanted to resist, but found he couldn't break free from Lin Xiao's grip. Damn, this guy is definitely a body cultivator, Lin Xiao thought to himself, regretting his choice to engage in close combat. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed, and the ground trembled slightly. Yuanliang's eyes rolled back as he fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Lin Xiao dusted off his hands, satisfied with his handiwork. Nothing beats a straightforward shoulder throw, he muttered to himself. The crowd around him was stunned, their mouths agape at the scene. Wu Zongqing was particularly incredulous. He stared at Lin Xiao and stammered. Lin Xiao, junior brother, have you switched to body cultivation? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. No, don't you think it's cooler this way? Wu Zongqing was taken aback. Cool? What's the point of that? He whispered, trying to advise him. Lin Xiao, as sword cultivators, we should focus solely on the sword. Dividing our attention won't do us any good. To him, practicing and understanding the sword was already overwhelming enough, leaving no room for body cultivation. Thanks for the concern, senior brother Wu. I won't neglect my swordsmanship, Lin Xiao replied calmly, though he thought to himself. When your perception is high enough, you'll naturally understand. He then added, let's move on. Next up, the 20th on the elite list. Wu Zongqing curiously asked, Lin Xiao, how far up the rankings are you planning to challenge? Let's set a small goal and aim for the top 10 first, Lin Xiao replied. He knew that reaching the top 10 would earn him a spot in the ancient Wuji ruins, which was his real objective. Wu Zongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were planning to sweep the entire elite list. He explained that those ranked in the top 50 no longer had anyone at the spirit gathering realm, and Lin Xiao being 40th was already an anomaly. Especially the top 10, who were all exceptionally talented disciples. Sweeping the elite list? That might not be impossible, Lin Xiao said with confidence. Wu Zongqing quickly cautioned, Lin Xiao, don't say such things lightly. We should keep a low profile, especially here at Tianshan Peak, which is different from Qian Peak. Just then, a sinister voice interrupted. Ha! Sweeping the elite list? Do you really think you're invincible just because you've beaten a few nobodies? Wu Zongqing turned to see who spoke and immediately looked wary. He whispered to Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, that's Qin Xiong, ranked 4th on the elite list. He's reached the 4th level of the Wheel C realm, is a blade cultivator, and has even grasped the rudimentary intent of the blade. Blade cultivation? Ranked 4th on the elite list? Has grasped the rudiments of blade intent? Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement. Now that's a worthy opponent. He turned to face Qin Xiong, and a fierce sword aura suddenly emanated from his entire being. Qin Xiong, who had been utterly dismissive of Lin Xiao, squinted his eyes as he sensed this overwhelming presence. With such a level of sword aura, no wonder you're so arrogant, Qin Xiong remarked, his gaze intense on Lin Xiao. I suppose you've grasped the rudiments of sword intent as well. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, do you want to give it a try? Qin Xiong snorted coldly. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low. But it's enough to defeat you, Lin Xiao retorted confidently. You. Qin Xiong's face darkened. Wu Zongqing and the other onlookers were rendered speechless. They had thought Lin Xiao was merely a body cultivator, never expecting him to be a prodigy who had grasped the rudiments of sword intent. My goodness! To comprehend sword intent at the spirit gathering stage is astonishingly perceptive, someone murmured in awe. The crowd finally understood why Lin Xiao was so confident. Watching Lin Xiao and the 4th-ranked Qin Xiong confront each other, the crowd was even more surprised. To them, both were geniuses. One had grasped sword intent, the other blade intent. Yet, their cultivation levels were vastly different, with a whole major realm and 4 minor realms between them. Qin Xiong, isn't it? Do you dare to fight? Lin Xiao directly issued a challenge. Wu Zongqing quickly reminded him, Junior brother Lin Xiao, our rank isn't high enough to challenge Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong sneered. I was just thinking of teaching you that a sword should not be too sharp, lest it breaks. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. As for the ranking issue, if you defeat me, I'll handle it with the elders. As he spoke, his fighting spirit surged. With Qin Xiong's words, no one objected further. The crowd stepped back, clearing the area for the duel. If their cultivation levels were the same, it's hard to say who would be stronger. Who do you think will win? I'm rooting for brother Qin Xiong. I've seen his strength firsthand, and it's formidable. But Lin Xiao is impressive too. He's a sword cultivator. Have any of you seen him draw his sword? If Lin Xiao really wins, he'd undoubtedly be the most outstanding talent in the sword demon sect in recent years. In the open space, Lin Xiao and Qin Xiong had taken their positions. Qin Xiong adjusted his spiritual energy to the peak of the spirit gathering stage and warned, my blade is a top-tier spiritual weapon. Don't think of catching it barehanded, or you'll have only yourself to blame if you injure your hand. Unfazed by the provocation, Lin Xiao replied calmly, there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation. Even if you're at the 4th level of the Wheel C stage, I can still defeat you. Let's fight. Qin Xiong's eyes turned icy as he shouted, bring it on. Lin Xiao responded, finally drawing his long sword from its sheath. His sword was merely a high-grade spiritual weapon, inferior in quality to his opponent's. Sparks ignite the prairie, Lin Xiao murmured softly. In an instant, a scorching aura of red flames emanated from him, engulfing the entire area. The intensity was like the oppressive calm before a volcanic eruption. Nearby, Wu Zongqing's eyes lit up. Here it comes, the sword intent. Junior brother Lin Xiao is incredible. He truly has comprehended sword intent. Go. Lin Xiao unleashed a sword strike. The sword light flew forth, seemingly ordinary, yet it contained astonishing power. Well done. Qin Xiong's spiritual energy surged, and a colossal blade shadow appeared behind him. He swung down fiercely, a faint glow enveloping his blade as it clashed with Lin Xiao's sword light. No. This isn't rudimentary sword intent. This is the true sword intent. Qin Xiong exclaimed in shock. With a thunderous boom, Qin Xiong was forced back several steps, his hand trembling as blood seeped from his palm. Lin Xiao spoke calmly, see, I told you there was no need to suppress your cultivation. Qin Xiong's gaze turned serious. I didn't expect you to be even more formidable than I thought. Perhaps more than just a little, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Qin Xiong was at a loss for words. He couldn't outtalk this guy. But you're not the only one who has grasped true sword intent, Qin Xiong said, stepping forward and swinging his blade toward Lin Xiao. The blade shadow behind him merged with his blade, unleashing a cold, eerie glow. A massive crescent-shaped black blade, spanning 3 yards, slashed through the air. Blade intent, the onlookers gasped. Qin Xiong has also grasped true blade intent. This must be his trump card. These two are exceptional talents. It's rare for anyone to comprehend true sword or blade intent, even at the late Wheel C stage. Yet they've done it so early. But Lin Xiao is stronger. He's only at the spirit gathering stage. Indeed, Lin Xiao is truly a prodigy. The ground trembled as the black blade approached, cracks spreading outward. Blade intent or not, it doesn't matter. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, swinging his sword once more. Instantly, a sharp sword light shot skyward, its imposing intent like a mighty river. With unwavering determination, Lin Xiao's sword light clashed Hedon with Chun Xiong's black blade. Crack! The intent of the black blade shattered instantly, exploding into fragments of spiritual energy. Lin Xiao's sword light, unstoppable as a breaking wave, struck directly onto Chen Xiong's top-tier spiritual blade. A grunt of pain echoed as Chen Xiong's arm trembled violently, and his blade was knocked out of his grasp, flying backward. Lin Xiao's sword light suddenly changed direction, narrowly avoiding Chen Xiong's head and soaring into the sky. It's actually two parts of sword intent. I've lost, Chen Xiong admitted, lowering his head in genuine defeat. His trump card was one part of blade intent, yet he hadn't expected his opponent to have comprehended two parts of sword intent. What seemed like a small step could actually take a year or even 10 to achieve. Even more unsettling was the realization that if Lin Xiao hadn't held back, he would have been dead. The scene was silent. No one expected the outcome to be decided in just 2 exchanges. 2 parts of sword intent? Is Lin Xiao really only at the peak of the spirit gathering realm? Doubts arose in everyone's minds. Thank you for letting me win, Lin Xiao said calmly. He silently assessed Chen Xiong's stubborn nature, understanding why he had grasped blade intent at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm. Even until the end, Chen Xiong hadn't lifted his cultivation suppression. If he had fought with all his might, using his 4th level Wheel C realm cultivation, blocking 2 parts of sword intent wouldn't have been difficult. I'll speak to the elders about the ranking, Lin Xiao added. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xiong glared at Lin Xiao and said, your name is Lin Xiao, right? Don't get too cocky. It won't be long before I come back to defeat you. With that, he turned and walked away briskly. Lin Xiao didn't respond, only thinking to himself, by the time we meet next, we might no longer be on the same level. Securing the 4th position on the elite list, Lin Xiao began preparations for the journey to the Wuji ruins. Junior brother Lin Xiao, you're incredible. I think if you keep challenging, you might even take the top spot. Wu Zongqing exclaimed excitedly, feeling insignificant compared to Lin Xiao. No more challenges, this is enough, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. Then he asked, Senior brother Wu, do you know where I can find better movement techniques? Wu Zongqing thought for a moment and replied, Junior brother Lin Xiao, now that you're 4th on the elite list, you can access the 2nd floor of the Hidden Skills Pavilion. Our sect's best is the Earth-level lower-grade movement technique, Shifting Shadows. Lin Xiao glanced at him and said coolly, oh, that's the one I'm already practicing. Is there anything better? Wu Zongqing was momentarily speechless, his face full of confusion. Our sect's best movement technique is in this book. How about I go back and ask my master? Wu Zongqing suggested, holding a yellowed ancient text in his hands. Lin Xiao shook his head, a determined glint in his eyes. It's fine. I know who to ask. Brother Wu, do you know where the 4th rank pavilion is? Wu Zongqing's eyes lit up. I know that. Come on, I'll take you there. With that, he led Lin Xiao through winding stone paths towards Chen Xiong's former residence. Meanwhile, the news of Lin Xiao defeating the 4th rank Chen Xiong on the elite list spread like wildfire throughout the intersect. Disciples gathered in small groups, whispering about the astonishing news. Lin Xiao, at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, with 20% sword intent. These words echoed among the crowd, sparking waves of amazement. Half a day later, Lin Xiao concluded his tour of Tianshan Peak. He stood at the entrance of the training room, took a deep breath of the rich spiritual energy, and turned to leave, heading straight for the library pavilion. In his mind, there was no better person to consult about movement techniques than Elder Mu. Before reaching the library pavilion, Lin Xiao spotted Elder Mu standing at the entrance, a knowing smile on his face. Lin Xiao, it's only been a few days, and you've already defeated that blade practitioner's disciple from Old Lei. Lin Xiao replied humbly. Senior brother Chun was being lenient. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation, he could have lasted a few more rounds. Elder Mu almost jumped in frustration, thinking, I've seen people boast, but never like this. He suppressed his annoyance and said with a chuckle, so, are you here to formally take me as your master? I can pick a good day for it. Lin Xiao blinked, recalling Elder Gung's instructions. Oh, right. Elder Gung told me to deliver a message when I see you. Elder Mu laughed heartily. Let's hear it. Is he admitting defeat and too embarrassed to say it himself? So he sent you to relay it? That old fellow, who knew he cared so much about saving face. Imitating Elder Gung's tone, Lin Xiao said, in your dreams. Elder Mu's expression froze instantly. What? Is that old guy planning to renege? Lin Xiao didn't explain, instead silently extending his hand. Elder Mu asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Elder Gung said you'll understand once you check for yourself. Lin Xiao responded helplessly, wondering why these two elders were acting like children. Elder Mu, half believing, grasped Lin Xiao's hand and probed with his spiritual sense. In an instant, his expression shifted from calm to shock, then to disbelief. Are you even human? How is it possible to reach this level in just 8 days? How did you do it? Lin Xiao had no choice but to recount the details of his intense training over those 8 days. After listening, Elder Mu shook his head in amazement. 8 days to cultivate that broken technique of Elder Gungs to this level, raise your sword intent to 35%, and still be only at the peak of the spirit gathering realm? Well, I didn't believe you could easily defeat that blade practitioner earlier, but now I do. Taking the opportunity, Lin Xiao shared his thoughts. Elder Mu, with my comprehension, learning both at once won't be a problem. Elder Mu snorted. For now, it seems that's the only way. But if I find your 9 nether demon suppression seal lagging too far behind that old guy's technique, I won't agree to it. Lin Xiao quickly replied. Understood, Elder Mu. Elder Mu then asked, I heard you wanted to visit the Infinite Ruins. Challenging the elite list was for that spot, right? Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Elder Mu warned gravely, with your cultivation, the Infinite Ruins shouldn't pose much danger. But remember, whatever you do, avoid the Candle Dragon Lake once you're there. Candle Dragon Lake? What's that place? Lin Xiao asked curiously. It's a place even core formation realm experts find perilous. Just stay away from it. A hint of dread flickered in Elder Mu's eyes. Lin Xiao agreed on the surface, but his curiosity only grew. He then asked, by the way, Elder Mu, do you know where I can find better movement techniques? Elder Mu scoffed. Movement techniques? Just focus on mastering the demon suppression seal. Who needs movement techniques? Once your physical prowess reaches its peak, you'll be unmatched in speed without any fancy techniques. We're not aiming to comprehend the intent of speed, so why bother? The intent of speed? What's that? Lin Xiao was intrigued by the new term. Elder Mu began to explain. Do you know what realm lies beyond the core formation realm? Seeing Lin Xiao shake his head, he continued. Above the core formation realm is the cauldron transformation realm. To have a chance at achieving this, one must comprehend at least 80% of an intent in the core formation realm. Sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent are all types of intent. The intent of speed, the intent of alchemy, the intent of fire, and others can all be cultivated into a cauldron. Lin Xiao listened intently and suddenly asked, Elder Mu, if someone fully comprehends 2 intents before forming a cauldron, would they be stronger than someone who comprehends just one? Elder Mu sighed. Naturally, but almost no one has accomplished that. At least, I've never heard of it. The difficulty of comprehending an intent is unimaginable, requiring exceptional insight and opportunity. Mastering one intent is already incredibly challenging. Who has the leisure to master a second? Lin Xiao murmured to himself thoughtfully. Difficult? It feels quite manageable to me. Easy. Elder Mu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lin Xiao's casual remark. He almost choked on his own surprise. Elder Mu had been at the Xin Dan realm for decades, reaching its late stage, yet he had only grasped 60 of the essence of his cultivation. This was primarily because the body refining realm he pursued was significantly more challenging than others. Yet this young lad claimed that comprehending the essence was easy? Elder Mu was about to reprimand him, but then remembered that Lin Xiao, at the peak of the Zhu realm, had already grasped 35 of the sword intent. With such talent, perhaps saying it was easy wasn't entirely out of place. Elder Mu felt conflicted, caught between admiration and frustration. He mused to himself, how did I encounter such a prodigious little fellow? Lin Xiao seemed to realize his words might have been inappropriate. It was indeed easy for him, but that was due to his exceptional insight. For others, understanding the essence was far more challenging than mere cultivation. Elder Mu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lin Xiao said, planning to make a quick exit. Wait a moment, Lin Xiao. Elder Mu's tone suddenly softened. If you're truly seeking a top-tier movement technique, there might be a way. Lin Xiao was taken aback by this abrupt change in attitude. Just moments ago, Elder Mu seemed ready to scold him, and now he was being helpful? Please go on, Elder Mu. Lin Xiao paused, genuinely interested in acquiring a superior movement technique. With his level of insight, not utilizing it would indeed be a waste. Elder Mu took out a talisman stone, whispered something inaudible, and after a couple of breaths, handed Lin Xiao the stone and a note. 300 miles north through the Beast Forest is the territory of the Lu Yun sect, Elder Mu explained seriously. The Lu Yun sect is among the top 10 sects of the Great Wei Dynasty, renowned for their movement techniques, and are considered the fastest. This is a promissory note in my letter of introduction. Present them to the sect master of Lu Yun sect, and you should be able to select a top-tier movement technique. Lin Xiao quickly accepted them, not noticing the sly, expectant, and slightly mischievous glint in Elder Mu's eyes. He was surprised yet again by the promissory note. Elder Mu seemed to have extensive connections, even managing to link directly with the sect master of a distant sect like Lu Yun. Lin Xiao did not doubt its authenticity, as the previous promissory note had already brought him great benefits. Elder Mu, how did you come by this promissory note? Lin Xiao asked out of curiosity. Ahem. Why do you ask so many questions, kid? Do you think I'd deceive you? Elder Mu feigned indignation, trying to hide the peculiar look in his eyes. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Elder Mu, Lin Xiao replied sincerely. Although he had not officially become a disciple, Elder Mu treated him like one, showing genuine care and guidance. He was undoubtedly a good person and would make an excellent master in the future. All right, off you go. The journey to Lu Yun's sect isn't short, and don't you still have to train at the Wuji ruins? There are 10 days until the ruins open, and Lu Yun's sect is not far from them. If you set out now, you'll make it in time, Elder Mu urged. Lin Xiao agreed, preparing to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Elder Mu, do you have any flying vessels? Could you give me a lift? He considered the journey from Sword Demon Sect to Lu Yun's sect, which required crossing the entire beast forest. Although he wasn't afraid with his current cultivation, it would be a hassle. What? Flying vessel? What's that? You're dreaming. Elder Mu shot him a look, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Lin Xiao was taken aback. The Sword Demon Sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Wei Dynasty, and such things were common in every fantasy novel, weren't they? Then, surely you have flying beasts? Lin Xiao asked, hoping for an alternative. Elder Mu frowned even more. Just walk there yourself. Once your cultivation reaches the Xian Dan realm, you can fly. We're not some beast-taming sect. Who would keep such creatures around? As a snack? After a few more words, Lin Xiao was sent off from the Sword Demon Sect, beginning his journey to Lu Yun's sect. In the Hidden Techniques Pavilion, Elder Mu watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure and murmured to himself, Old Ghost Gung has given you an opportunity. As your teacher, I can't fall behind. Let's see if you can handle it. Lin Xiao had already entered the beast forest. If he didn't go straight through, he'd have to take a long detour, which might not leave enough time. A direct path would take 3 to 4 days to reach Lu Yun's sect, and then only 2 days to the Wuji ruins. Time was not only sufficient, but also allowed for some spare moments. 2 days later, Lin Xiao was deep in the beast forest. A beast nearly 4 meters long was drooling as it stared at him. It was a mid-level beast of the Luan High Realm, a dark tiger. With immense strength, incredible speed, and the ability to unleash double combat power when enraged, the dark tiger is a formidable creature. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar. The dark tiger lunged at Lin Xiao like a black lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, the dark tiger's sharp claws were aimed directly at Lin Xiao's head. With a tearing sound, it seemed as though Lin Xiao's head was shattered to pieces. Yet, in the next moment, his figure inexplicably appeared a short distance away, completely unscathed. Before the dark tiger could react, a sharp sword light flashed, swift as lightning. With a slicing sound, the dark tiger's head fell to the ground, and its massive body collapsed with a thud, blood gushing out. This fierce beast was now utterly lifeless. Lin Xiao, expressionless, approached the dark tiger's corpse and skillfully began to disassemble it. He quickly extracted the most valuable parts and tossed them into his storage ring. After finishing, he continued onward, muttering to himself, a mid-stage sea of wheels beast is still a bit too weak. The beast forest is vast and boundless, comparable in size to a provincial city from his previous life. Lin Xiao had already ventured deep into the forest yesterday, and this was the 4th sea of wheels beast he had slain. With the power of the 3rd level of the 9 nether demon suppression seal and 3.5 parts of sword intent, Lin Xiao was unstoppable in this forest. According to Mu Lao's intelligence, there were no beasts of the spin core level in this forest. This made Lin Xiao even more reckless. He thought to himself, with my current strength, even if I encounter a latest-stage sea of wheels beast, I might not win, but I can definitely escape. After traveling for another half a day, Lin Xiao's ears twitched slightly. He immediately used the shadow shift technique, leaving a shadow in place as he moved like lightning. However, this time, his proud technique failed him. A massive gray shadow rushed at him with incredible speed, claws gleaming as they aimed for Lin Xiao's head. In a critical moment, Lin Xiao hastily activated the 9 nether demon suppression seal. 9 nether demon suppression seal, he shouted, and a yellow demonic seal surged from his body. With a loud crash, Lin Xiao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into a tree several meters away before coming to a stop. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. What kind of beast is this? The force is at least latest-stage sea of wheels. I really hit a tough one this time. Lin Xiao quickly looked up to carefully assess the beast that attacked him. Upon seeing it clearly, his brows furrowed tightly. A wind wolf? A latest-stage sea of wheels wind wolf? He thought, puzzled and uncertain. Aren't these beasts supposed to max out at the peak of the spirit gathering stage? Could this be a mutation? Lin Xiao stared at the strange wind wolf before him, while the beast returned the gaze with a hint of confusion in its eyes. It seemed unable to comprehend how this seemingly weak human had managed to withstand its deadly attack. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao gripped his longsword tightly and unleashed his signature move. Sparks ignite the prairie. The fiery sword energy surged towards the wind wolf like a tidal wave, and the air crackled with the sound of flames. Sensing the threat, the wind wolf dropped low to the ground. In the next instant, it transformed into a gray lightning bolt, zigzagging at an astonishing speed to effortlessly evade Lin Xiao's attack. This speed. It's faster than me. Lin Xiao's pupils contracted slightly as he marveled inwardly. The wind wolf, having dodged the attack, roared once again, charging at Lin Xiao with another fierce claw strike. Lin Xiao quickly countered with the Tianming sword technique to block it. Man and wolf continued to battle fiercely, with the fight remaining at a stalemate after several rounds. The demonic aura around the wind wolf grew thicker, and its eyes glowed a deep red. Despite its superior strength, it couldn't break through Lin Xiao's defense, which only made it more agitated. Though Lin Xiao appeared to be on the defensive, the protective power of the demon suppression seal kept him unharmed. He watched the wind wolf's every move closely, puzzled by its unusual strength. This is too strange. It looks like an ordinary wind wolf, yet it's so powerful. It must be a result of mutation, Lin Xiao thought to himself. It's time to end this battle. His eyes sharpened, and a sword energy imbued with an intense sword intent descended from the sky, slashing towards the wind wolf at several times the speed of his previous attack. The fur on the wind wolf's back stood on end, and it let out an earth-shattering roar, shrouded in a blood-red mist. Instinctively, it knew it had to flee immediately or face certain death. However, despite its quick reflexes, the fierce sword energy still struck it. With a harrowing scream, only a pool of blood remained where the wind wolf had been. Its body vanished. Lin Xiao was stunned. It got away? Even with my nearly full-strength attack, I couldn't kill it on the spot. Its defense is terrifying. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow the trail. I must find it dead or alive. A demon beast at the Xiandan stage has a demon core, a treasure worth a fortune. If I can obtain one, this trip would be immensely rewarding. Following the blood trail, Lin Xiao quickly found the wind wolf's hiding place, a deep cave. He cautiously entered and found the severely injured wind wolf lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Its wound, deep enough to reveal bone, stretched from its shoulder to its waist. To run this far with such injuries, its vitality is monstrous, Lin Xiao thought, shocked. But what happened next truly made his hair stand on end and his eyes light up. The wind wolf was sucking something from a depression in the ground, and its wounds were healing visibly fast. What the? Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The wind wolf whirled around, but Lin Xiao was already in motion. A sword energy imbued with sword intent struck like lightning, too swift for the wind wolf to escape. With a final, abrupt roar, the wind wolf was decapitated, dead on the spot. After ensuring the area was safe, Lin Xiao approached the wind wolf's body, his gaze drawn to the depression in the ground. It held a pool of milky white liquid, emitting a faint white glow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao felt an intense surge of spiritual energy flood into his body. The energy was incredibly pure, with a hint of green, sparking a primal craving within him. What on earth is this? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Just the scent is so stimulating. What would happen if I drank it? He suddenly understood. No wonder that wind wolf mutated to such a degree. It was due to this miraculous liquid. Looking up, Lin Xiao saw 3 stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling, each exuding a divine radiance. At that moment, a drop of the white liquid fell from one of the stalactites, landing in the depression below. Could this be the legendary stone milk? Lin Xiao mused aloud. A concentrated essence formed by the rhythm of heaven and earth, rich in life force and spiritual energy. Such a treasure is extremely rare, growing only a centimeter every few decades, with a century yielding at most 20 to 30 centimeters. As he spoke, the joy in Lin Xiao's eyes grew even more intense, as if he had discovered a treasure beyond measure. Lin Xiao stood inside the cave, his eyes fixed intently on the 3 stalactites before him. The shortest was over 30 centimeters long, while the longest reached a full meter. He pondered silently, wondering if this longest one could be the legendary 1,000-year-old stalactite. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao leapt gracefully, quickly reaching the top of the cave. Whether his guess was right or not, the mere fact that the liquid dripping from these stalactites could nurture an ordinary wind wolf to such a state proved their immense value. Carefully, Lin Xiao drew his sword and swiftly cut down the 3 stalactites, storing them in his storage ring. He then took out several jade bottles and bent down to collect every drop of the stalactite liquid from the ground. These are treasures. Wasting them would be a shame, he muttered to himself. His gaze fell upon the wind wolf's carcass on the ground, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder how much of the stalactite liquid the beast had consumed. With a wave of his left hand, He retrieved a set of cooking tools from his storage ring. Using his fiery sword technique, he started a fire and employed his dark sword technique to slice the meat. Soon, the aroma of seared wolf steak filled the air. When the steak was cooked to medium rare, Lin Xiang cut off a small piece and tasted it. He nodded in satisfaction. Tender, juicy, and flavorful. To his delight, the wolf's blood transformed into a powerful energy surge as soon as it entered his body. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xiao's lips as he realized his hunch was correct. The wind wolf, unable to refine its cultivation, had absorbed the stalactite liquid in a crude manner, failing to fully digest it. This made its body a prime source of spiritual energy. After consuming the entire steak, Lin Xiao immediately activated the 9-nether demon suppression seal, carefully sensing the changes within his body. He was thrilled to find that just this piece of wolf meat had effects comparable to a top-grade Yuan Ascension pill. Lin Xiao spent the entire day in this cycle, eating wolf meat, cultivating to digest it, and then eating more. As he finished off most of the wind wolf, he suddenly heard faint voices coming from outside. Senior sister, I'm certain the wind wolf lives in this cave. I bet it's a latest-stage Sea of Wheels realm wind wolf. It must have encountered some opportunity, and there might be treasures hidden inside this cave. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression instantly darkened. Senior sister, there's a trail of blood from the demonic beast outside. It must be that mutated wind wolf lost a fight with other beasts and came here to heal. A young woman in green exclaimed excitedly. Let's go in quickly. With senior sister here, we have nothing to fear, even if the wind wolf isn't injured. Exactly, there's 4 of us. How can we not handle a single wind wolf? Another green-clad woman chimed in. With that, 4 figures dashed into the cave like a gust of wind. All 4 were women, 3 dressed in green, and 1 in purple. They were strikingly beautiful and graceful, especially the woman in purple, whose starry eyes shone with a cool demeanor. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her presence was ethereal, like a celestial being. Lin Xiao quickly assessed them. The 3 women in green seemed to be at the middle stage of the Wheel Sea realm, while the purple-clad girl was at least at the late stage, possibly the 7th level. While Lin Xiao was observing them, the 4 women also noticed his presence. Senior sister, someone's already here, one of the women in green exclaimed. Annoying. Judging by the blood outside, it can't have been long since it was left. How did he find this place so quickly? Another complained. Look at his feet. It's the wind wolf's body, and he seems to have already eaten quite a bit, pointed out the 3rd woman in green. Realizing Lin Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, their tension quickly dissipated. Someone who hadn't even reached the Wheel Sea realm posed no threat to them. Already here? You talk as if this place belongs to you, Lin Xiao remarked casually, spitting out a bone and looking at them with ease. The 4 women were taken aback by Lin Xiao's calm demeanor. Did he not realize they were all powerful cultivators of the Wheel Sea realm? Senior sister, the spiritual energy in this cave is exceptionally dense, but I haven't found any treasures, a woman in green said, eyeing Lin Xiao's ring with suspicion. I think. The woman in purple nodded slightly and stepped forward, addressing Lin Xiao coolly. Sir, we scouted this place a few days ago. We hope you can share any findings with us. We are willing to split them evenly. Her words displeased her 3 junior sisters. Split evenly? Why? They had discovered this place first, and good things should go to the capable, not someone from the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised, sensing the purple-dressed girl's sincerity. Quite principled, he thought. If it were me, I might have already taken action. Just then, Lin Xiao's expression changed as 8 or 9 figures rushed in, surrounding him and the 4 women. Didn't expect to find such a place. Rain Xiang, you sure know how to pick a spot. An attractive young man said, his gaze locking onto the purple-clad girl with a sly grin. It's Xikong Hao from the Shining sect. How did he get here? One of the green-clad women gasped. It's the little demon. We're in big trouble. Rumor has it he's reached the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm, even higher than senior sister. The 3 women in green were visibly panicked, their palms sweaty. You followed us? Luo Yushang glared at Xikong Hao coldly. Followed? Rain Xiang, that hurts my feelings, Xikong Hao replied with a playful smile. I just wanted a nice place to propose to you. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Flowing Cloud sect to ask your father for your hand. What do you think? Xikong Hao, what are you saying? Our senior sister would never like you, let alone marry you. A green-clad woman behind Luo Yushang couldn't help but retort. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as the outspoken woman was instantly sent flying, a red handprint on her face. No one saw how Xikong Hao struck. Xikong Hao, we're not far from our sect. Aren't you afraid our people will come for you? Luo Yushang quickly shielded her fallen companion. Xikong Hao laughed even more heartily. Don't worry. I doubt your sect can come so quickly. Besides, my junior brothers will take good care of your little sisters today. The young men around him eyed the 3 women in green with malicious intent. The women's faces turned pale, silenced by fear. This cave's spiritual energy is nearly 3 times that outside, almost like a top-tier spirit-gathering array. There must be some incredible treasure here, Sikong Hao said greedily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Rain Xiang, either you hand it over peacefully, or we take it by force. Your choice. The 4 women's faces, including Luo Yushang's, turned grim. Hey, you guys do your thing. Just let me go, all right? A voice suddenly cut through the tension. Everyone's attention turned to the speaker. Who are you? Sikong Hao asked, looking down at him as if he were an insect. In his eyes, someone at the spirit-gathering realm had no right to speak. I'm just a passerby, not acquainted with them, Lin Xiang admitted. Oh, well then, kill him, Sikong Hao said nonchalantly, as if discussing dinner plans. As soon as he spoke, a subordinate at the second level of the Wheel Sea realm sneered and swung his blade toward Lin Xiao's neck. Wait, why kill him? Luo Yushang was about to intervene. Though this person might have taken the treasure here, it wasn't a crime worth dying for. A scream was abruptly cut short. Before Luo Yushang could act, the attacker was sent flying back at twice the speed. Everyone saw a bone embedded in his heart. As he flew, his life force was rapidly fading. By the time he hit the cave wall, he was already a lifeless corpse. Sorry about that, he moved too suddenly, and I couldn't hold back. Lin Xiao apologized with a smile, then added, I heard that turning in demonic cult members at the Wheel Sea realm for a bounty. How much is this one's head worth? Sikong Hao's face was thunderous with rage. He never expected that this seemingly insignificant young man would dare to fight back, let alone kill with a single blow. The 4 women and other followers were dumbstruck, their minds swirling with confusion. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. You brat actually killed Brother Wang. One of the followers shouted angrily. Let's get him together and finish him off. Brother Wang died so unjustly, being killed by a mere spirit-gathering realm kid. Another follower chimed in. We have to kill him, or it'll be a disgrace to our Xianin sect if word gets out. You think you can take our heads for bounty? Dream on. A third follower spat through gritted teeth. Before Sikong Hao could speak, the 4 followers charged at Lin Xiao. To them, their companion had only been caught off guard, and besides, Brother Wang was the weakest among them. With their numbers, they were certain this young man would not survive. Sikong Hao watched coldly, indifferent even to Brother Wang's death. With one less person, there would be more loot to divide among the survivors. However, when the 4 followers' swords and blades struck at Lin Xiao, they found they had only hit an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao's figure appeared beside them. Bang, 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 bang. For dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The 4 followers screamed as they were sent flying, crashing heavily into the cave walls and leaving deep dents, instantly losing consciousness. The remaining onlookers were shocked and now viewed Lin Xiao with apprehension. Defeating one might be luck, but taking down 5 consecutively showed that this spirit-gathering realm youth was not as simple as he appeared. Who exactly are you? Sikong Hao glared at Lin Xiao. Are you looking to make a complete enemy of the Xianin sect? The other followers instinctively took a step back, already feeling a sense of panic. Lin Xiao sneered. What a joke. Do I owe you an explanation of who I am? And as for offending your Xianin sect, you're trying to kill me. Do you expect me to just offer my head? The Xianin sect was ranked the 10th demonic sect in the Great Wei Dynasty, just behind the 7th-ranked sword demon sect. But in just a few exchanges, Lin Xiao had already judged that the Xuanyan sect disciples were far less competent than those of the sword demon sect. Having absorbed the memories of thousands of sword demon sect disciples, he had a basis for this assessment. You have quite the silver tongue, Sikong Hao remarked coldly, then turned to the remaining 3 followers. You 3 keep an eye on Luo Yushang and the others. Leave this kid to me. Yes, Brother Sikong. The 3 followers replied, visibly relieved. Nearby, the 4 women whispered among themselves. Senior sister, who do you think that man is? How is he so strong? He likely concealed his true cultivation. With such speed and strength, he can't possibly be just a spirit-gathering realm cultivator. I wonder who is stronger between him and Sikong Hao. Luo Yushang watched Lin Xiao, feeling both helpless and guilty. If it weren't for them being here, Sikong Hao wouldn't have followed, and others wouldn't be dragged into this. That spirit-gathering realm guy is strong, but he surely can't match Sikong Hao, one woman analyzed. Sikong Hao is an 8th-level Wheel Sea realm expert, second among Xianin sect's inner disciples, and a genius who has comprehended a portion of sword intent. If he were in our Luyun sect, he'd definitely be the top inner disciple. As they discussed, the battle between Lin Xiao and Sikong Hao commenced. Sikong Hao wielded his long sword, its tip vibrating as he slashed toward Lin Xiao's chest. His movement was elusive, ghost-like, transforming into a gray shadow that was almost impossible for the ordinary eye to follow. Clang! A crisp ring echoed as Sikong Hao's long sword halted mere centimeters from Lin Xiao's chest, caught firmly between Lin Xiao's fingers. Empty-handedly catching a blade? Is that even possible? The four women exclaimed in disbelief. How can your body be this strong? Sikong Hao was also stunned. His sword emitted a unique sword energy that would slice through even steel upon contact. Yet this man had caught the blade barehanded, his hands unharmed. What kind of extraordinary physical strength was this? Is this all you've got? Lin Xiang remarked, delivering a swift kick. Sikong Hao couldn't evade in time and grunted as he was sent flying. Everyone present found it hard to believe that someone at the spirit gathering realm had managed to put a latest-stage we'll see realm expert at a disadvantage in the very first exchange. Damn it. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Sikong Hao's face was dark with murderous intent. A cold and sharp sword intent emanated from his body and sword. With a light wave, the surrounding cave wall stones were instantly ground into dust by the sword energy. Empty-handedly catching a blade? Let's see you try that again. Sikong Hao sneered. Even the top body cultivators can't catch a sword intent burst barehanded. However, just as he was about to unleash a deadly strike, Lin Xiang spoke. Do you really think you're the only one who can wield a sword? Lin Xiang extended his hand, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. Sikong Hao, the four women, and the followers were all stunned. What did this mean? Wasn't this man a body cultivator? In the next moment, a cold and sharp sword intent surged from Lin Xiang. Sikong Hao's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Sword intent? He's actually comprehended sword intent too. What shocked Sikong Hao even more was that the sword intent released by Lin Xiang was strikingly similar to his own. Sikong Hao was utterly stunned, and the others were equally shocked, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. A mere kid at the peak of the spirit gathering realm had comprehended sword intent. To them, it was as unbelievable as a dead man speaking, completely overturning their understanding. I don't believe it. You must have used some kind of forbidden technique. Sikong Hao roared. Dark Extinction strike. His entire body surged with spiritual power as he unleashed his strongest attack. This kid was too strange and needed to be dealt with quickly. In an instant, a dark sword light shot into the sky, crackling with immense power, devouring even the air around it. The spectators felt a chill rise from their feet, knowing this was beyond their ability to withstand. What was even more terrifying was that Sikong Hao's sword intent had reached 1.5 stages, showing improvement from before. Although it was only a slight advancement, among experts, the smallest difference could lead to a significant gap. Lin Xiao's eyes burned with intensity as he watched the incoming sword light. He was eager to try absorbing the sword intent, but for safety's sake, he decided to wait until he was stronger. After all, this was a lethal strike from a latest-stage we'll see realm expert, and he couldn't afford to be careless. With that thought, Lin Xiao dismissed the idea of absorbing the sword intent. He raised his long sword and coldly declared, Forbidden technique? Let me show you what a forbidden technique really is. Shadow sword technique, dark extinction strike. The same movements, the same sword technique, the same sword light. With a hum, a dark sword light burst forth from Lin Xiao's sword. Despite using the same martial skill, the effect and power varied greatly in different hands. Sikong Hao was both shocked and fearful. Shadow sword technique? He murmured in disbelief. How does he know the shadow sword technique too? What is going on? However, Sikong Hao soon managed a sinister smile. Even if you have sword intent and know the shadow sword technique, the gap in our realms is something you can't bridge. Luo Yusheng couldn't help but feel anxious. Judging by the scale of the sword lights, Sikong Hao's was clearly much larger. She thought to herself, this is hopeless, the difference in realms is too vast. Boom! A massive explosion erupted as the two sword lights collided fiercely, shaking the entire cave. Everyone eagerly looked towards the point of impact. What they saw left them dumbfounded. The collision had carved a deep fissure over 10 meters deep, and the two sword lights had actually neutralized each other. No, this can't be 2 stages of sword intent? You've comprehended 2 stages of sword intent. Sikong Hao exclaimed, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. To think that his own 1.5 stages of sword intent had caused quite a stir in the Xianyin sect, even earning the sect leader's favor with plans to groom him as the next leader. Yet, compared to this man, he suddenly felt unworthy. Daydreaming? Let me teach you what the shadow sword technique is all about. Lin Xiao's voice echoed eerily. He raised his long sword, seemingly merging into the shadows, his figure flickering in and out of sight. Then, a beam of dark light gathered at a point, and an ominous shadow surged forth. A sword light, towering several meters high, shot through the abyss, its chilling sword intent devouring all light. A single ray of cold light, a sword that freezes the 5 continents. Shadow slash. Swish. The black light flashed and disappeared as if it had never been there. A perfect level shadow sword technique. With 3.5 stages of sword intensity, Sikong Hao's pupils gradually lost their light, and his life force faded away. The final expression on his face was one of uncontainable shock. Hiss! Everyone present gasped, a chill running from their feet to the top of their heads. Dead. The most outstanding inner disciple of the Xianin sect, Sikong Hao, was slain by someone merely at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. It was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, the faces of the three followers who had come with Sikong Hao changed drastically. Run! With Sikong Hao dead, they were now in the most danger. Exchanging a glance, the three of them exerted all their strength and frantically fled the cave. Sigh. A soft sigh was heard, followed by three flashes of sword light. Thud, thud, thud. Three bodies hit the ground heavily, dead on the spot. Now, only 5 people remained in the cave, Lin Xiang and 4 terrified women. Lin Xiang looked at the 4 women, a strange smile on his face. Don't worry, I'm gentle with women. Let's play a game, shall we? I'll count to 10, and you can run or hide. Let's see who can survive. Doesn't that sound fun? You can't refuse this game. Now, the game begins. 1 inch. With that, Lin Xiang closed his eyes and counted the first number. Luo Yushang and the other 3 women were paralyzed with fear. Even seeing Lin Xiang close his eyes, they dared not make a move. The events that had just transpired were fresh in their minds, and the gap between them and this mysterious expert was simply too vast. 2. Run. Let's run. Luo Yushang didn't hesitate any longer. Grabbing her 3 companions, they used their best agility techniques and transformed into streaks of light, fleeing desperately. 3. Lin Xiang stopped counting after the 3rd number. Once he confirmed that the 4 women had truly left, he opened his eyes. By then, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes showed only deep exhaustion. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, quickly taking out a vial of stalactite essence and gulping it down. After drinking, some color returned to his face. Without delay, Lin Xiang began circulating his cultivation technique to recover. In truth, Lin Xiang had been in a state of exhaustion after killing Sikong Hao. After all, the opponent was a formidable late-stage Will See realm expert. His final Shadow Sword technique strike had drained 90% of his spiritual power and a significant amount of his life force. Without that, he wouldn't have been able to kill Sikong Hao. After dealing with the 3 followers, Lin Xiang was at his limits, with no fighting capability left. Deceiving the 4 women was a desperate measure. Now, he needed to recover quickly and leave. Otherwise, if those 4 women realized the truth and returned for revenge, the consequences would be dire. The 4 women who had escaped from the cave had only one thought in their minds: survival. The terrifying scene kept replaying in their heads. A person with overwhelming power had annihilated Sikong Hao's group without mercy. Afterward, that person decided to play a cruel game of chase with them. It was nothing short of demonic behavior. Even after escaping the cave, the women still felt as if a sword was pressing against their backs, with their lives hanging by a thread. They dared not stop and just kept running. Only when they crossed the boundary of the beast forest did they allow themselves to take a breather. Sister, did that person follow us? One of the women in green asked, panting heavily. My heart is racing. This is the closest I've ever been to death. In the cave, I really thought I was going to die. Fortunately, that person didn't understand the unique movement techniques of our Luyun sect, so we managed to shake him off. Another woman in green said, still shaken by the memory of that person's fierce demeanor. Luo Yushang frowned and said quietly, No, it's not that we shook him off. He simply didn't chase you. What? The 3 women were stunned by her words. What do you mean, sister? They found it hard to believe, having witnessed that person kill without hesitation. If they weren't killed, the incident with Sikong Hao could be exposed. Luo Yushang explained, I can't say for sure. It's just a hunch. If that person really intended to kill us, why play such a game of chase? He could have just done it directly. The 4 of them pondered for a moment but couldn't figure it out. After a brief rest, they once again utilized their movement techniques and swiftly headed back to the Luyun sect. A day later, Lin Xiang finally stood up in the cave. As he stretched his muscles, they made a series of cracking sounds. After a full day of training with the stalactite liquid, his 9 nether demon suppression seal had broken through to the 4th level. His physical strength and defense had greatly improved. Lin Xiang thought to himself that if he were to face Sikong Hao again now, it would be much easier, and he certainly wouldn't be as embarrassed. Not only had the demon suppression seal advanced, but even his sword intent had been significantly enhanced during the battle. This stalactite liquid is truly a treasure. Lin Xiang marveled at the empty bottle in his hand. He had assumed that in his weakened state, it would take him at least 3 days to recover, but after taking 1 bottle of stalactite liquid, he had fully recovered in just half a day of training. Unfortunately, he only had 10 bottles, and each one used was 1 less. Lin Xiang couldn't help but wonder about the effects of the 3 stalactites in the storage ring, given the miraculous nature of the liquid. However, he decided not to try them immediately. His intuition told him it would be better to save them for when he reached the Luin High realm. With only a few days left before the opening of the Wuji ruins, Lin Xiang decided to head to the Luyun sect first. With a swift movement, he dashed in the direction of Luyun's sect. Letting those 4 women go the previous day was indeed Lin Xiao's intention. He wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. Those women bore him no ill will and were disciples of the Luyun sect. He didn't want to kill without reason. As for the members of the Xianin sect, he believed they deserved to die. If you don't kill, you risk being killed, so it's better to eliminate the threat entirely. A day later, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the Luyun sect. At that moment, the sect was holding its annual ladder challenge. Any disciple who ranked in the top 100 of the inner sect could participate. The so-called ladder was a training ground built by the Luyun sect. The 100-step platform reached a height of 1,000 meters, with a stone monument placed at the top. This monument had immense power, emitting intense gravitational forces around it. The closer one got to the monument, the stronger the gravity and resistance became. It was said that even a powerhouse at the Shindan realm would find it difficult to get within 10 meters of the monument. This monument was a mysterious object that the former sect leader of Luyun sect had stumbled upon. After years of fruitless research, it was placed here, establishing this training ground. Although the gravity on the ladder increased progressively, using it to train movement techniques could yield twice the result with half the effort. For this reason, the Luyun sect's movement technique advantage had flourished for over a century. At present, nearly 100 Luyun sect disciples were participating in the challenge on the ladder. They were climbing step by step against the immense gravitational force. Hey, what's wrong with the senior sister? She used to lead the way every year, but this time she seems distracted, a disciple remarked in confusion. Yeah, it's been an hour, and she's only reached the 26th step. Better watch senior brother Xiao. He's already passed the 30th step. Do you think senior brother Xiao might take first place in the ladder challenge this year? As the disciples cheered for their seniors, they also engaged in lively discussions. On the high platform near the ladder sat the high-ranking members of the Luyun sect. An inner sect elder joked, "Ha ha ha, sect leader, your precious daughter doesn't seem to be in her usual form this time." The sect leader smiled wryly. "There are reasons for that. It's good enough that she's participating." Did something happen? I heard she hurried back from outside just last night. Another inner sect elder inquired. The sect leader's expression turned serious. Let's continue with the ladder challenge first. After it's over, I need to discuss this matter with all of you. Hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking members changed slightly. It seemed the situation was significant. They quickly shifted the topic and said no more. At that moment, an inner sect disciple hurriedly ran up to the high platform and respectfully said, "Greetings, sect leader, greetings to all the elders." The sect leader asked curiously, "What is it?" The inner sect disciple reported, "Sect leader, a young man is outside the sect requesting to see you. He claims to have a message for you from someone named Elder Mu from the Jianma sect." When I heard this, I hesitated for a moment before coming to report, the Jianma sect? Hearing the words Jianmo sect, the previously indifferent high-ranking members immediately perked up. The sect leader's expression became even more peculiar. "What? Did you really hear him say he was sent by someone named Elder Mu to deliver a message?" The sect leader suddenly became alert, a look of astonishment in his eyes. "Yes, sect leader," the inner sect disciple replied. Without hesitation, the sect leader ordered, "Bring that person here immediately." An inner disciple responded promptly and hurriedly stepped down from the high platform. Master Luo's expression was clouded with uncertainty, as if lost in thought. The other senior members, though curious, dared not speak out of turn. Moments later, the inner disciple returned, leading a young man up to the platform. The crowd of disciples immediately focused their attention on him, speculating about his identity. Upon realizing that the young man was only at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the visitor, Master Luo's tense demeanor eased slightly. With a friendly tone, he asked, "Young man, are you here to deliver a message on behalf of Elder Mu?" The unexpected politeness caused the surrounding elders to exchange puzzled glances, unsure why their leader was being so courteous to an outsider. The young man respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Luo." He then handed over the IOU and a spirit stone given to him by Elder Mu. The IOU seemed like an ordinary piece of white paper, but Lin Xiao knew it might be imbued with some secret technique. As Master Luo accepted the items, he trembled slightly. He murmured to himself, "What must come will come." He then began to examine the contents of the spirit stone. The others could neither see nor hear the information contained within it. To everyone's surprise, Master Luo's expression changed dramatically, first frowning in distress, then disbelief, followed by intense anger. Finally, he crushed the spirit stone in his hand and glared at Lin Xiao, exclaiming furiously, "Outrageous! Does that old ghost Mu truly think our Luyun sect fears his Jianma sect?" Lin Xiao was bewildered, not understanding what had provoked Master Luo's wrath. Master Luo coldly questioned, "Did Elder Mu say you want our sect's thousand-mile light technique?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The senior members began to discuss the matter fervently, finding the request unbelievable. They emphasized that the thousand-mile light technique was a mid-tier heavenly secret technique, a treasured possession of Lin sect, impossible for outsiders to acquire. Catching the key information from the reactions around him, Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with determination. Without hesitation, he confirmed, yes. Master Luo gritted his teeth and said, quite bold. He pointed to the distant heavenly stairs and set a condition. Try your luck. If you can surpass all our disciples, then we can continue this discussion about the technique. Otherwise, I can only tell Elder Mu that I'm powerless. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and immediately headed towards the heavenly stairs. Once he left, the other senior members voiced their concerns to Master Luo. With a resigned sigh, Master Luo assured them he would take full responsibility. Reaching the base of the heavenly stairs, Lin Xiao stepped onto the first step under the curious eyes of the onlookers. Instantly, he felt a peculiar force pressing upon him, not just a simple gravity but a pressure targeting every part of his body. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, realizing that this environment was highly beneficial for cultivation. He speculated that there might be something valuable at the mountain's peak. With this anticipation, he embarked on his journey up the heavenly stairs. The outsider stepped onto the first step of the heavenly ladder. The disciples of the Lin sect turned their gazes towards the unfamiliar face, their voices filled with curiosity and speculation. I wonder what his background is. How did he get permission to challenge the heavenly ladder? Ha ha ha, he hasn't even reached the Wheel C realm yet. How many steps can he climb? I bet he won't get past the 15th step. 15th step? You're giving him too much credit. I'm at the second level of the Wheel C realm, and I only made it to the 20th step last time. He'll be lucky to reach the 12th or 13th step. Lin Xiao climbed steadily and soon reached the 5th step. The disciples around him shook their heads and chuckled. Look, he stopped at the 5th step already. This outsider isn't going to make it. The disciples engaged in their own challenges on the heavenly ladder paid no attention to Lin Xiao, too focused on their own trials to notice anything else. Standing on the 5th step, Lin Xiao felt the pressure of 5 times the normal gravity. Apart from a slight heaviness, he didn't feel too burdened. Looking up, he saw that most disciples were gathered around the 20th step, with the highest only reaching a bit over 30 steps. Is that what 30 times gravity feels like? Lin Xiao pondered to himself. Ordinary people can't even move under 3 times gravity, and 5 times is lethal. I wonder how much gravity I can withstand. With that thought, Lin Xiao began to climb again, his pace quickening with each step. 6th step, 7th step, 8th step. His speed continued to increase. The onlookers began to murmur again. That outsider is picking up speed. With his level of cultivation, the limit is usually the 15th step. If he pushes too hard now, he'll run out of energy soon. The faster you go in the beginning, the harder it gets later. It's clear he's a first-timer with no experience. However, their mocking soon faded. Lin Xiao maintained a steady rhythm, taking a step with each breath, and before they knew it, he had passed the 15th step with no intention of stopping. Whoa, this guy's got something. He's surpassed the limit for his realm, and he seems to have plenty of energy left. Energy left? Look closely. He hasn't even been using his spiritual power at all. What? No way. Wow, you're right. He's been relying solely on his physical strength to resist the gravity. Seriously? That's insane. No, it's not insane. There's only one explanation for this. I get it. He's a body cultivator. That's how he's managing this. Lin Xiao's steps remained firm and powerful as he began to overtake the Lin sect disciples on the heavenly ladder. 20th step, 22nd, 25th, 27th. There were fewer and fewer people ahead of him. The disciples of the Lin sect were utterly stunned. Whoa, who is this guy? He's reached the 27th step without even pausing for a break. This is already the limit for the early Wheel C realm. By now, there were fewer than 30 Lin sect disciples ahead of Lin Xiao, most having been surpassed by him. The senior members of the Lin sect watched Lin Xiao intently from the high platform, their eyes sharp with focus. They were more anxious than anyone else, as the sect master had offered the sect's secret technique, the 1,000 miles light leap, as a prize. Initially, they hadn't been concerned, thinking that someone at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm wouldn't get far on the heavenly ladder. But now, they watched in disbelief as Lin Xiao reached the 27th step without slowing down. Sect master, one inner elder hesitated to speak. Don't worry. I don't know about others, but Xiao Mingzhi and that girl Yusheng haven't used their full strength yet. Another inner elder replied confidently. Sect master Luo furrowed his brows, remaining silent. He thought to himself, that Lin Xiao is truly remarkable. He must have practiced Old Mu's body cultivation technique. Otherwise, no ordinary body cultivation method could produce such results. Damn it. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? 29th step, 30th, 31st. Only 2 people remained ahead of Lin Xiang. It was then he noticed a familiar figure. Hmm? It's her. What a small world. With over 25,000 inner disciples, Lin Xiang hadn't expected to encounter her again at the Luyun sect. Yet, here they were, meeting again in such an unexpected way. Long time no see, Lin Xiang said as he approached her from behind. The person he saw was none other than the stunning purple-clad girl from the cave yesterday. Luo Yushang was frustrated. Since returning yesterday, she couldn't shake the image of a certain person from her mind. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, part fear, but even more curiosity and confusion. Why was he so strong? Who was he? Why had he let them go? These questions kept her awake all night, unable to focus on her cultivation. It had even affected her performance on the heavenly ladder today. She was struggling at the 33rd step, whereas last year she had reached the 34th. She knew her father would scold her once this challenge was over. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly brought her back to reality. Turning around, Luo Yushang's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed. His appearance was too sudden, too unbelievable. This was their Luyun sect. All the strong cultivators were watching. How did he get here? Why was he here? Luo Yushang was utterly bewildered. Her shock was significant, as her spiritual power faltered, causing the immense pressure of 33 times gravity to crash down on her. With a groan, she almost fell to the ground. This is bad, Luo Yushang panicked. In a 33 times gravity environment, a moment's distraction could crush her dantian and sea of qi. If that happened, her cultivation would be ruined for life. But when she tried to circulate her spiritual power again, she found it immobilized by the overwhelming gravity. It's over. I'm done for. Yet, in the next moment, she felt herself being pulled into a warm, broad embrace. A unique aura enveloped her, instantly calming her down. Luo Yushang suddenly woke up in a daze, realizing that she was tightly embraced by a man. The distinct scent filled her nostrils. It was undeniably a man's scent. Panic surged through her as her face flushed crimson. "Let go of me." Luo Yushang attempted to struggle, only to find herself weak and powerless. That fleeting moment of distraction had left her with significant injuries. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. "Are you sure? In this gravity environment, if you can't channel your spiritual power, throwing you out would be about the same as crippling you." He hadn't expected her to react so dramatically upon seeing him, even forgetting about the challenge she was undertaking. Sometimes, women's thought processes were truly unpredictable. Huh. Luo Yushang was stunned. It was only then she realized that the intense gravity had momentarily vanished, clearly due to the man holding her. She murmured almost inaudibly, "Could you take me down, please?" She was at a loss, feeling utterly embarrassed. Lin Xiao shrugged. "Sorry, I'm also participating in the Heavenly Ladder Challenge, and going down would mean failure." "Then what do you plan to do?" Luo Yushang asked anxiously. "Just stay still for a moment, it'll be over soon," Lin Xiao replied calmly. Luo Yushang felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Yet there was nothing she could do. Her ears turned so red they seemed ready to bleed. The intimate scene between the two caused an uproar among the spectators. For a moment, there was a deathly silence, followed by a chorus of exclamations. "What the heck? My dream goddess, senior sister, is being held by someone else? Damn it. Why is this outsider holding our senior sister? I challenge him to a duel." Ahem, he's standing on the 33rd step of the heavenly ladder, while you only made it to the 23rd last time. Why him? Why does he get to hold our senior sister? Well, it seems senior sister knows him. Look, she's not even resisting. The disciples of the Luyun sect shifted from initial anger to helpless resignation, glaring jealously at the guy from afar. The sect's high-ranking officials on the platform were equally dumbfounded. They exchanged glances before collectively turning to the already frowning Sect Master Luo, who had stood up. Just as an elder was about to speak, Sect Master Luo interrupted with a cold snort. "Silence." The next moment, Sect Master Luo appeared on the 33rd step of the heavenly ladder. He said coldly, "You silly girl, aren't you embarrassed enough? Get over here." Luo Yushang finally looked up to see her father, her face turning even redder. "Dad, it's not what you think, Save it for later." Sect Master Luo glared at her. Luo Yushang quickly extricated herself from Lin Xiao's embrace. As expected, even without Lin Xiao, the gravity seemed to have lost its effect. Suppressing his anger, Sect Master Luo addressed Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, my young friend, sorry for the trouble. Please continue." With that, he grabbed his daughter and left the heavenly ladder. The disciples of the Luyun sect were once again taken aback. The sect master hadn't blamed Lin Xiao at all. In fact, his attitude was surprisingly cordial. Could it be that the sect master had already approved of their relationship? The crowd was left heartbroken. Lin Xiao remained indifferent. He was merely doing what was right by helping someone. The more pressing matter was the challenge of the heavenly ladder. He took a deep breath, ready to resume his ascent. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "You scoundrel! What's your relationship with Yushang? How dare you hold her?" Lin Xiao looked up to see a handsome man standing on the 38th step, glaring at him with icy eyes. Guessing this person might be a secret admirer of Luo Yushang, Lin Xiao smirked dismissively and ignored him, stepping onto the 34th step, channeling his spiritual power to withstand the intensified gravity. The man called out again, "You bastard! Just wait. Once you're off the heavenly ladder, I'll make you pay." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He initially had no intention of responding to such pointless provocation, especially since he was on someone else's turf and needed their help. However, the oblivious fellow kept pushing his luck, incessantly babbling on. Lin Xiao, confident in his unmatched verbal prowess, finally couldn't resist and retorted, "Tell me, has your Luyun sect started raising dogs? Because I keep hearing barking." The moment those words left his mouth, the man on the heavenly staircase who had been constantly warning Lin Xiao went ashen-faced. In this fantastical world, dogs were considered the lowest of animals, and being compared to one was a grave insult. The man thought through gritted teeth, "Damn it, he actually called me a dog. You're done for. I won't let you get away with this." He suppressed his anger, focusing on climbing the heavenly staircase while secretly plotting his revenge. Lin Xiao smirked inwardly, thinking that such sycophants would usually behave after a scolding. However, he underestimated the impact of his words. Because his remark hadn't been muted, the entire plaza heard it loud and clear. Immediately, discussions broke out. "What's that outsider saying? Since when does our Luyun sect have dogs? He's clearly insulting us. How arrogant. Who does he think he is? Just because he can withstand greater gravity, he thinks he's untouchable? He's only at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. I could take him down like a dog. If he's got the guts, let him keep hiding. If I catch him, he'll regret it." The scene turned chaotic, with curses flying around. People rallied behind the man referred to as Brother Xiao, eager for him to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Listening to the uproar, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that people in this fantastical world would be so eager to pick up a fight? He took a deep breath and shouted, "Relax, I wasn't talking about you guys. After all, dogs can't speak human language." This explanation did nothing to calm the crowd. If anything, it made them more upset. While it seemed to ease tensions on the surface, it left a lingering sense of unease, as if the explanation resolved nothing. No one was more infuriated than Xiao Mingzhi. Dogs can't speak human language? Isn't that clearly calling me a dog? He was seething but dared not say more, letting out a cold snort as he continued up the heavenly staircase with all his might. Lin Xiao chuckled softly at this, unhurriedly following behind. As Xiao Mingzhi climbed, the crowd's cheers grew louder. "Brother Xiao is incredible. He's already at the 40th level. The senior sister's record is 41 levels. He might break it this time." When Xiao Mingzhi reached the 41st level, the whole place erupted, celebrating his tie with the record set by senior sister Luo Yushang. Feeling triumphant, Xiao Mingzhi glanced back disdainfully at Lin Xiao, still on the 35th level. He thought, just one more step, and he'd surpass Yushang, becoming the top senior brother. Surely, Yushang would look at him differently then. With this thought, Xiao Mingzhi mustered all his spiritual energy and gave it his all, finally stepping onto the 42nd level. Though he could only hold on for a few seconds before retreating back to the 41st level, he had already set a new inner sect record. Descending with an air of victory, Xiao Mingzhi couldn't resist taunting Lin Xiao as he passed him. "Don't waste your cultivation here. I'm waiting for you below." Lin Xiao scoffed at the remark. "Since there's no dog blocking the way, it's time for me to go all out." The comment nearly made Xiao Mingzhi lose his footing. He shot Lin Xiao a vicious glare, only to see him starting his own sprint. With long strides, Lin Xiao seemed to fly up the steps, reaching the 39th level in no time. The crowd watched in shock, as if the staircase's gravity had no effect on him. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xiao confidently stepped onto the 40th level, then the 41st, 42nd, all the way to the 45th level in one breath. The entire Luyun sect, from disciples to the higher-ups, including the Luo family, was left speechless, their faces full of disbelief. Everyone in the Luyun sect stood with their mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The outsider had just taken 6 consecutive steps from the 39th step of the heavenly ladder, effortlessly reaching the 45th step. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any pause. Everyone was stunned. Very few in the Luyun sect could achieve such a feat, and those who could were usually seasoned masters in the latter stages of the Wheel C realm. Even geniuses like Luo Yushang and Xiao Mingzhi, who had just entered the late Wheel C realm, couldn't manage this. And yet, the person who accomplished this remarkable feat was only at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, not even having reached the Wheel C realm. The heavenly ladder must be broken, was the only thought in everyone's minds. As if to verify this suspicion, just as Lin Xiang was about to continue his ascent, a figure suddenly appeared on the 40th step of the heavenly ladder. It was an inner sect elder who had already reached the profound core realm. His frown deepened as he assessed the situation. The disciples of the Luyuan sect hoped that this elder would declare a malfunction with the heavenly ladder, but to their dismay, he shook his head and solemnly stated, "The heavenly ladder is functioning perfectly." A collective gasp was heard among the disciples and sect leaders. If the ladder was functioning normally, it meant that the outsider in the gathering spirit realm was truly this powerful. Lin Xiang watched the scene from afar with a hint of a smile. "They came to check so quickly? I've only reached the 40th step," he chuckled softly and continued his climb. Lin Xiang maintained his swift pace, taking one step at a time. 46th step, 47th step. In the blink of an eye, he was on the 50th step. Suddenly, a powerful force swept over him. The gravity intensified dramatically. Lin Xiang felt as though he was being subjected to 50 times the normal gravitational force, pressing down on his very soul. Halfway up the heavenly ladder. So this is the added challenge? Lin Xiang thought to himself. It's indeed powerful. But so what? It's just another hurdle. Charge. With a determined shout, he pressed on. 51st step, 52nd step, 53rd step. This time, Lin Xiang didn't pause to catch his breath. He surged forward, taking 10 steps in one go, reaching the 60th step. His clenched jaw, the large beads of sweat, and his trembling body all spoke of the tremendous pressure he was under. The immense gravitational force constantly tested his limits. Upon reaching the 60th step, Lin Xiao's body shuddered violently under the weight, bending him over. Yet he persisted, slowly straightening himself. The disciples of the Luyuan sect were completely stunned, with not a single person left to mock Lin Xiang. All that remained was shock and admiration. A strong individual is always worthy of respect. Lin Xiang, with his gathering spirit realm cultivation, had reached such heights on the heavenly ladder, earning their respect. 60 steps. I never dreamed an outsider could reach this point. Even the limit for someone at the peak of the Wheel Sea realm is around here. Exactly, from the 60th step upward, only profound core realm experts can proceed. This outsider should be proud to hold on at the 60th step for so long. Phew, he's finally reached his limit. If he goes any further, I think I'm dreaming, even in my wildest dreams. Look at him. He seems to be at his breaking point. However, just when everyone thought Lin Xiang had reached his limit, they were shocked to see him move again. Huh. Wait a minute, look. What is he doing? What does he plan to do? Whoa, he's moving again. He's moving. On the 60th step, Lin Xiang finally straightened his back through sheer willpower and determination. This 60th step, it's really pushing it, Lin Xiang mused. But this was not a sign of giving up. Rather, it marked his decision to no longer rely solely on his spiritual energy to advance. 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal, Lin Xiang whispered. In the next moment, a green light emanated from his body. Lin Xiang felt as if he was liberated, completely at ease. From the beginning, he had restrained himself from using this body refinement technique. He wanted to see how far he could go relying only on his body and spiritual energy. The answer was the 60th step. Now, he needed to test how far he could go after deploying the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal. Feeling liberated again, Lin Xiang took another large step forward. The challenge continued, step after step. 61st, 62nd, 63rd. Immediately, the onlookers below were dumbfounded once more, exclamations echoing all around. This is insane. Is that person on the heavenly ladder really human? Could he be a profound core realm expert in disguise, just here to mess with us? The entire Luyuan sect was filled with disbelief and incredulous gazes. Only 2 people had different expressions. One was Luo Yushang. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Lin Xiang. This guy is indeed a monster. Ever since he nearly defeated Sikong Hao in the cave, she knew his performance on the heavenly ladder would shock everyone. And he did just that. Whatever she thought of made her cheeks flush again. The other person with a different expression was Sect Master Luo Haicheng. He clenched his teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. Green light? The 4th level of the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal? Old Mu, where did you find this monstrous disciple? How much effort and resources did your sword demon sect pour into this disciple? Luo Haicheng thought to himself, no wonder that old man Mu was so arrogant and confident in his letter. I was caught off guard again, taught another lesson by that old rascal. Damn it. Is it possible that we're going to lose again this time? Sect Master Luo Haicheng also fixed his gaze on the climbing Lin Xiang, his eyes filled with resignation and countless thoughts. He silently pleaded, kid, please just stop here. As the members of the Luyuan sect found themselves bewildered for a second time, Lin Xiang could no longer concern himself with their reactions. Activating the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal, he charged upwards under immense pressure, moving even faster than before. He could feel his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, and if he didn't quicken his pace, the seal might not hold for long. Step by step, Lin Xiang pushed the psychological limits of the Luyun sect members. The 70th step, the 73rd, the 78th figure continued to ascend. After a while, everyone became numb, silently pondering. How far can this guy go? Is he really going to conquer the entire heavenly ladder? Yet Lin Xiang had no time to care about what others thought. Upon reaching the 80th step, even with the demon suppression seal deployed, the crushing pressure noticeably slowed him down. By the 83rd step, sweat was already dripping from his body. At the 86th step, moving became excruciating, every step a torment. When he finally struggled up to the 89th step, the gravity nearly forced him to his knees. Panting heavily, Lin Xiang looked up at the black stone monument not far away. That must be the source of the gravity, he thought. 11 more steps to reach it. Damn, it's still quite a distance, he sighed inwardly. His goal was clear to touch this mysterious monument. With his full-level comprehension, he had gleaned much from both the long sword and the trial stone. Perhaps this monument held similar secrets. Unfortunately, it was still out of reach. Lin Xiang couldn't help but think, if only the 9 nether demon suppression seal could reach the 5th level. Determined, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. To become stronger, he had to push himself. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his blood energy and spiritual power, gritting his teeth as he took a giant step forward. Thud. The 90th step. Lin Xiang had made it. However, the moment he stepped onto the 90th step, the gravity suddenly doubled, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Below, the crowd gasped in shock, a mix of amazement, regret, and a hint of relief. Finally, it's over, they thought. This monstrous outsider has finally stopped at the 90th step. No one mocked Lin Xiang anymore. This achievement was enough to earn their genuine respect. At that moment, Luo Yusheng anxiously grabbed her father, Luo Haiqing's arm, pleading urgently, "Dad, he's fallen. You have to help him. The gravity on the 90th step will crush him." She had experienced the terrifying gravity herself, and Lin Xiang had reached the 90th step. Watching Lin Xiang intently, Luo Yusheng didn't even understand why she was so worried about an outsider. Luo Haiqing sighed inwardly. Is this what they mean by daughters being hard to keep at home? I know, Luo Haiqing replied, disappearing in an instant. Even if his daughter hadn't asked, he would have gone to save the young man. If this kid's foundation was damaged by the gravity, old Mu would likely come after him. Reappearing at the 80th step, Luo Haiqing couldn't go directly to the 90th step because, starting from the 80th step, the gravity included a restriction on flight, even for someone at his advanced cultivation level. Quickly approaching Lin Xiang, Luo Haiqing was about to help him up when a stubborn voice called out, "Sect Master Luo, don't worry about me. I can still manage." Hearing this, Luo Haiqing couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This kid's determination is truly remarkable. No wonder he's old Mu's disciple, he thought. You've won. You're already first. I believe that among the younger generation, almost no one can surpass your achievement. With difficulty, Lin Xiang managed a response. Huh? Sect Master Luo, what's the point of comparing with the younger generation? I just want to surpass myself. Luo Haiqing scanned Lin Xiao's body with his spiritual sense, growing increasingly astonished. The physical resilience was incredible. Under the crushing gravity of the 90th step, he wasn't injured at all. Do you really want to keep going? Luo Haiqing asked, looking deeply at him. Yes, Lin Xiao replied simply. All right, call me if you can't hold on anymore, Luo Haiqing said, then descended the ladder. He had said all he could. If the kid wouldn't listen, there was nothing more he could do. Feeling his condition, Lin Xiao rested for 3 breaths, then retrieved 2 jade bottles from his storage ring. With difficulty, he turned his head and downed them in one go, the empty bottles shattering into powder on the ground. Instantly, a surge of pure energy mixed with life essence coursed through his body, impacting his meridians. Activate the 9 nether demon suppression seal, Lin Xiao murmured. After circulating the energy through his body, he felt the pressure ease slightly, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. The absorption rate. Lin Xiao was amazed. Training under such intense gravity, the energy absorbed in one cycle was more than 10 times the usual. Fast consumption meant fast cultivation, with higher efficiency. Then let's refine it. Lin Xiao began training cycle after cycle. The people below were dumbfounded once again. What the heck is this outsider doing? They muttered, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Training on the 90th step? Is he insane? In such a terrifying gravitational environment, where even breathing and blood flow were challenging, he was actually training. It was unbelievable. Having just ascended to the 80th step, Luo Haiqing also stared at Lin Xiao in shock. What the? Old Mu is already crazy enough, but this disciple of his is on a whole different level of insanity. Xiao Mingzhi's gaze towards Lin Xiao was filled with even more hatred. Madman, always seeking attention. It would be best if he went into chi deviation and died right there on the ladder. On the 90th step, Lin Xiang, after countless cycles, could finally sit upright. In just a few minutes, his 9 nether demon suppression seal had strengthened significantly. Stand! Lin Xiao shouted softly. Against the gravity, he managed to stand up. This sight drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers below. The man who had been pinned to the ground moments ago was now standing? It was unimaginable. Next, Lin Xiao took out 2 more bottles of stalactite liquid and drank them in one go. Feeling the immense energy surge within, he continued forward. Thud! With a heavy step, Lin Xiao reached the 91st step. Crack, crack, his bones made unsettling sounds. Ha ha ha, is that all? Lin Xiao laughed, wildly channeling the demon suppression seal as he took another step. Thud! The 92nd step. Lin Xiao stood on the 92nd step of the celestial ladder, holding 5 bottles of stone bell elixir. He had just downed 4 bottles in a row, and his body was brimming with immense energy. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely took another step upward. Tap! The 93rd step. The bones in Lin Xiao's body emitted a harsh creaking sound, as if they might shatter at any moment. Intense waves of pain surged through him, yet his gaze remained unwavering. In this fantastical world, strength was everything. As a cultivator merely at the spirit-gathering stage, he knew he was nothing more than an ant among the masses. Becoming stronger was his only option. Tap! The 94th step. Lin Xiao's body began to tremble violently, with countless tiny blood vessels bursting within him. Fortunately, the healing effects of the stone bell elixir kicked in just in time, and after circulating his energy for a few cycles, the ruptured vessels were fully healed. However, this also meant that the elixir's energy was completely depleted. Frowning slightly, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before decisively consuming the remaining 5 bottles of stone bell elixir in one go. Instantly, a surge of pure energy and life force filled his entire being, almost to the point of overflowing. Keep pushing, he silently encouraged himself, fully activating the 9 nether demon suppression seal, and continued his ascent without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. The 95th, 96th, and 97th steps. Lin Xiao's performance astonished everyone present. The disciples of the Luyun sect were abuzz with chatter. Some marveled at his determination, while others questioned his use of spiritual elixirs. However, as Lin Xiao kept advancing, more and more people were won over by his indomitable spirit. Tap, tap. The 99th step. Fueled by the surging energy from the stone bell elixir, Lin Xiao reached the penultimate step in one go. Yet, just as everyone eagerly awaited to see if he would take the final step, he suddenly halted. For a full 10 minutes, Lin Xiao stood motionless on the 99th step. A strange power brewed and evolved within him. Suddenly, he straightened his back, glared at the sky, and roared, "Break for me!" A cracking sound echoed, as if something had shattered. The green glow on Lin Xiao's body gradually transformed, replaced by a deep azure hue. A wild and formidable aura emanated from him. To everyone's astonishment, although Lin Xiao's cultivation level remained unchanged, the way they looked at him was as if facing a fearsome beast. Only Sect Master Luo Haiqing recognized the essence of this transformation, the desolation intent. He muttered in shock, "My heavens! This kid hasn't even reached the Sea of Wheels stage, yet he's already comprehended the body-refining intent." Feeling the strange power within him, Lin Xiao noticed that the terrifying gravity around him seemed to diminish exponentially. Amazed by this mysterious strength, he resolved to ask Elder Mu about it later. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao looked up at the black stone tablet that was within reach and reached out to touch it. In an instant, the entire celestial ladder began to tremble. Invisible currents gathered from all directions, enveloping Lin Xiao. A vast and majestic aura surged into his body, finally condensing into a transparent bead in his dantian. Lin Xiao was unaware of these changes. He only felt as though his soul was being cleansed, completely immersed in this wondrous process, his mind and spirit as one. The moment he touched the stone tablet, the celestial ladder began to tremble. The disciples of Luyun's sect were filled with uncertainty, and even the higher-ups were puzzled. They knew that under normal circumstances, no one could ascend the celestial ladder step by step like Lin Xiao. Even with the use of special barrier tools, each of them had touched the stone tablet many times without ever triggering any reaction. Why did this young man cause such a dramatic change with just a gentle touch? This question left them utterly baffled. As the trembling gradually subsided, the gravitational forces on each level of the ladder remained. On the surface, everything seemed the same, yet something subtly had changed. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of insight flickering in them. He leaped down, descending directly from the 100th level to the foot of the ladder, a slight smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This experience had been immensely rewarding. Not only had the 9 nether demon suppression seal advanced to the 5th level, but he had also comprehended something peculiar. More importantly, he had absorbed something from the stone tablet at the top of the ladder that could be described as artistic conception. If he were to face Sikong Hao again, Lin Xiang was confident he could defeat him effortlessly, even without using a sword and giving him a hand advantage. The challenges of the Wuji ruins no longer worried him. Of course, the secret technique of the Luyun sect's celestial body movement method was still a goal he was determined to achieve. Mastering this technique to its fullest potential would prove invaluable in any situation. Luo Haiken appeared before Lin Xiang with a smile, announcing, "Lin Xiang, you are the first in our Luyun sect to reach the 100th level of the celestial ladder. Here is the legacy jade slip containing the 1,000-mile radiance technique. Take it." With these words, he handed over a golden jade slip. This kind of legacy jade slip was incredibly precious, with its contents automatically integrating into one's consciousness upon viewing, making it a one-time use item. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples of Luyun's sect erupted. The sect master was actually going to impart their sect's secret technique to an outsider? To them, this was simply unimaginable. Xiao Mingzhi, ranked second on the celestial ladder, stepped forward and loudly protested, "Master, I disagree. Why should the 1,000-mile radiance technique be given to an outsider? Even if he reached the top of the celestial ladder, he is still an outsider." Xiao Mingzhi felt his head buzzing, overwhelmed with anger. The 1,000-mile radiance technique, the treasured secret of the Luyun sect, had been something he coveted since becoming an inner disciple. He had planned to request the secret art and propose to Luo Yushang after reaching a higher cultivation level. The senior sister, the sect's secret art, and the future of the Luyun sect were all within his grasp. For today's challenge on the heavenly ladder, he had prepared secretly, hoping to make a remarkable impression. Yet, unexpectedly, a dark horse appeared, not only winning the beauty's heart but also conquering the heavenly ladder, with the sect's secret art about to be bestowed upon him. How could he possibly accept this? "Sect Master, I believe the other disciples wouldn't want our sect's secret art to fall into the hands of an outsider," Xiao Mingzhi said through gritted teeth, determined to stop this from happening. Luo Haiqing's voice was soft but clear to everyone present. "Mingzhi, this is not for you to decide. I have my reasons for entrusting the secret art to Lin Xiang." This statement, intended for Xiao Mingzhi, was in fact an announcement of his decision to everyone. The crowd sighed in resignation. After all, who else but someone who conquered all levels of the heavenly ladder could earn such an honor? Unwilling to give up, Xiao Mingzhi stepped forward, blocking the sect master with a righteous stance. "Sect Master, this is truly inappropriate. As the senior brother of Luyun's sect, I cannot stand by and watch this happen. If this outsider wants our secret art, he'll have to defeat me first." His words immediately resonated with the other disciples, surprised by his bold defiance of the sect master. Luo Haiqing gave Xiao Mingzhi a long look, sensing something was amiss. Normally reserved and compliant, his current behavior was indeed unusual. "Stop this nonsense and step back," the sect master commanded sternly. Xiao Mingzhi stood his ground, unwavering. Normally, he would never dare to be so presumptuous in front of the sect master, but blinded by anger, he cared little for the consequences. Having his glory, beloved, and coveted secret art taken from him was an unendurable betrayal. Luo Haiqing was visibly annoyed. Unable to reveal the truth publicly, and unwilling to discuss it privately, it was too humiliating. At that moment, Lin Zhao's voice rang out timely, "Sect Master Luo, I accept his challenge. If I lose, I won't take the secret art." Luo Haiqing quickly tried to dissuade him. "Lin Xiao, he is the senior brother of our sect's inner circle. You don't need to bother with him. Since I've promised the secret art, I will not go back on my word." He wished to avoid conflict between the two. Xiao Mingzhi immediately interjected, "Sect Master, he's accepted the challenge. I want to see what someone who conquered the heavenly ladder is truly capable of." He was secretly pleased, thinking the young man too naive to resist provocation. It seemed likely he could retain the secret art, and perhaps the sect master, in his happiness, might grant it to him after he won. Lost in his own fantasy, Xiao Mingzhi failed to notice Luo Yushang looking at him as if he were a fool. She thought, is something wrong with Xiao Mingzhi's head? Why is he so intent on blocking Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao was able to kill Sikong Hao with a single strike before conquering the heavenly ladder. Does he think he's stronger than Sikong Hao? Not to mention that Lin Xiao seems to have grown even more powerful after the climb. This is a path to self-destruction. Luo Yushang's thoughts mirrored her father's. She had already informed him about the events in the cave involving Lin Xiao 2 days prior, making Luo Haiqing realize that Lin Xiao had indirectly saved his daughter's life. Without Lin Xiao, his daughter and 3 other female disciples would have suffered humiliation and abuse at the hands of Sikong Hao and others from the Shenin sect. Such a fate would have been unbearable for any young woman. Damn Shenin sect, Luo Haiqing cursed silently, vowing to settle the score. Because of this, Luo Haiqing's attitude towards Lin Xiao changed dramatically after the Heavenly Ladder challenge, even going so far as to grant him the secret art as repayment. Otherwise, even if he lost his bet with Elder Mu, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Who would have thought Xiao Mingzhi would disrupt the proceedings, insisting on defeating Lin Xiao first? Luo Haiqing was deeply frustrated, wishing he could shout at Xiao Mingzhi, "Why provoke someone who can kill Xikong Hao with ease? I'm trying to protect you, you fool." Luo Haiqing sighed deeply. The chain of events and coincidences left him with no choice but to agree to the duel. "Lin Xiao, my young friend, although Xiao Mingzhi, sigh, never mind. Please show some mercy." Sect Master Luo hesitated, furrowing his brow, clearly concerned. Before he could finish, others already looked puzzled. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, understanding the situation. It was clear that the young girl had already informed her father. Recalling Luo Haiqing's behavior on the Heavenly Ladder, Lin Xiao was impressed. When he had impulsively embraced Luo Yuxiang, Luo Haiqing remained calm, proving himself to be a wise elder. Under the sect master's command, the crowd quickly cleared an open space. Lin Xiao and Xiao Mingzhi stood facing each other, ready for a duel that held the sect's honor at stake. "Remember, this is a sparring match. Keep it light. Begin," ordered Luo Haiqing. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Mingzhi darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. His long sword danced in his hand as he executed a skillful earth-level sword technique. The sword's momentum was swift and silent, his movements as quick as lightning. Even with full concentration, the surrounding disciples could barely catch a glimpse of his afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mingzhi was at Lin Zhao's side, his sword thrusting toward Lin Zhao's waist, aiming for a critical point. A dull thud echoed, yet it was not the sound of a blade piercing flesh. Instead, Lin Xiao had caught Xiao Mingzhi's sword barehanded. Xiao Mingzhi's expression shifted dramatically, eyes wide with shock. He knew the power of his strike. The sword aura was fierce, certain to injure upon contact. Yet, this person had caught the sword without a scratch, not even a mark on his palm. It was simply unbelievable. "Next time, remember not to underestimate others," Lin Xiao said softly, his tone carrying a hint of frost. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao moved. With a resounding boom, Xiao Mingzhi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a wall 100 meters away, where he fell unconscious. Xiao Mingzhi, defeated in seconds. Cultivation levels: Qi refining stage, spirit gathering stage, sea of wheels stage, dance spinning stage. Defeated in an instant. This exclamation erupted among the disciples and elders of the Luyun sect. They stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their minds still processing what had just occurred. The clash between two prodigies was expected to be a thrilling battle. On one side was the pride of the Luyun sect, the senior disciple, and on the other, the mysterious genius who had conquered the Heavenly Ladder. Yet reality delivered a harsh blow to everyone's expectations. One move. With just a single move, the fight was over. Xiao Mingzhi lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood calmly, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. "The gap is really this wide," someone murmured, disbelief evident in their voice. Only the Luo father and daughter remained composed. Luo Haiqing discreetly used his spiritual sense to examine the situation and discovered that although Lin Zhao's strike seemed fierce, he had skillfully avoided critical areas. Relieved, he thought that while Xiao Mingzhi's pride might be wounded, his body was unharmed and he would recover in a couple of days. After this spectacle, the other disciples had no further objections. The rules were clear. A loss was a loss. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, and someone carried away the unconscious Xiao Mingzhi. Turning to Lin Xiao, Luo Haiqing smiled and said, "Lin Xiao, my friend, I heard you're participating in the Wuji ruins? There's still 3 days until it opens. Why not stay at our Luyun sect until then, and we can go together?" Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "Thank you, sect leader Luo. I could use these 3 days to consolidate my recent breakthrough." Luo Haiqing turned to his daughter. "Girl, go arrange the best guest room for our friend Lin Xiao." Luo Yuxiang was about to leave, but paused in surprise. "Huh, why me?" She wanted to tend to her injuries from the Heavenly Ladder. Luo Haiqing replied with mock irritation, "If not you, then should I do it myself?" With that, he vanished in a flash. Luo Yuxiang blinked in resignation and led Lin Xiao to the guest room. But as they were left alone, her heart began to race, and she wondered if her injuries were more severe than she thought. A day passed peacefully. The next morning, Luo Haiqing, looking serious, approached Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, my friend, there's something I need to ask you," Luo Haiqing said gravely. Curious, Lin Xiao replied, "Please go ahead, sect leader Luo. Before you arrived, were you aware if Elder Qiao from Danqing Peak was in the sect?" Luo Haiqing asked cautiously. He wasn't sure if Lin Xiao knew Elder Qiao, but it was worth asking. Lin Xiao nodded. "Elder Qiao? Yes, he's here. I visited him before coming." Relieved, Luo Haiqing said, that's good. If Elder Xiao can help, Yushang should be fine. Sensing something amiss, Lin Xiao asked, Sect leader Luo, what happened? Luo Haiqing sighed heavily, his expression somber. It's about my daughter. She got injured during the Heavenly Ladder Challenge. I thought it was a minor injury, but it turns out. He paused. It affected her Dantian and Qi Si. If not treated soon, she might never break through to the Suandan stage. Shocked, Lin Xiao recalled how he had merely greeted Luo Yushang at the Heavenly Ladder, yet she had reacted so strongly. He hadn't realized her injuries were so severe. Sect leader Luo, I must apologize. If I hadn't distracted her, this might not have happened, Lin Xiao said sincerely. Luo Haiqing waved it off. Lin Xiao, my friend, you're overthinking. Even without you, she might have faced this ordeal. It's just bad luck this time. Is there any treatment available? Lin Xiao inquired with concern. Luo Haiqing explained. We need a pill that can repair the Dantian and Qi Si. Such pills are extremely rare, and we don't have any in the sect. But Elder Qiao from your sect is one of the only 3 7th-grade alchemists in the Wei Dynasty. He can surely solve this problem. Listening, Lin Xiao murmured thoughtfully. A pill to repair the Dantian and Qi Si. Suddenly, he flipped his right hand, retrieving a jade bottle from his storage ring. Sect leader Luo, I have several pills with me. For the Dantian and Qi Si, and the breakthrough to the Xinan stage, there's just this one. You can let Luo Yushang try it. Astonished, Luo Haiqing accepted the jade bottle. Lin Xiao, my friend, you carry such pills with you? He thought it was normal for young prodigies, especially someone like Lin Xiao, to carry pills. With Elder Qiao at the helm of the Sword Demon sect, they'd surely be well prepared for him. Carefully, Luo Haiqing opened the jade bottle to examine the pill inside. But as he saw what it contained, his expression froze instantly. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. As he focused his gaze, the color, size, and texture of the pill in his hand took him by surprise. Even more astonishing, a misty aura seemed to hover around the pill. Luo Haiqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and a tingling sensation crept over his scalp. In his younger days, he had encountered such a pill and even participated in its auction, though he was unable to procure it due to its exorbitant price. The one from back then was merely a mid-grade pill. Lin Xiao, my young friend, Luo Haiqing swallowed hard, his voice quivering with astonishment. Could this be the shimming breakthrough pill? Or perhaps, the legendary Qi Mist level? Lin Xiao glanced at Luo Haiqing with admiration and nodded. You truly live up to the reputation of being the sect master of Luyun's sect, knowledgeable and experienced. It is indeed what you think. Upon this confirmation, Luo Haiqing gasped once more. He recalled the mid-grade shimming breakthrough pill he'd once bid on, which had already fetched an astronomical price. The pill before him now was of incomparable value, a rarity only spoken of in Lejinsa Qi Mist level pill. You must take it back immediately. Luo Haiqing urged. This pill is far too precious for us to use. Moreover, you must keep it hidden, as revealing it could bring about significant trouble. Luo Haiqing's concern was not unwarranted. The spirit stones he possessed likely wouldn't suffice to purchase such a pill. He marveled at the Sword Demon sect's resources, entrusting such a valuable pill to Lin Xiao. If discovered, it would undoubtedly attract even the most formidable cultivators, as everyone has a disciple or successor in need of a breakthrough. Lin Xiao did not retrieve the pill but instead asked, can this pill not heal Luo Yushang's injuries? Luo Haiqing hesitated before replying, it can, but I truly cannot accept it. He was genuinely impressed by Lin Xiao's boldness, offering such a precious pill without flinching, a rarity indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao said, well then, let's do this. I need some rare materials. Sect Master Luo, see if your sect might have them. Luo Haiqing curiously looked at Lin Xiao but refrained from asking about his intentions. Young friend, what kind of rare materials do you need? Lin Xiao quickly listed over 20 rare materials, including Jade Dragon Ginseng, Tianyuan fruit, and Purple Spirit Green Ganoderma. Upon hearing the list, Luo Haiqing couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. As the head of a sect, he was well aware that these were extremely precious treasures, some of which he had risked his life to obtain as unique specimens. Lin Xiao, my young friend, Luo Haiqing couldn't help but ask, what do you need these rare materials for? Lin Xiao calmly replied, these are the ingredients needed to refine the shimming breakthrough pill. If you give me the materials, I'll give you the pill. How does that sound? Luo Haiqing was taken aback. How is this possible? He stammered. This is a completely unequal exchange. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. Sect Master Luo, you worry too much. I made this pill myself. If you give me the materials, I can make another one. Luo Haiqing was momentarily at a loss. You made this shimming breakthrough pill, young friend? Is there a problem? Lin Xiao countered. If Luo Yushang isn't in such a hurry, I can even make one on the spot for better results. Luo Haiqing was utterly astonished. This young man was not only a martial arts expert, but also a 7th-rank alchemist? It was simply unbelievable. You're not joking, are you? Luo Haiqing asked seriously. Lin Xiao smiled and said, of course not. Let's go to the alchemy room and see. The two quickly arrived at the alchemy peak of the Luyun sect. There were only two 6th-rank alchemists there, Elder Wang and Left Protector. Luo Haiqing requested the materials Lin Xiao had listed from them. The two alchemists were shocked and immediately tried to dissuade him. Left Protector bluntly stated that these materials were worth a fortune and shouldn't be handed over to a wild kid. Annoyed, Lin Xiao tossed a bottle of pills to Left Protector. If I can't refine it, consider this as collateral. Left Protector was about to scoff but froze when he saw the pills, his eyes widening in shock. Heavens! This is a shimming breakthrough pill of the Ichi Danwu quality. His voice trembled with astonishment. How about it? Is this collateral acceptable? Lin Xiao asked coldly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Zhuo Gongfeng's gaze was fixed on the high-grade pill, completely ignoring Lin Xiao's icy tone. He eagerly replied, yes, yes, yes. Elder Wang, quickly go and fetch all those materials. Inside, Zhuo Gongfeng was already overwhelmed with excitement. A pill of such quality, forget about trading it for one batch of materials. Even for 10 batches, he would find a way to get his hands on it. This was undoubtedly a surefire deal. He secretly sized up Lin Xiao, smirking to himself. This kid must be a spendthrift from some influential family. If the big shots from his family knew he was pawning off such a pill so easily, what would they think? Elder Wang, though equally astonished, moved quickly. He soon returned with the sect's only set of materials for the shimming breakthrough pill, handing them to Lin Xiao with utmost care. The three of them stood aside, each with different expressions, waiting to see what would happen next. Luo Haiqing looked on with anticipation. Zhuo Gongfeng's face remained impassive but inwardly mocking, while Elder Wang appeared pained, lamenting the impending waste of precious materials. Lin Xiao meticulously checked the materials and the alchemy furnace, ensuring everything was in order before starting the process. Suddenly, he retrieved a high-grade spiritual sword from his storage ring, a purchase he made with over 15,000 spirit stones by trading in a mid-grade sword when he left the Sword Demon sect. The three were stunned, each wondering, why use a sword for alchemy? Starlight ignition. Lin Xiao murmured softly, swinging the sword as hundreds of sword auras surged into the furnace. Instantly, the flames within roared to life, making the entire room seem ablaze. Zhuo Gongfeng and Elder Wang were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They had never seen such a peculiar alchemy technique. Although Luo Haiqing was equally surprised, he remained steadfast in his belief in Lin Xiao. Once the flames reached a certain intensity, Lin Xiao flicked his wrist, tossing all the materials into the furnace without any particular order. Stop! Zhuo Gongfeng finally couldn't hold back, shouting, you're being reckless. This isn't how alchemy is done, you're wasting the materials. However, just as he was about to intervene, Lin Xiao cast him a cold glance and then raised his sword high. Resound! A powerful, sharp aura erupted, as radiant light burst from the sword like threads of silver, transforming into a mighty river cascading from the heavens. Luo Haiqing had just stepped forward to shield Lin Xiao from interference, but froze in place. The two 6th-grade alchemists were left speechless. Sword intent? Four levels of sword intent? Elder Wang and Zhuo Gongfeng were struck dumb. How could a junior at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm comprehend such advanced sword intent? Luo Haiqing's shock surpassed that of the two alchemists. He vividly remembered Lin Xiao grasping a hint of the desolate realm on the heavenly ladder, remarking then on Lin Xiao's limitless potential. But now he realized how shallow his judgment had been. Lin Xiao had not only mastered another realm but had also cultivated it to such a profound degree. Even experts at the core formation realm would find it hard to compare. Lin Xiao paid no mind to their reactions, focusing intently on controlling the sword intent. After a full hour, the alchemy furnace began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom bang. With a loud explosion, the furnace finally calmed down. A slight smile appeared on Lin Xiao's lips. Clearly, with his breakthrough in strength, the difficulty of alchemy had greatly decreased. He recalled his first attempt at crafting the shimming breakthrough pill, where he felt utterly drained. This time, however, it was much easier. Lin Xiao waved his sword to withdraw the sword intent and aura from the furnace, extinguishing the flames. He returned the sword to his storage ring and turned to face the three. Zhuo Gongfeng and Elder Wang exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. From start to finish, they couldn't comprehend this unheard-of alchemy method. What shocked them even more was that this highly challenging 7th-grade pill had been completed in just over an hour. If it was truly successful, did that mean their decades of alchemical experience were for naught? Is it done? Luo Haiqing asked excitedly. Lin Xiao, how did it turn out? Success. Lin Xiao stated calmly, his tone carrying an undeniable confidence. The three of them widened their eyes, their Adam's apples bobbing as they struggled to swallow. Really? Is it really done? Their hearts raced, sending chills down their spines and making their scalps tingle. Lin Xiang strode forward and decisively opened the alchemy furnace with a swift palm strike. He thought to himself that while successfully crafting the shimming breaking mirror pill last time was sheer luck, he was now quite adept at it. With a couple more attempts, he was confident he could do it with his eyes closed. As the lid lifted, a brilliant purple light instantly filled the room. Following that, a rich aroma, so enticing it made mouths water, permeated the air. Master Luo and the two sixth-grade alchemists eagerly leaned in to peer into the furnace. If the pills were indeed completed, it would be nothing short of witnessing a miracle. They stared intently at the bottom of the furnace, where two crystalline pills lay quietly. Oh my god, 2 pills. It actually produced 2 pills? They exclaimed repeatedly, overwhelmed by the impact. How is this possible? It completely defies alchemical logic. This is the shimming breaking mirror pill. Even the most skilled 7th-grade alchemists rarely achieve 2 pills in one batch. Left Attendant marveled. Even if they're lower-grade shimming breaking mirror pills, this kid is remarkable. If the Alchemist Guild of the Wei Dynasty knew of his existence, they'd be astounded. He almost wished to slap himself. At that moment, Elder Wang beside him suddenly slapped himself hard, producing a crisp sound. Old Wang, what are you doing? Left Attendant asked, bewildered. You're not the one who offended this mysterious young man, so why hit yourself? Elder Wang's face was full of shock, his right cheek already swelling. Old Left, take a closer look at the quality of these pills. His voice was filled with disbelief. Left Attendant scrutinized carefully. The next second, he couldn't help but give himself a loud slap. The sharp pain assured him he wasn't dreaming. His face was etched with astonishment and incredulity as he exclaimed, two chi mist shimming breaking mirror pills. In that moment, their entire worldview was turned upside down. Luo Haiqing observed the astonished expressions of his two alchemists and listened to their conversation. His curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but look over himself. As soon as he saw what they were reacting to, his eyes widened, and his right hand instinctively rose, as if to give himself a resounding slap. However, he quickly remembered his status as the sect leader and suppressed the impulse. After all, with 2 people already confirming the situation, there was no need for him to lose his composure. Despite not acting on his impulse, Luo Haiqing's shock surged like a tidal wave. The young man before him brought wave after wave of astonishment, each more intense than the last. He couldn't fathom the depths of this youth, especially after the revelation of his alchemist identity. A shimming breakthrough pill of the 2 chi mist level. The mere thought of it was spine-chilling. That someone could actually concoct such an extraordinary pill was several times more precious than a 1 chi mist level pill. The difference was like night and day, entirely incomparable. Luo Haiqing couldn't help but imagine that if his daughter could take such a pill, not only would her injuries heal, but when she broke through to the revolving core stage, the quality of her core would be exceptional, with limitless potential for her future. More astonishing was the fact that someone capable of crafting a 2 chi mist level pill would have to be at least an 8th-grade alchemist. Yet, throughout the entire Great Wei Dynasty, not a single 8th-grade alchemist had ever appeared. With this realization, Luo Haiqing's gaze towards Lin Xiang transformed, filled with reverence and awe. If Luo Haiqing's shock level was at 10, then for the alchemists Zhuo Gongfeng and Elder Wang, it skyrocketed to 100. Zhuo Gongfeng immediately approached Lin Xiang, bowed deeply, and didn't dare to lift his head, his voice trembling as he said, "Senior, no, my lord, I was disrespectful earlier. Please, punish me severely." Seeing this, Luo Haiqing was about to speak to ease the atmosphere when Elder Wang quietly tugged at his sleeve and transmitted, "Sect Master, please don't interfere. The hierarchy among alchemists is quite unique, different from cultivators. Zhuo Gongfeng's apology is necessary." Secretly, he was relieved that he hadn't spoken rashly earlier. Lin Xiang looked at Zhuo Gongfeng with some surprise. He had intended to mock him a bit, but the sudden change in attitude left him momentarily unsure of how to respond. Zhuo Gongfeng respectfully offered a jade slip with both hands, saying, "My lord, this is a 6th-grade pill recipe I have collected. Please take it." Lin Xiang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't often practice alchemy. You've been stuck at the 6th-grade alchemist level for a while, haven't you? The problem lies with you. Work on your mindset." Seeing the sincerity of Zhuo Gongfeng, Lin Xiang lost interest in pursuing the matter further. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I will change, starting today," Zhuo Gongfeng said earnestly. "But please, take this pill recipe. Otherwise, I won't have peace of mind and might not be able to continue my alchemy." Seeing this, Lin Xiang no longer refused. With a wave of his hand, he accepted the jade slip. With a thought, he understood the contents of the recipe. It was for a windwalking pill, which, when consumed, could grant an impressive burst of speed for a short duration, varying with quality. Lin Xiang raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking that this pill was indeed useful, a must-have for traveling. Elder Qiao from the Sword Demon sect also had similar speed-enhancing pills, but those were only 3rd or 4th grade. A 6th grade auxiliary pill like the Windwalking pill was quite rare. Zhuogongfeng, seeing Lin Xiao accept the recipe, finally relaxed and stood up straight. However, his gaze towards Lin Xiao remained filled with awe and disbelief. To be an 8th grade alchemist at such a young age, what level must his master be? Could it be 9th grade? But he had never even seen an 8th grade alchemist before, let alone a 9th grade one. It was simply unheard of. My lord, if I may be so bold, who is your master? Zhuogongfeng asked cautiously. My master. Lin Xiao casually fabricated a reason. He doesn't like others asking about his name. Besides, my master is probably not in the Great Wei Dynasty right now, perhaps traveling the world. He couldn't say that he had figured it out on his own, as no one would believe it. It was better to invent a fictional master to smooth things over. Sure enough, Luo Haiqing and the others believed it almost entirely. It matched their suspicions perfectly. Clearly, this young man's background was much deeper than they had imagined, and he was not someone to be offended. The 3 of them simultaneously reminded themselves of this. Zhuogongfeng then extended an olive branch. My lord, would you be interested in becoming an honorary guest at the Alchemist Guild? Once they know your capabilities, I'm sure they would extend the utmost sincerity. Lin Xiao refused without hesitation. Not interested. Well, if you ever become interested or have any needs, please feel free to visit the Alchemist Guild. We will always welcome you, Zhuogongfeng said, handing over a token. My lord, this is my identification token. You can use it when you come. Despite the rejection, he wasn't surprised. It's only natural for a top-tier alchemist to refuse. Lin Xiao thought that it was enough to simply express his and the Alchemist Guild stance. After a moment of consideration, Lin Xiao decided to accept the token. His reasoning was straightforward. If he ever needed extra materials for alchemy in the future, having this token might make it easier to find them at the guild. As Lin Xiao tucked the token away, the atmosphere in the alchemy room noticeably relaxed. He took one of the 2 Qi Mist Profound Dark Breakthrough pills and gifted the other to Master Luo, who was overwhelmed with gratitude and quickly administered it to Luo Yushang. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the 2 alchemists, Lin Xiao found an open space to practice the 1,000-mile radiance technique. With only 2 days left until the opening of the Infinite Ruins, he wanted to hone this high-level technique as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The Floating Cloud sect dispatched a team to the nearby Infinite Ruins. Unlike previous years, when an intersect elder at the Xiandan realm led the team, this time the sect master himself took charge. Father, why are you personally leading the team this time? Luo Yushang asked her father with a hint of resignation. She no longer showed any signs of weakness, brimming with energy and her eyes sparkling with vitality. Dressed in an elegant gown, she resembled a graceful orchid in a secluded valley, as pure as a water nymph. Yet, when her gaze drifted in a certain direction, a trace of inexplicable melancholy flickered within her eyes. What? Am I getting in your way? Luo Haiqing glanced at his daughter, his tone teasing. No, not at all. Luo Yushang's eyes darted away. If you want to come along, that's your choice. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Haiqing shook his head inwardly, lamenting his daughter's lack of initiative. Despite the rare opportunity to meet, she only managed to repeatedly thank Lin Xiao and barely exchanged a few words. Where had her usual defiant spirit gone? However, Luo Haiqing didn't press the matter. Matters of the heart should unfold naturally. Besides, someone like Lin Xiao, with such extraordinary talent having comprehended 4 levels of sword intent, showing early signs of the Desolation realm, conquering the heavenly ladder, and already being an 8th-tier alchemist at such a young age was rare indeed. As for his own daughter's talent, Luo Haiqing sighed inwardly, thinking, forget it, she's not worthy. Luo Haiqing personally led the team, his eyes constantly on Lin Xiao. If anything were to happen to this prodigy from the Sword Demon sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was puzzled by the Sword Demon sect's approach, which seemed quite baffling. If Lin Xiao were a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, Luo would have guarded him closely and sent a latest-stage core formation realm expert to escort him on any long journey. How could the Sword Demon sect be so careless? Didn't they realize that a peerless genius like Lin Xiao was a rarity among the hundreds of billions in the Wei Dynasty? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Luo Haiqing moved to the center of the group, standing beside Lin Xiao. He quietly asked, my young friend, how is your practice of the 1,000 miles light leap technique going? Do you have any questions? For the past few days, he had been busy attending to his daughter, but today, he finally had some free time to offer Lin Xiao his assistance. Lin Xiao was moved by Luo's words. Facing this powerful expert at the peak of the core formation realm, he admitted, I suppose I have reached a minor mastery, but I'm not very proficient yet. Minor mastery? Luo Haiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Xiao. This was the Flowing Cloud sect's secret technique. It had taken him 5 days just to get started when he was at the midstage of the Sea Will realm, and 9 months to reach minor mastery. Even though he had already overestimated Lin Xiao's talent, he hadn't expected him to grasp the basics in just 3 days, let alone achieve minor mastery. Noticing Luo Haiqing's skepticism, Lin Xiao suggested, "Sect Master Luo, how about I demonstrate it for you and you can give me some guidance?" Luo Haiqing nodded in agreement, eager to see for himself. Lin Xiao closed his eyes slightly, and his spiritual energy surged within him. 1,000 miles light leap, he silently commanded, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Luo Haiqing's gaze sharpened as he too turned into white light to follow. In the blink of an eye, both of their figures disappeared from the view of the flowing cloud sect disciples. The elite inner disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Despite their midstage Sea Wheel realm cultivation, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the two. In a real battle, they wouldn't stand a chance. A few minutes later, the two beams of light reappeared, and Luo Haiqing and Lin Xiao returned to the group. The crowd noticed the sect master's unusual expression, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Luo Yushang, at the front of the group, watched curiously but refrained from interrupting their private conversation. Lin Xiao marveled, "Sect Master Luo, for you to achieve such speed even with core condensation realm cultivation is truly remarkable." It turned out they had ventured out to practice the 1,000 miles light leap technique, with Lin Xiao leading initially. Later, Luo Haiqing suppressed his cultivation to match Lin Xiao's, and used the secret technique to race back. No matter how hard Lin Xiao tried, he couldn't catch up, which only increased his admiration and dedication to the technique. However, Luo Haiqing was filled with mixed emotions, his face clouded with worry. He had intended to temper Lin Xiao's enthusiasm, but instead, he ended up embarrassing himself. He had secretly employed the speed domain, believing he could leave Lin Xiao far behind. Yet Lin Xiao had closed the gap within just 2 breaths. Who exactly was this young man? To achieve minor mastery of the 1,000 miles light leap in just 2 days was unheard of. Luo Haiqing felt his mind spinning, overwhelmed with helplessness, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. They've caught up? Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he turned around in disbelief. The figure that had been behind him moments ago was now right alongside him. He had suppressed his cultivation, employing the essence of speed and mastering a secret technique with exceptional proficiency. Yet, even with all that, Lin Xiao had managed to catch up. How is this possible? Lin Xiao was filled with shock and confusion. How can he catch up to me? It makes no sense. Perplexed, Lin Xiao turned to the Sect Master Luo beside him, a hint of urgency in his voice. "Sect Master Luo, do you think there's something wrong with my execution of the 1,000-mile radiant leap?" Luo Haiqing cleared his throat, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He spoke slowly. "To be honest, Lin Xiao, your ability to comprehend is unlike anything I've ever seen. There were some issues before, but you've improved significantly this time." In reality, Luo Haiqing hadn't been paying much attention during the journey. His face was still sore from earlier events, leaving him little room to focus on details. However, he was well aware of Lin Xiao's talent. Given a few more attempts, Lin Xiao would likely correct himself. Such aptitude was truly daunting. Receiving the sect master's praise, Lin Xiao felt somewhat reassured. But soon, another question crossed his mind. "Sect Master Luo, I have another question I'd like to ask." "Go ahead," the sect master encouraged. Lin Xiao gathered his thoughts and asked, "Above the revolving core stage is the cauldron transformation stage. At the peak of the revolving core stage, one can reach the cauldron transformation by comprehending an essence to 80%. My question is, how much stronger is a cauldron transformation achieved through mastering 2 essences compared to just 1? Luo Haiqing nodded slightly, not surprised by the question. He explained, "A dual essence cauldron is at least 30% stronger than one achieved with a single essence. Essences have varying levels too. For instance, the essence of speed I cultivate is merely ordinary among mid-tier essences. Meanwhile, the sword essence and the wilderness essence you practice are considered higher within the mid-tier." "Wilderness essence?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. "What's that?" Luo Haiqing looked at him with some puzzlement. "When you reached the 5th level of the 9 Nether Demon Seal, didn't you feel a faint, intangible power within you? That's a newly formed essence." Lin Xiao suddenly understood. That mysterious power was indeed an essence. He realized that, along with the essence absorbed from the heavenly ladder stone tablet, he was now a cultivator with 3 essences. Seeing the satisfied smile on Lin Xiao's face, Luo Haiqing delivered a statement that made his expression change drastically. "Lin Xiao, don't celebrate too soon. Being a dual essence cultivator means you must comprehend both essences to 80% in the revolving core stage to have a chance at cauldron transformation. Otherwise, reaching 80% in just one essence won't suffice." Lin Xiao's smile froze instantly. He was stunned and blurted out, "What? I have to cultivate all essences to 80%? Then, what about a 3-essence cultivator?" As a cultivator at the third level of mastery, wouldn't that mean one must comprehend all three aspects to at least 80% in order to have a chance at forming a cauldron? Lin Xiao pondered this silently, furrowing his brow. He had already experienced the tremendous difficulty of cultivating these aspects. Recalling his time in the Sword Demon Sect's Brahma Sword Tomb, where the sword energy was abundant and the environment was exceptionally favorable, it still took him over half a year to cultivate his sword intent to 40%. The further one delves into understanding, the more elusive and challenging it becomes. Without encountering higher quality sword tombs or other fortuitous opportunities, relying solely on one's own comprehension, no matter how gifted, makes it difficult to achieve. Suppressing his doubts, Lin Xiao turned to Luo Haiqing and curiously asked, "Cough, may I ask to what extent Lord Luo has comprehended the aspect of speed?" Luo Haiqing glanced at Lin Xiao with surprise and said seriously, "Lin Xiao, it's a taboo to casually inquire about others' cultivation progress." Then, softening his tone, he added, "Of course, between us, it's all right. My comprehension of the speed aspect is nearing 70%. There's still a significant gap to 80%, but I believe I can achieve it within 10 years. 10 years? Lin Zhao's mind buzzed at the thought of spending a decade to progress just 10% in an aspect. He couldn't help but lament internally. Why did I touch that stone tablet? With my comprehension skills, how can I grasp such a rare aspect as the Wasteland one? 2 aspects I might manage, but 3 is overestimating myself. What's more frustrating is that the aspect absorbed from the stone tablet seems extremely rare, making it a challenge to comprehend or find guidance on. Lin Xiao forced himself to stay calm. After all, this was a concern for when he reached the peak of the revolving core stage, something far off for him. He comforted himself. When the time comes, things will work themselves out. Take it one step at a time. Perhaps by the time I reach the peak of the revolving core stage, my comprehension of the aspects won't be too far behind. The group from the Floating Cloud Sect trekked for half a day before finally reaching the entrance of the Wuji ruins. The area was already bustling with people. Although most could not enter the ruins, there were still a couple thousand who had gained entry privileges. Within the Floating Cloud Sect's ranks, Luo Yushang stood not far behind Lin Xiao. She was only accompanying the group this time and did not plan to enter the ruins. For one, she had explored the place multiple times without gain. Secondly, she had just recovered, and her father forbade her from taking risks. Exploring ruins was always fraught with danger, and following the beaten path rarely led to opportunities. Just as Luo Yushang was about to remind Lin Xiao to be cautious, a graceful figure reached him first. "Lin Xiao, finally, I've been waiting for you. You took your time coming with the Floating Cloud Sect." The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement. Lin Xiao was surprised to see a familiar face before him. "Oh, senior sister Lu, when did you break through to the Wheel C stage?" It was none other than Lu Mingyue, the true disciple of Elder Qiao, whom Lin Xiao had previously saved outside the Beast Forest. Lu Mingyue replied proudly, "Well, my talent isn't too shabby, you know. If I weren't so into alchemy, I'd have reached the Wheel C stage long ago. Did others from the sect come too?" Lin Xiao asked. "They're over there. Aren't you going to head over?" Lu Mingyue responded. Lin Xiao nodded. "I should. I need to get the token to enter the Wuji ruins. Without it, I can't get in." At that moment, a tall figure emerged from behind Lu Mingyue. Lin Xiao was a bit taken aback, for he hadn't sensed this person's presence at all until they appeared. This must be someone with extraordinary skills. "Young man, you must be Lin Xiao," the person said. Lin Xiao asked curiously, "And you are?" Lu Mingyue couldn't help but laugh, haha. "Lin Xiao, how do you not recognize your own sect master?" "The sect master? Master Fong?" Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He had only heard of his sect master, but had never met him. Ever since joining the Sword Demon Sect, he had been busy, and when he finally had some free time, he went to the Floating Cloud Sect. Master Fong patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said kindly, "You're doing great. I've heard about your abilities from Elder Mu and the others. Do your best in the Wuji ruins. If you need anything, just come to me." His eyes showed not only approval but also a hint of pride. Having such a prodigy in the Sword Demon Sect was indeed an honor for the sect. Lin Xiao respectfully replied, "Thank you, Sect Master. It's my duty." With the Sect Master being so courteous, he naturally dared not be negligent. Just then, a voice with a mocking tone chimed in. "Humph, old Fong, why did you come in person this time?" Master Fong retorted without missing a beat. "Old Luo, you say that, but why did you come to lead your team personally?" The other person scoffed. "I'm here to keep an eye on a certain rival sect's youngster, all right? Have a little conscience, will you?" Master Fong sarcastically replied. "Well, thank you for that." The two sect leaders locked eyes, surprise flickering between them. They exchanged lighthearted banter, hinting that in previous years, they hadn't personally led their teams. As the two powerhouses conversed, Luo Yushang, standing behind Luo Haiqing, cast a resentful gaze at the woman beside Lin Xiao. She wondered silently, Who is this sharp-tongued woman? She doesn't seem like a good person. With the Wuji ruins about to open, Luo Yusheng hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to step forward and stand on Lin Xiao's other side. Lin Xiao, is this junior sister also entering the Wuji ruins? She inquired, secretly calculating that if the woman went in, she would need to find a way to follow. Lu Mingyue frowned as she scrutinized the sudden appearance of this beautiful woman, surprised to find that her looks might surpass her own. Immediately, a strong sense of crisis welled up within her. Her cultivation is too weak. She's not qualified, Lin Xiao stated calmly. Lu Mingyue was astonished by his words and inwardly cursed. How could this damn Lin Xiao introduce me like that? She gritted her teeth, making a grinding sound. Oh, really? Junior sister, better focus on your cultivation, Luo Yusheng said with a smug smile. She felt secretly grateful for the pill Lin Xiao had given her, which had allowed her to break through to the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm, even reaching the threshold of the Swirl Core realm. With a bit more effort, she could easily break through, rendering this woman insignificant. You. Lu Mingyue was even more infuriated by the other's smugness. Lin Xiao casually explained. She's now a 5th-grade alchemist. The statement hit Luo Yusheng like a bolt from the blue, instantly tightening her nerves. Lin Xiao himself was an alchemist, and this woman had such accomplishments too? As the tension between the two women reached a peak, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. The entrance to the Wuji ruins burst with light, signaling its opening. Let's get ready to go in, someone shouted eagerly. What's the rush? It's not the first time it's opened, another replied nonchalantly. But every time, someone gains fortune inside. What if it's our turn this time? I can hardly wait. With the opening of the Wuji ruins, the silent rivalry between the two women was temporarily set aside. Lin Xiao followed sect leader Feng back to the camp, collected his token, and entered the ruins with several others from the Sword Demon sect. In this fantasy world, the hierarchy was strict, and sects like the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect, among the top 10, entered first, followed by other sections. However, just as the main sects were entering, a commotion arose from the southwest. A golden royal carriage appeared in the sky, faint figures visible aboard. The crowd gasped. That's the imperial carriage of the Wei Dynasty. Everyone held their breath. Even the likes of sect leader Luo and sect leader Feng looked solemn. Why are they here? People wondered. The Wei Dynasty's royal family, the foremost power of the dynasty, had maintained an unchallenged position for a millennium. It was rumored that the current crown prince was born with a sacred body, greeted by 9 dragon roars and the manifestation of imperial artifacts at birth, drawing dragon energy to nourish him. At just 15, he had broken through to the Swirl Core realm, a true prodigy. All eyes were fixed on the imperial carriage, filled with astonishment. Why had the Wei Dynasty's royal family, absent from the Wuji ruins for a century, appeared this year? There must be something unusual. You've arrived early. A booming male voice echoed from the carriage, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. The crowd below fell silent, no one daring to respond. At that moment, beastly roars and panicked bird cries erupted from another direction, as if all creatures were desperately fleeing. People turned in shock to see a streak of black light, revealing a 4-winged beast appearing beneath the sky. This ancient 4-winged beast wasn't particularly large, about 10 meters in length. Yet, its presence was as heavy as a mountain, suffocating those below. More astonishingly, a stunning woman stood on its back. She wore a white robe with sleeves, her waist adorned with a golden silk sash tied in a mystical knot, and her black hair was elegantly tied back. Most striking were her blood-red eyes, so alluring they stirred the soul. You. What is this demoness doing in my Wei Dynasty? The man who had been so imposing earlier now looked alarmed, his eyes filled with apprehension and fear. Why can't I come? The stunning woman, often labeled as a witch, let out a laugh as clear as a silver bella sound, so melodious yet chilling to everyone present. She stood atop a fierce ancient beast, her white robes fluttering and long hair cascading like a waterfall, an image of breathtaking beauty. If not for the fearsome creature beneath her, she might have seemed like the innocent, lively girl next door. However, the expressions of the sect leaders and elders below froze instantly upon seeing her, their gazes quickly retracting, as if they dared not look at her for even a moment longer. The air seemed to solidify, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing. Master, who is that woman? Many disciples whispered in confusion, having never seen this beautiful yet intimidating woman before. The sect leaders urgently communicated to their disciples, remember, do not stare at her, and do not speak carelessly. She is Qianningsu, the eldest princess of the great Qian dynasty. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. She's actually a ruthless killer. When the eldest prince of our dynasty was born, it was considered a heavenly omen. But on the day Qianningsu was born, a great calamity struck. The skies over the entire great Qian dynasty were filled with red clouds, blood rained down, and white ash scattered everywhere. This woman has a bloodthirsty nature, unpredictable, and dangerous. The sect leaders had unanimously placed Qianingsu at the top of their do not provoke list. Yet, these warnings only piqued the curiosity of the younger disciples. They secretly glanced at Qianingsu, wondering how someone so beautiful could be so dangerous. The middle-aged man on the imperial chariot, the Duke of Wei from the Great Wei Dynasty, stared intently at Qianingsu and spoke in a deep voice. In any case, this is the territory of the Great Wei Dynasty, and we do not welcome. Hold on, Uncle Wei. A gentle voice interrupted the Duke. A handsome young man in a luxurious yellow robe stepped gracefully out of the chariot. A guest is a guest. How can our Great Wei Dynasty treat a guest so rudely? The young man's appearance caused a stir. It's the third prince. The third prince of the Wei royal family. No one expected that the renowned third prince would be drawn to the opening of the Wuji ruins. The third prince smiled warmly at Qianingsu and greeted her. Princess Xu, it's been a long time since we last met. His tone was friendly, as if they were well acquainted. Qianingsu merely glanced at him and rolled her eyes. Oh, so you're here too, you hypocrite? What about your martial-obsessed brother? Is he here? The third prince maintained his smile at the beginning of her remarks, but a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes when she mentioned his brother. He suppressed his displeasure and continued to smile. My brother isn't here today. If you have anything to say, I can convey it to him. Oh, then tell him to train well. Qianingsu chuckled lightly. After I finish having fun in the Wuji ruins today, I'm planning to break through to the Xindan realm. Next time we meet, he better not lose too badly. I'll be sure to pass that on. The third prince replied, then offered. But Princess Xu, I could also spar with you. You? Qianingsu scoffed. You're too weak. I'm not interested. With that, she began scanning the crowd below. Hearing this, the third prince's fist clenched tightly within his robes, but he maintained his courteous demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Princess Xu, entering the Wuji ruins requires a special token. If you don't have one, I can provide you with one. He took out a relic token and attempted to hand it to her. To his surprise, she shook her head. No need, I have one. You have one? The third prince was momentarily stunned. The next moment, a flash of white light and two screams echoed. Qianingsu had somehow appeared in the camp of a minor sect. More horrifying was the sight of two latest realm elders from the sect with her hands thrust through their chests, their hearts crushed and lifeless. Blood stained Qian Yingsu's white dress, yet she seemed unconcerned, her eyes gleaming with an even greater bloodlust. Elder Wang. Elderly. The leader of the shocking heaven sect roared in fury. You witch! How dare you kill the elders of my sect? I won't let you go unpunished. Despite being a latest Xindan realm expert himself and aware of Qianingsu's notorious reputation, he hadn't expected her to act so brazenly. Today, regardless of who she was, she would pay for killing his sect's elders. He refused to believe he couldn't handle a mere Wheelsea realm witch. Mountain Shatter Palm. The sect leader shouted, unleashing a powerful palm strike that soared across the sky toward Qianingsu. Stop! The third prince urgently called from the chariot, but it was too late. With a crack, the massive palm print shattered into fragments of spiritual energy upon nearing Qianingsu. A blood-red silhouette then rushed toward the sect leader with alarming speed. Oh no! This witch has mastered the essence to such an extent. The sect leader was horrified, quickly deploying a defensive technique to erect a protective barrier. Yet, the life-threatening sense of danger enveloped him, and he turned to flee without hesitation. But in that instant, a crimson light blossomed, engulfing the sect leader. His protective shield was torn apart like paper, and the red light swallowed him whole, erasing him without a trace. Hee, I didn't have these earlier, but now I do, Qianingsu said with a sweet smile, holding several blood-stained relic tokens. Seeing her innocent smile, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were facing a true demon rather than a human. Before anyone could react, Qianingsu transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the entrance of the Wuji ruins. Her voice echoed from afar. Father told me not to cause trouble in the great Qian dynasty, and I'm such an obedient daughter. Hee. The scene fell into a deathly silence, the stillness terrifying. The third prince gazed in the direction where Qianingsu disappeared, his eyes filled with greed, desire, jealousy, and an intense chill. A practitioner at the peak of the Wheelsea realm managed to instantly defeat a latest revolving core realm expert. If someone were to tell this story, no one would believe it. The thousands present were dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. They had witnessed Qianingsu casually wave her hand, and the revolving core realm expert was shredded like paper without a chance to resist. Blood mist filled the air, and the scent of blood was overwhelming. A storm of disbelief raged in their hearts. In the cultivation world, the greater the gap in realms, the more impossible it is to fight across levels. Yet, this scene overturned their understanding. Even more terrifying was Qianingsu's sudden murderous intent. One moment she was all smiles, and the next, blood was flowing freely, with no warning. The cries of the disciples from Jingtian's sect brought everyone back to reality. They looked toward the sect with sympathy in their eyes. The fall of their leader and 2 elders was nothing short of a catastrophe. Everyone knew that the Jingtian sect was likely doomed. Every sect had their enemies waiting to strike, and without their top experts' protection, Jingtian sect was destined to be prey. This is a disaster from the heavens, someone sighed. That demoness wasn't specifically targeting Jingtian sect. They were just unlucky to be chosen. Panic spread like a plague among the crowd. Many smaller factions decided to leave immediately. Perhaps we should come back next year. The Cuihong sect bids farewell. Take care, everyone. This place is too dangerous. We're leaving too. In no time, more than half of the people had left the scene, and those who remained looked solemn and worried. The ones most troubled were the top-ranking sects of the Great Wei Dynasty. Their disciples had already entered the Wujiuan ruins, and now that terrifying demoness had also entered. If they encountered her, the consequences would be disastrous. The Wujiuan ruins had its own rules of power, making it impossible for those above the revolving core realm to enter. Meeting that demoness would mean certain death. Father, what do we do? Luo Yushang's face was pale, her voice trembling. Lin Xiang has already gone in. If he encounters that demoness, he won't stand a chance. Master, can you think of a way? Lu Mingyue was on the verge of tears. Just get Lin Xiang out of there. That demoness is too terrifying, and no matter how talented Lin Xiang is, he can't possibly be her match. Master Luo and Master Fong looked grim. Lin Xiang was a prodigy not seen in a millennium, yet he had encountered such danger. There is no other way, Master Luo said heavily. We can only hope Lin Xiang doesn't run into that demoness inside the ruins. Meanwhile, the third prince and his entourage, returning to the royal carriage, were caught in a dilemma. They faced a simple yet difficult choice: whether to still enter the Wujiuan ruins. Your Highness, perhaps we should skip it this time, suggested Wei Shu cautiously. Skip it? The third prince cut him off coldly. Miss this opportunity, and we'll have to wait another century. Who knows what might happen in between? But that demoness, Wei Shu's words were cut off by the prince's sharp rebuke. Address her as Princess Xiu. Wei Shu quickly apologized, showing respect. The prince signaled for him to continue. What if we encounter Princess Xiu in the ruins? Her bloodthirstiness seems much stronger than the last time we met. Wei Shu expressed his concern. Others in the carriage perked up their ears. They were all supposed to enter the Wujiuan ruins, but now, with a ruthless demoness inside, who dared to take the risk? The third prince, however, appeared confident. Don't worry, I've made an agreement with the Great Qian Dynasty. In explorations like this, we're allowed to seize and injure, but killing is prohibited. Besides, do you really think Princess Xiu is just here for fun? Why would she choose to come to the Wujiuan ruins at this specific time? The realization dawned on the group. This terrifying demoness hadn't shown up in previous ruin openings. Why now? Clearly, she too was after something specific. Your Highness, if we encounter Princess Xiu, are you sure she won't kill us? A subordinate asked nervously. I guarantee it. The prince nodded solemnly. With those words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even if they lost their treasures, as long as they kept their lives, it was acceptable. The third prince then turned to look at the entrance of the Wujiuan ruins, a strange glint in his eyes. He had made a promise, but whether Princess Xiu would keep it was beyond his control. Soon, to the surprise of those watching, the third prince and his group boldly entered the Wujiuan ruins. Their expressions were calm, as if nothing had happened, prompting admiration from other sects. Truly the leading force of the Great Wei Dynasty, unafraid even of lethal threats. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang was already moving alone within the Wujiuan ruins. He had separated from the Jinma sect team to find more sword testing stones. The one used in the outer sect test was found by Master Fong here a century ago. Lin Xiang had absorbed and refined a portion of the sword intent from that stone. If he could find more, he might be able to advance his sword intent to 80%. Although he didn't know the exact locations, Master Fong had given him a journal and a map from back then. Lin Xiang believed that with these clues, he could find the general area. Whether he would gain anything depended on his luck. At this moment, Lin Xiang was unaware of the events outside. Nor did he know that the path he was taking would soon converge with that of the fearsome demoness and the ambitious prince. As Lin Xiang continued his cultivation, he followed the map's guidance for 2 days. Despite his efforts, he underestimated the vastness of the Wuji ruins. From the outside, the ruins appeared to be the size of a small abandoned city, but once inside, he discovered that it was a world of its own, comparable in scale to 10 cities. Inside the ruins, there was an eerie silence, with no signs of life. The ruins were filled with remnants of various formations, traps, and barriers, but for Lin Xiang, they posed little threat. He meticulously searched several ruins but found nothing of value, only some discarded swords and weapons. Realizing that anything valuable had likely been looted long ago, he decided not to waste any more effort searching. Lin Xiao's only hope now was to find something at the location marked on the map. On the third day, he finally reached the vicinity of his destination. However, what lay before him was the same desolate ruins, no different from the rest. After searching near the marked point for most of the day, Lin Xiao frowned. Not only was the sword-testing stone nowhere to be found, but he hadn't even come across a single spirit stone. He sighed, thinking that this place, discovered by sect master Feng a century ago, had probably been thoroughly scavenged by various factions over the years. Just as Lin Xiao was about to concede that this trip to the ruins might end in disappointment, he suddenly felt a faint tremor in the sword intent within him. Though subtle, it was unmistakable. His eyes lit up with excitement, as this sensation was similar to when he had touched the sword-testing stone before. He quickly focused his mind, sensing carefully, and then darted off in a blur toward the source of the sensation. Not far away, two groups were in a standoff. More precisely, it was two latest-stage We'll See realm cultivators in luxurious yellow robes confronting a group of 8 or 9 people. Although two of them were peak We'll See realm experts, they were completely overshadowed by the aura of the two in yellow robes. "Sir, we've already given you the sword-marked steel. Why won't you let us go?" One of the peak We'll See realm cultivators asked, a hint of anger in his voice. "Let you go?" One of the yellow-robed men replied matter-of-factly. "I said, leave your storage rings and you can leave." "You. The Wei royal family is being too overbearing." Another of their latest We'll See realm companions couldn't help but retort angrily. "We found that sword-marked steel, and it's bad enough that you took it. But now you want our storage rings too? On what grounds?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him shattered. A golden sword light shot out like a deadly sting. "Ah!" The latest We'll See realm cultivator barely had time to scream before his head was blasted open, killing him instantly. "On what grounds?" The yellow-robed man who struck sneered. "Because we are from the Wei royal family, and the entire Wei dynasty is under our control. Having small sects like yours hand over a few things, is there a problem? This place is more comfortable than the palace." The other yellow-robed man chimed in. "We can kill a few people without any consequences. It's a great way to blow off some steam." The remaining 8 were visibly shaken. They hadn't expected the Wei royal family to be so unreasonable and ruthless. Even the two peak We'll See realm cultivators looked at their opponents with dread. Facing disciples of the Wei royal family, even if their cultivation was higher, their chances of winning were slim. "I'll give it. I'll give you the storage ring. Can I leave then?" A mid-stage We'll See realm disciple from the small sect, unable to withstand the pressure, took off his storage ring and tossed it over. The yellow-robed man who had attacked caught the ring, examined it briefly and frowned. "Is this all you've got? You expect to leave with just this?" The mid-stage We'll See realm disciple's face changed dramatically upon hearing this, and he immediately turned to flee. He was fast, but the golden sword light was faster, catching up to him in an instant. Swish! The disciple fell to the ground, dead. "Brother, we should hurry back," the other yellow-robed man reminded. "Otherwise, it might interfere with the third prince's entry into the Wuji sword tomb." Fine, I know." The yellow-robed man who had attacked waved impatiently, urging the remaining 7. "Now hurry up and leave your storage rings and get lost." The surviving members of the small sect felt both angry and humiliated. But they dared not resist, as the two Wei royal family members were far superior in strength. The Wei royal family's cultivation techniques and martial skills were the most elite, and they wielded the finest spirit swords and artifacts. Even a sect elder at the initial stage of the core formation realm from an ordinary sect would avoid them. Such is the harsh reality when one is outmatched. Just as they were about to remove their storage rings, a figure suddenly appeared nearby. "Sword-marked steel? Wuji sword tomb?" The figure's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Heh, it seems luck is on my side." The two yellow-robed men were startled. They hadn't noticed anyone approaching, but upon seeing who had appeared, their faces immediately showed disdain and scorn. "No wonder we didn't notice." The attacking yellow-robed man sneered. "It's just a gathering spirit realm ant. How did such trash even dare to enter the Wuji ruins, and of all times, to choose this year to enter? It's like walking into their own death. Gave me a scare. Be more careful in your next life." With that, he swung his sword at Lin Xiao. A golden sword light flashed, incredibly fast, heading straight for Lin Xiao's head. To them, such a person's life was as worthless as grass, holding no value whatsoever. The surviving 7 from the small sect looked on with sympathy and resignation. This person was even more unfortunate than they were, as the two Wei royal family members didn't even give him a chance to live. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xiao stood still, seemingly dumbfounded as the sword light rushed toward him. However, just as the sword light was about to strike his head, Lin Xiao casually raised his right hand, extending a single finger to meet it. Crack! At the moment the golden sword light touched his finger, it shattered, dispersing into scattered spiritual energy. Are all members of the Wei royal family this arrogant and lawless? Lin Xiao asked calmly. This scene left the two Wei royal family disciples completely stunned. They couldn't believe that this person had easily blocked what was meant to be a lethal strike. He blocked it? How could he block it? The two yellow-robed men's expressions turned serious. They recalled the third prince's frequent warnings. Never underestimate anyone. The surviving 7 from the small sect were even more astounded. The golden swordlight, capable of killing a latest-stage we'll see realm cultivator, had been effortlessly blocked by someone who appeared to have only the gathering spirit realm cultivation. And with just a finger? Who is this guy? They couldn't help but exclaim internally. Who are you? One of the disciples from the Great Wei royal family asked, his eyes flickering with both caution and curiosity. Anyone who could withstand their attack must be extraordinary, especially if they achieved it with a cultivation level at the gathering chi stage. This person was either a prodigious talent or someone concealing their true power. The two disciples exchanged a quick glance, forming a preliminary judgment but not overly concerned. In their view, even if this person was hiding their cultivation level, they wouldn't be a match for them if they got serious. After all, the highest cultivation level allowed into the infinite relic was the Sea of Wheels stage completion. What did they have to fear? For now, they were merely curious about the stranger's identity, which would determine whether he could leave here alive. Why should I tell you? Lin Xiao replied calmly, his gaze not even lingering on them but instead locking onto the stone tablet in their hands. But if you leave that sword-marked stone tablet and your storage rings, you can scram. Lin Xiao was delighted. He had finally found what he was looking for. Moreover, he had overheard something even more exciting during their conversation in Infinite Sword Tomb. There was a hidden sword tomb here? Despite his inquiries and investigations before entering the Infinite Relic, he had never heard of such a place. But now, it was irrelevant. As long as someone here knew about it, that was enough. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the faces of the two Great Wei royal disciples darkened instantly. The 7 members from a minor sect nearby were equally shocked, unable to believe that a young man at the gathering chi stage would dare to make such audacious demands. Kid, are you in a hurry to die? One of them sneered. Let's make this quick. We need to hurry back and deliver the stone tablet to the third prince. The other agreed. Yes, let's finish him off. The two royal disciples quickly reached a consensus, preparing to strike. However, in the next instant, Lin Xiao's figure vanished like a phantom before their eyes. What? Where did he go? They were bewildered. Impossible. How did he move so fast? Did he escape? Hey, your reactions are pretty slow. A teasing voice suddenly came from behind them, sending chills down their spines and making their hair stand on end. Without hesitation, the two disciples lunged forward, channeling their spiritual power and swinging their swords behind them. Yet Lin Xiao didn't pursue them. Instead, he remained in place, casually raising his sword and slashing downward. The 7 survivors from the minor sect were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene. The boy's speed was beyond their perception, and they were puzzled as to why he didn't chase after them and instead swung his sword in place. However, the moment Lin Xiao's sword slashed down, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. The two Great Wei disciples, who had leaped several meters away, were suddenly pressed to the ground as if by an invisible mountain. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't stand up. The 7 from the minor sect were utterly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. A mere swing of the sword at empty air had incapacitated the two powerful royal disciples? This was beyond their understanding. With his sword in hand, Lin Xiao walked towards the two. Those who bully will themselves be bullied. Those who insult will themselves be insulted. Those who seek to kill will one day be killed. Do you understand? He asked, crouching down. Damn you. What are you so smug about? We're from the Great Wei royal family. Our third prince is nearby if you dare to harm us, I swear. Before he could finish, one of the royal disciples was decapitated, his words cut short. Sigh. With such a peculiar request, how could I not oblige? Lin Xiao remarked. The 7 from the minor sect were left speechless, and the remaining royal disciple was ashen-faced. They had always been surrounded by prestige, untouchable wherever they went. But now, in front of this young man, he suddenly felt insignificant. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave. What exactly is the Infinite Sword Tomb? I'm giving you one chance to explain, Lin Xiao said coldly. I'll tell you, just don't kill me, the royal disciple replied hastily. Actually, this Infinite Sword Tomb is... He quickly divulged everything he knew about the Infinite Sword Tomb. As for the third prince, he couldn't care less anymore. At this moment, his mind was consumed by one thought: survival. This intense desire to live was something he had never experienced before. After listening to the other person's account, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement, barely able to contain his emotions. He finally understood why the opening of the Wuji ruins this time could attract such a significant figure as the third prince. It turned out that the true opportunity within the Wuji ruins lay in the mysterious Wuji sword tomb. Information raced through Lin Xiao's mind from what he had learned. In ancient times, the Wuji sword sect was once powerful and influential, commanding respect throughout the land. However, a cataclysmic disaster reduced this legendary sect to mere history. The current Wuji ruins are the remnants of the Wuji sword sect. Though the sect's glory has long faded, leaving behind only ruins, the Wuji sword tomb remains intact, holding the final secret of this desolate place. No one knows what opportunities the sword tomb holds. It is said that even the third prince stumbled upon a clue in a dusty ancient book more than a decade ago, and paid a hefty price to uncover this secret. Even more enticing is the fact that the ruins open only once every 100 years. Each time they do, several stone tablets engraved with sword marks appear within. To unlock the Wuji sword tomb, one must find 10 such stone tablets within the ruins. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao asked, "Where is the entrance to the Wuji sword tomb?" For him, this information was of immense significance. He calculated that if he could directly learn the entrance's location, there would be no need to laboriously search for those stone tablets. Waiting at the entrance would be much more efficient. However, the disciple of the Great Wei royal family replied with a pained expression, I don't know either." "You don't know?" Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, his tone skeptical. "Really, I don't know." The person hurried to explain, "Only our third prince knows this place. If you let me go, I promise I won't tell the third prince about this." Although he said this, a hint of malice flashed in his eyes. He secretly calculated that once he found the third prince, no matter how formidable Lin Xiao was, he could not be a match for the third prince. Then, Lin Xiao would be in for a surprise. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, it seems you really don't know. So, where's your third prince?" The person had just pointed in a direction, that way when a swift flash of light cut through the air. With a sickening thud, the head of the Great Wei royal family disciple fell, life extinguished instantly. Lin Xiao sheathed his blood-stained sword and murmured to himself, what could be inside the Wuji sword tomb? He quickly looted 2 storage rings and the sword-marked stone tablet from the deceased, then vanished in a flash of light, speeding off in the direction the person had indicated the location of the third prince. The 7 survivors from the small sect watched as Lin Xiao walked away, still in disbelief. One disciple couldn't help but ask, "Elder, who exactly is this young man at the spirit-gathering stage?" He even dared to confront members of the Wei royal family. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder sternly rebuked him, "Silence. When did we ever see any young man? When did we encounter anyone from the Wei royal family?" The others were taken aback for a moment, then suddenly understood. They realized the elder's intention. They had seen nothing at all. Another elder had already begun to act. "Hurry, let's clean up the scene and get out of here immediately." The 7 of them quickly got to work, meticulously erasing every trace from the area. Bloodstains were wiped away, bodies disposed of, and even the lingering scents in the air were removed using special methods. Within minutes, the site was restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. This was the only way they could repay Lin Xiao. The 2 disciples from the Wei royal family had promised to release them in exchange for their storage rings, but their betrayal nearly cost the small sect members their lives. If not for Lin Xiao's timely intervention, they might not have survived. By clearing the scene, they were protecting Lin Xiao and themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already distanced himself from the incident site. He traveled several kilometers in one direction before stopping to ensure no one was around. He took out the sword-marked stone tablet, which was about the size of a regular pillow, much smaller than the Tumurhai trial swordstone used by the sword demon sect's outer sect. Yet, Lin Xiao could feel that the sword intent contained within this small tablet was no less potent than that of the trial sword stone. Calming his mind, Lin Xiao gripped the sword-marked stone tablet with both hands and began to focus. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the energy within the tablet to stir. Instinctively, he activated the Tian Kui sword manual taught by Elder Gung, and immediately, the energy within the tablet surged into his body as if drawn by a strong magnet. In just a few minutes, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a sharp glint flickering within them. His sword intent had increased from 40% to 45%, a progress that left him very satisfied. The last time he comprehended the trial sword stone, his sword intent had only risen from 10% to 20%. The higher the realm of sword intent, the more difficult the advancement. To increase it by 5% with just one sword-marked stone tablet was a delightful surprise. Lin Xiao recalled the words of a certain person at least 10 sword-marked stone tablets were needed to unlock the infinite sword tomb. He hesitated, unsure if the already comprehended tablet would still be useful. Ultimately, he decided to store it in his storage ring rather than discard it. As he continued his journey, Lin Xiao took out the 2 storage rings he had obtained from the Wei royal family disciples. When he probed the rings with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but marvel. Both were high-grade storage rings, each with 1,000 cubic meters of space, far superior to his own mid-grade ring, which had only 100 cubic meters. Just the rings alone were worth around 7 to 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Eagerly, Lin Xiao examined the contents of the rings and was once again amazed. Although he didn't find any cultivation techniques or martial skills, there were plenty of high-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and precious pills. A rough estimate placed the total value of the items at over 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Jackpot! Lin Xiao thought happily, quickening his pace towards the direction of the third prince, where nearly 10 more sword-marked stone tablets awaited him. After traveling for a while, Lin Xiao encountered 2 more people from the Wei royal family. This time, they didn't initiate any action, merely casting a disdainful glance his way upon sensing his peak spirit-gathering stage cultivation, before hurrying off. Watching their hurried departure, Lin Xiao guessed they might have acquired a sword-marked stone tablet and were rushing to report back to the third prince. He hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. I'll rob them, but this time, only for their wealth, not their lives. However, just as Lin Xiao was about to catch up, he heard 2 screams and cries of agony from up ahead. You witch! A young man's voice was filled with anger and fear. Our Wei dynasty has an agreement with your Qin dynasty not to kill each other at will. A playful female voice cheerfully responded. Oh, really? Well, I haven't heard of such a rule, so I'm sorry, but you still have to die. With a muffled puff, the young man's cries abruptly ceased. By this time, Lin Xiao had arrived at the scene. As he took in the sight before him, he frowned deeply. The 2 members of the Wei royal family now lay lifeless, their bodies reduced to gruesome remains. Lin Xiao stood amidst the blood-soaked scene, surrounded by severed limbs and shattered bones. One body was split in 2, while the other was torn into 4 pieces, the ground stained with crimson. The horrific sight churned Lin Xiao's stomach, and he struggled to suppress his revulsion. Beside the mangled corpses stood a striking young girl in vibrant red attire, her presence a stark contrast to the surrounding carnage. Lin Xiao stared at her in shock, his mind echoing with the dying words of the slain. Clearly, this girl was not from the Wei dynasty, yet she had dispatched 2 royal members without hesitation. A palpable sense of threat engulfed Lin Xiao, leaving him in a dilemma. Just then, the girl in red noticed him. She tilted her head, studying Lin Xiao with curiosity, her lips curling into a playful smile. You seem more interesting than the others. Were it not for the blood staining her clothes, her words might have sounded flirtatious. Lin Xiao's heart raced as he took 2 steps back, feigning calmness. Sorry, I'm just passing by. Please, continue. Yet the danger lingered. The girl in red suddenly vanished, and Lin Xiao felt an impending crisis. He swiftly gripped his longsword, unleashing the power of gravitational intent, a skill he had acquired from the sky ladder steel of the Luyun sect, distinct from sword intent. The gravitational force enveloped his sword aura, creating a protective barrier. In the next instant, the girl reappeared right in front of Lin Xiao, mere inches away. He could clearly see the blood splatters on her face and her unnaturally vivid red eyes. She murmured softly, Such a strange force of intent. She felt an immense pressure weighing her down, hindering her speed. Lin Xiao was surprised to see that although his gravitational intent had slowed her, it hadn't subdued her completely. I don't wish to fight you. So please. Lin Xiao's words were cut short as a terrifying surge of blood mist erupted from the girl. Ugh! A sharp pain shot through Lin Xiao's chest. He looked down to find her hand piercing his body. In the nick of time, he activated the 9 nether demons suppressing seal, channeling the desolate intent to barely fend off her attack. The unexpected turn of events elicited a soft gasp from the girl. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao grabbed her hand and roared, "Get away from me!" He intended to hurl her aside, but an unforeseen change occurred. As their hands clasped, the blood mist from the girl surged into Lin Xiao's body. Both of them were stunned by this unforeseen development, simultaneously exclaiming in surprise, What? A trace of surprise, bewilderment, and an almost imperceptible enjoyment appeared on the face of the girl in red. Her crimson eyes had faded to a lighter shade of red, and an unprecedented feeling of comfort swept through her body, almost making her want to sigh in relief. What shocked her even more was that, for the first time in her memory, she felt no urge to kill. Furrowing her delicate brows, the girl in red looked at the boy in front of her with confusion, then glanced down at their tightly clasped hands. The warmth from his palm was in stark contrast to her perpetually cold skin. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was experiencing the opposite. In an instant, he seemed to plunge into a world of endless slaughter. His vision was filled with blood red, and a strong desire to kill surged in his heart, hard to suppress. It was only when the sword intent flowed into his mind, and the Tian Kuei sword manual activated automatically, that the strange emotion gradually dissipated. Coming back to his senses, Lin Xiao found himself drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Just as he was still in a daze, a playful voice suddenly rang out. "You're awake? Huh?" Turning his head, Lin Xiao froze on the spot. It was that terrifying woman. Looking down, he realized he hadn't let go of her hand. 1,000-mile light leap. Lin Xiao immediately released her hand, transforming into a streak of light and retreating several dozen meters in an instant. "Why are you running?" "Here, take this." The girl in red casually tossed 2 items his way. Lin Xiao instinctively caught them, finding they were 2 storage rings, identical in style to the ones he had obtained before. "Consider this a token of apology for earlier. By the way, I'm Qianing. Qianing said with a bright smile. "I'm Lin Xiao." Despite his wariness, Lin Xiao replied. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to unleash its intent at any moment to react to unforeseen events. "All right, you can go now." Qianing suddenly waved her hand, seemingly losing interest. "What?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "If you don't want to leave, then don't." Qianing pointed at him from afar with a jade-like finger. Seeing this, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately used the 1,000-mile light leap with all his might, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Watching Lin Xiao flee in panic, Qianing couldn't help but chuckle. Pouting slightly, she murmured to herself, "So there are still people like this in the world. Lin Xiao, right? You can't escape." Having lost interest in her trip to the Sword Tomb, Qianing began to wander aimlessly. Lin Xiao ran for dozens of miles before stopping, repeatedly ensuring that the woman hadn't followed him. "Qianing? Like a poppy? That woman is indeed as dangerous as her name suggests." He shook his head in self-mockery. "In the end, it's because I'm not strong enough." Feeling the intense pain in his chest, Lin Xiao knew this wouldn't be the last time he faced danger. He took out a healing pill from the storage ring and swallowed it to begin his recovery. The pill's effects worked swiftly, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. It took him half a day to fully recover from his injuries. Just as he was about to continue toward the third prince's location, Lin Xiao suddenly froze, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. In his mental space, something extraordinary had appeared. Next to the transparent orb representing the gravity intent, a new blood-red orb had emerged, significantly larger than the gravity one. Is this a second level of intent? What the heck is this? Lin Xiao focused his mind to understand it quickly. It was the killing intent, originating from the woman named Qianing. How did I end up absorbing this? Lin Xiao was puzzled, but regardless, he was at a loss. A fourth intent, and a troublesome one at that. How could he ever hope to master all 4 intents to 80%? Though his current level was far from that, with his innate talent and comprehension, he was destined to reach that point. Lin Xiao felt like crying, his heart heavy with frustration. When he finally arrived at the third prince's location, Lin Xiao felt even more disheartened. The Wuji sword tomb had been opened 3 hours ago, causing a celestial phenomenon. Unfortunately, he had been meditating and healing at the time, oblivious to it all. The third prince and his entourage were the first to enter the sword tomb, leaving only a few royal disciples outside to guard the entrance and prevent others from entering. The third prince has decreed that no one may enter without his permission. Anyone wishing to defy the third prince's orders, feel free. "We won't stop you," the royal disciples declared arrogantly, not caring about the hundreds of onlookers. The gathered forces were visibly displeased. In such relic sites, opportunities were meant for the fated. Yet the royal family of Wei had monopolized this place of opportunity, barring outsiders, which was infuriating. But none dared speak up, as no one wanted to offend the third prince. At that moment, a figure approached the entrance of the Wuji sword tomb. "Stop right there. We've said no outsiders allowed." One of the royal disciples blocked the way. "Didn't you just say anyone who wants to enter can do so freely, without being stopped? What are you doing now?" The young man who was stopped asked coldly. "You, someone who hasn't even reached the Wheel C stage, dare to speak." Before he could finish, the royal disciple was slapped away. The young man walked into the Wuji sword tomb without looking back. The young disciple of the Wei royal family, who had been sent flying to the ground, lay there utterly bewildered. Staring blankly at the sky, his mind was a complete void. Random thoughts flitted across his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What's for dinner today? When he finally came to his senses, a wave of anger and disbelief surged through him. He bolted upright, scanning his surroundings, but the audacious young man had already vanished at the entrance of the Wuji sword tomb. "Who is he?" the Wei royal disciple shouted, his face flushed with rage, as he demanded answers from the onlookers around him. "Tell me, who is that person?" Yet, no one responded. Most of the onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, secretly cheering inside. The slap from the young man not only landed on the disciple's face, but also struck a chord with everyone regarding the inequality they felt. Finally, someone with enough guts, someone muttered under their breath. It was satisfying to see. But who exactly is this bold person? Another whispered. The crowd shared the same curiosity. For someone at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm to effortlessly send a mid-to-late, we'll see realm disciple of the Wei royal family flying, it was clear that courage alone wasn't enough. The true strength of this mysterious youth was likely far beyond what met the eye. Most shook their heads, indicating they didn't know, but a few young individuals exchanged glances and began to communicate quietly. My goodness, isn't that Lin Xiao from our sword demon sect? Be more confident, drop the isn't. It is Lin Xiao. He's got some nerve. Isn't he afraid of offending the third prince and implicating our sect? I thought I was bold, but compared to Lin Xiao, I'm far behind. Many spectators lingered at the scene for a while longer, but none dared to follow him in. After all, not everyone had the courage to challenge the authority of the third prince. With no other choice, they decided to leave and seek opportunities elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had already entered the Wuji sword tomb. As soon as he stepped through the entrance, he was transported into a vast, white space. It was an endless void with no visible boundaries. The moment Lin Xiao took a step forward, the scene before him changed abruptly. Rocks rapidly spread from under his feet, soon covering the entire space. Within a few breaths, he found himself inside a massive cavern. Not far away, boiling lava churned on the ground, sending waves of heat that seemed intent on singeing his hair and eyebrows. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, quickly realizing it was an illusion. To test his theory, he cautiously extended a finger to touch the lava. Hot! He exclaimed, pulling back immediately, only to find his finger unharmed. The burning sensation was not physical but rather targeted his soul and spirit. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. This kind of illusion posed a greater danger than mere physical harm. If his spirit and soul were severely damaged, he would become a living shell, even if his body remained intact. He tried attacking the illusion with sword energy and intent, but it was futile. Clearly, solving this illusion required knowledge of formations. Lin Xiao couldn't help but regret not studying formations more diligently back at the sword demon sect. With his talent, mastering the basics shouldn't have been difficult. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao decided on a more laborious approach. He began to explore the cavern, touching each inch of the rocky walls like a blind man. After half an hour, he finally found a breakthrough in a corner. When his palm touched the unusual rock wall, a peculiar understanding of formations flooded his mind. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly, realizing he had found the right spot. This must be a key node of the illusion. Instead of stopping, he focused on absorbing this insight. Within a few minutes, Lin Xiao grasped the mysteries of the formation etched on the rock wall. Using this foundation, he quickly identified several other critical points. Thus, Lin Xiao's understanding of formations improved rapidly. An hour later, he exhaled deeply and tightened his grip on his sword. Swish, swish, swish. He slashed at several key points with sword energy. With a few muffled sounds, the illusion was completely dismantled. The surrounding illusion dissipated, revealing the true scene. Lin Xiao soon discovered an opening leading to a lower level. He knew this was the entrance to the next stage. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao leapt into the entrance of the second level, driven by urgency. Since entering the first layer of the illusionary array, he had not caught sight of the third prince and his entourage, making him realize they were well prepared and that the array posed no obstacle to them. The space on the second level was noticeably more spacious. As soon as Lin Xiao landed, he heard intense sounds of battle not far away. His curiosity was piqued. Weren't the only ones who entered the Wuji sword tomb the third prince's group? Could there be internal strife? He quickly dismissed this idea, finding it unlikely. With questions swirling in his mind, Lin Xiao hurried toward the source of the noise. As he closed the distance, the scene became clearer. It wasn't internal conflict, but rather a latest-stage disciple of the Wei royal family battling a white figure. Although human-shaped, the figure seemed intangible, with the disciple's attacks passing through it without effect. At first, Lin Xiao thought it was an illusion. However, when he saw the white figure unleash sharp sword energy that injured the royal disciple, he realized it was a real and tangible attack. At that moment, the royal disciple noticed Lin Xiao's arrival. With no time to think, he shouted for help. Save me! Lin Xiao quickly assessed the situation, recognizing the disciple's need for assistance. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and unleashed a fierce slash at the white figure. However, the royal disciple immediately shouted, ordinary attacks won't work. You need an attack with strong intent. He then realized that the newcomer wasn't an ally from the Wei royal family but a stranger at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. His heart sank, thinking, no way this guy can master intent attacks when even I, with my 1/10th mastery of intent, can't harm this thing. As expected, Lin Xiao's sword energy passed through the white figure without effect. But this attack caught the figure's attention, and it swiftly turned its focus toward Lin Xiao. Intent attack, huh? Lin Xiao murmured to himself, a gleam in his eyes. He swung his sword again, shouting, slash. This time, the sword energy carried a 2/10 sword intent. With a soft crack, the white figure shattered like glass, dissolving into mist. So weak, Lin Xiao remarked quietly. But suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The Tian Kuei sword manual within Lin Xiao started to operate on its own, emitting a mysterious suction force that absorbed the mist from the white figure into his body. This familiar scene startled Lin Xiao. Could it be a new intent? Upon closer inspection, his eyes gleamed with realization. It wasn't a new intent, but an enhancement of his sword intent, comparable to the gains he made from the sword-marked stone tablet. The discovery that shattering the white phantoms could enhance his sword intent thrilled Lin Xiao. He looked around the boundless layer of the Wuji sword tomb, certain that it held many such treasures. His eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could destroy more of these phantoms, wouldn't his sword intent soar to new heights? Just as Lin Xiao was about to spring into action, a disciple from the Great Wei royal family urgently warned him, "Be careful, those ghostly things can resurrect infinitely. They're impossible to kill." Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned. Resurrect? Impossible to kill? He looked incredulously at the empty space before him, where a white phantom had been moments ago. Not one to give up easily, he waited, but after a few minutes, all remained calm. The disciple from the Great Wei royal family was dumbfounded, stammering, "That's impossible. His Highness the Third Prince killed that thing several times, and it would come back to life after just 2 breaths, resuming the fight. But this time it really seems dead? How did you do it?" Lin Xiao shrugged and casually replied, "Maybe it's just a personal talent." The disciple nodded, half convinced, eyeing Lin Xiao up and down. A problem even the Third Prince couldn't solve was easily handled by this young man. If not talent, then what? Suddenly, the disciple asked, "I'm curious. How did you get in here from outside?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment before calmly replying, "I noticed the guards outside were lax, so I seized an opportunity to slip in." "Oh, I see. Well, I really must thank." Before he could finish, the disciple's expression changed drastically. With a swift motion, he lunged at Lin Xiao's neck with his sword, his attack ruthless and without hesitation. "Thank you for saving me, but I'm sorry. His Highness the Third Prince decreed that no outsiders may enter here. Any found are to be killed without mercy," the disciple coldly declared, unleashing his most powerful strike. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, standing still. As the attack neared, he gently swung his sword, releasing the gravity intent. With a thud, the disciple was caught off guard, crashing heavily at Lin Xiao's feet, immobilized by the immense gravity. "What? What's happening? Why can't I move? What did you do to me?" The disciple cried out in panic. Lin Xiao looked down at him, speaking coolly, "Tell me everything you know, or the consequences will be severe. Dream on. I'm loyal to the Third Prince. If you dare." Before he could finish, a sword flashed, severing one of the disciple's arms. He screamed in agony, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Lin Xiao coldly said, "I'm tired of hearing that. I'll give you one more chance to explain. Take it or leave it." The disciple gritted his teeth, struggling for a moment, but ultimately succumbed. He revealed everything, including the value of the Wuji sword tomb and the Third Prince's goal to obtain its legacy. "I've told you everything. Can you let me go now?" the disciple asked anxiously. "Of course," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, casually taking the storage ring from the severed hand and placing it in his pocket. The disciple suppressed his anger, vowing to make Lin Xiao pay once he found the Third Prince. As he prepared to leave, Lin Xiao suddenly gave a sinister smile. Another flash of the sword, and the disciple screamed again as Dantian was shattered, leaving him crippled. "I do keep my promises," Lin Xiao said, his figure disappearing from sight. The disciple wailed in pain, filled with regret. Had he known this man's terrifying power, he would never have acted rashly. In such a place, being crippled was as good as being dead. Armed with new information, Lin Xiao ventured deeper into the lair. The entrance to the third layer, the ultimate legacy of the Wuji sword tomb, lay ahead. Along the way, Lin Xiao noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Every so often, a lone disciple of the Great Wei royal family would be entangled with 1 or 2 white phantoms. It was less a battle and more a stalling tactic. Lin Xiao quickly understood why. To these disciples, the phantoms were unkillable, so the Third Prince left companions to distract them while he pressed on. "The royal family is more shameless and ruthless than I imagined," Lin Xiao mused to himself. Every time he encountered a disciple entangled with a phantom, Lin Xiao would step in to help, offering feigned concern. Yet, without exception, his kindness was met with betrayal. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Xiao continued to absorb insights on sword intent, collecting storage rings as he went. As for the royal family disciples, he spared their lives but left them powerless. After aiding 8 disciples, Lin Xiao finally reached the entrance to the deeper layer. From a distance, he saw the Third Prince and his group locked in fierce combat. However, their opponents were not white phantoms, but two golden phantoms. Judging by the spiritual power and sword techniques emanating from the golden phantoms, they possessed at least the power of the Xiandan realm. Coupled with their undying nature, the third prince's group was completely stalled, having fought countless rounds. Lin Xiao approached quietly, his attention captivated by the golden phantoms. The white phantoms had already brought him great joy, so what heights could his sword intent reach by defeating these golden ones? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Here were not one, but two golden phantoms. He pondered how best to assist and which scenario to enact this time. Lin Xiao stood at a distance, silently observing the third prince and his group as they struggled. He couldn't help but admire them. They were truly worthy descendants of the Wei royal family. Even when faced with the fierce attacks of two golden shadows at the Xiandan stage, they held their ground. However, they couldn't inflict any real damage on these golden apparitions, leading to a stalemate. Lin Xiao didn't act rashly. Instead, he patiently waited for the right moment. Ever since his encounter with the mysterious demoness at the Wuji ruins, he had become more cautious in assessing his own strength. Especially when dealing with a royal figure like the third prince, he was convinced that they must have some hidden trump cards for survival. Seizing the opportunity to benefit from their battle was no easy task. In the center of the battlefield, the third prince and his companions were locked in a relentless struggle with the golden shadows, each wearing a troubled expression. The third prince was particularly anxious, as the sudden appearance of the golden shadows was entirely unexpected. Without resorting to their trump cards, they had no means to counter these formidable foes. Yet, if they used them now, they would be defenseless against any challenges in the next level of the inheritance ground. A trace of anxiety flickered in the third prince's eyes as he frequently glanced back in the direction they had come from. The delay of those who were supposed to join them left him secretly frustrated. If they arrived and joined forces, they might find a way to seal these golden shadows one by one. As the third prince looked back once more, he noticed with a frown that the newcomer was not one of his men but a young man at the peak of the Zhuling stage. The others quickly noticed this unexpected guest as well. Anyone who doesn't want to die should leave immediately. One of the Wei royal family members shouted angrily, puzzled as to why an outsider would enter the Wuji sword tomb. Lin Xiao ignored the reprimand, simply looking at the third prince with a calm gaze, as if he had something to say. The third prince sensed Lin Xiao's gaze and was intrigued and curious. After pushing the golden shadow back several meters, he turned and asked, "How did you get here?" Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "Greetings, Your Highness. Do you really think this is the time to discuss that?" A nearby member of the Wei royal family shouted angrily, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to His Highness? Who do you think you are?" He stepped forward, ready to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. "Stop," the third prince commanded sternly. "You and the others focus on holding off those two sword spirits. They'll speak with this person." The disciple nodded respectfully and rejoined the battle. With no one to interfere, Lin Xiao got straight to the point. "Your Highness, how about we make a deal?" "A deal?" The third prince looked at Lin Xiao with interest. "Let's hear it." Lin Xiao was straightforward. "I have a way to help you defeat one of the golden shadows, or as you call them, the golden sword spirits. But I have a condition. Once they're dealt with, I want to proceed to the next level." The third prince was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "You say you can handle one of the golden sword spirits? How can you prove it?" Lin Xiao was prepared. With a wave of his hands, 9 beams of light shot out in 9 different directions. He then raised a tricolor flag and commanded, "Formation, rise." In an instant, the third prince found himself in an entirely different space. The sounds and waves of battle vanished. This familiar sensation left him astonished. "Isn't this the illusion from the first level of the Wuji sword tomb?" The third prince exclaimed, eyes wide. "How can it appear here?" Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao's figure appeared not far away. "So, Your Highness, do you believe me now?" he asked calmly. The third prince carefully sensed the surroundings and casually slashed in one direction with a sword aura close to the power of the Xiandan stage. The aura disappeared upon touching the edge of the illusion, leaving it completely unaffected. "A formation master, huh?" The third prince mused. "Interesting. No wonder you managed to pass through the first level and reach here unscathed." The third prince's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Lin Xiao. The young man's earlier words had already taken root in his mind. To possess such mastery in formations undoubtedly placed him among the ranks of high-level formation masters. Even more astonishing was his youth and the level of skill he possessed, marking him as a prodigy in the world of formations. If he could be brought under his wing, the benefits would be immense in the future. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Your Highness, the third prince, what do you think of my proposal?" He was secretly pleased, having collected the exposed formation stones, flags, and plates after breaking through the first layer of the illusion. With a few repairs to the formation patterns, the illusion could be reactivated. The third prince furrowed his brows, pointing out sharply, An illusion of this level can trap a white sword spirit, but not a golden sword spirit. Lin Xiang was unfazed by this remark. It was exactly as he intended. Your Highness, if the illusion strength is to reach the level needed to trap a golden sword spirit, I require top-grade spirit stones for power. Unfortunately, I'm currently penniless, he said, feigning regret. Top-grade spirit stones? The third prince responded without hesitation. I have some. How many do you need? The pressing issue was to suppress the golden sword spirit, and a few top-grade spirit stones were a small price to pay. Lin Xiang extended his hand, pointing to the 9 positions he had just set up. 9. One top-grade spirit stone for each position, isn't that reasonable? The third prince was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. 9? That was quite a number. It was known that one top-grade spirit stone was worth 100 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, or 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even for him, a prince, this was no trivial expense. Is that really necessary? The third prince asked skeptically. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious as he gazed toward the golden sword spirit outside the illusion. He nodded slowly. Your Highness, with my cultivation at the gathering spirit realm, do you think I would dare deceive you? 9 are enough to trap a golden sword spirit, but to destroy it, another 9 are required. The third prince's expression grew increasingly serious, his brows furrowed. He murmured to himself, it takes 9 supreme spirit stones to suppress one golden sword spirit. So that means 18 for 2? 36 supreme spirit stones? 36 million lower grade spirit stones? His face turned pale instantly as he mentally calculated this enormous expenditure. Half of his accumulated wealth over the years would be spent today. The third prince found himself hesitating. However, time was pressing. They had been delayed here for too long, and the entrance to the next level remained elusive. The only breakthrough lay with those 2 golden sword spirits. Defeating them was the key to finding the path to the inheritance ground. Taking a deep breath, the third prince weighed his options. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Wuji sword tomb, even 100 supreme spirit stones would be worth the investment. With this thought, he finally made up his mind and nodded slightly. With a flick of his right hand, 18 radiant, energy-rich spirit stones appeared out of thin air. Deal with one of the golden sword spirits first, the third prince said, suppressing his reluctance as he handed over the supreme spirit stones. Lin Xiang accepted the stones with an impassive expression and said in a deep voice, Understood, Your Highness. I will now open an entrance to an illusion array. You just need to lure one of the golden sword spirits inside. With that, he waved a formation flag, and a large door appeared behind the third prince. All right, I understand. The third prince nodded and quickly went out to prepare for the task. Despite his lingering doubts, the third prince reassured himself. He was, after all, the third prince, and Lin Xiang was merely a junior at the peak of the spirit gathering stage. There was no way Lin Xiang would dare to deceive him, even if given 8 chances. After the third prince left, Lin Xiang stood in the center of the illusion, his eyes gleaming as he toyed with the supreme spirit stones. Wow, each one is worth 1,000,000 lower grade spirit stones. The third prince is truly generous, not even bargaining. Although they had previously seized quite a bit from the disciples of the Wei royal family, amounting to over 6 million lower grade spirit stones, these 18 supreme spirit stones were equivalent to 18 million lower grade spirit stones, making him feel instantly wealthy. Just as Lin Xiang was reveling in the feel of the supreme spirit stones, a shout came from outside, Sir, the golden sword spirit is about to enter. Lin Xiang quickly put away the spirit stones, waved the formation flag, and the entrance to the illusion expanded. The next moment, a golden silhouette rushed in. You all leave quickly. I'm going to activate the array to suppress it, Lin Xiang shouted. Yes. The Wei royal family disciple who lured the spirit quickly retreated. Lin Xiang swung the formation flag again, sealing the illusion and cutting off all external perception. At this moment, only he knew what was happening inside. Gripping his long sword, Lin Xiao's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the golden sword spirit, and he shouted, Come, let's fight. He thought to himself, there's no actual suppression method in this illusion. It's just a ruse for the third prince. To kill this golden silhouette, I'll have to rely on my own skills. As if sensing Lin Xiao's fighting spirit, the previously aimless golden silhouette charged at him. It raised its golden sword, slashing out waves of sword energy. Lin Xiao deftly executed the 1,000 miles of light technique, dodging each wave of sword energy. He could sense the sword intent within these attacks. As an attack from a revolving core stage expert, he had no desire to face them heat. In the moment he avoided the sword energy, Lin Xiao unleashed all his sword intent towards the golden silhouette. The sword light flashed brilliantly, containing sixteenths of his sword intent, its power astonishing. Having absorbed so many white sword spirits along the way, Lin Xiao's understanding of sword intent had reached sixteenths. With a dull roar, the golden sword spirit took the hit heat. A large cloud of golden mist erupted from its abdomen, enveloping the surroundings. Now's the time. Lin Xiang roared inwardly. Activate the heavenly Kuei sword. Absorb, damn it. Simultaneously, he used the 1,000 miles of light technique, charging into the golden mist. Damn, this is the feeling. Lin Xiang couldn't help but exclaim. He felt his entire soul immersed in clarity, and his understanding of the sword became transparent. His sword intent continued to climb, each breath of insight equaling what he previously gained from absorbing a white sword spirit. Lin Xiang was overjoyed. Everything was going according to his plan, and his earlier observations of the third prince's group had not been in vain. Finally, Lin Xiang discovered the weakness of the golden sword spirit. This seemingly invincible opponent, though powerful, lacked intelligence. It relied on its immortality to engage in endless battles, unaware it was falling into a trap. When you fight others, you have limitless stamina, infinite revivals, and can wear them down indefinitely. But with me, you're out of luck, Lin Xiang thought with a sly smile. As the golden sword spirit swung its sword once more, Lin Xiang was ready and swiftly distanced himself. The golden mist, not yet absorbed, re-entered the sword spirit, but it was noticeably weaker. In contrast, Lin Xiao's sword intent surged, forming a stark contrast. Half an hour later, the exit of the illusion array reopened. Lin Xiao's weak voice emerged from within. Your Highness, the third prince, mission accomplished. The third prince and his entourage, initially skeptical, were stunned. To have subdued the golden sword spirit in just half an hour? This array master's power far exceeded their expectations. They peered into the array, seeing Lin Xiao sitting exhausted on the ground, clothes tattered and looking utterly spent. The golden sword spirit had vanished without a trace. The third prince broke away from the battle and rushed to the vicinity of the array, incredulous. Did you really deal with the golden sword spirit? He asked. Lin Xiao didn't say much, simply tossing an item to the third prince. Your Highness, this is for you. The third prince caught it and looked closely. It was half of a golden key. His eyes gleamed with joy. This is what was left after subduing the golden sword spirit, Lin Xiao explained briefly. Excellent, excellent. The third prince laughed heartily. Clearly, this key was essential for accessing the next level of inheritance. His gaze shifted to another golden sword spirit still in battle, knowing the other half of the key must be there. Your Highness, should we subdue the other golden sword spirit too? Lin Xiao asked weakly. Yes, it must be done, the third prince replied without hesitation, handing over 18 premium spirit stones. However, Lin Xiao didn't take the stones, instead showing a hesitant expression. He sighed and said, Your Highness, using the subduing method just now caused some issues in the illusion array. What? The third prince was taken aback, his brow furrowing instantly. He knew he couldn't deal with the golden sword spirit on his own and had to rely on the array master before him. With the array now problematic, he urgently asked, Is there any way to fix it? Lin Xiao, looking apologetic, replied, Yes, I need to dismantle a premium spirit armor and use its core components to substitute. The third prince furrowed his brows, his expression heavy. Disassembling a top-tier spiritual armor? Such a demand was excessively harsh. He glanced around. The best armor on his companions was merely high-grade. Looking down at himself, he clicked his tongue in silence. He was the only one wearing a top-tier spiritual armor. Is this formation master extorting us? The third prince mused to himself. The top-tier spiritual armor he wore would start at 100 top-grade spirit stones on the market. Yet, considering the master's disheveled appearance and unstable aura, it seemed unlikely he was pretending. After a moment's hesitation, the third prince gritted his teeth and decisively removed his top-tier spiritual armor, severing his connection with it. He handed both the armor and some top-grade spirit stones over, saying earnestly, Please, master, subdue that golden sword spirit. Lin Xiao, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel touched. He said to the third prince, Your Highness, you've been generous. I must ask you to hold off the golden sword spirit a bit longer while I make some preparations. Then I can begin the subjugation. Thank you for your efforts, the third prince replied courteously. The entrance to the illusion array was temporarily sealed. The third prince felt a vague unease, but, holding the half-golden key in his hand and thinking of the impending inheritance of the Wuji sword tomb, he suppressed his doubts. Inside the illusion array, Lin Xiao's previously tattered and weak aura vanished without a trace. He chuckled softly. This illusion is quite amusing, simulating a weakened state with flaws nearly impossible to spot. He then forced a drop of blood onto the top-tier spiritual armor in his hand. A faint connection with the armor emerged in his mind. With a thought, the armor donned itself onto him. Lin Xiao could feel its defensive power, comparable to having an additional layer of the 9 nether demon suppression seal, which was quite impressive. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xiao began to initially refine the armor. As for those outside, including the third prince, they could wait a bit longer. After all, they'd been delayed this long. A little more wouldn't hurt. An hour passed, and the third prince and his companions were growing impatient. While dealing with the golden sword spirit wasn't overwhelmingly difficult, it was far from easy. The longer it dragged on, the more exhausted they became. At this moment, a voice reached them. "Your Highness, everything is ready on my end. You can bring it in now." To them, this voice was like heavenly music. Finally, it was about to end. They never wanted to set foot in this cursed place again. Understood, the third prince responded, then signaled two of his men to lead the golden sword spirit into the illusion. Once the golden sword spirit vanished into the illusion, the group sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Facing the endless output of a Shindan realm expert was challenging, even for elite disciples of the Wei royal family. "Your Highness, are we really going to take him to the next level of the inheritance?" one of the Wei royal family disciples asked through sound transmission. "Of course, a promise made is a promise kept," the third prince replied with a faint smile, though a subtle, unnoticeable glint flashed in his eyes. An entire hour later, the subjugation was finally complete. With a soft sound, the illusion array in front of them disappeared, and Lin Xiang reappeared. Everyone immediately perked up. The third prince scrutinized Lin Xiang, his brows twitching slightly. The formation master's cultivation was still at the peak of the gathering spirit realm, but why did he exude an eerie aura? When the third prince tried to focus on it, the strange feeling vanished. "Master, where's the other half of the key?" The third prince cut straight to the point. "The key is with me, but I'm afraid I can't give it to you, Your Highness," Lin Xiang stated calmly. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The Wei royal family disciples' eyes flashed with hostility. This formation master had helped them solve two major problems, but now his worth was spent. How dare he refuse to hand over the key, thinking he was invincible just because he subdued two golden sword spirits. "What do you mean by this?" the third prince asked, suppressing his anger. Lin Xiang nonchalantly explained, "I'm concerned that once I hand over the key, the next level will have nothing to do with me. So, I've thought of a good solution. Give me your half of the key, and I'll open the next level's entrance, then we can all enter together. What do you think, Your Highness?" "Ha ha ha. Do you all think this kid is dreaming? Give you the key? Do you think that's possible?" A Wei royal family disciple mocked. "Your Highness, let's just take it from him. How can someone at the gathering spirit realm not see the situation clearly? Watch me take the key from him." The third prince raised a hand to stop his eager subordinate, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiang. "Master, would you consider joining my faction?" "Sorry, I refuse," Lin Xiang replied without hesitation. A cold glint flashed in the third prince's eyes as he coldly ordered, "Kill him and take the key." "Yes, Your Highness," they responded, moving in from different directions to attack Lin Xiang. To them, without using formations, he posed no threat. Besides, they wouldn't give him the time to set up any formations. However, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, Lin Xiang coldly spoke. Slash. He made a motion as if grasping an invisible spiritual sword. With a resonant sword cry, the nearby space distorted. Screams erupted as those charging at him were all cleaved in two by the sword light. 5-tier sword intent. Who are you really?" The third prince's face changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock. The third prince and his 3 remaining followers stood frozen in place, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Lin Xiao's display of 50% sword intent hit them like a sledgehammer, shattering their perceptions. The third prince's expression fluctuated wildly, his mind roiling with turmoil. He had assumed that Lin Xiang had reached this point solely through his mastery of formations, but now he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The power of 50% sword intent was more than enough to easily break through the first layer of the illusion. Suddenly, the third prince's pupils constricted, a thought flashing through his mind like lightning. "Wait, an illusion?" He glared at Lin Xiang, fury boiling over as he roared. "You've been deceiving me from the start, haven't you?" Lin Xiang clapped slowly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "They say the third prince is exceptionally intelligent, and today, I see that reputation is well deserved. You've finally caught on." With the truth out, he no longer bothered to hide his intentions. Seeing Lin Xiang admit it, murderous intent surged in the third prince's eyes, his composure utterly shattered. "Dominion fist. Die!" The third prince bellowed, his golden robes billowing as his right fist shot forward like a caged tiger, enveloped in golden light and the sound of a dragon's roar, hurtling towards Lin Xiang. A powerful aura of intent instantly enveloped the area. Lin Xiang raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished. 40% fist intent? I didn't expect a prince to comprehend intent to such a degree. His aptitude is indeed impressive. He understood that with the gap in cultivation and the 40% fist intent, the third prince could suppress his own 50% sword intent. Too bad. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes also blazing with intense killing intent. That's just the 50% sword intent of mine. Slash. Lin Xiao's long sword flew from its sheath, the sword light pouring down like a river of stars. Violent sword energy swept through the area, tearing up the ground and shattering the clouds. This power far exceeded that of mere 50% sword intent. Alarms blaring in his mind, the third prince screamed, trying to withdraw, but it was too late. Lin Xiao's timing was impeccably precise. If the prince pulled back now, he would be gravely injured. Worse yet, his prized spirit armor had already fallen into Lin Xiao's hands. Damn it! The third prince was filled with regret and frustration. From start to finish, he had been ensnared in Lin Xiao's calculations. He was accustomed to scheming against others. Never before had he been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Boom! Sword intent and fist intent collided with a deafening roar, whipping up fierce winds. However, the 40% fist intent crumbled like a paper wall against the overwhelming sword intent. The sword light cut through effortlessly, targeting the royal bloodline directly. Ah! Amidst agonized screams, 3 mangled bodies crashed to the ground. They were the last 3 followers of the third prince. Yet, the prince himself was nowhere to be seen. Lin Xiao surveyed the battlefield coldly, sighing inwardly, royalty truly is heartless. In that strike, Lin Xiao had unleashed his full strength, reaching 70% sword intent after absorbing the golden sword spirit. He had thought this sudden attack would be enough to finish the third prince. But the crafty prince had, at the critical moment, pushed his 3 followers forward as human shields. Surprisingly, even without these shields, the prince seemed to possess some protective treasure. Chase him. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with determination. He still has half the key. I can't let him escape. With that, Lin Xiao activated his 1,000-mile radiance technique, shooting off like an arrow in pursuit of the fleeing prince. He was determined to see how many more attacks that protective treasure could withstand. Meanwhile, the third prince was fleeing in a state of utter disarray. He pushed his body technique to the limit, his hair disheveled and his clothes in tatters, a far cry from his regal demeanor. Despite this, his face was still etched with fear. 70%. His sword intent reached 70%. He was horrified, unable to comprehend the existence of such a fearsome opponent. If not for the protective talisman bestowed by the ancestor, that sword strike would have ended me. This man is insane. He dares to kill a prince. The third prince's eyes were dark with malice, his teeth clenched. Apart from his father, he had never felt such intense fear towards anyone. However, one thing gave him a sliver of comfort: the half-key was still in his possession. As long as he held onto it, that damned individual couldn't enter the heritage site. Humph! The third prince sneered, if I can't have it, no one can. At this moment, all he wanted was to leave the infinite sword tomb and escape the infinity ruins. Once outside, he swore he would make the madman pay, no matter the cost. Just as he was about to reach the exit to the upper level, ready to leave the ruins, a flash of white light and a figure appeared, blocking his path. The third prince skidded to a halt, eyes widening in disbelief at the person before him. It was the formation master. How did he get here so fast? The third prince was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how his adversary had beaten him to the exit. Without hesitation, the third prince made a swift decision. In front of Lin Xiao, he took out half of the key, quickly attaching a talisman to it. Then, with all his might, he hurled the key in a specific direction. Lin Xiao watched with suspicion, not expecting such a move from the third prince. Was he being forced to choose between his life and the key? Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly. He wanted both. However, before Lin Xiao could act, the third prince's urgent voice rang out. I've attached a thunderbolt talisman to the key. It will be destroyed in 3 breaths. Are you sure you can deal with me in such a short time? As he spoke, the third prince swiftly activated a protective talisman, surrounding himself with a blue shield. Now it was Lin Xiao's turn to be taken aback, his brow furrowing. 3 breaths? With that protective shield in place, taking down the third prince in such a brief moment seemed nearly impossible. It was indeed a tough choice. The prince's life or the inheritance of the Wuji sword tomb? After a single breath, Lin Xiao had his answer. Heavenly Nether Slash. He swung his spiritual sword, sending a strike at the third prince with 70% of its power. Instantly, Lin Xiao, without lingering, bolted like lightning in the direction the key was thrown. In the end, Lin Xiao chose the inheritance of the Wuji sword tomb. He calculated that the prince's life could be taken later, but this rare opportunity for the inheritance could not be missed. As Lin Xiao's figure vanished, the 70% power of the Heavenly Nether Slash crashed down. With a resounding crack, the third prince staggered back several steps, a groan escaping his lips as the cracks on his protective talisman nearly reached their limit. Damn! Maniac! He's a complete maniac! The third prince cursed through gritted teeth, immediately rushing towards the entrance, fleeing the Wuji sword tomb without delay. Outside, the disciples of the Wei royal family were taken aback by the third prince's disheveled appearance. "Your Highness, what happened to you? What occurred inside?" Some inquired with concern, while others hastily reported, "Your Highness," after you entered. Another person at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm barged in. The third prince had no time for them. "Keep guarding the entrance. If that outsider emerges, kill him at all costs." Leaving these orders, he sprinted away without looking back. He had to leave the Wuji ruins immediately. If that lunatic pursued him, these useless guards wouldn't hold him off for even 2 breaths. Only by escaping the ruins could he truly feel safe. As the third prince made a desperate escape, Lin Xiang dashed forward like an arrow, catching up with the flying key in just 2 breaths. He swiftly activated the 9 nether demon suppression seal, deftly tearing off the talisman attached to the key. In one fluid motion, Lin Xiang tossed the key aside and assumed a defensive stance, his body tense and ready for any potential attack. However, as time ticked by, a full 10 breaths passed without any reaction from the talisman. It lay quietly on the ground, as if it were just an ordinary piece of paper. Frowning, Lin Xiang unleashed a sharp sword aura, slicing the talisman into pieces. Yet, even as the last fragment fell, there was no sign of anything unusual. "Well, I've been tricked," Lin Xiang murmured to himself, though he couldn't help but admire the third prince's quick thinking. If it were him, he doubted he could have come up with such an escape plan. It was truly an impressive display of survival in a dire situation. Sighing, Lin Xiang abandoned the thought of pursuing further. The best chance to strike had slipped away, and he would have to wait for another opportunity. For now, his priority was to head to the place of inheritance. He took out his half of the key, and as the 2 halves came close, they emitted a dazzling golden light, merging into a complete key. The light didn't fade but transformed into a guiding beam, seemingly leading Lin Xiang to a specific location. Soon after, Lin Xiang found himself in front of a concealed rock face. There was a small hole in the rock, one that he would have never noticed without the guidance of the key's golden light. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Xiang inserted the key into the hole. In the next moment, golden light enveloped him, and both he and the key vanished. As he had anticipated, the place of inheritance only permitted one destined person to enter. Just a breath or 2 later, Lin Xiang felt solid ground beneath his feet, surrounded by an atmosphere both familiar and strange. As the golden light dissipated and his vision cleared, the sight before him left him bewildered. "Is this really the place of inheritance? This looks more like a sword graveyard," Lin Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. Before him stretched an endless expanse of sword graves, countless swords standing silently. No wonder it felt familiar. He knew this place well. For the past 6 months, he had been here almost daily, either tending to the graves or examining the swords, day after day. Suddenly, a serious question popped into Lin Xiao's mind. Looking around, he realized he had been brought here by the golden light, but how was he supposed to leave? "Oh no, am I stuck here?" he thought, feeling a sense of doom. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed from the void. "Congratulations, destined one. You may be confused, but I can tell you this is indeed the place of inheritance for our Wuji sword sect, as well as the resting place for the swords of our ancestors. You need only sincerely wipe each sword, and the inheritance will reveal itself. Lastly, we hope you can carry on the legacy of the Wuji sword sect." Lin Xiang was dumbfounded. What? Wiping swords again? It felt like he was back to his old routine. Looking around, he grimly noted that the scale of the Wuji sword sect's graveyard far exceeded his expectations. Compared to the Brahma sword graveyard of the sword demon sect, this was truly vast. Sincerely wiping every sword to receive the inheritance? How long will that take? Lin Xiang muttered, finding the condition intriguingly mysterious. How would the one who set up the inheritance know if he was sincere in wiping the swords? Despite the oddity, the sheer scale of the sword graveyard filled Lin Xiang with excitement. His heavenly Kuei sword manual required a place rich in sword aura to advance quickly. The quality of the sword aura determined the speed of his cultivation. The sword demon sect's graveyard was becoming too low-level for him, but this place was ideal. Lin Xiang casually sensed the nearby sword graves, finding them mostly at the late Wheel C realm or the Wheel C realm's full completion. Remarkably, he was only at the outermost area. Would there be revolving core realm swords further in, or even beyond that? For Lin Xiang, this place was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Even if he couldn't obtain the inheritance, he needed to find a way to claim this place for himself. "All right, let's get to work," Lin Xiang murmured, approaching the nearest sword grave and drawing the sword. Immediately, he absorbed a fragmented memory, a strand of sword aura, and a trace of swordsmanship insight. Due to the passage of time, the memory was vague, but the swordsmanship insight was decent, though it didn't reveal any specific techniques. This was within Lin Xiao's expectations, with no major surprises. He then retrieved his sword-cleaning tools from his storage ring and began to wipe the sword with practiced ease. After just 5 seconds of wiping, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed from the sword into his body in a substantial amount. What's going on? Is this possible? Lin Xiang was astonished. Just by wiping a sword, he had gained spiritual energy equivalent to a top-grade rejuvenation pill. This Wuji sword sect graveyard was indeed remarkable. Expressing his amazement, Lin Xiang returned the sword to its grave and moved on to the next one. At that moment, the voice from the void spoke again. Congratulations, Destined One, on successfully wiping your first sword. Perhaps it took you countless attempts to succeed, but I'm sure you understand now. Only by truly feeling each sword can you gain the unimaginable. I can tell you there are 178,912 swords here. Once you have tended to them all over a century of guarding, you will emerge truly powerful. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. How many? Nearly 180,000 swords? Are you kidding me? He thought, feeling exasperated. Do they really think I'm an emotionless sword-cleaning machine? By the time I finish, my hair will be white. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xiao quickly calculated. With 180,000 swords, at 5 seconds per sword, that would require 900,000 seconds. Converting that, it came to 15,000 minutes, or 250 hours, roughly 10 days. Only 10 days? Lin Xiao was taken aback, double-checking his math to ensure he hadn't made a mistake. Relieved, he thought, phew, that scared me. A century of guarding? I'm a prodigy with max-level comprehension, and you want me to guard for a century? 10 days is totally doable. It's just a lot. No more talking, let's get to it. Unstoppable sword cleaning mode. Activate. As Lin Xiao immersed himself in the task of wiping swords, the third prince finally made his way out of the Wuji relic, appearing before the various gathered factions. Look, the entrance to the Wuji ruins is glowing again. It seems someone else is coming out. It's only been a few days, and so many people have already emerged, much earlier than in previous years. The crowd watching is buzzing with discussion. So far, no one has gained any opportunities, a young man whispered. Well, there's nothing we can do. I heard the third prince and his group have taken over one of the opportunity sites, not letting anyone else in. Another person replied. That's really overbearing. Keep your voice down, someone warned. The people from the Wei royal family are on the imperial chariot. If they hear you, it'll be trouble. As various factions whispered among themselves, the entrance to the Wuji ruins suddenly flashed a few times. A disheveled and bedraggled man dashed out, causing a commotion. Goodness, who is this guy? He looks terrible. Maybe he ran into someone snatching resources. Snatching resources is normal. The strong rule, after all. Yeah, if you have the ability, go take someone else's. Someone in the crowd suddenly realized something. Hey, this person seems familiar. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Everyone stared at the disheveled man, trying to recall. Just then, the man gathered his strength and shouted loudly. Wei Qingfeng requests to see the protector. Wei Qingfeng? Who is that? Wait. That voice sounds familiar. Could it be the third prince? Wei Qingfeng? Wei Qingfeng. That's the real name of the third prince. Everyone was instantly stunned. The third prince? How did he end up like this? Did something happen in the opportunity site? Even Wei Shu on the imperial chariot was shocked and was about to jump down to check the situation. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared in front of the third prince in an instant. It was a gray-haired old man, cloaked in a black robe, with hair covering his face. But the aura he emitted made even powerful figures like the Sword Demon Sect Master and the Flowing Cloud Sect Master feel apprehensive. This is an old guy who has been at the peak of the Xindan realm for who knows how long, someone whispered in explanation. This must be the Protector. The Protector, expressionless, said in a deep voice to the Third Prince, Third Prince, since you called me out, you know what you should do when you return, right? The Third Prince respectfully replied, I know, I will accept my punishment from Father. Afterward, the third prince and the protector began a telepathic conversation. Although outsiders couldn't hear the content, they saw the protector's expression change dramatically. Shock, confusion, doubt, disbelief, bewilderment, and finally settling on gravity, greed, and murderous intent. This scene ignited the gossip spirit in everyone's hearts. They were eager to know what had happened to make such a worldly wise powerhouse lose his composure. The protector took the third prince back to the imperial chariot. The third prince did not re-enter the Wuji ruins, but stood on the chariot with a grim expression, eyes fixed on the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone to come out. Days passed. People from other factions came and went, but no one else from the Wei royal family emerged. The third prince stood watch day and night, fueling more speculation. 10 days passed, then 20. As the Wuji ruins were about to close, the entrance began to tremble. The third prince immediately perked up, his eyes burning with hatred. One by one, Figures were transported out, including a striking figure in blood-red Qianing Su, the enchantress of the Great Qian Dynasty. Surprisingly, the third prince merely glanced at her before continuing to focus on the entrance. After the last batch of people was transported out, the light at the entrance gradually faded. The third prince murmured, "No, it can't be. Where is that person? How could he not have come out? Could it be?" Just then, the space around the Wuji ruins entrance suddenly began to collapse and disintegrate, the entire void trembling. A dazzling light flashed, and a figure appeared there. The third prince's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he shouted excitedly, "It's him!" Upon witnessing the anomaly at the entrance of the Wuji ruins, followed by the emergence of a silhouette, the various factions were only mildly surprised. However, it was the sight of the third prince's furious expression that truly astonished them. All eyes turned to the young man stepping out of the ruins. He appeared quite ordinary, merely a youth with a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the Wheel C realm. In this expedition into the Wuji ruins, such a level was considered mediocre at best. Yet, why did the third prince seem to harbor such deep animosity towards him? As soon as the young man emerged, he swiftly made a dash for the exit. His movements were as quick as the wind, but someone was even faster. A gray-robed elder leapt forward the moment the third prince called out. "Stay where you are," the elder commanded, his voice low and threatening, as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the young man. The air around them howled, transforming into a force that sought to suppress him. A glint of coldness flickered in the young man's eyes as he gripped a spirit sword. However, before he could make a move, 2 figures stepped in front of him. "Break!" The first figure threw a punch at the incoming palm strike. The clash was thunderous, the punch and palm strike canceling each other out, scattering fragments of spiritual energy in all directions. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present. Many stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the situation, but they quickly recognized the powerful individuals who had intervened. The first to act, the gray-robed elder, was the protector of the third prince, with a cultivation level of at least the peak of the revolving core realm. The one who punched in defense of the young man was Fong, the leader of the Sword Demon sect, also at the peak of the revolving core realm. The third person standing protectively beside the young man was the leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, equally powerful. "My goodness! It's like watching gods clash," someone in the crowd exclaimed. These 3 were the highest-ranking cultivators present, so why had a fight broken out? And more perplexing, it all seemed to revolve around the youth who had just emerged from the Wuji ruins. Who was this young man to command such respect? The crowd buzzed with speculation. They recalled an earlier question. This ruin exploration was supposed to be routine, with most sects sending only a few elders. Yet, the Sword Demon sect and Flowing Cloud sect, both top 10 sects in the Wei Dynasty, had their leaders personally leading the expedition. It seemed unnecessary. Witnessing the scene, a wild thought crossed their minds. Could it be that the 2 sect leaders were there specifically for this young man? Who was he, really? Fong, the sect leader, demanded coldly, "Senior, Lin Xiang is a disciple of our Sword Demon sect. What is your intention?" He understood the elder was a protector for the Wei Dynasty's royal family, a position of high esteem. If it were any other disciple, he might have been more diplomatic. But to make a move against Lin Xiang was crossing a line. The Sword Demon sect, with its demonic roots, was already showing the royal family respect. If they didn't reciprocate, Fong would not hold back. Among peak revolving core cultivators, it was hard to say who would prevail. The protector's eyes were sharp as he addressed the 3, his voice icy. "This young man is mine. Do you have any objections?" His tone was resolute and uncompromising. Fong and Luo Haiqing's expressions shifted. They were still clueless as to why the third prince and this protector were so intent on capturing Lin Xiang. Was it due to Lin Xiao's potential? "With me here, you won't take him," Fong declared, standing firmly in front of Lin Xiang. Luo Haiqing sighed, though he said nothing, his stance unwavering. Lin Xiang had saved his daughter twice. He couldn't just stand by. The protector sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the 2. "Do you think you're worthy?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, he sent a palm strike their way from a distance. The massive imprint carried a formidable aura, shattering the air as it surged forward. "Not good." Fong's face changed drastically, 80% mastery of palm intent. "This man is a half-step to the cauldron transformation realm." Luo Haiqing reacted quickly, pulling Lin Xiang back in an attempt to evade the strike. But the palm imprint was too fast, imbued with a binding force. The 2 were sent flying nearly 100 meters, while Lin Xiang was intentionally pinned in place by the palm's power. The battle erupted suddenly and concluded with unexpected speed. The disparity in power was glaringly evident. "My word!" an onlooker exclaimed. "The third prince's protector is actually a half-step cauldron transformation expert. That's terrifying." "Master," The half-step cauldron transformation is a unique realm situated between the revolving core stage and the cauldron transformation stage. To break through to the cauldron transformation stage, a cultivator must fulfill two conditions: reaching the peak of the revolving core stage and comprehending 80 of a particular intent. This guardian elder has already met both conditions, needing only an opportunity to advance to the cauldron transformation stage. Lin Xiang observed the situation before him, secretly amazed. The power of a half-step cauldron transformation far surpasses the peak of the revolving core stage, and the presence of this guardian elder left the representatives of the various factions in shock. They whispered among themselves, clearly not expecting the Wei King to send such a formidable expert to protect the third prince. The third prince leaped down from the imperial chariot, cautiously stopping 30 meters from Lin Xiang. A hint of wariness flashed in his eyes, evidently still apprehensive of this madman. In a cold voice transmission, the third prince said, "Hand over the Wuji inheritance willingly, and I might let you die with an intact corpse." Lin Xiang slowly turned his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "Do you think you've won?" This question made the third prince tense instantly. He thought to himself, this madman is still putting on an act. He's merely advanced to the fourth level of the Sea of Wheels stage. Any resistance is futile in the face of absolute strength. With a half-step cauldron transformation guardian by his side, the third prince felt much more at ease. However, Lin Xiao's next move shattered this sense of security. He suddenly raised his spiritual sword, a glint of madness in his eyes, and shouted, "I will cut you down, and today, no one can stop me." The sword light turned into a rainbow, transforming into a towering sword aura that shot straight toward the third prince. Though this sword aura lacked any sword intent, its power was comparable to the peak of the revolving core stage. The third prince panicked, retreating rapidly while shouting, "Guardian, save me!" He fumbled to retrieve his protective charm, utterly shocked. How could a cultivator at the fourth level of the Sea of Wheels stage unleash such a powerful sword aura? Seeing this, the guardian elder in the air frowned, but still rushed toward the third prince without hesitation. In his view, though the sword aura was surprising, it wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. Lin Xiang, seeing the guardian elder take action, felt his madness intensify. He chuckled coldly, thinking, "Do you really think my target is just the third prince? Strike again!" Lin Xiang shouted fiercely, unleashing another sharp sword aura with a howl. As Lin Xiang witnessed the guardian charging towards the third prince, he swung his spirit sword once more. "Slash again," he murmured, his voice low, as the sword's edge sliced through the air. In an instant, a tricolored sword aura materialized out of thin air, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that seemed to stretch across the heavens like a celestial river, piercing the sky. The fierce sword intent swept across the surroundings, causing the entire world to pale in comparison. Everyone present was shocked. What is this?" someone exclaimed, their legs trembling involuntarily. "Even my soul is quivering. This is not something a peak Xiandan realm expert could unleash." "That's the power of the Huading realm," an experienced observer recognized. "It's strikingly similar to an attack I witnessed from a Huading realm expert years ago." All eyes were filled with doubt as they turned towards Lin Xiang. How could someone at merely the fourth level of the Luan High Realm wield such a terrifying strike? The opportunity from the Wuji ruins, someone suddenly realized. This young man must have obtained a one-time attack left by a powerful figure within the ruins. The expressions of those around changed dramatically, their eyes filled with shock. To them, Lin Xiang was nothing short of a madman. To use such a precious life-saving trump card on the third prince and the guardian, did he understand the consequences of such an action? Meanwhile, the guardian, who was about to shield the third prince from the sword aura, felt his hair stand on end, his scalp tingling. A deadly threat loomed over him. Instinctively, he mustered all his semi-Huading realm spiritual power and struck out behind him with all his might. "What? This sword aura is Huading realm!" the guardian exclaimed. But before he could finish, his palm imprint was pulverized by the sword light as if it were nothing. Boom! The radiant sword light descended, cleaving the guardian into the ground. The earth shattered, and two deep fissures spread out. The guardian's fate was uncertain. Everyone was left dumbfounded. That was a super expert at the semi-Huading realm. Yet, an even more shocking scene unfolded immediately after. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the sky. Without the guardian's aid, the sword aura aimed at the third prince struck his protective talisman. Crack! Crack! The protective shield shattered instantly, and the talisman turned to dust. The sword aura continued unabated, slicing directly towards the third prince himself. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. Despite the third prince's attempts to resist, the sharp sword aura, imbued with the full power of the peak Xiandan realm, cleaved him in two. The third prince of the Great Wei Dynasty had fallen. The scene plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone, including Fong's sect master and the people from Luo High City who had been blown back 100 meters, stared at Lin Xiao in utter disbelief. He killed him? Lin Xiao actually killed the third prince? Waves of shock surged through everyone's hearts. We're in deep trouble now. Many factions began transmitting orders, instructing their members to retreat swiftly. The death of a royal heir would inevitably incite a massive upheaval. The gazes directed at Lin Xiao were filled with horror, fear, dread, and awe. Fong's sect master, with a mournful expression, was about to speak when a furious roar suddenly erupted. Ah! Third prince! Damn it! A blood-soaked, ragged figure burst through the ground, ascending into the air. It was the guardian of the third princey was still alive. Once again, everyone was astonished. It was no wonder he was a super expert at the semi-Hua Ding realm. Even a direct hit from a Hua Ding realm attack had left him gravely injured but not dead. The guardian's eyes were bloodshot, filled with both hatred and a hint of fear as he glared at Lin Xiao. If not for wearing a top-grade spirit armor, he might not have survived that strike. You damned scoundrel! The guardian roared. You dared to kill the prince. You and your backing forces will face the endless wrath of the Great Wei royal family. Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation. As expected, a semi-Hua Ding expert wasn't so easy to kill. At this moment, his own spiritual power was depleted, his vitality weakened, and his condition was hardly better than the guardian's. Although the power he used wasn't his own, it came at a significant cost. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! The guardian roared, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He glared at Lin Xiao, gritting his teeth. Didn't you say you could unleash a strike at the cauldron transformation level? Show me again if you dare. The guardian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight at Lin Xiao. He keenly sensed that Lin Xiao had exhausted his strength, with no power left to follow up. The guardian slowly approached, each step causing the air to thicken, his killing intent surging toward Lin Xiao like a tide. Earlier, I was caught off guard and had no choice but to evade, the guardian calculated to himself. But now I'm fully focused. Even if I can't withstand that terrifying sword energy, dodging it shouldn't be a problem. The news of the third prince's death weighed heavily on the guardian's mind like a boulder. He knew that upon his return, he would inevitably face severe punishment from Prince Wei. At this moment, the only chance to slightly atone for his failure was to capture Lin Xiao, this wretched boy, alive. The legacy of infinity. A thought struck the guardian. This kid might be hiding the legacy of infinity. If I can offer him to Prince Wei, perhaps I can save my own life. Lin Xiao, despite his exhaustion, straightened his back and looked the advancing guardian in the eye. His gaze was icy, and he spoke coldly, "Old dog, take a guess between you and me, who will live, and who will die?" As he spoke, the spirit sword in his hand trembled slightly, and his aura instantly withdrew, making him seem like an ordinary person. The guardian sneered, pretending to be tough. "This time, I will crush you completely. Anyone who dares to intervene will be killed without mercy," he declared, his intent to kill resolute. At this moment, he had changed his mind, deciding to eliminate Lin Xiao at any cost to prevent future troubles. Just as the guardian was about to deliver his fatal blow, a figure clad in blood red suddenly appeared, standing between the two. He, this one's life belongs to me." The girl in red smiled sweetly, her voice as clear as a silver bell. The guardian, recognizing the newcomer, frowned and spoke coldly, "Dakian witch, are you sure you want to stand in my way?" The girl in red tilted her head, blinking her bright eyes playfully, and asked, "Old man, don't tell me you think only your prince has a guardian?" Everyone was stunned by the words of the so-called demoness from the Daiqian dynasty. A protector? They suddenly remembered that the third prince had a protector, so how could Xianingsu, the grand princess of the Daiqian dynasty, not have one? The protector of the third prince's expression turned grim. He said in a deep voice, "Demoness, move aside. I will not let this person go today." Xianingsu blinked her crimson eyes and provocatively asked, "What if I refuse?" "You have no say in this," the protector of the third prince scoffed, striking out with a powerful palm towards Xianingsu. He intended to first deal with this demoness before handling the strange young man. However, facing the terrifying attack from a near cauldron's formation powerhouse, Xianingsu remained completely unmoved, neither dodging nor flinching. The protector clenched his teeth and did not hold back. To him, offending a demoness of Daqian was insignificant. Today, he must kill that wretched boy. At the critical moment, a sigh echoed throughout the area. Suddenly, a tall, thin old man appeared in front of Xianingsu. He commented with a hint of resignation, "Little mistress, why are you meddling in their family affairs?" Boom. The protector's palm strike landed heavily on the old man. To everyone's shock, the old man stood unmoved, as if the attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze. The crowd was stunned. Who was this tall, thin old man who could so effortlessly withstand an attack from a near cauldron's formation powerhouse. Could he be the demoness protector? The third prince's protector was shocked and retreated several steps, exclaiming, Gu Changzhong. You're Gu Changzhong from the Daqian dynasty, and you're not only alive but have also reached the cauldron's formation realm? Cauldron's formation realm? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. This old man was a superpower of the cauldron's formation realm? Yet they hadn't sensed any spiritual energy from him. The old man, known as Gu Changzhong, looked at the protector with curiosity and indifference. You know me, but who are you? The protector replied solemnly, I was once ranked with you on the true dragon list. You were third. I was ninth. Oh, ninth. Huh? No wonder I don't remember you. Gu Changzhong glanced at him dismissively before turning away, leaving the protector speechless. Gu Changzhong turned to Qian Su, speaking with both kindness and resignation. Little mistress, you've made enough of a scene. Shall we return to Daqian? Sure. Qian Su agreed cheerfully. Gu Changzhong frowned at her quick agreement. Something seemed off. Since when was she this agreeable? Sure enough, the next moment, Qian Su turned to the protector, her eyes filled with killing intent. She softly commanded, kill him, and I'll leave immediately. The protector shivered under her gaze, feeling as if a venomous snake was watching him. Gu Changzhong hesitated. Little mistress, he is, after all, a protector of the Wei royal family. This? Not willing? Fine. I was just thinking of visiting the Wei royal family myself. Qian Su shrugged, not pressing the issue. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Changzhong's figure vanished and reappeared in front of the protector in midair. Sorry, but you have to die, he said, reaching for the man. Sensing imminent death, the protector turned to flee with all his might, not daring to look back. But no matter how fast he ran, Gu Changzhong's hand remained half a meter behind him, closing in steadily. Eventually, the protector was caught by Gu Changzhong. As he began to say, Gu Changzhong, if you kill me, the Wei king, his head was crushed. A blue core tried to escape from the protector's body, but Gu Changzhong was prepared, shattering it with a casual punch. The protector of Wei was thus defeated. Everyone present was in shock, fearing that Gu Changzhong might turn his attention to them. This man had effortlessly vanquished a near cauldron's formation powerhouse, clearly a superpower of the cauldron's formation realm. Cauldron's formation. Such a legendary level. Did the Wei dynasty have anyone of this caliber? After dealing with the protector, Qian Su walked over to Lin Xiang, smiling as she remarked, You've reached the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm so quickly. It seems you gained a lot from the infinite ruins. Lin Xiao eyed her warily, thanking her. A bit of gain. Thank you for your help. He remained on guard, knowing she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just call me Su. No need to thank me. As I said, your life is mine. Qian Su stated calmly. In the next moment, a blood-red mist erupted around her as she charged at him in a flash. Rip. Lin Zhao's clothes were torn, and a delicate hand tried to pierce further, but a spiritual armor on his skin blocked her attack. Lin Xiao seized the moment to grip her hand tightly, exasperatedly shouting, Are you crazy? You just realized that, huh? Qian Su showed a look of indulgence and pleasure. Yes, that's the feeling. Comfortable, so comfortable. As they held hands, the blood-red mist around Qian Su rapidly dissipated, being absorbed into Lin Xiao. Her eyes gradually faded from crimson. What are you doing, Wei boy? Gu Changzhong barked, ready to separate them. But noticing the killing intent around Qian Su diminishing, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? This Wei boy is suppressing the murderous aura in the little mistress. Impossible. Something the entire Daqian dynasty couldn't achieve. How curious. This boy is full of mysteries. Gu Changzhong chose not to interfere, standing silently by them. He was curious to see how long the two would hold hands. Lin Xiao and Qian Su clasped hands tightly and closed their eyes, as if sensing some invisible force. The atmosphere instantly turned eerie and tense. The surrounding crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Weren't these two just locked in a fierce battle? How did they suddenly become so close? Other factions were eager to slip away quietly, but dared not act rashly. A superpower cultivator at the Huading realm was still observing silently nearby. Who would dare provoke him? After all, he had effortlessly vanquished the protector of the Wei dynasty. Lu Mingyue and Luo Yushang watched the scene with both envy and frustration. They couldn't help but complain to their fathers. Sect Master, I think we should take Lin Xiao back. Dad, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Lin Xiao? Go call him. However, Sect Master Fong and Sect Master Luo remained silent and motionless, thinking to themselves, You must think highly of us. With a genuine Huading realm expert standing by his side, even he waits patiently. How could we dare interrupt? A few breaths later, Qian Su released Lin Zhao's hand. The red hue in her eyes faded away, and the murderous aura vanished, leaving her looking like a lively, innocent young girl. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a hint of confusion and surprise in them. Lin Xiao thought to himself, who exactly is this woman? The first time we met, I absorbed 20% of her killing intent, and now another 10%. This 30% power feels like a gift. Although I didn't dare use it before due to my lack of cultivation, now that I've grown stronger, it's an unexpected boon. Su smiled sweetly and skipped away. Suddenly, she turned back to Lin Xiao and said, thanks. It'll be much easier for me to break through to the Shindan realm now. Don't get killed by someone else, I'll be waiting for you on the true dragon list. With that, she turned to Gu Changzhou. Understanding her cue, he immediately took out a flying arc. Before boarding, he gave Lin Xiao a deep look, as if assessing the young man's potential. Then, the arc transformed into a streak of light, carrying Su toward the great Qin dynasty. Seeing this, the other factions quickly left as well. The royal carriage of the Wei dynasty vanished in an instant, as if afraid to linger even a second longer. In the end, only the people from the Sword Demon sect and the Flowing Cloud sect remained. Luo Haiqing sighed and said to Lin Xiao, young friend Lin, you were too reckless this time. Killing the third prince means you've made a mortal enemy of the Wei dynasty. This enmity won't be easily resolved, and you'll surely be hunted relentlessly within their borders. Sect Master Fong, however, dismissed the concern. Why worry? Would the Wei dynasty dare to invade our Sword Demon sect to kill someone? As long as Lin Xiao has enough time, he will undoubtedly become a powerful figure. By then, even the Wei dynasty will be nothing to fear. Luo Haiqing retorted, easy for you to say, but what about the other disciples of your Sword Demon sect? Do you think the Wei dynasty wouldn't take their anger out on them? Sect Master Fong fell silent at this. At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up, thank you both for your concern. I don't plan to return to the Sword Demon sect just yet. I've already decided on my next destination. The two sect masters were surprised and asked, oh, where do you plan to go? Tianyuan City, Lin Xiao replied succinctly. Tianyuan City? The two sect masters were taken aback. Isn't that at the junction of 3 countries, near the heart of the Beast Mountain range? What are you going there for? It's a chaotic place. Plus, it's at least a 10-day journey from here. Luo Haiqing suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise. If I recall correctly, the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild is in Tianyuan City. Young friend Lin, are you planning to? Lin Xiao nodded to confirm. That's right. I intend to visit the Alchemist Guild headquarters. In terms of influence, the Alchemist Guild far surpasses the Wei dynasty. The Wei dynasty only dominates within one nation, whereas the Alchemist Guild is a top force throughout the eastern region. If I can become a senior alchemist with the guild, even the Wei dynasty wouldn't dare openly target me or my sect. This way, I can gain the crucial time I need to grow. The two sect masters realized this, almost forgetting that Lin Xiao was not only a cultivator but also an excellent alchemist. In the face of Lin Xiao's exceptional talent for alchemy, his cultivation abilities seemed to pale in comparison. To everyone present, Lin Xiao was a natural-born alchemy prodigy. They firmly believed that if Lin Xiao were to go to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, he would undoubtedly be highly valued, and all their current crises would be resolved. This notion acted like a shot in the arm, instantly dispelling the gloom in the hearts of the two sect leaders. Although sect leader Fong had appeared confident earlier, he was actually quite anxious about confronting such a formidable entity as the Wei royal family. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sect leader Fong had already started planning the arrangements upon their return, issuing a lockdown order, requiring all disciples to stay within the sect and focus on their cultivation for a month. He believed that a month would be enough time for the turmoil to settle. With the plan set, Lin Xiao bid farewell to the two sect leaders, Luo Yushang and Lu Mingyue. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he sped off into the distance. Luo Yushang and Lu Mingyue watched him leave, reluctantly withdrawing their gaze only when his figure disappeared from sight. Seeing his daughter looking downcast, Luo Haiqing advised, when you return, you must strive to break through to the revolving Dan realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, the gap between you and Lin Xiao will only widen. Luo Yushang nodded firmly, determination shining in her eyes. Sect leader Fong also turned to Lu Mingyue, speaking earnestly, young lady, at your age, if you can become a 6th grade alchemist soon, the Alchemist Guild will value you just as much. These words lit up Lu Mingyue's eyes, and she resolved internally that once she became a 6th grade alchemist, she would immediately head to Tianyuan City to find Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, on a flying boat heading towards the Great Qin Dynasty, a young girl in red occasionally glanced back towards the direction of the Wuji ruins, her eyes reflecting a complex expression. She softly asked, Gu Lao, do you think Lin Xiao can make it onto this year's True Dragon list? The tall, thin old man behind her pondered for a moment before giving a surprising answer, yes. The girl in red widened her eyes in surprise. Gu Lao explained, do you remember when the Wei Guardian was about to launch his final attack and Lin Xiao's spiritual power fluctuations disappeared? In truth, your intervention was unnecessary. If you hadn't intervened, It would have been the Wei Guardian who died, and it would have been without suspense. Gu Lao's words caused the girl in red to fall into deep thought. Recalling the scene, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiang might have been hiding his strength all along. This realization ignited a strong sense of determination within her. I will break through to the revolving Dan realm, right now, she declared, releasing her suppression over her realm. A vast aura surged from all directions, leaving Gu Lao astounded. Elsewhere, Lin Xiao found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged. The previous battle had exhausted his strength, and now he needed to consume some top-grade pills to recover. After taking the pills, Lin Xiao began to introspect. During his time in the Wuji Sword Tomb, he not only completed all his tasks, but also received generous rewards. Now, within his body, he had 2 strands of Huading Realm Sword Energy and 9 strands of Revolving Dan Realm Perfected Sword Energy. A large amount of sword energy was used to cultivate the Tian Kuei Sword Manual, elevating his cultivation from the peak of the Gathering Spirit Realm to the 4th level of the Wheel Sea Realm. Lin Zhao's consciousness passed through his Dantian, focusing on a small black sword floating above his sea of qi. This was the ultimate reward from the Wuji Sword Tomba top-grade natal artifact. Although it was still in the refining process, it had already absorbed nearly 11,000 strands of sword energy. If it hadn't been for Qian Yingshu's timely intervention, Lin Xiao would have had to burn his lifespan to activate this small sword. After adjusting his state, Lin Xiao began to contemplate the true purpose of his journey. Visiting the Alchemist Guild in Tianyuan City was only a superficial reason. What he learned in the Wuji ruins was the real key to his journey. 10 days later, Lin Xiao arrived in Tianyuan City, weary from his journey. He hadn't paused for a moment along the way, his eyes showing fatigue, but also a determined glint. The news of the Third Prince and the Guardian's deaths was like a storm, certain to sweep across the entire Great Wei dynasty within a day or two. Lin Xiao knew that if he didn't hurry, the Great Wei royal family would detect his presence and send powerful pursuers after him. The warnings from Sect Master Feng and Sect Master Luo were still fresh in his mind. The Great Wei royal family boasted powerful cultivators at the Huading realm, which was the fundamental reason they could suppress other sects and remain the top sect in the Great Wei dynasty. Lin Xiao calculated silently. Although he had many cards up his sleeve, dealing with a Huading realm powerhouse would still be extremely challenging. The majestic main city of Tianyuan stood tall at the intersection of the Great Wei, Great Qian, and Great Zhou dynasties, bordered on the other side by endless beast-infested mountains. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped through the city gates, he noticed the stark difference from other cities in the Great Wei dynasty. The city was immense, 4 to 5 times the size of an average city, with a population reaching a staggering 300 million. Even more astonishing was the dense spiritual energy enveloping the entire city, making a year's cultivation here equivalent to 2 years elsewhere. The streets were bustling, yet there were hardly any ordinary people in sight, only cultivators of considerable skill. In just a few minutes of walking through the city, Lin Xiao witnessed no fewer than 10 mid to late stage Will See realm experts. Such strength would be remarkable in a typical Great Wei city, but here it seemed quite ordinary. Instead of heading straight to the Alchemist Guild, Lin Xiao spent a dozen spirit stones gathering information. Moments later, he found himself in front of an imposing structure, the Tianyuan Auction House, the most renowned auction venue in the entire eastern region. The auction house operated only 4 days a month, hosting 1 small-scale and 1 large-scale auction. Today happened to be a large auction day, set to begin in an hour. Lin Xiao listened intently to the conversations around him. I heard that the sword manual auctioned off last time has been returned. Indeed, no one can cultivate it. It's reportedly failed to sell multiple times in other regions. A starting bid of 10 billion low-grade spirit stone sits hard for even top sects and holy lands to come up with that quickly. Spending 10 billion on an unusable sword manual, I'd return it too, even if it meant losing $1 billion in penalty fees. A spark of interest flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes, and he strode towards the auction house without hesitation. This mysterious sword manual, unsold for centuries, was precisely his target. Its inability to be cultivated by anyone only piqued his curiosity further. However, the astronomical starting price of 10 billion low-grade spirit stones was staggering. Lin Xiao calculated that his total assets amounted to only 400 top-grade spirit stones, leaving him 600 short of the needed 1,000. Yet he remained unfazed, planning to make up the shortfall with pills. As Lin Xiao prepared to enter the auction house, a staff member stopped him, requesting his identity card. Realizing it was his first time here, Lin Xiao followed the staff member to a quiet room to get an identity card. Inside the room sat an elderly man at the midstage of the revolving core realm. Lin Xiao opted to apply for a high-level VIP status, casually producing a small pile of top-grade spirit stones, numbering over 100. This display of wealth astonished both the staff and the elderly man, who hadn't expected a young Wheel Sea realm cultivator to possess such riches. Just as the elder was about to retrieve the high-level VIP card, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, "Wait a moment. I'd like to consign 2 pills for auction, if possible." Lin Xiang entered the auction house's private room, holding 2 bottles of precious elixirs. His gaze swept across the room and landed on a surprised-looking elder known for his expertise in elixirs. "You're consigning 2 elixirs?" the elder asked, slightly puzzled. "We usually count by the bottle." Quickly adjusting his expression, he respectfully explained, "Esteemed guest, if a single elixir is not worth 1,000,000 spirit stones, it would need to wait for a smaller auction event in a few days." Lin Xiao smiled confidently. "1,000,000 spirit stones? That shouldn't be a problem." He handed over the 2 jade bottles, each containing 1 elixir. The elder took the bottles, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Was this guest implying that each of these elixirs was worth over 1,000,000? He felt a wave of excitement. This was great news. In their upcoming auction, even at the 1,000,000 level, there were only 4 items. Such rare goods were always highly sought after by major powers. "May I inspect them?" the elder asked cautiously. Upon receiving Lin Xiao's permission, he gently opened the first bottle. Instantly, a rich fragrance filled the air. "What?" the elder exclaimed. "This is the shimming breakthrough elixir." His voice trembled with excitement. This wasn't just a 1,000,000 level elixir. It was a priceless treasure, a once-in-a-lifetime find. At that moment, the elder's eyes widened with disbelief as he witnessed something astonishing. Heavens! A chi condensation mist? He looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. "Esteemed guest, are you sure you want to auction this elixir?" Lin Xiao nodded, calmly asking, "Yes, I was wondering what the starting price for such an elixir should be." The elder took a deep breath. "A shimming breakthrough elixir at the chi condensation mist level is invaluable. Please wait. I need to consult our manager." Before he could finish, a spirited white-haired elder rushed into the room, eagerly asking, "Where is it?" "The shimming breakthrough elixir at the chi condensation mist level." The first elder respectfully handed over the jade bottle. The white-haired elder examined it carefully, awe shining in his eyes. "This elixir is likely the highlight of today's auction," he remarked, then turned to Lin Xiao. "Sir, this elixir's market value is about 1,000,000,000. We could start the bidding at 50 million, with a final price likely between 110 to 130 million. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, then gestured to the other bottle. "And what about the other one?" The 2 elders exchanged glances, wondering if there could be an even more astonishing treasure. The white-haired elder took the second bottle, and upon opening it, his eyes widened in shock. "Wow! Is this the shimming breakthrough elixir at the 2 chi condensation mist level?" The first elder leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "Incredible! 2 chi condensation mist." Lin Xiao calmly inquired, "Could you help estimate a starting price for this one?" The white-haired elder took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Esteemed guest, such a rare elixir is being auctioned for the first time at our eastern branch. We suggest a starting price of 100 million, with the final price expected to exceed 200 million. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, "What would the price be for a shimming breakthrough elixir at the 3 chi condensation mist level?" 3 chi condensation mist. The white-haired elder was utterly stunned, his eyes burning with curiosity. "You wouldn't happen to have one, would you?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I don't have one. I was just curious." The white-haired elder stood frozen, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seemed he had let his imagination run wild. The level of a 3 chi dan mist pill seemed like an unattainable dream for Lin Xiao. Such a leap was akin to a cultivator at the Xin Dan realm breaking through to the Huading realm chasm that most could not bridge. Even among those exceptionally gifted geniuses, only a few managed to cross this threshold. After a moment of contemplation, the white-haired elder decided to answer Lin Xiao's question. He explained that 3 chi dan mist pills represented a qualitative leap in both efficacy and characteristics, with their value increasing exponentially. Taking the shimming breakthrough pill as an example, the starting bid was as high as 300 million. As for the final price, the elder offered a wry smile, admitting that it was likely beyond anyone's means. After all, the shimming breakthrough pill is ultimately just a pill for cultivators at the Luanhai realm, who would spend 300 million or more spirit stones on a mere Luanhai realm junior, the elder lamented, shaking his head. A 2 chi shimming breakthrough pill is sufficient, offering the best value for money. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, clearly understanding this logic. He calculated in his mind, realizing he had 400 million at hand, and with these 2 pills valued at 300 million, he was still short by 300 million for the 10 billion sword manual. He meticulously checked his belongings, finding some valuable items, but none suitable for auction. "In that case, please auction these 2 pills for me," Lin Xiao decided. The white-haired elder promptly responded, Of course. Dear guest, please wait in the VIP room. The auction will begin in less than an hour, and your 2 pills will surely be the highlight of the event." Lin Xiao didn't leave immediately, but instead posed another question. "From the start of the auction to the auctioning of that 10 billion sword manual, approximately how long will it take?" The elder thought for a moment and replied, "Well, if it goes quickly, about 3 hours. If it takes longer, perhaps most of the day." That should be enough time, Lin Xiao remarked with a mysterious smile. The white-haired elder was momentarily puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind Lin Xiao's words. Before the elder could react, Lin Xiao had already taken his identity card and quickly said, "I'll step out for a bit and aim to return by the time the pills are auctioned." With that, he swiftly exited the quiet room, disappearing from the gates of the Tianyuan auction house in an instant. Lin Xiao's figure flashed across the street, speeding towards the eastern headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, as if there was something urgent awaiting his attention. Lin Xiao stood in front of the Alchemist Guild, his brow furrowed. He was still 300 million short of his goal, and even if the auction of the two pills went smoothly, there would still be a gap of over 200 million. He thought to himself that crafting one more pill should suffice, and he hoped to purchase the necessary materials within the guild. However, as soon as he stepped into the guild hall, Lin Xiao encountered an unexpected obstacle. "Sorry, our guild's materials are only available for certified alchemists," the staff member said in a businesslike manner. Lin Xiao was taken aback, not expecting a membership system here. He quickly adjusted his strategy. "Then I'd like to apply for certification right now." The staff member looked him up and down, surprised by the young man who seemed no different from an apprentice, and asked, "Are you an alchemist?" "Yes," Lin Xiao affirmed confidently. The staff member's attitude immediately improved. "All right, may I ask what grade of alchemist you wish to certify for?" After a brief consideration, Lin Xiao decided not to be too ambitious. 7th grade. As soon as he spoke, the staff member's expression darkened. Instead of turning him away, they produced a test paper and writing tools, handing them to Lin Xiao. "Please complete this exam, and you will also need to describe the process of crafting a 6th grade pill. Once you pass the written test, we will arrange a practical assessment." Lin Xiao accepted the test paper, inwardly surprised by the complexity of the certification process. However, as he browsed through the questions, he was even more shocked. Out of 100 questions, all but the last one were beyond his knowledge. When refining spirit gathering grass, how many parts gentle fire and martial fire are needed, and for how long? What are the 10 key points to note during the pill quenching process? If the pill liquid separates during formation, what are the 5 possible causes? Lin Xiao wrote only his name before giving up. He realized that becoming a certified alchemist was far more difficult than he had imagined. Just as he was at an impasse, a sudden inspiration struck him. He remembered something inside his storage ring. Lin Xiao took out a token, a symbol of status given to him by elders during his alchemy work at the Luyun sect. "Excuse me, with this token, can I purchase materials?" Lin Xiao asked, showing the token to the staff member. The staff member was astonished at the sight of the token. "Is this a deacon's token? Where did you get it?" "A friend of mine, who's an alchemist, gave it to me," Lin Xiao answered truthfully. The staff member's demeanor shifted immediately. "No problem, you can use the token to purchase materials." Lin Xiao silently rejoiced at the effectiveness of Elder Swa's token and proceeded into the guild. He purchased the materials for a shimming breakthrough pill, spending 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Although the token's level only allowed him to buy one set, Lin Xiao wasn't worried. One was enough to meet his current needs. Finally, Lin Xiao rented the guild's best alchemy room, ready to begin his alchemy journey. The rental cost of one superior-grade spirit stone per hour, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, was a significant expense for Lin Xiao. However, when he stepped into the alchemy room and saw the exquisite alchemy furnace, all his doubts vanished. The spiritual patterns flowing across the furnace seemed to whisper endless mysteries to him. Lin Xiao nodded to himself, appreciating that the furnace was indeed worth its price. Carefully arranging the prepared materials, he took a deep breath and commenced his alchemy session. Having recently advanced to the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, with the perfect sword energy of the revolving core realm and the alchemy cauldron realm within him, Lin Xiao felt more confident than ever. He gripped his spiritual sword firmly, his eyes filled with determination, silently hoping to produce a batch of excellent pills. While Lin Xiao was engrossed in his alchemy, the Alchemist Guild received exhilarating news. The Tianyuan auction house, through its extensive intelligence network, had conveyed vital information to the major factions in the main city of Tianyuan. Today's auction would feature 2 rare pills, the 1 Qi Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill and the 2 Qi Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill. This announcement was like a bombshell, creating an uproar among the top-ranked factions in the city. Although those from the outer city might not be concerned, these major factions had already learned secret information about the Shimming Breakthrough Pill from the Alchemist Guild. They understood that a high-grade Shimming Breakthrough Pill could enable a peak Sea realm cultivator to break through to the revolving core realm. The 1 Qi Danwu grade of the Shimming Breakthrough Pill was even more valuable, not only aiding in the breakthrough but also laying a solid foundation and containing a hint of enlightenment power. This meant that cultivators who broke through would find it easier to comprehend realms, gaining an advantage on the path to the alchemy cauldron realm. As the news spread, Tianyuan City buzzed with excitement. Major factions mobilized their members, rushing to the Tianyuan auction house, fearing they might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An hour and a half later, the auction was in full swing. Suddenly, the sky above the Alchemist Guild changed dramatically. Thick clouds pressed down like lead, darkening the sky, as thunder roared and rolled within them. Even more astonishing was the surge of various energies converging towards the Alchemist Guild like a tidal wave. Whoa, is a tribulation descending? My God, who's daring enough to undergo a tribulation in Tianyuan City? Why does this tribulation seem so unusual? Look, the tribulation clouds are right above the Alchemist Guild. Could it be? Everyone looked up at the sky, speculating and discussing what this sudden phenomenon might signify. As the ominous storm clouds descended upon Tianyuan City, the extraordinary spectacle left the ordinary citizens in awe. On every street corner, people speculated about which powerful individual could have triggered such an unusual phenomenon. However, only the higher-ups of the city's major factions had an inkling of the truth. This was no ordinary thunderstorm, but a rare Dan tribulation. The appearance of a Dan tribulation in Tianyuan City could only mean one thing. Someone at the Alchemist Guild was breaking through to the 9th rank. People were puzzled, was it the guild leader or the deputy leader? But on second thought, it didn't quite make sense. Both were the only 8th rank alchemists in the Eastern Domain, yet they still had a long way to go before reaching the 9th rank. Could one of them have suddenly had an epiphany? Send someone to inform the Grand Elder. We're going to visit the Alchemist Guild, the leaders of the major factions quickly decided. They astutely connected this event with the recent news from the Tianyuan auction house about the appearance of Qi mist pills, believing the two matters were linked. A 9th rank alchemist. Our Eastern Domain is finally going to have another 9th rank alchemist, someone exclaimed. We've waited so long for this. Ever since Yao Lao passed away centuries ago, no one has reached this level. Forget the auction. Let's head straight to the Alchemist Guild, another influential figure declared decisively. Making an impression in front of a 9th rank alchemist is far better than joining the commotion at the auction. The astonishing news swept through Tianyuan City like a whirlwind, stirring excitement among all the factions. Meanwhile, at the heart of the storm, the Alchemist Guild was in chaos. The defensive formations of the entire building were activated. All alchemists were gathered on the first 2 floors, and the entrances and exits were temporarily sealed. Conversations buzzed as people speculated whether it was Vice President Ma or President Mo who had broken through. It must be President Mo, someone analyzed. Vice President Ma only broke through to the 8th rank 3 years ago. It's impossible for him to advance so quickly. At that moment, a figure dashed into the first floor of the guild. Stop. No one is allowed to enter or exit right now. A steward was about to block the intruder, but suddenly recognized him. Vice President, it's you. I'm sorry, I didn't see clearly. Vice President Ma ignored the apology and left only a brief instruction before rushing upstairs. From now on, no one is allowed above the 3rd floor of the guild. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Alchemist Guild. Yes, Vice President. The stewards and attendants responded in unison. Vice President Ma's appearance confirmed that it was President Mo who triggered the Dan tribulation. Everyone held their breath, filled with excitement. If President Mo succeeded in breaking through to the 9th rank, they could finally hold their heads high among alchemists from other domains. The humiliation they suffered at the last Xinping Alchemy Conference was still fresh in their minds, and they were determined to avenge it. Vice President Ma raced to the top floor's primary alchemy room, a mix of surprise and confusion in his heart. Just last night, he and Mo had chatted until late, so how could Mo suddenly be on the verge of a breakthrough? He was there to protect the process, ensuring no interruptions. However, when he reached the primary alchemy room, the scene before him left him stunned. Someone who shouldn't have been there stood at the door. As they locked eyes, both displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Old Mo, what are you doing here? Old Ma, if you're here, then who's inside doing the alchemy? They both asked the same question simultaneously, realizing that neither of them was responsible for the Dan tribulation. I thought it was your sudden enlightenment, President Mo frowned. In your dreams, Vice President Ma retorted, rolling his eyes. I just broke through to the 8th rank. Even with 2 epiphanies, the 9th rank is out of reach for me. Other than you, I would naturally think it was you aiming for the 9th rank, President Mo explained. Then who inside could it be? Vice President Ma asked urgently. I have no idea. President Mo shook his head. I rushed here as soon as I sensed the Dan tribulation, but haven't seen anyone. The two stood there, bewildered. Aside from them, there shouldn't be a third 8th rank alchemist in the Eastern Domain. Could it be that? They exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly shifting. Which 8th rank alchemist from another realm has come to our Tianyuan City to break through? Lao Mo asked with a serious expression, his eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lao Ma immediately stood up and said urgently, Lao Mo, you stay here and keep watch. I'll go and ask the steward which disciple rented alchemy room number 1. With that, he quickly rushed downstairs, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Lao Mo responded briefly, his gaze never leaving the direction of alchemy room number 1. 10 minutes later, Lao Ma returned, panting heavily, with a bewildered look on his face. Seeing this, Lao Ma frowned and asked, Lao Ma, what's with that expression? Could it be that the alchemist isn't from another realm? Lao Ma took a deep breath, filled with uncertainty. Well, how should I put it? He paused, as if organizing his thoughts. The steward said that the one who rented alchemy room number 1 is a young man. He looks very young, not like an alchemist at all, more like an apprentice. He continued, then, I found out from 2 other disciples that this young man came here to certify as a 7th rank alchemist, but failed the written exam. He used a deacon's token to purchase materials for the Xinming breakthrough pill. As soon as Lao Ma finished speaking, President Mo was dumbfounded. He murmured, a young man? The one who triggered this alchemy tribulation is a young man? The one about to become a 9th rank alchemist is a young man? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked up sharply and asked, wait Lao Ma, you said this young man bought materials for the Xinming breakthrough pill? Lao Ma was startled by Lao Mo's sudden reaction and asked in confusion, yes? Is there a problem? Lao Mo's expression turned serious, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yes, a big problem. I just got a message from the auction house saying that today's auction will feature 2 pills, one of the Ichi Danwu level and one of the Erki Danwu level. He looked at Lao Ma meaningfully. Guess what kind of pills they are? Lao Ma suddenly felt goosebumps all over, his voice trembling. It couldn't be the Xinming breakthrough pill, could it? That's right. Lao Ma nodded slowly, his gaze shifting back to alchemy room number 1. So, at that moment, a deafening thunderclap interrupted their conversation. Boom! A deep blue bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking down fiercely. The terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire alchemist guild. Crack! Crack! The guild's defensive array was torn apart by the lightning's impact. The roof of alchemy room number 1 was blasted open, scattering debris and dust everywhere. Lao Mo and Lao Ma immediately activated their protective techniques, shielding themselves from the residual force of the lightning strike. As the dust began to settle, they finally saw the figure inside alchemy room number 1. My God! They exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes filled with disbelief. Standing there was indeed a young man, appearing no more than 15 or 16 years old. What shocked them even more was that they could clearly sense that this young man's cultivation level was only at the 4th stage of the Luanhai realm. At this moment, inside the number 1 alchemy room, a young man stood with his handsome eyes tightly shut, his right hand raised high. The sight of that hand was shocking. It was charred black from the fingertips to the arm, with wisps of blue smoke slowly rising, emitting a scorched scent. President Mo and Vice President Ma stood nearby, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Their eyes darted back and forth between the young man's charred arm and the empty alchemy room, filled with questions. What had happened to this boy's hand? Could he really have caught the lightning tribulation with his bare hand? What was even more puzzling was that the entire number 1 alchemy room contained only this young man. Could he possibly be the 9th rank alchemist who triggered the pill tribulation? But this assumption was quickly dismissed. Even with an extraordinary talent for alchemy, someone with only a 4th level Will See realm cultivation could not possibly be a 9th rank alchemist. Although alchemists don't need to practice cultivation desperately, there are still certain requirements. A 7th rank alchemist requires at least a revolving core realm cultivation, an 8th rank alchemist needs a perfected revolving core realm, and a 9th rank alchemist demands a half-step cauldron formation realm. Because of this, only President Mo and Vice President Ma in the entire Alchemist Guild had the potential to break through to 9th rank alchemist. Yet this young man, at the 4th level of Will See realm, defied all logic. As the 2 presidents pondered, the young man's brow suddenly twitched slightly. In an instant, a mysterious aura spread outward from him in all directions. Within 1,000 miles, it was as if a peculiar melody began to play. This chant-like music was so profound that only those with a certain level of alchemical talent could hear it. Vice President Ma turned to President Mo in surprise and asked, Old Mo, do you hear a strange melody in your ears? It's miraculous. I feel like all my alchemical doubts from the past few days have suddenly become clear. President Mo did not immediately respond. His gaze was fixed on the young man, his shock deepening. He had confirmed one thing. This young man had indeed broken through to a 9th rank alchemist. Recovering his senses, President Mo ignored Vice President Ma's question and immediately exerted his half-step cauldron formation cultivation, shouting to the entire Alchemist Guild, all alchemists, sit down and focus your minds. Do not allow any distractions. What you are hearing now is the alchemical Tao's mystical sound. This is a great opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on you. President Mo's voice echoed throughout the Alchemist Guild and for dozens of miles around. Instantly, the entire guild was in an uproar. No wonder I feel like all my doubts have been resolved. I think I can break through to a 6th rank alchemist. Me too. I feel like today is the day for a breakthrough. Oh? What are you talking about? Why haven't I heard anything? This is incredible. No more talking. I need to listen and comprehend. Me too. Got to hurry. The alchemists, both surprised and delighted, followed President Mo's instructions without exception, sitting down and focusing their minds to gain insight. Outside the number 1 alchemy room, Vice President Ma stood dumbfounded. So this is the alchemical Tao's mystical sound? He muttered to himself. Only those with extremely high alchemical talent and comprehension can trigger this phenomenon when breaking through to a 9th rank alchemist. It not only greatly benefits oneself, but also serves as an opportunity for all surrounding alchemists. This miraculous scene, recorded only in ancient texts, has actually become reality today. While Vice President Ma was lost in shock, he suddenly received a sharp knock on the back of his head. President Mo withdrew his fist and said irritably, "Do you still want to break through to a 9th rank alchemist?" Without waiting for a reply, President Mo sat down and began to concentrate on his insights. Vice President Ma snapped back to reality. Right? Now is not the time to be amazed. I must seize this opportunity. With that, he too sat down cross-legged, focusing intently on his insight. Meanwhile, as everyone in the Alchemist Guild was engrossed in their insights, Lin, the central figure, was feeling puzzled. At the moment the pill tribulation struck, he wasn't sure what possessed him, but he instinctively reached out to block the alchemy furnace, directly taking the tribulation heat. He could feel an enigmatic force coursing through his body, strengthening his blood, meridians, bones, and even his soul. Strangely, a kind of music continuously played in his ears, deepening his understanding of alchemy. Of course, these were the positive aspects. On the downside, his right hand was almost immobile. It appeared charred and shocking on the outside, but internally, his arm was rapidly healing. Though only a minor injury, its temporary immobility frustrated Lin. He wasn't sure how long it would take to fully recover. However, this wasn't the worst of it. The most troublesome part for Lin was that he had comprehended yet another realm half of the alchemical realm. Utilizing the alchemical realm could enhance the quality of the pills he crafted, but this was already his 5th realm. Is this even fair? Where are you, Cauldron Formation realm? Lin lamented inwardly. Nevertheless, for the alchemical realm, as long as he continued refining pills and producing higher grade, better quality pills, he could continuously enhance his understanding of the alchemical realm. This was a silver lining amid the bad news. After 10 minutes, Lin slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed through them. Without hesitation, he gently tapped with his left hand and opened the alchemy furnace. The air was instantly filled with a fragrant aroma as a beam of purple light shot skyward like a sharp sword, dispersing the ominous clouds without a trace. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Carefully, he retrieved 3 shimmering breakthrough pills. 2 emitted an aura of 2-layer mist, while the other astonishingly reached the level of 3-layer mist. Finally, success. Lin Xiao rejoiced inwardly, recalling the sacrifices he made to concoct this high-grade pill. 1 strand of sword energy at the Huading realm and 5 strands at the perfected Xiandan realm. Now, he was left with only 1 strand of Huading realm sword energy and 3 strands of perfected Xiandan realm sword energy in his body. It'll do, just barely enough, he reassured himself, also looking forward to the partially refined lifebound artifact within his Qi, which might lessen his reliance on these sword energies. As Lin Xiao opened his eyes, the mystical sound of the Tao of pills that lingered in the air quietly dissipated. President Mo and Vice President Ma also awoke from their profound state, their eyes glinting with both regret and reverence. The 2 elders exchanged a glance and, as if by mutual agreement, stepped forward to bow deeply to Lin Xiao. Thank you, esteemed one, for your guidance to the Alchemist Guild. Your kindness is unforgettable, they expressed sincerely, their respect undiminished by Lin Xiao's youthful appearance. In the recent baptism by the mystical sound of the Tao of pills, Elder Ma felt a qualitative leap in his alchemical skills, while Elder Mo was thrilled to find his long-standing bottleneck as a 9th-grade alchemist beginning to loosen. This young predecessor had not only impacted them personally, but also elevated the status of alchemists throughout the Eastern domain. However, Lin Xiao frowned, looking puzzled at the 2 elders. Who are you? Elder Mo quickly introduced himself. Esteemed one, I am Mo Chun, president of the Alchemist Guild, and this is our vice president, Ma Quan. Esteemed one, it's all thanks to you that Lin Xiao abruptly interrupted. Wait a minute, can you tell me how long I've been concocting pills? Esteemed one, it's been an hour and a quarter, Elder Mo replied respectfully. What the heck? Lin Xiao exclaimed. No time to talk, I have to go. With that, he swiftly stored the jade bottle containing the pills into his ring and dashed off in a certain direction. Esteemed one, where are you heading? Elder Mo called out anxiously. The auction. Lin Xiao responded without looking back. Elder Mo and Elder Ma exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. Let's go, old Ma, we should follow him. Yes, that's what I was thinking. The 2 elders also employed their movement techniques to keep up. They were well aware of the chaotic nature of Tianyuan City, and sensed that this young predecessor might still be injured. They couldn't just stand by. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder why this young predecessor was so eager to rush to the auction. Was there something urgent? With this curiosity, they quickened their pace, closely following Lin Xiao towards the auction. Lin Xiao rushed to the Tianyuan auction house with lightning speed, and the familiar staff member at the entrance immediately recognized this esteemed guest, known for consigning top-tier elixirs. Honored guest, you've finally arrived. The staff member beamed with a smile. The last batch of items is about to go up for auction, and your 2 items should be among the final ones to appear. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and was about to enter the auction hall when he suddenly sensed 2 figures quietly appearing behind him. He wasn't surprised, as he had long been aware of their presence. Turning around, he saw the president and vice president of the Alchemist Guild. What puzzled Lin Xiao was their unusual demeanor. Instead of hostility, their faces were full of gratitude. The staff member, noticing the situation, immediately adopted a more respectful tone. President Mo? Vice President Ma? What brings you here? Please, come in. President Mo waved his hand. No need. We're with this senior. You don't need to mind us. The staff member, hearing the word senior, widened his eyes in astonishment and respectfully stepped aside, the term echoing in his mind. The 3 of them entered a private VIP room, where Lin Xiao observed the auction hall through a special window. Seeing that the final batch of items was about to be presented, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face the 2 tagalongs. Is there something you need from me? Lin Xiao asked directly. President Mo glanced at Lin Xiao's immobile right hand and replied earnestly, rest assured, senior. We are only concerned for your safety, so we accompanied you. Don't call me senior, just Lin Xiao is fine, Lin Xiao corrected. I want to know, besides my alchemy causing a pill tribulation, did anything else happen at the Alchemist Guild? The 2 presidents exchanged glances, and President Mo asked in surprise, Senior, you don't know? With President Mo's explanation, Lin Xiao finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the mystical pill sound he had unintentionally performed had such a widespread impact, which was beyond his expectations. President Mo cautiously asked, Senior, I have a question I've been eager to ask. Could you please enlighten us? Lin Xiao nodded for him to continue. Where are you from, Senior? President Mo inquired, posing a question of utmost importance to them. I've been in the Great Wei Dynasty since I arrived in this world, Lin Xiao answered truthfully. The 2 presidents breathed a sigh of relief. President Mo immediately began to flatter. The Great Wei Dynasty is quite a remarkable place. Old Ming from the royal family and Old Xiao from the Sword Demon sect are both very likely to become 8th-grade alchemists. Vice President Ma chimed in but then changed the topic. However, it seems that the Sword Demon sect is in a rather dire situation lately. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed. Oh, what do you mean by that, Vice President Ma? How is the Sword Demon sect in trouble? Vice President Ma elaborated on the incident where a disciple of the Sword Demon sect killed the 3rd prince of the Great Wei royal family, and how the royal family had sent troops to besiege the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of murderous intent suddenly erupted from Lin Xiao, enveloping the entire VIP room. If not for the isolation array, the whole auction house might have been alarmed. The 2 half-step cauldron formation experts broke out in a cold sweat, feeling chills down their spines. What on earth is going on? President Mo and Vice President Ma exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, as if seeing a completely different person. Back at the Alchemy Guild, they had sensed the presence of the aura of alchemy within Lin Xiao. Although faint, it was undeniably there. Yet now, Lin Xiao was emanating a completely different kind of aura. Even with brief contact, they could feel this aura, brimming with murderous intent, surpassing the level of alchemy's aura by far. Senior, are you all right? President Mo asked cautiously, his voice tinged with evident concern. Lin Xiao did not respond immediately. His eyes glimmered red, and he asked coldly, do you know the casualties Sword Demon sect has suffered? Vice President Ma quickly replied, so far, the casualties are minimal. The Sword Demon sect closed its gates and activated its protective formation on the same day the 3rd prince of the Wei royal family was slain. Good. Lin Xiao nodded, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. It was a glimmer of hope amidst bad news. He hadn't expected the Wei royal family to act so decisively. Lin Xiao thought to himself, all his martial arts skills stemmed from the Sword Demon sect, making him undeniably a disciple of the sect. Destroy his Sword Demon sect? They'd have to see if he agreed. President Mo observed Lin Xiao's reaction and tentatively asked, Senior, do you have ties with the Sword Demon sect? If your relationship is strong, our Alchemy Guild can exert pressure on the Wei royal family. In the eastern region, there are few forces that dare defy the Alchemy Guild. Lin Xiao met President Mo's gaze and unhesitatingly admitted, ties? I was the one who killed that 3rd prince of the Wei royal family. What? The two presidents were stunned, completely unprepared for such an answer. President Mo quickly regained his composure and immediately offered, This? This, senior, then I will send someone to notify the Wei royal family to withdraw their troops. No need. Lin Xiao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he said coldly, Once this auction is over, I will handle it myself. The two presidents involuntarily shivered, deeply sensing the murderous intent in Lin Xiao's words. They suddenly realized that the seemingly peaceful alchemist before them was actually a formidable and unfathomable powerhouse. Lin Xiao sat quietly in the VIP room, his expression serious. He had politely declined President Mo's offer, as he already had a plan in mind. Through deep contemplation, he understood that the royal family of the Wei dynasty had long regarded the sword demon sect as a thorn in their side. Even if they managed to avert the crisis with the help of the alchemist guild this time, what about next time, or the time after that? Rather than relying on others, it was better to strengthen his own power. The rapid rise of the sword demon sect had far exceeded the expectations of the Wei royal family, posing a significant threat. More importantly, as a demonic sect, its existence inherently conflicted with the royal family's strategy of winning the people's hearts. Lin Zhao's act of killing the third prince had conveniently provided the royal family with a perfect excuse to take action. Sending a half-step Huading realm warrior to lead the siege on the sword demon sect was, in Lin Zhao's analysis, merely a probing move by the Wei royal family. After all, a single half-step Huading realm warrior alone was insufficient to shake the foundation of the sword demon sect. Although he wasn't entirely familiar with the strength of others, Lin Xiao knew that Elder Geng of the Sword Pavilion and Elder Mu of the Congong Pavilion were not inferior to a half-step Huading realm warrior. With these two holding the fort, the sword demon sect could at least defend its territory. Having considered these points, Lin Xiao turned his attention to the auction in front of him. Enhancing his own strength was the most pressing task. If the sword demon sect truly faced danger, he could still leverage the alchemist guild to negotiate. What he lacked most now was time. Once he acquired the 10 billion sword techniques and mastered them, combined with his sword intent and personal weapon, dealing with a half-step Huading realm warrior wouldn't be impossible. President Mo and Vice President Ma had not said much more, but their eyes conveyed a clear message: they were on Lin Zhao's side this time. To them, the Wei royal family was not on the same level as a 9th-grade alchemist. Even 10 Wei royal families couldn't compare to a senior 9th-grade alchemist. Suddenly, a sharp creak broke the silence of the room. A dense spiritual energy and a faint green life force instantly filled the VIP room. The two presidents snapped back to attention and quickly turned to look. Lin Xiao, at some point, had taken out a milky white object about 30 centimeters in size and was chewing and swallowing it. What was more surprising was that his charred right hand was visibly healing, shedding, scabbing, regenerating, and repairing in one seamless process. The two presidents stared in disbelief at the scene. Is this supreme stalactite? The thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. As top-tier alchemists, they instantly recognized the treasure that Lin Xiao was consuming. Senior, stop! President Mo urgently shouted. Taking it like this is too dangerous. Stalactite contains extremely potent energy. Even a small piece is hard to bear, and with such a large piece, your cultivation level might not. However, just as they were about to step forward to stop him, a cyan demonic seal suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiao. Immediately, a powerful suction force erupted from within him, absorbing all the energy and spiritual aura in the VIP room into his body. President Mo and Vice President Ma exchanged shocked glances. How is this possible? President Mo murmured. Senior Lin Xiao can refine such a massive amount of energy? Even a 4th-level Xiandan cultivator would find it difficult. Just as they were filled with uncertainty, President Mo noticed something unusual. Old Ma, did you feel that? It seems like there's something about Senior's aura. Vice President Ma concentrated and then exclaimed, Is this another kind of intent power? My God, that's 3 kinds of intent. The intent of alchemy, the intent of slaughter, and now a new one we don't recognize. Such talent and understanding are astonishing. Amidst their shock, the two presidents couldn't help but wonder. Is Senior Lin Xiao planning to master 3 intents? Is he not preparing for the Huading realm? Meanwhile, the last batch of treasures was being auctioned off in the auction hall. The auctioneer announced loudly, Honored guests, the final batch of items are all top-tier treasures. Without further ado, let's start with the first item. On the auction stage, a long knife measuring 3 feet 9 inches was emitting a cold, eerie glow. The auctioneer enthusiastically described, This blade is named Lingxi, a supreme spiritual weapon. Its edge is sharp and resonates with its master. With the right technique, it can project a 3-foot white light to target the enemy's Naiwen palace, slicing through demons and spirits silently. The words, supreme spiritual weapon, immediately caught the attention of everyone present who used swords. Their eyes were fixed on the blade, filled with intense desire. The auctioneer continued, The starting bid is 10 million, with increments of 100,000. As soon as the words were spoken, the bidding began fervently. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million. Although the rule was to increase by 100,000 at a time, eager bidders were raising the price by 1 million each time. After 10 minutes of fierce bidding, the supreme spiritual blade was finally sold for a high price of 14 million. As the second, third, and fourth items were auctioned off, the anticipation grew. This final batch of 10 items was expected to fetch increasingly staggering prices. When the fifth item, an exquisite piece of spirit armor, was unveiled, the room erupted with excitement as a bid of 80 million was immediately placed. The crowd was secretly amazed, recognizing that the quality of these items was likely the finest seen in the past 2 years. The auctioneer's eyes glinted with a touch of pride as he announced, "Distinguished guests, the next item is quite intriguing. It's a treasure so rare that even our auction house considers it extraordinary." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 staff members at the peak of the wheel, C-Realm carefully brought out an object covered in a black cloth. The auctioneer waited until all eyes were fixed on the mysterious item before dramatically unveiling it. A massive, crimson egg standing nearly 6 feet tall appeared before the audience, prompting a wave of astonishment and exclamations. "Is that a beast egg? I've never seen one this large before," someone exclaimed. The auctioneer continued, "This beast egg was just acquired yesterday. Although we can't ascertain the specific beast within, multiple tests confirm that it is undoubtedly the offspring of a beast king. The life force and energy within the egg are incredibly potent, and with careful nurturing, it can be hatched in 1 to 2 years." He paused briefly before adding, "As many of you know, the guardian spirit beast of the Lin sect is a beast king at the half-step cauldron transformation level. Even true cauldron transformation experts are reluctant to provoke it." Taking a deep breath, the auctioneer boldly declared, "The starting bid is 35 million, with increments of 100,000. This announcement sent the room into an uproar. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief evident in their eyes. What? An unidentified beast egg starting at 35 million? What if it hatches into a worthless creature? Even at 3.5 million, one would have to think twice." Most people shot the auctioneer a skeptical look, as if to say, "Really?" Just then, a clear voice rang out, 40 million. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man in the auction hall, holding up his bidding paddle. However, no one noticed the simmering anger in his eyes, nor the deep-seated murderous intent he was struggling to suppress. In the auction hall, a mysterious beast egg sparked a heated discussion as it fetched a staggering price of 40 million. Opinions varied wildly. Some saw it as a reckless gamble, while others thought it wasn't worth the price. A handsome young man exhaled deeply, though a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a voice from the luxury VIP room called out, 41 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the handsome young man shot to his feet, glaring resentfully at the VIP suite. The price soared rapidly, quickly surpassing the 100 million mark. The auction hall fell silent, with everyone stunned by the frenzied bidding war. Inside the VIP room, Chairman Mo, following the instructions of Senior Lin Xiang, continued to raise the bid. Despite his anxiety, he persisted. Vice Chairman Ma, eager to participate, also joined in the bidding. As the price approached 200 million, the handsome young man could no longer contain himself. He let out a sharp cry and charged toward the auction stage. The auctioneer immediately called for security, and a powerful expert at the peak of the Xian realm appeared, summoning a massive black spiritual hand to seize the young man. In the nick of time, the young man spewed a stream of black smoke from his mouth, aiming directly at the beast egg. The auctioneer cried out in alarm, lunging toward the egg, but it was too late to stop the attack. The black smoke struck the beast egg with lightning speed, while simultaneously, the young man was firmly captured by the black spiritual hand. His mental state seemed off. After scanning everyone present, he shouted with resentment, "You will all get what's coming to you." With that, his entire body shuddered, and his life force dissipated into nothingness. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The auction house was in an uproar, with people exchanging bewildered glances. Some whispered, "Who was that guy? Even if he didn't win anything, it's not worth causing a scene and then killing himself, is it?" The auction house manager quickly sprang into action, launching an investigation into the young man's identity. Soon, a puzzling fact emerged. The troublesome youth was not from Tianyuan City, and his storage ring was empty, without even a single spirit stone. This bizarre situation left the auction house management deep in thought. They decided to keep this information confidential and not disclose it to the other participants. The beast egg on the auction stage, although hit by the black smoke, miraculously remained unscathed. As a gesture of apology, the auction house decided to offer the beast egg to the high-class VIP room at a discounted price of 50 million spirit stones. Lin Xiao had no objections to this. After the brief incident, the auction resumed. Meanwhile, deep within the distant monster mountain range, an unknown conversation was taking place. A massive, jet-black monster suddenly awoke. Two even larger and more ferocious top-tier beasts beside it immediately inquired, "Nightmare? How did it go?" The black beast respectfully replied, "The marking is complete. Once the operation begins, I will infiltrate the humans and bring our lord back." "Good, very good." Another enormous beast howled to the sky. "This time, we will make Tianyuan City pay dearly." Suddenly, the depths of the monster mountain range were filled with chaos as birds and beasts scattered in panic. Not knowing what had happened, only sensing an unsettling aura. Back in Tianyuan City, inside the VIP lounge of the auction house, Lin Xiao stood at the door, paid 50 million spirit stones, and dragged the massive beast egg into the room. President Imo curiously touched the eggshell and probed it with his spiritual sense, but found nothing. "Senior, what kind of beast egg is this?" President Imo asked, puzzled. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. "I don't know either." This answer left the two presidents stunned. Old Ma couldn't help but remark, "Senior, you bought this beast egg for 300 million without knowing what it is? What if it hatches into a worthless beast? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Lin Xiao gave him a puzzled look. Who said I planned to hatch it?" Before the two could react, Lin Xiao swung a punch directly at the top of the massive beast egg. With a dull thud, the huge beast egg merely wobbled slightly, remaining completely unharmed. Huh. Lin Xiao was surprised too. This thing is pretty tough. It turned out that Lin Xiao didn't intend to hatch the egg to raise a spirit pet. From the moment he laid eyes on the beast egg, the 9 nether demon suppression seal within him had started to stir, as if eagerly wanting to devour it. The two chairmen, known for their extensive knowledge and experience, were left utterly astonished by the senior figure before them today. Lin Xiao's actions and thoughts continually shattered their understanding. Reaching the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm and summoning a Dan Tribulation, consuming a century-old premium stalactite, wielding 3 types of artistic conception, and spending 2 to 3 billion on a beast egg just to crack it, Lin Xiao tried striking the egg a couple more times, but the shell remained intact, though he felt somewhat confident. President Imo, observing this, couldn't help but offer, "Senior, would you like me to assist? Just a small crack in the shell, right?" With his near cauldron transformation level strength, he was certain he could easily break the shell. "No need, I can manage," Lin Xiao politely declined. He believed the other could break it, but doubted their ability to control the force. If the entire egg shattered, who would compensate him? With a swift gesture of his left hand, Lin Xiao unleashed a sword aura imbued with sword intent towards the top of the beast egg. With a soft puff, a large hole was cut into the egg, yet the liquid inside remained undisturbed. Satisfied, Lin Xiao nodded, leaping into the egg and leaving behind a message as he began to operate the 9 nether demon suppression seal to absorb and refine. "If the auction reaches the 10 billion sword manual and I'm not awake, please wake me." The two chairmen were left speechless and utterly numb. Sword intent? At least 50% sword intent. 4 types of artistic conception? Is he even human? They finally understood the purpose of this young senior's presence at the auction, the 10 billion sword manual. They had heard of individuals comprehending 3 types of artistic conception, but it was their first time witnessing someone with 4. The strong individual with 3 types was nearly invincible in the swirling Dan realm but ultimately perished, unable to break through to the cauldron transformation realm due to limited lifespan. President Imo lamented, "What a pity. With the senior's talent and comprehension in alchemy, he has the potential to reach beyond the 9th grade alchemist level." Old Ma suddenly had an idea. Is there a possibility that this senior might achieve that alchemist level without reaching the cauldron transformation realm? Impossible, President Imo stated firmly. What about if he comprehends the Dan artistic conception to perfection? Old Ma inquired. President Imo was taken aback. That's absolutely impossible. The auction continued. The 7th item was a Heaven-tier spear technique, sold for 1.3 billion. The 8th item was a Chi Dan Mist mysterious underworld breaking pill, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. The starting bid was 50 million, with a minimum increment of 1 million. After several rounds of bidding, the price reached 1 billion. Suddenly, a towering man with a long sword on his back stepped out from a VIP room, clasping his hands in respect. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Yi Guqing, offer 1.3 billion. I came specifically for a Chi Dan Mist mysterious underworld breaking pill, and I kindly ask everyone to let me have it. Sorry for the trouble." The room fell silent. People whispered, "Yi Guqing? The Prodigy blade cultivator? The one who reached 18th place on the previous True Dragon list, defeating several near cauldron transformation experts with his late swirling Dan realm strength." The auctioneer called out, 1.3 billion going once. At that moment, a voice emerged from another high-level VIP room. "I bid 1.4 billion. Apologies, Lord Yi." I also have urgent need for the Qi Dan Mist mysterious underworld breaking pill. May the highest bidder win. Despite Yi Guqing being a formidable figure on the True Dragon list, he was a lone wolf. In the eyes of truly powerful factions, the strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Unless you possess the strength to single-handedly oppose an entire powerful entity or background, there are some things in this world that will inevitably be out of reach. Yi Guqing heard someone outbid him, and a hint of helplessness and frustration flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, 150 million. This was the maximum he could offer. However, the voice from the premium VIP room echoed again. 160 million. My apologies. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's eyes slowly lowered, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Without looking back, he turned and walked out. Since he could not win the bid for the Ichi Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill, there was no point in staying. With his level of skill, he could certainly seize it by force, but his path of the sword emphasized integrity and he disdained such actions. Ultimately, the Ichi Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill was sold for 160 million. In a certain premium VIP room, President Mo watched Yi Guqing's departing figure and shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, even a hero can be stumped by a lack of funds, let alone a near billion. Besides, I'm sure even if Yi Guqing raised his bid to 160 million, that person would still outbid him. Just then, a voice emerged from within the beast egg. President Mo, please invite Yi Guqing over. What? President Mo was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly understood. Oh, all right, I'll go get him. With that, he left the VIP room to catch up with him. President Ma seemed to have figured something out as well and remarked softly, I must say, the senior's idea is quite clever. After speaking, Lin Xiang, from within the beast egg, continued to focus intently on refining. The auction continued with the ninth item also, the second-to-last in Erki Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill taking the stage, instantly pushing the auction to its peak. Almost every major power's VIP room enthusiastically joined the bidding. After all, the Erki Danwu Pill was far more rare than the Ichi Danwu. Following fierce competition, the Erki Danwu Shimming Breakthrough Pill finally sold for an astronomical 325 million. At that moment, President Mo returned to the VIP room with Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing's face was a mix of surprise and apprehension. Having hit rock bottom, his spirits had unexpectedly lifted, and he saw a glimmer of hope. Standing there, he was both expectant and nervous, unsure of what was about to unfold. If someone else sought him out, Yi Guqing would likely ignore them. However, the person standing before him was the president of the Alchemist Guild, someone he couldn't afford to dismiss. In the eastern region, no matter which dynasty or power one visited, this president would be warmly welcomed and treated as an honored guest. Yi Guqing recalled his recent visit to Tianyuan City. The first place he went was the Alchemist Guild, hoping to find the urgently needed elixirs. Unfortunately, the highest grade available was the top-grade Shimming Breakthrough Pill, which didn't meet his requirements. He eventually found the elixir he needed at an auction, but couldn't afford it due to a lack of spirit stones. Now, with President Mo personally seeking him out, Yi Guqing couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with the Shimming Breakthrough Pill or the elusive elixirs. Lord Yi, I'm here to take you to meet a senior figure, President Mo said. It was this senior who requested your presence. So, when you meet them, make sure to be respectful. As they approached the door to the VIP lounge, President Mo reminded him once again. Yi Guqing was astonished and replied repeatedly, What? A senior wants to see me? All right, I understand. I'll be careful. Who could this senior figure be? Someone even an 8th grade alchemist would call a senior. What kind of status did they hold? A sense of nervousness, which Yi Guqing hadn't felt in years, surged within him. The two entered the VIP lounge one after the other. Just as Yi Guqing was about to pay his respects to the only person standing inside, President Mo spoke first. This is Vice President Ma of our guild. Hello, Vice President Ma. Yi Guqing greeted, then asked curiously, President Mo, where's the senior? President Mo glanced at the beast egg and whispered, the senior is inside the beast egg. We just need to wait here for them to emerge. This all right. Yi Guqing immediately agreed. He recognized the beast egg that had caused a commotion during the auction and was surprised to learn that the mysterious senior had purchased it, intending to refine it rather than hatch it. The sword manual auction is about to start. I'll take care of it first, President Mo said casually. Yi Guqing was bewildered, as he was solely focused on acquiring elixirs and had no interest in other auction items. Meanwhile, the auction hall was entering the final item phase. The auctioneer held a heritage jade slip and briefly introduced it. Next is the final item of our auction. I'm sure everyone knows what it is, so I won't elaborate. The starting bid is 10 billion, with each increment at a minimum of 1,000. It's worth mentioning that if this item fails to sell again, it will be transferred to our Southern Region auction branch. Many in the hall started to grumble. Just throw that thing in the warehouse. No one in their right mind would buy it. The reputation is ruined. Everyone who bought this sword manual before regretted it. 10 billion. I could buy 2 top-grade heavenly sword manuals for that price. Alright, folks, let's call it a day and head out. Some people began packing up and leaving. The auctioneer forced a smile, thinking even he didn't want to bring this item out. But the higher-ups hoped someone might bid on it, and if they returned it later, they could collect $1 billion in breach of contract FISA pure profit, an easy windfall. Just then, a voice from a high-tier VIP lounge called out a bid, 10 billion and 1,000. Everyone was stunned. Whoa, here comes a big spender. Isn't that the VIP lounge that bought the beast egg? Talk about having more money than sense. The auctioneer widened his eyes and asked, honored guest, are you sure about the bid of 10 billion and 1,000? Confirmed, responded the VIP lounge. The auctioneer wasted no time and quickly announced, all right, 10 billion and 1,000 going once. He feared that if he waited a few more seconds, the bidder might change their mind. Plus, selling this 10 billion sword manual meant $1 million spirit stone commission for him, which was a significant sum. 10 billion and 1,000 going twice. 10 billion and 1,000 going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring our auction's grand finale. The auctioneer beamed with satisfaction. The others sighed in disbelief. 10 billion, that's insane. The auction concluded, and the events of the past few days were sure to spread throughout Tianyuan City. Soon after, a knock came on the door of the high-tier VIP lounge where Lin Xiang was. President Mo opened it to find the auctions manager delivering the 10 billion sword manual. Oh, it's President Mo. An honor to have you here. Please forgive the lack of proper reception. The manager was surprised to see President Mo, especially since he had purchased the 10 billion sword manual. No need for formalities, I'm just helping someone else, President Mo replied. By the way, could we discuss something? Of course, President Mo. The manager asked curiously. Those 2 elixirs just sold for a total of 4,850 million, right? President Mo inquired. Yes, originally we were going to charge a 1% commission. But since you secured the grand finale sword technique, we've decided to waive the fee. You only need to pay an additional 515 million, the person in charge explained with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. Chairman Imo nodded thoughtfully and said, your bank is very considerate. Let me be straightforward, could I pay the remaining amount for the 10 billion sword technique with elixirs? This wasn't his idea. It was Lin Xiao's suggestion before he refined the beast egg. Hearing this, the person in charge furrowed his brow and hesitated. What kind of elixirs does Chairman Imo intend to use for payment? After all, a 5 billion deficit is significant, and dealing with ordinary elixirs would take some time. Chairman Imo didn't reply verbally. Instead, he took out 2 exquisite jade bottles from his pocket and handed them over. The person in charge was momentarily stunned but quickly accepted them. Just 2 bottles? He thought to himself. Could these be extraordinary elixirs? With curiosity, he carefully opened them for inspection. As soon as he saw what was inside, his pupils dilated in shock. He quickly replaced the caps, his voice trembling slightly with astonishment. Chairman Imo, are you sure you want to use these 2 elixirs to cover the remaining spirit stones? Is that not acceptable? Chairman Imo asked calmly, his expression as serene as ever. Yes, absolutely. The person in charge's face instantly lit up with a fawning smile, his attitude taking a complete turn. Chairman Imo, here is the grand finale sword technique. Please take it. Chairman Imo nodded and took it with composure. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, the person in charge respectfully withdrew. He was inwardly ecstatic, thinking he had struck gold. This auction had turned out to be incredibly fortunate. Not only did they sell that cumbersome 10 billion sword technique, but they also received 2 premium elixirs Chi Mist Profound Nether Breakthrough Pills. These are highly sought after and can fetch a high price. Calculated at an average of 3 billion per pill, they netted an additional billion in profit. After the person in charge left, the 2 chairmen continued to stand by the beast egg, waiting patiently. However, Yi Guqing couldn't sit still. He had keenly sensed the aura of the elixirs Chairman Imo handed over. The rich, unique fragrance unmistakably belonged to the profound nether breakthrough pill. Coupled with the earlier conversation, 2 elixirs covering over 5 billion spirit stones must be Chi Mist level profound nether breakthrough pills. Yi Guqing was quietly elated, having finally found the elixirs he had long dreamed of. Time ticked by, and about an hour passed. Suddenly, crack, crack, the shell of the beast egg began to break. Following a loud boom, the shell shattered completely. Lin Xiao's figure slowly emerged from within. However, at what seemed to be an ordinary moment, a subtle change quietly occurred. As the eggshell broke, an extremely faint wisp of black smoke silently attached itself to Lin Xiao. This went unnoticed by everyone, including Lin Xiao himself, as if it had never happened. As the eggshell of the mythical beast cracked open, Yi Guqing instinctively straightened his posture. His heart pounded vigorously, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At this moment, it felt as though his fate hung by a thread. entirely dependent on the words of the senior about to emerge. I am Yiguching, greetings to the senior. His words abruptly halted. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape, as if struck by lightning, he stood frozen in place. Senior? Yet standing before him was a mere youth, and his cultivation level was only at the 5th layer of the Wheel Sea realm? Yiguching's mind was in turmoil. How could the senior described by the 2 guild presidents appear like this? It was unfathomable. While Yiguching was immersed in shock, the 2 presidents spoke with respect. Senior, you have finally emerged. I have already delivered the 2 pills you entrusted to me, and here is the 10 billion sword manual. Please accept it. President Imo quickly handed over the manual. Lin Xiang accepted the manual, not in a hurry to inspect it, but first storing it in his spatial ring. With a smile, he courteously said, "Thank you for your efforts, presidents." President Imo quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. Please feel free to call on us for such matters in the future, senior." To them, forming an acquaintance with such a young 9th-grade alchemist was an immense honor. They thought to themselves that if senior Lin Xiang could solve the problem of multiple cultivation insights in the future, he would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Establishing this connection could have a profound impact on the Alchemist Guild's future. Observing the esteemed presidents of the Alchemist Guild displaying such reverence, the hesitation in Yiguching's eyes was swiftly replaced by resolve. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee and respectfully said, "Senior, I have a request." Lin Xiang turned his gaze to Yiguching, scrutinizing this man who resembled a sharp, treasured blade. "I know you're seeking the mysterious nether-breaking pill of the mist transformation level. Is it because someone close to you has a damaged dantian, hindering their ability to cultivate or break through?" Lin Xiang asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Yiguching's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. He had never disclosed this secret to anyone. How did this young senior know? Casting a wary glance at the 2 presidents, he ultimately confessed, "My son was injured during a training exercise, and despite trying numerous methods, I couldn't heal him. Finally, a wise person advised me of this solution." Lin Xiang suddenly asked, "What is your current strength? What level of opponents can you handle?" Yiguching hesitated for a moment before replying, "I am currently at the half-step cauldron transformation stage, with an 85% comprehension of blade intent. I can easily handle typical half-step cauldron transformation opponents, and I can hold my own against early to mid-stage cauldron transformation experts." The 2 presidents were visibly surprised by this revelation. Yiguching, ranked 18th on the True Dragon list and known for his exceptional blade skills, had achieved such a formidable level of blade intent comprehension. However, Lin Xiang showed little surprise, merely saying indifferently, 85% blade intent, not bad. Easily handling half-step cauldron transformation opponents is sufficient. With a flick of his right hand, he tossed a bottle of pills. "I can give you the pills, but I don't need spirit stones." Yiguching carefully caught the bottle, feeling both astonished and delighted. Something he had sought for years was now in his hands so effortlessly, it all seemed like a dream. "Senior, may I open it to take a look?" Yiguching asked respectfully, suppressing his excitement. "Of course," Lin Xiang nodded. With trembling hands, Yiguching slowly opened the bottle cap. As he saw the pills inside, he stood as if struck by lightning, his hands shaking uncontrollably, eyes filled with disbelief. Three mist aura mysterious nether-breaking pills? This, Yiguching stammered, momentarily forgetting how to articulate his thoughts. His excitement had long been replaced by trepidation. A 2 mist aura mysterious nether-breaking pill was already worth 3 billion. The value of a 3 mist aura level was likely comparable to the sword manual the senior had just purchased. "Please, senior, clarify your intentions," Yiguching asked anxiously. Recalling the senior's earlier inquiry about his strength, he worried whether he would be tasked with assassinating a cauldron transformation expert. Although he could fight against early to mid-stage cauldron transformation experts, it was only an even match. If faced with a fellow prodigy at the cauldron transformation level, he would likely have to flee. The gap between half-step cauldron transformation and cauldron transformation was vast, like a chasm. Lin Xiang suddenly asked, "Are you familiar with the sword demon sect of the Great Wei Dynasty?" Yiguching furrowed his brows and replied, "Senior, I'm aware of the Great Wei Dynasty, but I've never heard of the sword demon sect." That wasn't surprising. In the Eastern Domain, there are over 100 dynasties. Lin Xiang knew that being acquainted with the Wei Dynasty was already a rare feat. He got straight to the point and explained to Yiguching the current predicament of the sword demon sect. "I'll provide you with the elixirs, and in return, you guard the sword demon sect for a year. How about it?" Lin Xiang proposed. "I'm not asking you to take the initiative to kill any enemies, but if someone attacks, don't let them leave." Yiguching was momentarily stunned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Was that all? He had anticipated some monumental task, but it turned out to be merely guarding a sect. Besides, The Wei dynasty's strength in the Eastern domain didn't even rank in the top 30. Even with a Huading realm expert, it was still average, not worth his concern. If such is your request, even if you only offer a single killable elixir, I would gladly accept, Ye Guqing thought to himself. The 3 killable Xiaming breakthrough elixirs were an incredible opportunity for a Xindan Huading realm cultivator. Ye Guqing's expression turned solemn, and he spoke with a firm voice. I will remember your kindness, senior. Once my son's issue is resolved and I have guarded the sword demon sect, I will follow you without hesitation. The weight of this favor was immense. Ye Guqing had spent half his life accumulating 1.6 billion. Yet this favor was worth over 10 billion. He couldn't think of any other way to repay it than to pledge his allegiance. Lin Xiang responded calmly, let's talk about that later. For now, you should head to the sword demon sect quickly. Yes, senior. I will administer the elixir to my son immediately, and then proceed to the sword demon sect. Ye Guqing replied respectfully. Lin Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. Ye Guqing bowed deeply once more before swiftly departing. Watching Ye Guqing's retreating figure, Lin Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. Originally, he had planned to return personally, but the gains from the auction had changed his mind. Rather than defensively guarding the sect, why not directly storm the Wei dynasty's palace? Wouldn't that be more exhilarating? Turning to the 2 presidents beside him, Lin Xiang said, if you 2 have any matters to attend to, feel free to leave. I need to enter seclusion for a while. The 2 presidents understood, recognizing this as a polite way of asking them to leave. After exchanging a few courteous words with Lin Xiang, they respectfully took their leave. Once they had left, Lin Xiang instructed those outside not to allow anyone in. He then took out the sword technique Jade Slip, valued at 10 billion. He was eager to explore it and see if it was truly worth the price. Lin Xiang carefully examined the Jade Slip of the 10 billion sword technique in his hand. Its ancient and weathered appearance silently spoke of the long years it had endured. He focused his mind, and with a slight movement of his thoughts, the contents of the Jade Slip surged into his mind like a tide. The lines of text were not visible to the naked eye but appeared directly in his consciousness. Each character carried an indescribable charm, as if it embodied a profound meaning. Lin Xiang immediately realized the precious nature of this Jade Slip. It was a legacy Jade Slip. Every character was personally inscribed by a supreme expert, using the power of their artistic conception. This made it invaluable and impossible to replicate. Simply knowing the sword technique without the Jade Slip would make it impossible to truly grasp its mysteries, no matter how high one's comprehension. After focused reading for 15 minutes, Lin Xiang finished reviewing the entire 10 billion sword technique, but a look of confusion appeared on his face. He drew his spiritual sword and performed the technique he had just comprehended. The sword light flickered, displaying some sharpness, but that was all. Lin Xiang furrowed his brows, his confusion growing deeper. Why does the 10 billion sword technique only seem to be at the level of an earth-rank sword technique? Lin Xiang pondered to himself. No, if it were merely an earth-rank sword technique, there would be no need for a legacy Jade Slip. The value of a legacy Jade Slip far exceeds that of several earth-rank sword techniques. He sheathed his spiritual sword, calmed his mind, and once again delved into studying the 10 billion sword technique. Judging by the characters infused with the power of artistic conception on the Jade Slip, it couldn't possibly be as simple as an earth-rank sword technique. Lin Xiang immersed himself fully, dedicating himself to the exploration of the sword technique. Time flew by. A day passed, then 2, and Lin Xiang was still fully absorbed in the comprehension of the 10 billion sword technique, showing no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Guqing had already given his son the Sanqi Danwu Xiaming breakthrough pill. The results were unexpectedly good. His son broke through to the Xiandan realm that very day and increased his blade intent from 1.5% to 3%. Even more gratifying for Ye Guqing was the noticeable increase in his son's affinity for blade intent after taking the pill. He was confident that with enough time and resources, his son's achievements would not fall short of his own. This deepened Ye Guqing's respect and gratitude for the mysterious elder. Without hesitation, after ensuring his son's stable consolidation of his realm in Tianyuan City, he hurriedly set off for the Great Wei Dynasty. In just 2 days, Ye Guqing arrived near the Sword Demon sect. Even before approaching, he saw the army surrounding the sect. This force of nearly 10,000 was mainly composed of Luan High realm cultivators, led by 5 Xiandan realm peak experts and 1 half-step Huading realm master. Seeing this formation, Ye Guqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. After entering the Great Wei Dynasty, he had casually inquired about the situation of the Sword Demon sect and the Great Wei royal family. It was said that the Sword Demon sect had 3 Xiandan realm peak experts, but no half-step Huading realm presence. In contrast, the Great Wei royal family was much stronger, with the Wei king rumored to be a Huading realm master, supported by 2 half-step Huading experts and no fewer than 10 Xiandan realm peak experts. Ye Guqing chuckled coldly. thinking that the Great Wei royal family had no intention of allowing the Sword Demon sect to continue existing by deploying such a heavy force. He surmised that without the protection of the sect's grand formation, the Sword Demon sect would likely be wiped out in a few days. At that moment, a loud cracking sound echoed all around. Crack, crack, crack. The sect's protective formation was breached. Ha ha ha, members of the Sword Demon sect, your protective formation is gone. Do you still wish to resist? Shouted a leading Xiandan realm peak expert. Our Wei King has said that if you hand over Lin Xiang, everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, how long do you think your Sword Demon sect can hold out? Opposite him, Sect Master Fang's face was grim, his eyes filled with coldness. Hand over Lin Xiang? Let them off the hook? Who would believe such nonsense? In any battlefield, only the victor has the right to set the rules. Before Sect Master Fang could speak, an old man with white hair stepped forward. It was clear from his demeanor that he was quick-tempered. What nonsense are you barking? The white-haired old man sneered. Unless you can beat me oni on own. Don't even think about me handing over my disciple. Moo old turtle, do you really think I can't break your shell? Retorted the Xiandan realm peak expert from the Great Wei royal family. It turned out this outspoken white-haired old man was Mu Lao, the guardian of the sect's library. Dare to fight me? Mu Lao stepped forward 3 paces, using provocation to challenge. Fight it is, do you think I'm afraid of you? The Xiandan realm peak expert exchanged a glance with his own half-step Huading master, then drew his long knife and charged forward. In an instant, Mu Lao and the knife-wielding Xiandan peak expert were locked in battle. As they exchanged blows, Mu Lao skillfully maneuvered under the protection of the Blue 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal, while the knife expert grew increasingly alarmed. He had long heard of Mu Lao's formidable defense within the Sword Demon sect. After several exchanges, the knife-wielding cultivator, who had nearly perfected his skills, suddenly realized he had miscalculated. His seemingly elderly opponent not only possessed astonishing defensive abilities, but also had extraordinary strength and speed, surpassing him in every aspect. The old man's prowess was far beyond expectations, causing the Blade Master to feel a sense of unease. As the battle continued, the Blade Master found himself steadily losing ground. After a few more rounds, it was as if he received an unspoken command, and he abruptly retreated. In that instant, a jet-black spear emerged from the void, its tip brimming with a terrifying, destructive intent. With a sharp whoosh, the spear struck Mu Lao's chest with overwhelming force. The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed as his chest caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown to the ground like a kite with a broken string, causing the earth beneath him to collapse rapidly. Mu Lao, Old Mu, Elder Mu. The members of the Jianma sect cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with concern as they looked towards the ground, before turning their anger towards the Wei royal faction. Master Fang glared at one of the opponents, questioning sharply, a half-step into the cauldron transformation realm and you resort to a sneak attack? Have you no shame? It was this half-step powerhouse who, taking advantage of Mu Lao's battle with the Blade Master, launched a surprise attack, breaking through Mu Lao's defenses in one strike. This unexpected turn of events left the members of Jianma sect at a loss. The spear-wielding adversary showed no shame, scoffing. What's the problem? You're all going to die anyway. Does the process matter? Jianma sect has only 3 troublesome individuals. With 1 down, the remaining 2 are hardly worth worrying about. You. Master Fang was fuming, yet helpless. The disparity in strength was too great, and the rules seemed to have lost all meaning. At this moment, an elderly man with gray hair and a white robe slowly approached Master Fang. Despite his haggard appearance and tall, thin frame, Master Fang regarded him with respect. Master, the old man spoke. Please, Elder Gung. Master Fang replied respectfully. Elder Gung said calmly, leave this one to me, but in the future, the Brahma sword tomb will need your careful attention, Master. Elder Gung, you sigh. Sect leader Fang hesitated, wanting to stop Elder Gung but unable to find a suitable reason. Elder Gung said nothing more, stepping forward slowly, each step exuding an increasingly powerful aura, like a sword about to be unsheathed. Just then, a bloodied figure crawled out from the collapsed ground. Elder Gung, why are you in such a hurry? I cough. I'm not dead yet. Just wait a moment. It was Elder Mu, who had just been sent flying. For once, Elder Gung allowed himself a small smile. I knew you weren't dead. So, Lin Xiang will be your responsibility from now on. Elder Mu's mouth twitched, but he showed no sign of backing down. Don't struggle. You will all die together, and the entire Sword Demon sect will be buried with you. The spear-wielding semi-Daoist expert said coldly, casting a wary glance at the white-robed, gray-haired Elder Gung. With a thought, a set of dark, glowing spiritual armor appeared on him. Dark radiant spiritual armor? Sect leader Fang exclaimed in shock, his face turning even more grim. Seeing the opponent's armor, Elder Gung furrowed his brow. The Wei royal family had clearly come prepared, intending to annihilate the Sword Demon sect completely. Even if he gave his all, he might not be able to kill a semi-Daoist expert wearing top-grade spiritual armor. But how would he know if he didn't try? Elder Gung's gaze grew colder. At this moment, Elder Mu also stood up fully, taunting the spear-wielding expert. How about a bet? Whether the Sword Demon sect survives today or not, your Wei royal family won't last more than 3 years. Within 3 years, the Wei dynasty's name will be history. All you have is a sharp tongue, the semi-Daoist expert retorted disdainfully. I'm hard all over. Wanna try? Elder Mu sneered. Die! The semi-Daoist expert shouted angrily, his spirit spear striking out with unstoppable force, as if to tear through space and pierce everything. Elder Gung's eyes narrowed, his sword already in hand, ready to intercept the deadly strike. However, a figure moved faster than them all. Bang! A loud crash accompanied by a cry of pain sent the semi-Daoist expert flying backward. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The Wei royal family members stared in disbelief at the figure who had suddenly appeared, astonished that someone could send their semi-Daoist expert flying with a single blow. The Sword Demon sect members were also puzzled, unsure who this unexpected ally was. Thank you for your help. May I ask who you are? Sect leader Fong asked, both grateful and anxious. Greetings to Sect leader Fong. I am Yi Guqing, here at the behest of someone to protect the Sword Demon sect. The newcomer introduced himself. Yi Guqing? The 18th on the previous True Dragon list? The Wei royal family members were taken aback. The top 20 on the True Dragon list were all extraordinary talents, and the Sword Demon sect managed to enlist such a person. Sect leader Fong was equally surprised. So it's Master Yi. I've long admired your reputation. Could you tell us who entrusted you with this task? That? I'll have to ask the senior's permission. Yi Guqing replied calmly. Sect leader Fong was puzzled. Even Yi Guqing referred to someone as a senior, which meant they must be a Daoist stage expert. But when had the Sword Demon sect ever connected with a Daoist stage expert? With Yi Guqing stepping in, Elder Gung sheathed his sword and withdrew his aura, reverting back to the frail old man. He helped the barely standing Elder Mu back to the Sword Demon sect side. Haha, what's the matter, Elder Gung? I told you, I'm unbeatable in bets, always winning. Want to place another bet? Elder Mu joked, clearly in high spirits. Elder Gung glanced at him and snorted. Your shell got cracked. What's there to be proud of? Cracked? Let him face me directly. I'll let him strike dozens of times before I retaliate, Elder Mu boasted, knowing full well his injuries would take ages to heal. He might as well brag while he could. Yi Guqing. Helping the Sword Demon sect means opposing the Wei royal family. Consider the consequences carefully, the spear-wielding semi-Daoist expert shouted angrily, his hands trembling, blood seeping from his hands, showing the impact of the earlier strike. So what if I oppose the Wei royal family? Yi Guqing replied coldly. You damn it, tell me, what did they offer you to protect the Sword Demon sect? The Wei royal family can pay double, the semi-Daoist expert demanded. Double? Ha ha ha, you can't afford it. Yi Guqing laughed. The senior's kindness to me is something the Wei royal family could never repay. Yi Guqing, don't be too arrogant. This is the Wei dynasty. Do you think we lack Daoist stage experts? The semi-Daoist expert threatened, seeing that neither persuasion nor intimidation worked. Yi Guqing tilted his head, as if recalling something. Oh, I almost forgot. The senior did tell me one thing. The semi-Daoist expert's face lit up, thinking Yi Guqing was intimidated by the mention of Daoist stage experts. The Sword Demon sect members, however, frowned. Yi Guqing continued. The senior also told me that if anyone attacks the Sword Demon sect, there's no need to let them leave. The moment the gun wielder, who was half a step into the cauldron realm, heard Yi Guqing's words, a chill ran down his spine. In the blink of an eye, Yi Guqing vanished into thin air. What? What's he planning? The gun wielder exclaimed, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, a piercing scream sliced through the air. A powerful cultivator at the peak of the swirling core realm from the Wei royal family was split in two by a sharp blade aura, dying instantly. Damn it, it's the break cloud and cut moon technique. The gun wielder growled through clenched teeth. Everyone, attack. We need to deal with Yi Guqing first. He summoned all his spear intent and unleashed his most powerful spear technique. Though he couldn't match Yi Guqing Unyanon, with an army at his side, he believed they could overwhelm him. Bring it on. Yi Guqing's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. Ever since his son was injured, he had swallowed his pride to beg for medicine, suppressing his fiery temper. Now, he could finally unleash his pent-up rage. Chasing the sun at dawn, Yi Guqing's blade intent erupted with the force of a rainbow piercing the sun, instantly tearing through the dark clouds. Slash! With a thunderous roar, the clouds churned and spun, the oppressive gloom dispelled by countless blade lights. Under this overwhelming blade aura, the gunwielder's mystical powers crumbled instantly, leaving him defenseless. The Wei royal forces were utterly routed in moments, suffering heavy casualties. The few swirling core realm experts couldn't withstand even a casual strike from Yigucheng. He targeted only those at the swirling core realm and above, dismissing the lesser cultivators of the Wheel Sea realm as insignificant. This is the power of a true dragon ranking expert, the onlookers exclaimed in awe. Yigucheng's eyes gleamed coldly as he fixed his gaze on the terrified gunwielder. It's your turn. The gunwielder, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, his fighting spirit completely shattered. Too weak, Yigucheng sighed, though he didn't let the man escape. He swung his long sword with full force, concentrating 80% of his blade intent at the tip. It's over. The blade light flashed, and a towering blade aura struck the fleeing gunwielder. With a series of cracking sounds, his dark spiritual armor shattered. The blade light pierced through his body, the surrounding space trembling violently. The gunwielder exploded into a mist of blood, scattering his fragments on the ground. With the battle concluded, Yigucheng smiled at Sect Master Fong. Sect Master Fong, I'll leave the rest to you. Could you arrange a quiet place for me to rest? Sect Master Fong quickly agreed. Of course, of course. Elder Gung, wrap things up. I'll find a place for Lord Yi to rest. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Gung responded, not needing to draw his sword to handle the remaining enemies. Soon, the Wei royal forces, who had thought victory was assured, were completely annihilated, save for a few minor escapees. This shocking news quickly reached the Wei royal palace. In the grand hall of the palace, King Wei was furious, berating his officials for their incompetence before dismissing them. 2 of the 3 half-step Cauldron Realm experts had perished at the Sword Demon Sect, not directly at their hands, but still because of them. A true dragon ranking expert? Yigucheng? Damn it. Why is the Sword Demon Sect attracting such a presence? King Wei pondered. He was ranked 18th on the true dragon ranking 10 years ago. Even I might not be able to keep him here now. And with this year's true dragon ranking approaching, I can't afford to be distracted by dealing with Yigucheng. At that moment, a voice echoed in King Wei's mind. What's there to worry about? It's just Yigucheng. In my prime, I could kill him with a breath. He was 18th in the last true dragon ranking, so he must still have a trace of national fortune within him. Absorb it, and your cultivation will advance further. King Wei glanced at the strange dragon-shaped ring on his hand and whispered, You think I don't want to? But I'm not confident I can take him down. The voice spoke again. Don't worry. I'll pass you a secret technique. Dealing with a mere blade cultivator will be a breeze. Listen to me, and with my help, the top 10 of the true dragon ranking will be within reach. Fine, tell me. I'm listening. King Wei agreed outwardly. The dragon-shaped ring glowed faintly. Good. With your talent, you should master it within 10 days. Let the Sword Demon Sect and Yigucheng have their moment for now. The voice said. All right, King Wei replied, focusing on absorbing the secret technique in his mind. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the Tianyuan auction house, Lin Xiang had spent 3 days studying the 10 billion sword technique. He had read it countless times, and no wonder it had failed to sell in other realms. Even with his exceptional comprehension, he couldn't grasp it after thousands of readings, let alone ordinary people. On the 3rd day, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's it, he realized. The 10 billion sword technique appeared to be an Earthgrade sword method, but it was actually a single sword style. To execute it, one must transform an entire sword technique into a single move. Lin Xiao's eyes shone brighter as he gripped his long sword again. Sword shadows overlapped densely, filling the room. He failed once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Finally, after another 4 hours, Lin Xiao's face was pale, but his eyes gleamed like a beacon. Open for me, he shouted. The jade slip containing the 10 billion sword technique shattered instantly, and a silver-white aura surged into Lin Xiao's body. But as soon as it entered, it was absorbed entirely by the black little sword, his life-bound Dao artifact hovering above his energy sea. A crack appeared in the void of the VIP room, and an overwhelming void and darkness flooded in, accompanied by a terrifying, chaotic aura. Everything in the room was drawn in, destroyed, and pulverized. Even the room's protective formations were utterly dismantled. Close. Lin Xiang quickly swung his sword again. The frightening void crack and force vanished. A strong sense of dread surged from his chest, a sign of extreme danger. Lin Xiang realized that with his current cultivation, it was best not to wield the 10 billion sword technique's single move lightly. Or rather, until he fully comprehended it, he shouldn't use it casually. Esteemed guest, what happened here? Is everything all right? The auction house manager hurried over, concerned. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. How much do I owe for the damages? Lin Xiang apologized. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain range 1,000 miles away, a massive, pitch-black beast spoke to 2 even larger beasts beside it. Everything is ready. It's time to bring back the master. Well done, nightmare. A massive beast sneered, its blood-red eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow. This time, we won't just safely bring our master over. We won't spare the humans of Tianyuan City either. Two other equally gigantic beasts echoed its sentiment, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. Nightmare chuckled with satisfaction. Don't worry. After my reconnaissance, I found that the major powerhouses of Tianyuan City are not in the city these days. No one can stop us. Good. Shall we proceed? Let's go. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang was just leaving the auction house. Despite having wrecked a VIP lounge beyond recognition, the manager didn't demand compensation. Instead, they bowed and invited him to return. After all, a single VIP lounge was worth only a few thousand spirit stones, while Lin Xiao's random purchases could easily bring them hundreds or even thousands of times that in value. Lin Xiao thought to himself that it was time to return to the Sword Demon sect. He couldn't help but worry. Had Yi Guqing arrived yet? What was the current situation at the Sword Demon sect? He hoped he wouldn't return to find it in ruins. With these concerns in mind, Lin Xiao quickened his pace, determined to check on the situation as soon as possible. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. Frowning slightly, Lin Xiao gazed into the distance. The 9-nether demon suppression seal was reacting again, or more precisely, the desolate realm was stirring. Ever since he consumed the mutated wind wolf in the stalactite cave and later refined the mysterious giant egg, Lin Xiao had discovered a shortcut to rapidly enhance the desolate realm through beasts. Whether by killing, consuming, or refining them, beasts could quickly increase his desolate realm. The reason, perhaps, was that the cultivation path of beasts shared some affinity with the desolate realm. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao dashed towards the direction of the sensation, which led to the city gate. The closer he got, the more excited the 9-nether demon suppression seal became, even more so than when he encountered the mysterious giant egg. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout Tianyuan City. Lin Xiao slowed his pace, puzzled. This is Tianyuan City, a place teeming with powerful individuals. What could possibly go wrong here? A beast tide is coming, a massive one. Everyone, prepare the highest level of defenses. A hurried voice echoed through the city. Quick, activate the city's protective array. Oh my god. Ironback bears, storm tigers, ironwing griffins, 6, 7. How could there be so many half-step transformation realm beasts? Report to the city lord immediately and request reinforcements. If we don't get support soon, Tianyuan City is doomed. Someone tried to calm the crowd. Don't panic. Tianyuan City is home to countless powerful individuals. No matter how big the beast tide, as long as they intervene, we can deal with it. Though Tianyuan City, situated near the Beast Mountain Range, experienced beast tides every year or two, they were usually small-scale, with a few hundred beasts causing disturbances at the gates. But this time, with a seemingly endless wave of beasts, it was a first for the city. The ground began to tremble slightly, capturing the attention of every cultivator in Tianyuan City. In the distance, a vast, dark mass covered the sky, filled with flying and running beasts, too many to count. Buzz. The city gates closed immediately. A translucent white barrier rose around Tianyuan City, a protective array far stronger than any typical sect's defenses. These beasts have gone mad, everyone exclaimed, their faces pale with fear. Yet, the thought of the 3 transformation realm experts residing in Tianyuan City offered a glimmer of hope. That hope, however, was short-lived. A piece of bad news spread rapidly. Terrible! The city lord and several major faction leaders are out on business today and won't return for a day or two. What? What did you say? At such a critical moment, the city lord and the leaders are absent? This is outrageous. It's over. It's over. In a few minutes, the beast tide will breach the city. Even with the protective array, how can it hold against so many beasts? Everyone was stunned. The transformation realm experts were away? It seemed like a cruel joke. Soon, figures flashed along the city walls. 4 half-step transformation realm experts, accompanied by over 20 core formation experts, arrived at the scene. Gazing at the overwhelming beast army, especially the 7 half-step transformation realm beasts, their expressions changed. This was a situation they had never encountered before. This is troublesome. Do we even stand a chance? One of the half-step transformation realm experts asked in fear. Another replied resolutely, I don't know if we have a chance, but we have no retreat. Behind us are our factions, the citizens of Tianyuan City. Do you intend to flee? I've already sent a message to the city lord. If we hold out for a day, they can return. Hearing this, the expressions of those present brightened slightly. If it was only a matter of holding out for a day, there was hope. Once the city lord returned, the crisis would be resolved. They wouldn't even need to act. The protective array alone could last a day or two. Thus, the defenders of Tianyuan City prepared for battle, awaiting the oncoming beast tide. Everyone was on edge as they prepared for battle, fully alert and ready. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air boom. As a massive wave of beasts crashed against the outermost shield of the city's protective barrier, countless creatures threw themselves at the barrier in a frenzied attack, with the booming sounds of the assault filling the air continuously. The protective barrier around Tianyuan City was composed of 2 layers, one situated 10 miles out and another 3 miles from the city. Seeing that the beast horde was held back by the barrier 10 miles away, everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Despite the relentless pounding, the indestructible barrier showed no signs of breaking. Even if the outer layer were breached, the inner defenses would remain intact. In that case, they would dispatch forces to hold the line, confident that they could withstand the assault for at least a day. Lin Xiang stood atop the city walls with the others, witnessing the dramatic scene unfold. He felt a mix of relief and slight regret. The wild energy within him was restless, urging him to leap into the fray. Lin Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes at this impulse. Though eager to quickly enhance his abilities, he wasn't foolish. Facing such a massive beast horde, terrifying barely described the threat. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Wheel C realm, charging recklessly into battle would be nothing short of suicidal. Lin Xiang decided to wait and see how things developed. If the City Lord and the other 2 experts at the Cauldron Transformation realm arrived to lead the charge, he would follow them, seeking opportunities in their wake. However, if the barrier was breached before the reinforcements arrived, he wouldn't play the hero. After slaying a few beasts, he would retreat without hesitation, knowing that his own life was paramount. Finding a suitable spot to sit, Lin Xiang began to cultivate while keeping a close eye on the beast horde relentlessly attacking the barrier in the distance. Just then, an eerie black mist silently seeped into the city, bypassing the protective barrier with ease. Sensing the location of the Sovereign's mark, the black mist was puzzled. Why is the Sovereign's mark on the city wall? After the initial shock, the black mist silently crept up the city wall through the dark corners. At this moment, everyone's attention on the wall was focused on the surging beast horde, and no one noticed this inconspicuous shadow. The black mist quickly reached the location of the mark, looking around and searching, yet it was puzzled. Where is the Venerable One? The black mist thought anxiously. Apart from a human, there was no sign of the Venerable One. It knew very well that the Venerable One, in the form of a beast egg, couldn't be stored in a spatial ring. That's precisely why it had painstakingly marked it and, along with 2 other big shots, meticulously planned this beast revenge and egg-stealing operation. The plan was perfect, but reality was harsh. Venerable One, where are you? After searching around, the black mist finally focused on the human. The mark of the Venerable One emanated from this person. Perhaps he knew the Venerable One's whereabouts. With no one around, the black mist hesitated no longer. It decided to use the dream infiltration technique to enter this human soul world. After all, he's just a mere 5th level Wheel C ant. Even if he dies, it won't cause much of a stir, the black mist mused to itself. Enter the dream, the black mist murmured, merging eerily into the body of the 5th level Wheel C cultivator. Lin Xiang, who was cultivating, felt a jolt in his spirit and suddenly found himself in a vast, white, illusory world. He looked around and realized this must be his dream or spiritual world. Did I fall asleep while cultivating? He guessed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. Tell me, have you seen a large red beast egg? Lin Xiang became alert. What are you? The voice responded calmly. I am the master of dreams. You just need to answer my question. Lin Xiang frowned, knowing that only he should control his dreams. Show yourself, he demanded. The voice threatened. Boy, I advise you not to offend the great master of dreams. If you don't cooperate, I will erase your consciousness. Lin Xiao's expression darkened. He closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. The voice continued smugly. He. There's no need for futile resistance. I am. Before it could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted with a cold snort. Show yourself. He reached into the void, and a mass of black mist was pulled out. The black mist was shocked. How did you do that? How can you find me? That's impossible. Aren't you just at the Wheel C stage? Lin Xiao stared at the talking black mist, his gaze serious. I'll give you one chance. Tell me, what exactly are you? The black mist scoffed. Give me a chance? Human, do you really think finding me is impressive? Here, I am the absolute ruler. As it spoke, its form began to expand, its aura becoming menacing. What was once a mere black mist now transformed into a colossal, terrifying beast, advancing step by step toward Lin Xiao, as if to devour him. Lin Xiao remained motionless, but he found himself bound by a force, unable to move. This is quite an odd sensation, he remarked. Here, he couldn't use his spatial ring, nor could he create objects out of thin air. However, he sensed a power he could wield. As the monstrous beast approached, its massive black maw opened, Lin Xiao gently extended his finger. Gravity intent, activate. Boom. The once arrogant beast roared in pain and crashed to the ground. Intent force? A mere fourth-level wheel C human has comprehended an intent force. The colossal beast exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. It seems the power of intent can restrain you. He admitted that he was a bit nervous when he first saw this creature. But after discovering its weakness, the tables had turned. Restrain? Human boy, you're overthinking it. Just a little bit of intent force, and you think you're something? I am the king of dreams. Don't underestimate me. The beast roared, growing larger. The black mist around it burning like flames as it stood up again. Oh, really? Lin Zhao's eyes twinkled with amusement. Just a little bit of intent power? Indeed, the gravity intent is only at 10%, a bit weak. Let's try something else. A flash of blood-red light flickered in Lin Zhao's eyes, and in an instant, the whole world was turned upside down. Endless darkness engulfed all light like a tidal wave, and an aura of death spread throughout. Suddenly, blood-red clouds filled the sky, and raindrops, as red as fresh blood, began to fall. The ground cracked open, and countless skeletons emerged, forming an army of tens of thousands, millions, even tens of millions, swiftly surrounding the formidable beast. Bone claws climbed and bone teeth tore, trapping the beast in a sea of white bones. What is this monstrous thing? The beast cried out in terror. Let go of me. Get away. It hurts so much. Get away. Ah. It struggled desperately to escape, only to find its limbs entangled by countless skeletons, like vines, rendering it immobile. The beast was utterly panicked, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. What is this power? You, a mere human. How do you possess such terrifying strength? Lin Xiao sneered dismissively. Is that all the backbone you have? I thought you could put up more of a fight. His tone was filled with disappointment. The beast gritted its teeth through the pain and forced out a question. Human boy, don't get too cocky. I have one last question for you. Where is the sovereign? Lin Xiao was taken aback, puzzled. What sovereign? What are you talking about? He felt completely at a loss. Had this creature entered his soul world just to ask this? The beast egg that appeared at the auction. The beast shouted urgently. Realization dawned on Lin Xiao, and he replied honestly, I ate half and refined the other half. The beast's pupils constricted in disbelief as it muttered to itself. You said what? No wonder, no wonder. That's why you have a trace of the sovereign's aura on you. So that's it. It must have parasitized inside you. Yes, that's it. The sovereign cannot die. Lin Xiao looked at it as if it were a lunatic, speaking slowly. I've answered your question. Now, it's your turn. What exactly is this sovereign? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's question, the beast made of dark mist froze. When it looked at the human again, its gaze became incredibly complex. Emotions such as disdain, admiration, reverence, and fear intertwined in its eyes. The Supreme Being is not something you humans are worthy of knowing. Right now, you're merely a vessel for the Supreme Being's growth. The dark mist beast roared amidst gnawing bones, its voice filled with contempt and anger. Lin Xiao, however, remained calm, almost enjoying the apocalyptic scene before him. With a cheerful smile, he said, Do you think it's possible that I've already completely absorbed and refined your Supreme Being? Upon hearing this, the dark mist beast's eyes widened in rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, it bellowed. Immediately, a sense of alarm surged within it. No, I must inform the other two masters about this. With this thought, a look of determination appeared in the beast's eyes. There was a loud crack, followed by a thunderous explosion, and the beast formed from dark mist shattered into hundreds of pieces. A small portion of the mist remained entangled with the countless bones, but most of it desperately fled outward. It realized that the human before it was too strange, and staying any longer would only deplete its energy. Rather than risk that, it chose to sacrifice a part and quickly leave to report the situation to the other two masters. Hey, trying to run already? Lin Xiao called out, his tone teasing. Human, don't be so arrogant. Your Tianyuan city is being attacked by our beast army right now. How long do you think your city's protective barrier can hold? The dark mist beast yelled as it fled, attempting to retaliate with words. Lin Xiao suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Have you ever seen the Milky Way? The dark mist beast didn't respond, thinking that this cunning human was definitely stalling for time. It didn't want to engage, only to escape as quickly as possible. Lin Xiao found himself deeply interested in this space, whether it was a dream space or a soul space. He found it fascinating. If 30% of the slaughtering intent could manifest such an apocalyptic scene, what would his sword intent be capable of? With this thought, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, the apocalyptic scene collapsed instantly. The sky filled with red clouds and blood rain vanished, and everything returned to darkness. The fleeing dark mist froze in midair, as if immobilized. What are you doing now, human? The dark mist cried out in terror. Since its birth, it had visited countless dream spaces, even those of powerful beings. Yet, not even the strongest could manipulate the dream space with such ease. This human was far too enigmatic, a true nemesis for its kind. Lin Xiang didn't reply, but the dark world began to change again. Stars began to appear in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with twinkling lights. Countless stars formed a galaxy, brilliant and mesmerizing. This is the starry sky of my homeland. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Xiang asked softly. The dark mist cursed inwardly. Beautiful my foot. I just want to escape right now. For some reason, those dazzling stars gave it an intense sense of danger. Lin Xiang continued. Someone like you, from the backwoods, surely hasn't seen this before. Let me be generous today and show you a meteor shower, right here in this otherworldly space. With that, he casually pointed at the sky. Instantly, the stars began to fall, each one trailing a long streak of sword light. The magnificent scene of the falling stars was entirely formed by sword intent. The meteor shower gradually filled the entire sky. Ah, a manifestation of sword intent at the pinnacle level. Who are you? Could it be that our supreme being, amidst the dark mist's shrill cries, its form was shattered by the countless starlight swords? All of the dark mist was sliced into a peculiar, unconscious energy and delivered to Lin Xiang. What is this? Lin Xiang wondered, a hint of confusion in his gaze. His intuition told him it wasn't harmful. With a sense of curiosity, he absorbed a small amount of the strange energy. Suddenly, he felt a clarity in his soul. The mysteries he had been pondering over the past days regarding the billion sword techniques seemed to unravel. Is this an increase in comprehension? No, it's not. Lin Xiang quickly realized. To be precise, it's an enhancement of soul essence. He likened it to having a top-tier CPU but placing it in a computer with only 1 gigabyte of memory, unable to showcase its full potential. Only by increasing the memory could the CPU's performance truly shine. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. What a generous beast. If only more of these delivery service beasts would come my way. Without further hesitation, he absorbed all the remaining energy into his body. Instantly, his soul essence began to grow rapidly. Ah, what a pity. There's only this one, Lin Xiao lamented. The delightful sensation made him reluctant to return to the Sword Demon sect so soon. After all, the nearby beast forest lacked such extraordinary beasts. While Lin Xiao was completely resolving the dark mist, an unnoticed change was quietly occurring in a secluded area on the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, several miles away. A massive, pitch-black beast rolled its eyes before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Though its life force lingered, its consciousness had completely faded. An hour had passed since the onset of the beast tide. Atop the city walls, numerous powerful warriors stared intently at the approaching horde, their expressions grim. A chilling report reached them. The city lord and 2 other Huading realm experts, who were rushing back, had encountered 2 Huading realm beasts en route and were locked in fierce combat, unable to break free anytime soon. This meant that Tianyuan City had lost its strongest reinforcements and had to rely on its own strength to weather this unprecedented crisis. A sense of anxiety enveloped the entire city as time ticked by excruciatingly slowly. Suddenly, a deafening boom accompanied by a violent tremor echoed through the air. With a crack, the outer protective barrier shattered. Gasps of disbelief erupted from everyone as they watched in shock. The barrier, expected to hold for at least a day, had been breached in just a few hours, clearly underestimating the power of this beast tide. As the beast army surged toward Tianyuan City like a colossal wave, even with the inner protective barrier still in place, fear spread through everyone, chilling them to the bone. A relatively strong half-step Huading warrior shouted in a deep voice, "Damn it! All half-step Huading and Shindan realm warriors willing to fight, gather here at once. To protect our loved ones, our forces, our families, and the hundreds of millions of citizens of Tianyuan City, we must fight with all we have." Despite the palpable fear, a small group of individuals stepped forward. Some had trembling legs, others had terror in their eyes, and some were filled with dread, yet they bravely moved ahead. They understood that facing such a massive beast tide, they would likely perish even if they chose not to fight. Instead of waiting passively for death, they decided to rise and fight back. I'm in. Count me in too. And me. Let's go. What's there to fear? They're just beasts. Let's kill them all. At that moment, an unexpected figure joined the ranks. A young man at the 5th level of the Luanhai realm stepped forward, his expression unusually calm, devoid of any fear. Instead, as he looked toward the oncoming beast tide, a fervent glimmer sparked in his eyes. The gazes of numerous half-step Huading and Xiandan realm experts fell simultaneously on Lin Xiang as he stepped forward. They raised their eyebrows in surprise, but quickly regained their composure. In their eyes, a youth with a Luan High realm cultivation likely wouldn't make much of an impact in the impending beast tide. An elder Xiandan realm expert, with a weathered face, stepped forward and gently advised, "Young man, this mission is to hold back the beast tide. With your Luan High realm skills, it might be better for you to stay at the city gate." Lin Xiao stood tall, his eyes firm. "I want to go along. Protecting Tianyuan is everyone's responsibility." Protecting Tianyuan is everyone's responsibility? This statement struck everyone present like a hammer on an anvil. They looked at this youth of the 5th level Luan High realm in disbelief, showing such resolve in the face of a terrifying beast tide. Among the crowd, some Xiandan realm experts, who had been hesitant, suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. If a Luan High realm kid dares to step up, why should I hide? I'm joining this mission too. A gruff voice broke the silence. Damn it, I'm in too. It's just a beast tide. Count me in as well. I've got nothing to lose if I die. So be it. Count me in too. Lin Xiao's words were like a spark that ignited the courage in everyone's hearts. More and more people stepped forward, joining the team preparing to set out. The other experts couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with newfound respect, silently admiring him. This kid is impressive. Hope kindled in everyone's hearts. If they could buy some time until the city lords returned, Tianyuan might be saved. The Xiandan realm expert spoke again, his tone a mixture of admiration and concern. "Young man, I admire your courage, but I still say, with your Luan High realm skills, you shouldn't go. We Xiandan and half-step Huading experts can fly, moving freely. If you get caught in the beast tide, there's no way out." Flying is a hallmark ability of Xiandan realm experts. Even if one has perfected the Luan High realm, without breaking through to Xiandan, flying is impossible. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, his tone resolute. "Thank you for the advice, but this time, I'm going no matter what." As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Xiao's feet left the ground, and his entire body rose into the air. In a flash, he appeared beside the Xiandan realm expert, moving with astonishing speed. Huh. My god, that Luan High realm boy can fly. The speed he just showed is no slower than other Xiandan realm experts. How is this possible? Isn't it said that only those who reach the Xiandan realm can fly? Maybe he has some extraordinary talent. Such people do appear occasionally. Everyone was amazed, speculating that Lin Xiao might have a special talent or had learned some secret technique. The Xiandan realm expert was momentarily speechless. Although Lin Xiao could fly, he was still only at the 5th level of the Luan High realm. Facing this massive beast tide, he might not make much of a difference. If this mission was a 1 in 9 chance of survival for others, for this young man, it was a 1 in 10 chance of death. Just then, another Xiandan realm expert shouted, "Old Qin, come over here. We need to assign the action plan. Bring the kid along. He can follow behind us and help clean up." "All right, I'm coming." The Xiandan realm expert, known as Old Qin, replied, then turned to Lin Xiao. "Come along and stay close to me." Lin Xiao nodded and followed Old Qin to the side of the action group, listening as the half-step Huading experts assigned tasks. The situation was dire for humans. The massive beast tide included 7 half-step Huading beasts, over 100 Xiandan level beasts, and countless Luan High level beasts. On the human side, there were only 4 half-step Huading experts, and they had managed to gather just 23 Xiandan realm experts. This team might be formidable under normal circumstances, but against the overwhelming beast tide, it seemed insignificant. There were 2 ways to end this beast tide. Either eliminate all the high-level beasts or kill 2/3 of them, forcing the rest to retreat. On the surface, the first method seemed simpler and more direct. However, high-level beasts had intelligence comparable to humans. They often hid in the center of the beast tide, sending cannon fodder ahead. In the beast-infested mountains, trying to kill these high-level beasts with only 4 half-step Huading experts was as difficult as reaching the heavens. In just 2 minutes, Tianyuan City's special elite action team was ready to set out. They were Tianyuan City's only hope. If they couldn't hold back the beast tide for a while, Tianyuan City would face annihilation. As for fleeing, with comparable strength, how could 2-legged humans outrun 4-legged beasts? Moreover, the average strength of this beast tide far exceeded that of Tianyuan City's inhabitants. This special elite action team consisted of 28 people, 4 half-step Huading, 23 Xiandan realm, and 1 Luan High realm. Their mission was clear: to buy time. By any means necessary, they had to hold back the beast tide, killing if possible. The team's pace was swift, and in just a few breaths, they clashed fiercely with the beast tide. Despite the disparity in numbers, like ants charging an elephant, these warriors fearlessly charged into the rolling beast tide. For formidable cultivators, each just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of their power, unleashed their long-prepared mystical abilities simultaneously. Their sword and saber strikes roared like a tsunami, instantly reducing swathes of monstrous beasts to mere fragments. This sudden onslaught momentarily halted the momentum of the beast tide. Stay close, Lin Xiang. It's about to get intense. One of the seasoned cultivators, at the Showdown stage, advised while brandishing his gleaming blade, charging into the horde of beasts surrounding them. Got it, Brother Chun. Don't worry about me, just keep yourself safe, Lin Xiang replied, raising his sword to fend off the oncoming wave of beasts. The battle erupted with fierce intensity. The elite squad was quickly encircled by the monstrous horde. Although these were merely the outer ranks of the beast tide, with their strength barely reaching the Luan high stage, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. Yet, how could these beasts stand against the elite squad? Every second, hundreds of beasts fell under their relentless assault. However, such casualties were insignificant to the vast beast tide. The high-ranking beasts at the heart of the tide remained indifferent, calculating that if these cannon fodder could deplete the human spiritual energy, their eventual intervention would be all the easier. Both sides harbored their own strategies, causing the beast tide to advance sluggishly due to the elite squad's resistance. Observers on the distant walls of Tianyuan City watched with mixed emotions of guilt and worry. Some silently chastised themselves for not training harder, failing to reach the Showdown stage, while others, despite having reached it, lacked the courage to join the fray. Nonetheless, their hearts were with the warriors on the battlefield, fearing for their safety. On the battlefield, each member of the elite squad relentlessly cut down the surrounding beasts, with blood and body parts flying everywhere. At that moment, within the beast horde 100 meters from Lin Xiang, a mid-Showdown stage fox-like beast stealthily approached. Its eyes gleamed with cunning and murderous intent. It thought to itself, with so few humans, it would be best to eliminate the weakest first, one by one. After slicing through two sea realm creatures with his sword, Lin Xiang darted toward another pair of beasts with the speed of an arrow. This ability to fly wasn't something he was born with. Rather, it came naturally after he refined a mysterious beast egg known as the Sovereign. Recently, while contemplating the billion sword techniques, his flying skills harmonized with his body, becoming as instinctive as breathing. For Lin Xiang, flying was as effortless as moving his limbs. Beyond flying, Lin Xiang sensed another mysterious power lurking within him, though he couldn't yet identify it. This only heightened his curiosity about the true identity of the Sovereign. As Lin Xiang slew several more beasts, a faint sense of danger suddenly came from behind him. 9 Nether Demon Seal. His heart tightened, and a layer of deep blue light appeared around him. Watch out, Brother Lin Xiang, there's a core formation beast behind you, warned a cultivator surnamed Chen, himself at the core formation stage. But it was too late. With a crisp crack, a figure struck Lin Xiao's neck with its claws. However, the scene that followed left all spectators in shock. Despite the beast's claws landing squarely on Lin Xiao's neck, they didn't even scratch his skin, and he remained completely unshaken. Lin Xiao slowly turned to face his attacker amid-stage core formation fox-like beast. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. Is this weakling all I've been waiting for? The fox-like beast was dumbfounded. Its full-force attack hadn't even breached Lin Xiao's defenses. It felt as if it was clawing at a block of ancient iron rather than a human. While it was still in a daze, its paw was firmly grasped by an iron-like hand. The beast struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. A savage look flared in its eyes as it opened its jaws wide to bite Lin Xiao's head. The onlookers were terrified, believing that even if Lin Xiao could withstand the claw, this bite might be fatal. Yet Lin Xiao remained unfazed. He swiftly sheathed his sword and thrust his free hand into the beast's mouth, grabbing its tongue. Despite the beast's sharp teeth biting down, they left no mark on him. The beast's eyes widened in shock, emitting a muffled whimper that seemed to plead for mercy. Lin Xiao coldly glanced at it before letting out a sharp cry and exerting his arms with sudden force. With a tearing sound, the beast let out a piercing scream as its body was ripped apart. A yellow light shot out from it, attempting to flee, but Lin Xiao quickly caught it. A demon core, equivalent to a human's core formation, Lin Xiao mused. Without hesitation, he crushed the core, releasing a dense mist of spiritual energy. As the 9 Nether Demon Seal operated, the surrounding beast's blood and the spiritual mist were absorbed by Lin Xiao. The deep blue light on his body gradually turned to a pale purple, indicating that the 9 Nether Demon Seal was on the verge of breaking through from the 6th to the 7th level. Holy crap, this guy is insanely powerful. Are we sure this is a Sea Realm cultivator? Since when could they so easily defeat a core formation beast? Damn, seeing him handle it so effortlessly makes me want to jump in myself. Sea Realm or not, this guy shines like a star. Just watch. This guy is definitely a prodigious talent. The spectators on the city wall were awed by Lin Xiao's immense power. To kill a core formation beast was a feat most Sea Realm cultivators could only dream of achieving. Even the elite team members were stunned. Who is this young man? With such strength, he shouldn't be an unknown figure, they thought. No wonder he volunteered to fight on the front lines. He really has the skills. After dispatching the fox-like core formation beast, Lin Xiao wasted no time and charged deeper into the beast horde. Each elite team member was so engrossed in their battles that they didn't notice how every beast Lin Xiao killed sent a surge of blood energy into him, rapidly enhancing his strength. Astonishingly, Lin Xiao showed no signs of fatigue, maintaining peak condition, truly mastering the art of fighting to strengthen himself. His prowess in slaying core formation beasts didn't go unnoticed by the demons. Soon, 3 core formation beasts encircled him. Yet, as they approached, they were overwhelmed by a mountain-like pressure, leaving them breathless. With a swift flash of his sword, the 3 beasts didn't even have a moment to react before their heads were severed from their bodies. 3 core formation beasts, dead in an instant. If tearing apart the fox-like beast had been shocking, this scene left all witnesses utterly aghast. My God, this is unbelievable. Everyone gasped, unable to believe the power of this young sea realm cultivator. Has the Luanhai realm become this powerful already? In the midst of the beast tide, a high-level demonic beast on the verge of transformation fixed its gaze on Lin Xiao, letting out an earth-shattering roar. It then bellowed instructions to the other beasts nearby. In an instant, all the high-level beasts, except for the 2 overseeing from the center, howled towards the sky and surged forward like a tidal wave. On the city walls, the guards erupted with excitement. They're coming. All the high-level beasts are on the move. Great. Our half-step transformation experts are at their peak, hardly having used any strength. Exactly, and it's all thanks to that Luanhai realm youngster. That kid is fighting more fiercely than ever, showing no signs of fatigue. He's finally provoked the beasts. That young man is a force to be reckoned with. Truly impressive. The guards cheered genuinely, knowing that the early mobilization of high-level beasts was highly advantageous for the human side. The elite squad members perked up, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. A half-step transformation expert slashed through a swath of beasts before him, shouting, "Everyone, the real battle is about to begin. Haha, bring it on. I haven't had my fill yet." Another team member responded excitedly. "Just finished warming up, and the timing is perfect. Thanks to that young brother, we might just hold off this beast tide. Don't get complacent. Stay sharp, everyone," the captain sternly reminded. "Yes, understood," the team echoed in unison. With a thunderous roar, the elite squad engaged fiercely with the high-level beasts, the aftermath of their battle sweeping across the area, reducing many low-level beasts to dust. At this moment, 3 high-level beasts, each at the peak of the Shindan realm, charged towards Lin Xiao. Among the thousands of beasts in the tide, there were only a little over 100 high-level ones, so sending 3 against Lin Xiao was a testament to the threat he posed. "Lin Xiao, run. I'll come help you soon," a teammate, embroiled in his own fight with a high-level beast, shouted anxiously. Despite having witnessed Lin Xiao's strength before, he doubted Lin Xiao could handle 3 high-level beasts at once. "Brother Chin, take care of yourself, I'm fine." Lin Xiao appreciated the concern but wore a peculiar smile as he calmly watched the approaching beasts. Heh, he chuckled softly, and with a thought, activated the desolate intent. Instantly, an aura strikingly similar to that of the high-level beasts emanated from within him. 3 high-level beasts charged towards Lin Xiao, disdain gleaming in their eyes. They thought to themselves, why would it take 3 of them to deal with a mere human at the Wheel C stage? Surely, just one of them could easily finish him off. Even though they had seen this human defeat 2 beasts at the Swirl Dance stage before, they still didn't regard Lin Xiao as anything formidable. One of the beasts spoke with contempt in its voice, "Human, isn't it an honor to die by our hands?" For high-level beasts, speaking human language was not difficult. Another beast, impatient, interrupted, "Why waste time talking? I'll just deal with him myself." With that, it lunged forward. However, at that moment, a strange aura suddenly emanated from Lin Xiao. This aura instantly halted the 3 high-level beasts in their tracks. They stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, as if witnessing something impossible. "Your Excellency," they exclaimed in shock. "Why does a human have the aura of our Lord?" This aura not only astonished the 3 high-level beasts, but also terrified other surrounding beasts, who now looked at Lin Xiao with extreme fear. Seeing their reaction, Lin Xiao discreetly slipped the divine movement talisman back into his ring, feeling secretly pleased with its effectiveness. After absorbing the energy from a beast egg at an auction, Lin Xiao's desolate intent had increased by over 20%, reaching its current 40%. By utilizing the desolate intent, not only could he enhance his physical attributes to their limits, but he could also emit this peculiar aura. It wasn't until he encountered the black mist beast that he realized this must be the aura of the so-called Excellency. He had tested it and found that this aura had no effect on humans, but judging by the beast reactions, it had a significant impact on them. With a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, Lin Xiang seized the moment while the three high-level beasts were in a daze. He quickly summoned his spiritual sword. A sharp, suffocating sword light pierced through the sky, directly targeting the seemingly weaker high-level beast. The beast instinctively sidestepped to avoid the strike. But Lin Xiang had already anticipated its move. With a squelch, sound, and a shrill cry, the terrifying sword in tint and energy split the beast and its core in half, killing it instantly. Damn it! What is happening? The remaining two high-level beasts shouted in terror, retreating hundreds of meters. Lin Xiang took the opportunity to absorb the life essence and blood energy of the slain beast. The surrounding beasts, instead of attacking Lin Xiang, backed away, leaving him a clear space. This bizarre scene shocked all the onlookers. People on the city walls were stunned. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. Why weren't the three high-level beasts attacking this we'll see stage youth? How did the youth single strike kill a beast with full swirl dance stage power? It was beyond their understanding. Members of the elite squad close to Lin Xiang wore expressions of disbelief. Even the four half-step cauldron transformation experts looked at Lin Xiang in bewilderment. Sixteenth sword intent? They thought in shock. Is he even human? A cultivator who hasn't even reached the swirl dance stage has comprehended sword intent to sixteenths? Where did this monstrous sword cultivator come from? What baffled them even more was the reaction of the surrounding beasts. Not only were ordinary beasts acting this way, but even high-level beasts seemed to have lost their minds. This was beyond their realm of understanding. By now, Lin Xiang had finished absorbing, and his aura grew even stronger. He swung his sword, slaying a swath of surrounding beasts, then charged towards the remaining two high-level beasts. Stay back! The two high-level beasts roared in anger, turning to flee. They knew this human had to be killed, yet their bodies wouldn't obey when they tried to attack. This was a feeling they had never experienced before, and it was incredibly frustrating. This bizarre chase left all spectators dumbfounded. They had never seen a Wheel C stage level 5 cultivator chasing two full swirl dance stage beasts. It was completely beyond their comprehension. As Lin Xiang pursued them, he continued to reap the lives of surrounding beasts. This allowed his desolate intent not only to be sustained indefinitely, but also to grow stronger. The excellency aura became increasingly intense. In the center of the beast horde, a half-step cauldron transformation beast roared in fury. Stop! What are you doing? Why aren't you killing that human? The two high-level beasts being chased responded in terror. Lord, this human has the aura of the excellency. When we try to attack, our bodies stop on their own. A high-level beast being pursued shook its head bitterly, unable to believe its senses. What? The aura of the Supreme One? Have you gone mad from being squeezed by a tree? Scoffed the half-step cauldron-forming beast, dismissing such absurdity. In its eyes, the Supreme One was of noble status and could never be associated with a mere human. It concluded that the human must have used some despicable trick. With this thought, the half-step cauldron-forming beast signaled to its companion and then lunged towards Lin Xiang in the distance, determined to personally deal with this detestable human. In an instant, the number of high-level beasts being chased increased from 2 to 3. However, this situation did not last long, quickly reverting to 2. Lin Xiang had seized an opportunity, swiftly grabbing one beast by its tail. The scene that followed was terrifying. Lin Xiao's arms erupted with incredible strength, swinging the high-level beast like a hammer and smashing it repeatedly into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times, until the beast was a mangled mess, its demon core shattered. Only then did Lin Xiang stop. He's insane. That human is truly insane, exclaimed the half-step cauldron-forming beast that had come to assist, feeling utterly hopeless. It had to admit that its companion's earlier words were true. The human did indeed exude a potent aura of the Supreme One. Every time it attempted to attack, its body would freeze involuntarily, unable to break through this bizarre barrier, no matter how hard it tried. Damn it! This is infuriating, it roared internally. And so, the fierce beast tide gradually lost its momentum. Lin Xiang moved like a lightning bolt, weaving through the wave of beasts, leaving chaos and bloodshed in his wake. Ordinary beasts trembled in fear, paralyzed. High-level beasts scattered in panic, risking death with the slightest misstep. The entire beast tide had become Lin Xiao's personal hunting ground. What was even more despairing for the beasts was that this enigmatic human seemed tireless, growing stronger with each battle. Finally, with Lin Xiang and a human half-step cauldron-forming expert joining forces, 2 half-step cauldron-forming beasts were brutally slain. The remaining ones let out anguished roars to the sky, signaling a retreat that rippled through the entire beast horde. The beast tide began to recede, leaving both ordinary and high-level beasts relieved. Finally, we can go home, they thought with a sigh of relief. However, just as the humans were celebrating, with the elite team in high spirits, the miraculous young man Lin Xiang, who had almost single-handedly driven back the beast tide, seemed consumed by battle frenzy. Shockingly, he chased after the retreating beasts. This scene left all onlookers dumbfounded. The elite team exchanged bewildered glances, filled with questions. The crowds on the city walls were left speechless, unsure of how to react. The ordinary beasts were terrified, unable to fathom why this human refused to relent. As for the high-level beasts, watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure, only one thought echoed in their minds. You? Are you the crazy number 6? As the young boy from the Luanhai realm darted back into the retreating beast tide, a member of the elite squad, a half-step Huading powerhouse, shouted urgently, "Young friend, don't pursue a desperate enemy. Be careful of the beast tide's backlash." They were already satisfied with the current outcome. Under the threat of this massive beast tide, Tianyuan City's losses were limited to only the damage to the outer protective formations and a few injured Xiandan cultivators. Most astonishingly, there were no fatalities, which was nothing short of a miracle. And the one who wrought this miracle was the young boy from the Luanhai realm, whom they initially underestimated. Like a lone warrior, he single-handedly tore through the beast tide, shining brightly amidst the roaring darkness. The boy in the distance seemed to hear the call, hesitated slightly, but did not stop, plunging once more into the beast tide. The formation of the beast tide became even more chaotic, and their retreat hastened. The half-step Huading powerhouses on the human side hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to pursue. Though the beast tide was repelled, its overall strength had not been significantly weakened. Of the 7 half-step Huading demon beasts, only 2 had died, and fewer than 20 high-level demon beasts were lost. Most of these losses were at the hands of that Luanhai realm boy. As for the other fallen low-level demon beasts, they were negligible to this massive beast tide. The beast tide retreated only because the high-level demon beasts sensed a threat to their lives. They feared none would escape if they delayed longer. The elite squad returned to Tianyuan City, inciting a wave of cheers and celebration throughout the city. "It's unbelievable. We actually held off the massive beast tide. Why hasn't that boy who achieved such a great feat returned? What is he doing alone in the beast tide? Don't worry, didn't you see how the beasts feared him? True, it's strange why the beasts dare not attack him. Let him be. The more beasts he kills, the better I feel. Though he's only in the Luanhai realm, I feel he'll definitely have a place on the True Dragon list this time." Yes, the True Dragon list is about to open. I wonder who will top it this year. Never mind, let's go drink. Tonight, it's on me. Let's not go home until we're drunk. Meanwhile, deep within the beast tide, Lin Xiang was in a frenzy. With no one watching, he unleashed his full power. His mastery of gravity, slaughter, desolation, and sword intent flowed freely, each strike claiming the lives of a dozen beasts. As he fought, he absorbed energy and pushed the boundaries of his cultivation. This didn't feel like a beast tide. It was an endless pool of experience. The half-step Huading beasts and other high-level beasts couldn't stop him. As they approached this human, they felt the aura of a supreme being. Any attempt to stop him resulted in their injury or death. The combat prowess he demonstrated posed a severe threat to their survival. Their only option was to use the beast tide to stall him and quickly retreat to the demon beast mountain range. While their power was influenced by the supreme aura, the Huading-level demon beast kings certainly wouldn't be. If this human dared to chase into the depths of the mountain range, those powerful beings would ensure he paid a heavy price. Thus, the chase and slaughter continued for most of the day, until the beast tide finally retreated to the demon beast mountain range. To the frustration of the half-step Huading beasts and other high-level beasts, the human didn't pursue any further. Damn, that's too cunning. Come on, keep chasing if you dare. Come in and try. Many high-level beasts roared at Lin Xiang, trying everything from provocation to insults. Yet, the human left without a backward glance, showing no interest in further battle. This scene infuriated the beasts to the point of spitting blood, and several high-level beasts sustained internal injuries from their anger. Humans are too despicable. Roar. The beasts let out cries of impotent rage. Hearing the beastly roars behind him, Lin Xiang wore a satisfied smile. The harvest was immense. He could have continued hunting beasts for a few more hours and left when nearing the mountain's depths. However, he chose to leave now because his body was already brimming with energy. His entire chi was filled with beast blood and life essence, making further slaughter pointless. After hours of relentless fighting, his desolation intent had risen to 60%, and his slaughter intent to 50%. The 9 nether-suppressing demon seal, a major consumer of experience, finally broke through to the 7th level, reaching the purple grade. More importantly, his cultivation had advanced to the 7th level of the Luanhai realm. Once he fully refined the massive gains within, he was certain to ascend 2 more levels. With this in mind, Lin Xiang flew off in one direction, concentrating on refining the energy within him as he traveled. Lin Xiao's true target was not Tianyuan City, but the Wei Dynasty. It was time to settle some old scores. 10 days later, Lin Xiao stood before the imperial palace of the Wei Dynasty. As he gazed at the opulent and magnificent structure before him, a cold smile crept onto his lips. How much blood and tears had been shed to build this lavish palace? Taking a deep breath and gathering his spiritual energy, Lin Xiao called out loudly, "Where is the king of Wei?" Lin Xiao of the Sword Demon Sect is here to pay a visit. His voice boomed like thunder throughout the palace, causing the very air to tremble. This was his way of issuing a challenge bold and direct. Before arriving, Lin Xiao had already learned from others about the recent events in the Wei Dynasty. 10 days ago, Yi Guqing had swiftly arrived at the Sword Demon Sect and eliminated all the envoys sent by the Wei royal family, including a formidable half-step cauldron transformation expert. This battle had severely weakened the Wei royal family, drastically reducing their strength. Now, the Wei royal family was left with only a king who had recently reached the cauldron transformation stage and an elder who was a half-step cauldron transformation. To Lin Xiao, the half-step cauldron transformation was no longer a threat. As for the king, despite his recent breakthrough, Lin Xiao was eager to test his own strength against him. The Lin Xiao of today was a far cry from the one who had emerged from the Wujie ruins. Back then, he would have been overpowered by a half-step cauldron transformation expert, but today, he had the confidence to face a full cauldron transformation. As soon as Lin Xiao's words faded, within just 2 seconds, a squad of guards surged out of the palace like a tide, surrounding him. Leading them was a captain with a perfect will-see cultivation, who glared at Lin Xiao and shouted sternly, "How dare you? Do you think you can call out His Majesty's name so casually? Capture this arrogant fool. No one from any faction will leave here today." The guards moved in at the command, rushing towards Lin Xiao. However, in the next moment, accompanied by a series of dull thuds, they all cried out in pain and were sent flying backward. The captain's face changed drastically, and before he could utter another word, Lin Xiao's fist shot toward him like lightning. The speed was suffocatingly fast. Just as the captain was about to be sent flying, a heavy thud was heard. Lin Xiao's seemingly casual punch was blocked by a sturdy young man in combat attire. Although the young man was pushed back 3 steps by the force, he managed to stand his ground firmly. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince," the captain exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness." The other guards struggled to their feet and respectfully saluted. "Greetings to Your Highness." Lin Xiao looked at the young man with interest. The Crown Prince? A standout among the younger generation of the Wei Dynasty? He pondered this, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The Crown Prince patted the captain of the guard on the shoulder, signaling them to step back. His gaze then locked onto Lin Xiao, not with hatred, but with a burning desire for battle. "So, you're Lin Xiao? Come on, let's see what you've got. I've heard you're quite formidable," the Crown Prince eagerly announced, his voice brimming with excitement. Lin Xiao was taken aback, unsure of how to respond to this unexpected challenge. Seeing his hesitation, the Crown Prince quickly explained, "A few days ago, Qianing Shu came to the Great Way looking for you. When I met her, she claimed that Lin Xiao of the Sword Demon Sect was stronger than me. To face her, I must first defeat you." He then whispered, "By the way, thanks for dealing with the third prince for me." Lin Xiao suddenly understood, sighing inwardly at the chaos this demoness from Qian Kingdom had stirred. Looking at the Crown Prince, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the coldness of the royal family. It was laughable that he had killed the prince's brother, yet the prince thanked him. "You're not my match. Call out King Wei," Lin Xiao said calmly. Hearing this, the guards who had just gotten back on their feet couldn't help but chuckle. This young man was too arrogant. Did he really think that defeating them made him invincible? The Crown Prince was an unseen-a-century genius of Great Wei, having only lost to the Grand Princess of Great Qian, and never defeated by peers. This young man's spiritual energy was only at the peak of the Wheel C stage, not even reaching the revolving core stage. So how could he compare to the mid-revolving core stage Crown Prince? "You've got quite the mouth on you," the Crown Prince frowned. "But my father isn't in the palace. Didn't you encounter him on your way from the Sword Demon Sect?" Lin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, his brow furrowing. "You mean King Wei went to the Sword Demon Sect?" "That's right. But if you rush back now, it might be too late. The Sword Demon Sect could already be razed to the ground by my father and the elders," the Crown Prince stated frankly. Without another word, Lin Xiao turned to leave, but the Crown Prince blocked his path. "Wait, battle me once, and I'll let you go." "Fine, then take this punch," Lin Xiao said coldly, his eyes frosty. Without waiting for a response, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch with desolate intent. The Crown Prince was overjoyed at this, his spiritual energy surging as he met the punch with one of his own. Royal Overlord Fist. The two punches collided with a dull thud. There was no earth-shattering scene, but a figure was instantly sent flying 100 meters away. Blood arced through the air as the crown prince crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The guards were stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The number one of the younger generation in Great Way, defeated so easily by a youth not even at the revolving core stage? When they regained their senses, the young man had already leaped into the air, crushed a talisman, and vanished without a trace. Learning that King Wei had headed to the Sword Demon Sect with a half-step cauldron transformation expert, Lin Xiang was anxious. He crushed a swift talisman, fully unleashing the 1,000-mile light step technique, and sped towards the Sword Demon Sect like a shooting star. A journey that should have taken a day, Lin Xiang completed in just 2 hours. Seeing the destroyed protective formation and the corpses of disciples scattered about, his eyes filled with killing intent. He only hoped Yiguqing could hold them off and minimize the sect's losses. However, when he reached the main peak, the scene before him took him by surprise. The atmosphere was tense, and the disciples of the Sword Demon Sect glared angrily at the sky. Sect leader Fong and Elder Mu were collapsed on the ground, severely injured. Most worrying for Lin Xiang was Yiguqing, his trusted ally, lying lifelessly on the ground. In the sky, 2 figures were fiercely battling, sword energy rampant. It was Elder Gung of the Sword Pavilion fighting against the half-step cauldron transformation expert. Nearby, a dignified middle-aged man hovered with a smile, his aura terrifying, dominating the scene. This was King Wei, a true cauldron transformation expert. Lin Xiang instantly teleported to sect leader Fong and Elder Mu's side. The 2 elders were startled to see him appear suddenly. Lin Xiang, why did you come back? Didn't you see the cauldron transformation expert here? Sect leader Fong exclaimed, both surprised and anxious. You foolish boy, are you here to die? Elder Mu trembled with anger, coughing uncontrollably. Lin Xiang blinked, surprised by their intense reactions. But he had to return. If he was any later, the Sword Demon Sect would be doomed. After all, this was his original sect, and he had attachments to it. Their reaction drew the attention of others. The disciples whispered among themselves, some worried Lin Xiang was walking into a trap, others blaming him for bringing disaster, and some lamenting that if he could lie low for a few more decades, he would surely become a cauldron transformation expert. Meanwhile, King Wei also noticed Lin Xiang. He stared at Lin Xiang, speaking slowly. Are you Lin Xiang? Lin Xiang looked up to meet his gaze, chuckling coldly. Today, you can reunite with the third prince, father and son together. Reunite the King of Wei with his third son? This statement was like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone present stunned by Lin Xiao's audacious words. The King of Wei was the only Huading realm powerhouse in the entire Wei dynasty. Who would dare claim they could defeat him? Without defeating him, how could they send him away? Master Fong and Elder Mu looked at Lin Xiao in astonishment. In just over a month, this young man's arrogance seemed to have multiplied several times over. Suddenly, Elder Mu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? This kid's cultivation has reached the peak of the Wheelsea realm? Master Fong also noticed this and remarked, indeed, his cultivation speed is truly astonishing. They both thought to themselves that if such a prodigious talent could grow, his future achievements would surely surpass the King of Wei. Yet, they had no idea how to overcome the current crisis. The King of Wei let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with malice. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Truly arrogant. Lin Xiao, you are the most arrogant person I've ever met. I believe that in another 20 years, even I might not be your match. But unfortunately, today you'll accompany my son to the grave. With that, he turned and ordered the half-step Huading powerhouse. Deal with that old man from the Sword Pavilion. Yes, your majesty. The powerhouse responded respectfully and launched a more ferocious assault on Elder Gung. Seeing this, Lin Xiao turned and asked the 2 behind him, Master Fong, Elder Mu, why is Yiguqing in such a state? He pointed out, puzzled, that with Yiguqing's strength, he should have been able to contend with the King of Wei, yet he was the first to fall, which was quite unusual. Elder Mu quickly explained, Lin Xiao, it was a dirty trick by the King of Wei. Yiguqing tried to resist but suddenly fell as if his soul had left him, losing consciousness. Lin Xiao frowned. The King of Wei was indeed despicable, resorting to underhanded tactics even while fighting a half-step Huading powerhouse, disgracing the title of the Wei dynasty's ruler. Yet, the nature of this trick remained unknown. The battle intensified, with Elder Gung's power exceeding everyone's expectations. Even with the half-step Huading powerhouse giving it his all, the fight remained evenly matched. However, both Elder Mu and Master Fong could see that Elder Gung was reaching his limit. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he sensed Elder Gung's life force waning. It was likely a secret technique that came at the cost of his life energy. Just as the half-step Huading powerhouse was about to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Xiao intervened. With a reverse sword swing, he unleashed a sword energy comparable to that of a Huading realm expert. It was the last piece of Huading sword energy he had acquired from the infinite sword mound, and its power was formidable. Not good. The half-step Huading powerhouse shouted, quickly retreating. The two sword energies clashed, and Lin Xiao's sword energy pierced through the opponent's attack. As the residual sword energy was about to hit the powerhouse, the King of Wei intervened. He nonchalantly blocked the attack and said, "That's enough. That old man is no longer able to fight. Leave the rest to me." The half-step Huading powerhouse gave Lin Xiao a fearful glance and retreated. Lin Xiao was secretly impressed. He had seen cautious people before, but never a Huading realm powerhouse so cautious. The situation had just become more difficult. Elder Gung withdrew as well, but the side effects of the secret technique took their toll, and he wavered, falling from the sky. Lin Xiao quickly moved to catch the pale and weak Elder Gung. "Elder Mu, grind this into powder and give it to Elder Gung. It should be of some help." Lin Xiao handed a fist-sized, milky white object to Elder Mu. Elder Mu recognized it immediately. This is stalactite? And several hundred years old at that? Damn, kid. Where'd you come across such a treasure? This will definitely help keep old Gung alive. Meanwhile, a voice echoed excitedly in the King of Wei's mind. Life stalactite. At least 500 years old. Lin Xiao actually has such a top-tier treasure. You must seize it. It will be very useful for you. The King of Wei responded telepathically. I understand. The voice continued to caution. The aura around Lin Xiao is strange. Be very careful. If necessary, let the half-step Huading deal with him. The King of Wei frowned, replying angrily. What? Are you suggesting I can't handle a mere will-see realm ant? Better safe than sorry. I fell into such a predicament because I was too overconfident in the past. Remember how you rose from being a useless disciple to where you are now. The stronger you become, the more cautious you must be. The voice rambled on. All right, I get it. I'll be careful. The King of Wei interrupted impatiently, ending the conversation. The King of Wei hovered in the air, waiting for Lin Xiao to finish tending to his matters before speaking calmly. Are you ready to die? Lin Xiao showed no fear, responding, are you? Seeing this, the King of Wei wasted no more words. Why should he take a mere pre-will-see realm kid seriously? It was laughable. In the next moment, the King of Wei was enveloped in a dark aura, wielding a black long blade that emitted sharp waves, causing the very air to tremble slightly. He appeared less like a king and more like a demon. Don't die too quickly. With that, the King of Wei launched his attack on Lin Xiao. King Wei stepped forward into the void. His aura as a powerful cultivator in the Huading realm descended like a mountain. With a swift motion, his long blade sliced through the air, the black arc sealing the space, targeting Lin Xiao. King Wei unleashed his full strength in this attack. A look of seriousness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, knowing this would be his toughest battle in the mystical world. Yet, he did not retreat. He swung his sword, unleashing a triple-layered sword beam wave overlapping strike. The sword beam, faster than the blade light, collided instantly. With a thunderous crash, the clash of blade and sword shattered into specks of dissipating energy. The first round ended in a stalemate. The disciples of the Sword Demon sect were stunned. How could Lin Xiao's sword beam be so formidable? They were shocked to realize that it was the sword intent of the Huading realm, and it had reached 85% mastery. Elder Gung laughed heartily. Well done, old Mu. Did you see that? That's my disciple. Having consumed the life-restoring mineral, his complexion improved, and although he couldn't fight, he was mobile again. Sect Master Fong and Elder Mu were equally astonished. The speed at which Lin Xiao comprehended the sword intent was simply unbelievable. Elder Mu felt a mix of emotions. While Lin Xiao's talent was certainly a joy, he worried that the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal and the Wilderness Domain he taught might be overshadowed. These were far harder to master than sword intent. On the battlefield, Lin Xiao mockingly taunted, Is that all the Huading realms got? I might as well reunite you with your son. In truth, he knew the attack was no trifling matter and needed to disrupt his opponent. King Wei's expression grew serious, finally understanding why the third prince had been defeated. He thought to himself, in that case, a swift victory is needed. King Wei's form suddenly doubled in size. A dark shadow appeared behind him, and his pressure intensified. Slash. King Wei commanded coldly, his figure moving as fast as lightning. The black brilliance surged forth. Lin Xiao was blasted away like a cannonball, a massive wound tearing across his chest, bleeding profusely. The disciples of the Sword Demon sect cried out in despair, believing Lin Xiao to be doomed. Elder Mu, consumed by rage, caught Lin Xiao and prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, Lin Xiao weakly stopped Elder Mu. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Xiao leapt to his feet, his chest wound healing at a visible rate. Elder Mu and the others were dumbfounded, questioning whether Lin Xiao had taken some miraculous elixir. Lin Xiao merely gave an embarrassed smile, suggesting it might be an innate talent. In truth, he was shocked, finally understanding the other ability he gained after absorbing and refining the sovereign immortality and regeneration. This discovery left Lin Xiao in awe. Who exactly was that sovereign to possess such a god-defying ability? The members of the Sword Demon sect stood dumbfounded at the scene before them. Lin Xiang, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly bounced back to life in an instant, standing there full of vigor. This astounding transformation left everyone present in shock, and King Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. He was well aware of the power behind his strike. It wasn't just any ordinary cultivator at the Wheel C stage that would struggle to survive. Idavan, a perfected rotating core stage expert, would find it lethal. Yet, Lin Xiao not only avoided being cleaved in two, but also healed instantly. King Wei couldn't help but question if Lin Xiao was truly human. He had never heard of anyone possessing such terrifying regenerative abilities, especially when facing fatal injuries. Lin Xiao let out a cold snort as a purple aura shimmered over his body. His top-grade spirit armor had been shattered, leaving him to rely solely on the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal for defense. He silently regretted not deploying the seal earlier, which would have saved him a piece of top-grade armor. Without further ado, Lin Xiao charged at King Wei with his sword, and the two engaged in fierce combat once more. King Wei repeated his tactic, swiftly maneuvering to Lin Xiao's side and slashing at his neck. He thought to himself, even if you can heal a ruptured heart, surely you can't reattach a severed head? However, this time King Wei was disappointed. His blade indeed hit its mark, but it was intercepted by Lin Xiao's left hand. King Wei was stunned, his face full of confusion. How did Lin Xiao react in time this time? Even more puzzling, his blade barely managed to cut through Lin Xiao's skin, as if it had encountered an incredibly strong resistance that prevented it from penetrating further. King Wei couldn't comprehend how Lin Xiao's defenses had suddenly become so formidable. The half-step cauldron transformation expert of the Wei royal family was equally baffled, and the disciples of the Sword Demon sect were utterly clueless. Among those present, only 3 understood what was happening. Sect Master Fong rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he might be seeing things. He stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief and asked, "Old Mu, am I seeing this right? A purple grade 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal?" Old Mu suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He marveled. This monstrous kid. How on earth did he cultivate? Not only has he mastered the 7th layer of the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Seal, but he's also comprehended the Desolate Intent, and it's definitely above 40%. He's a freak. Old Mu's grin nearly reached his ears. He felt no jealousy because Lin Xiao was his disciple. The stronger Lin Xiao was, the happier he felt. Old Gung, however, poured cold water on the situation, reminding Old Mu Ghost, "Don't get too excited. Have you forgotten the difficulty of multi-intent cauldron transformation?" Old Mu was unfazed. "Isn't it just dual-intent cultivation? Lin Xiao can handle it. Plus, his sword intent has already reached 80%. Now we just need to wait for the Desolate Intent." Old Gung said calmly, "I'm just worried this kid might have more than 2 intents." "What? You mean?" Old Mu's smile froze instantly. On the battlefield, after King Wei's blade struck Lin Xiao's left arm, Lin Xiao caught a glimpse of cold madness in his eyes during King Wei's moment of shock. He silently commanded, "Return to void. Open." His sword traced an eerie trajectory, slashing toward the nearby King Wei. In an instant, a void rift was torn open. Nothingness and darkness surged like a tide, violently consuming everything around. King Wei let out a scream, enveloped in black light, and retreated over 100 meters. When he finally stopped, everyone was horrified to see his left arm had vanished completely, with blood gushing like a fountain. The scene left everyone present stunned. Sect Master Fong, Old Wei, and Old Gung were all taken aback, while the disciples of the Sword Demon sect were dumbfounded. The half-step cauldron transformation expert of the Wei royal family broke out in a cold sweat. They all realized that if this strike had landed on them, they would have been obliterated. "Ah! My hand! My hand! Damn it, I'm going to kill you." King Wei was furious, his eyes blood-red with murderous intent. However, the next moment, a cool sensation suddenly flowed through his mind, calming him slightly. A strange voice echoed in his mind, "Calm down, it's just an arm. This Lin Xiao must have some special recovery talent. If you can capture him, I have a way to transfer this talent to you. Then, not only will you recover an arm, but even immortality might be possible." "Really?" King Wei asked suspiciously. The voice replied earnestly, "When have I ever lied to you after all these years together?" King Wei furrowed his brow. That was true, but he couldn't shake off a sense of unease. He hesitated, wondering if he should unleash his full power to kill Lin Xiao outright. Even with one arm missing, his cauldron transformation stage cultivation would leave Lin Xiao with no chance. But the temptation of gaining the ability to regenerate his arm, or even achieve immortality, was too great. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally made a decision. "Shall I try it? Just use the same secret technique on Lin Xiao as before?" King Wei asked through their mental link. "Exactly, just like with Yiguqing. You perform the secret technique, and I'll handle the rest. the strange voice answered. All right, King Wei agreed. On the battlefield, Lin Xiao watched the dazed King Wei from 100 meters away, puzzled. Had King Wei been shocked senseless? That didn't seem right. For a cauldron transformation expert, losing an arm was a mere injury, not enough to significantly impact combat ability. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak to gauge his opponent's response, King Wei suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao, you're strong, the strongest young person I've ever encountered. But I've discovered you have a fatal flaw. Can you guess what it is? Fatal flaw? Lin Xiao squinted, saying, go ahead, tell me. King Wei subtly inched closer while speaking. This fatal flaw is mid-sentence. His eyes suddenly emitted a bizarre flickering black light. Lin Xiao felt a momentary dizziness. In that brief instant, a ring on King Wei's right hand unleashed a white mist that surged toward Lin Xiao with incredible speed. As Lin Xiao was about to regain his senses, the white mist had already invaded his body. The next moment, Lin Xiao found himself in a vast, white space once again. Again? Why did it feel like again? Lin Xiao jolted awake, finding himself in a vast, white expanse. This familiar scene immediately put him on alert. Could it be that another demonic beast had invaded his mental realm? As he pondered, an old man in a white robe suddenly appeared not far from him. The elder's fiery gaze swept the surroundings, completely ignoring Lin Xiao's bewildered expression. Tisk, TSK, TSK. A monster is truly a monster, the elder muttered to himself. This soul space is even more expansive than that of an ordinary cultivation realm master. Coupled with such recovery abilities and sword intent comprehension, this is the perfect body. Compared to this, the body of King Wei is worlds apart. The elder finally focused his attention on Lin Xiao, a strange smile crossing his face. Lin Xiao, right? Surprised about where you are? Don't worry, as long as you behave, I won't harm you. I'll let you stay here forever. Don't try to resist, or else I might accidentally obliterate your soul. Seeing the elder's excitement, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. If you like it so much, why don't you stay here yourself? The white-robed elder was taken aback, frowning. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lin Xiao replied casually. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. I'm more than happy. The elder grew more puzzled, but Lin Xiao didn't give him time to think. Old man, don't you find this place dull? How about I change it up a bit? What do you mean by that? The elder asked warily. Lin Xiao didn't answer but simply snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire space turned upside down. Darkness descended, red clouds loomed, torrential blood rain fell, and bones littered the ground. The elder was instantly drenched in blood, terror filling his eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? He exclaimed in shock. Watching the elder's astonishment, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, countless demonic beasts appeared out of nowhere, each more terrifying than the last, all at the semi-cultivation realm level, charging menacingly toward the elder. The elder panicked and tried to flee, but Lin Xiao snapped his fingers once more. The scene transformed into a starry sky, with meteors raining down like a storm. The elder desperately tried to fend them off, but could only block a few. Eventually, with a scream, he turned into pure energy, which Lin Xiao absorbed. This time, Lin Xiao not only felt a surge in his soul power, but also glimpsed fragments of the elder's memories. He finally understood King Wei's true identity and his own role as a variable in the elder's plans. While Lin Xiao was lost in these revelations, on the battlefield outside, he suddenly collapsed. The members of the Sword Demon sect were furious, accusing King Wei of using underhanded tactics. Old Mu shouted angrily, King Wei, do you even deserve to be called a king? Using such despicable methods against my disciple who's only at the sea realm? Shame on you. King Wei was unfazed, laughing. Say what you will, the victor writes history. Once I destroy your Sword Demon sect, I'll make sure your demonic cult is remembered with a bit of dignity, so you're less reviled by the world. Just as Old Mu was too enraged to speak, a voice suddenly rang out, Old Mu, why waste your breath on him? Instead, think about what we should rename the Wei Dynasty after today. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.